Qin Jinzi had returned to the capital. The moment this news spread, the young ladies and gentlemen of the city were in an uproar. Why has that troublemaker come back? Didn't His Majesty send her to Baike Temple to reflect on her mistakes? A young nobleman in fine clothes frowned, his tone full of displeasure and confusion. What else could it be? She's relying on her powerful grandfather. Of course. A young lady in an elegant dress gently waved her fan, her eyes showing both disdain and jealousy. Will Prime Minister Cui just let this go? Another tall young man slammed the table, his voice filled with both respect for the Prime Minister and anger at Qin Jinji's return. Soon, rumors spread throughout the capital. 3 years ago, Qin Jinji had nearly drowned the Prime Minister's daughter in the Imperial Gardens Lake. The Emperor and several ministers, who happened to be nearby, witnessed the scene. Prime Minister Cui was the head of all officials, a man whose every word could shake the court. To publicly harm his beloved daughter, how could he possibly forgive that? He would surely demand justice to ease his anger. But Qin Jinji's identity was special. Even the emperor treated her with unusual respect. To be exact, it was out of respect for her grandfather, Lord Qin Yi, the Duke of Jinbei. Years ago, Qin Yi had fought alongside the emperor in countless battles. He had once taken 13 arrows for His Majesty. They had grown up together like brothers. Over the years, Qin Yi had achieved great military success. It could be said that half of the Jin Kingdom's territory was won by the Qin family. But the battlefield is merciless. All 3 of Qin Yi's sons and 2 grandsons had died in war. His eldest son, the heir of Jinbei, and his 2 grandsons were killed in battle just a month after Qin Jinji was born. The heir's wife, who had just given birth, passed away soon after hearing the tragic news. In the following 2 years, Qin Yi's second and third sons also gave their lives for the country. Now, in his 60s, Qin Yi still guarded the northern border against foreign enemies. Qin Jinji was his only remaining family, his last hope. Out of gratitude for the Qin family's loyalty, the emperor granted Qin Jinji the title of county princess, bringing her into the palace to be raised by the emperor and empress themselves, showering her with affection. As the sole descendant of the Duke of Jinbei's household, she was deeply favored. The emperor personally gave her the name Jinji, meaning golden branch, and granted her 3,000 households and her own estate. From her name alone, one could tell she was born noble and precious beyond measure. During her years in the palace, Qin Jinji lacked the warmth of close family, but she enjoyed rare affection and care that few in the world could match. It was this special favor that made her grow a little spoiled and unruly. Her boldness and free spirit were no less than that of any prince or princess. She lived freely and happily, without restraint. At the same time, she was domineering and reckless. In front of everyone, she once dared to throw someone into the water, and even the emperor could not ignore it. While Qin Yi was still fighting at the border, even if Prime Minister Cui was furious, he could not let the emperor truly punish her too harshly. In the end, the emperor sent her to Baike Temple to reflect and atone for her mistakes. 3 years later, Qin Yi defeated the Chu kingdom and used his military achievements to bring Qin Jinji back to the capital. On the day she returned, many young nobles she had once bullied gathered at a restaurant by the city gate to watch the spectacle. They wanted to see how miserable the once arrogant Princess Jinji had become. Baike Temple was a place of strict discipline, where noble girls who had made mistakes were sent to repent. Once you entered, it was almost impossible to come out unchanged. Just as everyone was waiting to see her pitiful state, a spirited white horse galloped through the city gate, its mane flying in the wind. It was a rare tribute horse from a small foreign kingdom, with gemstone-like eyes that shone brilliantly. There was only one such horse in the entire Jin kingdom. The rider on its back was tall and striking. Her long hair was tied high with a jade crown worth a fortune, swaying gracefully in the breeze. She wore a black riding outfit made from the finest floating light brocade, a fabric so rare that only 3 bolts were produced each year by a vassal state. Under the sunlight, the fabric shimmered beautifully. It was said to be water-resistant and extremely precious. Around her neck hung a golden charm symbolizing good fortune and long life. There was nothing pitiful about her. She looked dazzlingly wealthy and confident. Her outfit alone was worth a noble family's yearly expenses. In that moment, the street erupted into chaos, filled with the sound of hooves and startled cries. Who dares to ride a horse so wildly in the capital? Do they have no fear? Someone shouted angrily.
Hush. Keep your voice down.
Do you know who that is? That's the young princess of the Northern Prince's mansion. If she hears you, you might be in real trouble. Another whispered quickly. Wasn't she sent to Exiled Temple to repent? Why did she suddenly come back? One person asked in confusion. What else could it be? It's because she has a powerful grandfather, the first person said helplessly. The Prince of Jinbei fought countless battles and achieved great honors. How did he end up with such an unworthy granddaughter? Someone muttered quietly. Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you. Another person quickly tugged at his sleeve, eyes full of caution. A white horse galloped down the street when suddenly a trip rope appeared ahead. Just as horse and rider were about to fall, the rider leapt gracefully over it. The rope didn't even touch the horse's hooves. The rider stopped and turned around, revealing a stunning face. Golden brows arched toward her temples, and her phoenix eyes shone brightly. Her features were sharp and striking, carrying a hint of boldness. Her brows were slightly furrowed, giving her a fierce look. Yet the small red mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of charm. Sunlight fell across her face, making her beauty almost breathtaking. But when she spoke, her words sent chills down everyone's spine. Qin Jinji immediately spotted the servant hiding in the crowd who had set the trap. Her horse, Luyan, had dodged traps even on the battlefield. This was nothing more than child's play. The servants shivered at her words. Wasn't she the one who had been sent to Exiled Temple for punishment 3 years ago? No young lady who went there ever came back unharmed. Even if forgiven and allowed to return home, they rarely lived long afterward. That showed just how terrifying Exiled Temple was. But Qin Jinji before them didn't look like she had suffered at all. Just a few words from her brought back the image of the notorious little troublemaker of the capital. Qin Jinji, how dare you come back to the capital? If I were you, I'd have stayed in Exiled Temple forever, to save your grandfather the shame. A man appeared on the second floor of a nearby restaurant, laughing loudly as his followers surrounded him. His attendants laughed arrogantly behind him. Qin Jinji looked up, narrowing her eyes. Her voice was calm and cold. Was this your doing? The man, dressed like a spoiled noble, sneered. Of course it was me, the prince. What can you do about it? Qin Jinji said impatiently. Lark, throw that fool down for me. A white figure suddenly appeared above the restaurant, hanging upside down with her head facing the ground. She moved like a ghost, and no one on the street noticed that she had been secretly following Qin Jinji all along. Lark grabbed the man by his collar and threw him down from the second floor.
Ah!
The man fell face first onto the street, landing awkwardly. A richly dressed man upstairs shouted in fear, Qin Jinji, are you crazy? That's the 17th prince. Another attendant angrily said, Qin Jinji, do you still think you're the noble Princess Jinji? His Majesty has long lost patience with you. If not for your grandfather's pleading, you wouldn't even be allowed back in the capital. And now you dare to attack a prince? The 17th prince's mother is noble consort Shin. She won't let you go. A group of people rushed to help the 17th prince. Your Highness, are you all right? Call for help. Lark lightly stepped forward, landing in front of Qin Jinji to protect her. Qin Jinji looked at the embarrassed man on the ground and smiled. So it's Cui Ying's loyal follower. The 17th prince, Xiao Chuan, had admired Cui Ying, the prime minister's daughter, since childhood. He was known for doing anything to please her. Xiao Chuan stood up angrily. How dare you call me a dog? Guards, seize her. In the capital, there were 2 notorious troublemakers, Qin Jinji and the 17th prince, Xiao Chuan. Qin Jinji had the support of the empress and the Duke of Jinbei, while Xiao Chuan was the son of noble consort Shin. The two had never gotten along since childhood. Xiao Chuan often tried to provoke her, but he never managed to win. Xiao Chuan sneered. I'll make you pay for this. Qin Jinji looked at him, as if he were a fool. Lark, knock out 2 of his teeth for me. Since childhood, Qin Jinji had faced countless assassination attempts. She was the only heir of the Duke of Jinbei's household. Many people wanted her dead. To protect her, the Duke carefully selected 4 maids, each highly skilled in martial arts. Lark was one of them. In a flash, the white figure appeared before Xiao Chuan and struck him squarely in the face. She lifted her foot and kicked him to the ground. Xiao Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Jinji, how dare you touch me? As he spoke, blood and saliva spilled from his mouth. His front teeth were gone. Everyone looked down and saw his teeth lying in the blood on the ground. When they looked back at Qin Jinji, fear filled their faces. She must be out of her mind. She had just returned and already dared to knock out a prince's teeth in public. Did she even know what she was doing? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. I called you a fool, and you just had to prove it. You're already on the ground. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Xiao Chuan struggled to his feet. I'll make you pay for this. He tried to rush at her, but his followers quickly held him back. They had thought that after being sent away from the capital, Qin Jinji would return humbled. When Xiao Chuan said he wanted to teach her a lesson, they had happily followed along. Who would have thought she'd be even bolder than before, daring to strike a prince in the street? Her maid was skilled in martial arts, and the guards were no match for her. If anything happened to Xiao Chuan, Consort Shun would never forgive them. Qin Jinji looked calmly at the group. Were you all part of setting that trap for my horse? The spoiled young men fell silent. She had just hit a prince. What were they compared to that? Qin Jinji laughed. A bunch of cowards who only dare to act but not admit it. A sharp of a whip sounded, and her white horse reared up, knocking several people to the ground. Then her clear, confident voice rang out, "Wait for me. I'll visit each of you soon." Her maid, Yunk, had already disappeared without a trace. Panic began to spread among the crowd. What do we do? She's coming after us. Don't panic. The 17th prince will protect us.
Right.
Once he tells Consort Shin, she'll make sure we're avenged. But one of them couldn't help worrying. Was Qin Jinji really afraid of Consort Shin or the 17th prince anymore? Xiao Chuan glared at Qin Jinji's fading figure, furious and helpless, and kicked over a street stall. Let's go. We're going back to the palace to find Mother. Qin Jinji didn't return to the Duke of Jinbei's residence. Instead, she rode straight toward the palace gates. His Majesty had sent word early, ordering her to enter the palace directly for an audience. Her grandfather was also waiting inside the palace to reunite with her. When the imperial guards at the palace gates saw Qin Jinji, they were shocked. How had this ancestor returned? And she even dared to ride her horse right up to the gate. The guards quickly stepped forward. Greetings, princess. Qin Jinji dismounted and said to the person behind her, Lark, take Luyan back to the residence. She was expected to stay in the palace tonight. Someone inside must have been missing her dearly. Lark appeared silently again, took the reins, and led the horse toward the northern commandery prince's residence. A guard with an unfamiliar face stepped forward. Riding a horse before the palace gate is a serious offense. Just then, another guard came running from a distance, shouting, Stop. This is Princess Jinji. He quickly added, Your Highness, he's new and doesn't know the rules. Are you entering the palace? Qin Jinji looked at him. Li Jin? It's been 3 years, and you're still guarding the gate? Li Jin grinned. Your Highness must be teasing me. Shall I summon a sedan for you? It was no small thing to guard the palace gate. Many had competed for such a post. Without family connections, a minor guard like him had little chance of promotion. Qin Jinji looked at his ever-smooth manner and nodded. All right, I'll wait. The new guard, still confused, followed and whispered, Brotherly, a sedan requires an order from His Majesty or a noble in the palace. How can you call for one on your own? Li Jin quietly explained, You're new, so you don't know. His Majesty dotes on this young princess. He raised her by his side. Keep your eyes open and don't bring trouble on yourself. Forget a sedan. When she was little, even the imperial carriage wasn't beyond her reach. The sedan soon arrived, complete with fruits and pastries. Qin Jinji glanced at it, then casually pulled a gold and jade ornament from her waist and tossed it to the guard on her right. Li Jin caught it with a grin. Thank you for your reward, Your Highness. The young guard who had spoken earlier was stunned. That gold and jade piece was worth 1,000 taels of silver, and she had given it away so easily. Li Jin watched Qin Jinji leave and said to the young guard, learn from this. The sedan was carried straight to the imperial garden. It was a hot summer day, and at this hour, His Majesty often met with his ministers in the garden to discuss state affairs. A young walked over and said, Your Majesty, Princess Jinji requests an audience. An elderly man with white hair but a commanding presence immediately stood up. Quick, let me see my dear granddaughter. Many of the ministers looked displeased. Most of them were unhappy because Qin Jinji had once complained to the emperor, asking him to uphold justice. Everyone knew Qin Jinji was a troublemaker. 3 years ago, when she was banished from the capital, they had all felt relieved. No one could understand how the Duke of Jinbei could still call her his dear granddaughter. The sedan chair slowly stopped before the crowd. The person inside covered her face with a folding fan. She had actually fallen asleep in the sedan chair. The ministers were furious. This was simply disrespectful to the emperor. Seeing his granddaughter asleep with no one fanning her, Qin Ye's heart ached. What's wrong with you all? My dear granddaughter is sleeping, and no one is fanning her. Do you want her to suffer from the heat? He strode forward, came to the sedan chair, and said softly with a flattering smile, My dear granddaughter, wake up and see who your grandfather is. Of course, it was her grandfather. Who would have thought that this old man, who spoke as if coaxing a 3-year-old child, was the same Duke of Jinbei who had once defeated 11 enemy generals in a row? Prime Minister Cui was furious. Your Majesty, the princess is still so unruly. To behave like this before your Majesty is a great disrespect. Qin Yi quickly whispered, Keep your voice down. You'll scare my dear granddaughter. At that moment, Qin Jinji slowly raised her hand, removed the fan, opened one eye, and said impatiently, So noisy. Qin Yi looked at the Prime Minister as if he were the one at fault.
See?
I told you to lower your voice. Now you've woken my dear granddaughter. Prime Minister Cui stared at him in disbelief. Was this old man even listening to himself? The other ministers couldn't help but sigh. The Duke of Jinbei was far too indulgent with the young princess. No wonder she had grown up so spoiled and reckless. Then the emperor's voice came. Prime Minister Cui, don't be angry. I'll personally teach this troublemaker a lesson later. Prime Minister Cui turned his head sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. Your Majesty, didn't you say you were going to teach her a lesson? Then why are you speaking so softly? Qin Jinji's proud and stubborn nature was greatly influenced by 3 people. One of them was her grandfather, Qin Yi, the old duke. The stars in the sky and the moon in the water, whatever Qin Jinji asked for, she always got. The second person was the empress, the mother of the nation. She was treated with the utmost care, as if she might break or melt away. When Qin Jinji was a child, even every bite of food she ate was fed to her personally by the empress. The third person was the emperor himself. If you wondered why Qin Jinji could act so recklessly, it was because the emperor always stood behind her. Whenever the ministers complained, the emperor would silence them with generous rewards. At last, when Qin Jinji made a serious mistake, she was finally sent away from the capital. But only 3 years later, those same people brought her back again. They said the Prince of Jinbei used his military merits to exchange for her return, just to quiet Minister Cui. When Qin Jinji opened her eyes, she saw Qin Yi looking at her kindly. Hearing her voice, Qin Ye's eyes filled with tears. My dear granddaughter, did you miss your grandfather? Qin Jinji immediately jumped down from the carriage and ran into his arms. Qin Yi almost burst into tears on the spot. It had been 5 years since he last returned to the capital. The emperor, feeling a little jealous, cleared his throat softly. It's good that you're back. Prince of Jinbei, you and Jinji haven't seen each other for many years. Now you're finally reunited as grandfather and granddaughter. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Jinji with a hint of complaint. She had seen her real grandfather and forgotten all about her imperial grandfather. Hearing the emperor's voice, Qin Jinji let go of Qin Yi and walked over to him. Imperial grandfather, Jinji has returned. I missed you very much these 3 years. How have you and grandmother been? Have you been eating well? She looked so gentle and well-behaved that it was hard to believe she was the same mischievous girl as before. The emperor couldn't help but smile with pride. Look at her, his sweet, thoughtful granddaughter. She came back and the first thing she did was ask if he had been eating properly. Who else could be so caring? Not like those old ministers who only made him angry every day. Still, he pretended to keep a stern face. I thought you had already forgotten your imperial grandfather after seeing your real one. Qin Jinji grinned. How could I? I think of you and grandmother every single day. Just 2 sentences, and the emperor's face lit up with joy. But when he caught sight of Minister Chui's dark expression, he quickly hid his smile. These 3 years, have you realized your mistakes? Qin Jinji quickly said obediently, I know I was wrong. I've been reflecting on my mistakes for the past 3 years. I truly deserve punishment for making grandfather the emperor worry. That's why I've been praying for your health and peace every day at Baikei Temple. Even if I must stay there for the rest of my life, I will have no complaints. No wonder the emperor doted on this little princess so much. She certainly knew how to speak sweetly. Her attitude when admitting fault was almost frighteningly proper. Qin Yi had been stationed at the border for years and rarely returned to the capital. During that time, Qin Jinji had grown up under the emperor's care. Royal families often lacked warmth, and after standing at the top for so long, how could one not long for simple affection? All that tenderness had been given to this little girl raised by his side. So, Qin Jinji's spoiled nature was not only due to Qin Ye's indulgence, the emperor himself had played a big part. Many officials suspected that if Qin Jinji hadn't been caught in the act 3 years ago, the emperor would have downplayed the matter entirely. The emperor's face softened with satisfaction. It is good to admit and correct one's mistakes. Since you understand your fault and have already been punished, when you return, be filial to the Prince of Jinbei. He has guarded our borders for years and worked tirelessly for our nation. You two have been apart for too long. Let him enjoy some family happiness. Then he glanced at Prime Minister Cui. When you return, prepare a generous gift and personally apologize to Miss Cui. I'm sure she will forgive you. The Prime Minister's daughter is known for her virtue, unlike you, who are so unruly and lazy.
Prime Minister Cuisnir din Wardley.
Your Majesty, do you even see me as a person? Your favoritism couldn't be more obvious. He wasn't foolish, he knew those words were meant for him. Of course, he couldn't say that aloud, but his expression was far from pleasant. Qin Jinji smiled sweetly. Yes, grandfather. I will prepare a fine gift and personally visit Miss Cui to apologize. As she spoke, her gaze turned toward Prime Minister Cui, playful, mocking, and careless, with not a trace of true remorse. Prime Minister Cui, what do you think? His face darkened, but since the emperor had spoken, he could only reply, I will follow your Majesty's decision. After all, his daughter had nearly lost her life back then, yet the emperor had chosen to forgive Qin Jinji so easily. It seemed His Majesty was truly growing old, and perhaps a bit muddled. The emperor was quite pleased. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. The Prince of Jinbei will stay. Everyone else may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Cui was the first to leave with a wave of his sleeve. After everyone had gone, Qin Jinji stretched and stood up. Qin Yi rolled his eyes, walked to the emperor's side, and said coldly, You said you'd treat my dear grandchild like your own. But is the White Sparrow Temple a place for my grandchild to stay? Look at her. She's so thin now. The emperor glared at him. You old man, you're so ungrateful. I treat Jinji like my own heart. I've done far better than you ever could.
Він snorted.
If the border weren't so harsh, do you think I'd have left Jinji with you? I would have kept her by my side long ago. The emperor stood up. Hey, are you trying to start a fight? Oh, stop arguing already. You're both too old to be this hot-tempered. Qin Jinji poured each of the two most powerful old men in Jin a cup of tea. The emperor grew even angrier and lightly tapped Qin Jinji on the head. You troublemaker. How could you throw someone's daughter into the lake? You don't even try to hide your mischief. Don't you care about your reputation? Qin Jinji grinned. Grandfather, that's called being open and honest. Besides, I don't really have a reputation to lose. The emperor was so angry, he almost wanted to give her a scolding. Qin Yi snorted again. Why are you hitting my grandchild? Do you really think she's yours? The emperor replied confidently, Of course. I've raised Jinji with great care. You should be glad she still calls you grandfather. Qin Yi looked displeased. Stop flattering yourself. If anyone worked hard, it was the empress. Jinji, come home with me. The emperor quickly said, No way. The empress has been waiting for her. If you take her home, what will my wife say? Qin Jinji hurriedly stepped in before the two could start fighting again. She walked behind Qin Yi and gently massaged his shoulders. Grandfather, let me spend time with grandmother today. I'll come home tomorrow and keep you company. Qin Yi gave the emperor a sideways glance. Really? The emperor huffed angrily. Do you think I'd keep this troublemaker from going home? Qin Yi muttered, Who knows? The emperor chuckled. You old man, you're really narrow-minded. When you're gone, Jinji will have plenty of time to keep this old fellow company. Who would bother competing with you? Qin Jinji gave a thumbs up. Grandfather, you're so generous. Qin Yi immediately asked, And what about me? Qin Jinji quickly turned to him. You're even more magnanimous. That's better. The emperor smiled. All right, this little rascal is good at flattering people. I still have things to discuss with your grandfather. Go see your grandmother now, or she'll start scolding us again if you're late. Qin Jinji replied cheerfully, Then I'll take my leave. With that, she headed toward the pepper chamber. As she turned a corner in the corridor, she suddenly heard her own name. A lively voice said, Brother Pei, Qin Jinji is back. What if she asks father to arrange a marriage for you two? You know father always grants her requests. What if he really agrees? Another chattering voice followed. Back then, because you were engaged to Miss Cui, she pushed Miss Cui into the lake. Miss Cui almost lost her life and has been bedridden ever since. She can't even see anyone now. The air fell silent for a few seconds before a gentle, calm voice said, I will never marry a woman with such a cruel heart. When Qin Jinji arrived at the empress's palace, a young maid was already waiting eagerly at the door, tiptoeing to look around. The moment she saw Qin Jinji, her face lit up like spring sunshine. She ran over at once. My lady, you're finally back. Fian missed you so much. Qin Jinji teased. Fian, it's only been 3 years, but you've turned from a slender swallow into a plump one. Fian was the maid the empress had personally chosen to serve Qin Jinji. She had attended to her throughout her time in the palace. When Qin Jinji left the capital 3 years ago, she left Fian behind to serve the empress. Back then, Fian had been delicate and slim. Now she was round and rosy. Fian pouted. My lady, you're making fun of me. And here I was missing you every day. I'm not talking to you anymore. She turned and ran toward the palace, calling out as she went, Go tell Her Majesty. The Lady Jinji has returned. Qin Jinji smiled and followed her inside. As soon as she entered, she saw a kind and graceful elderly woman being helped out of the main hall. The moment Qin Jinji appeared, her once dull eyes lit up. Jinji, my dear Jinji, grandmother. Qin Jinji threw herself into the empress's arms. 3 years ago, when she left, she was only 15, still a young girl. Now she had grown taller than the empress herself. The empress's eyes filled with tears the moment she saw her. This was the child she had raised from a little girl, and they had never been apart for so long. My good child, you've suffered so much. The empress held Qin Jinji tightly, like a lioness embracing her cub once more. "Grandmother, I've missed you so much," Qin Jinji said softly. The emperor and empress had married young. The empress, once the daughter of a general, had followed her husband and the prince of the north through many battles. Years of illness had left her unable to have more children after giving birth to a daughter. Sadly, that little princess had been frail and passed away at the age of 3. When Qin Yi entrusted Qin Jinji to the imperial couple, she gradually helped the empress heal from her grief. Looking at Qin Jinji's bright, well-defined face, the empress's tears fell again. That stubborn old man. Why did he send my Jinji to that faraway White Sparrow temple? I worked so hard to raise this little bird, and now look how thin she's become. Qin Jinji laughed. "Grandmother, aren't you afraid someone might overhear and tell grandfather you're scolding him?" The empress put her hands on her hips. "Why should I be afraid of him? He'd better not come near my hall, or I'll chase him out myself." Then she pulled Qin Jinji into the hall. Inside, the table was already filled with dishes. Fian pouted and said, "My lady, Her Majesty got up early this morning to prepare all this for you." The empress smiled and said, "Are you teasing our little Fian again?" Qin Jinji laughed. "Not at all. She's as round and cheerful as a dumpling, and her smile could hang a little oil bottle on it." The empress tapped her nose. "You mischievous girl. Come, taste what your grandmother made. Look how thin you've become." Qin Jinji couldn't help but smile at the familiar bowl before her. She had always had a good appetite. Since childhood, the empress had told her, "Don't be like those delicate young ladies in the capital. Eat well, and you'll grow strong and healthy." Perhaps it was because she had often faced danger and poison attempts when she was young. The empress's greatest wish for Qin Jinji was simply for her to live a healthy life. So every day, she would go to the small kitchen and make all kinds of dishes for her. Before the age of 5, Qin Jinji was as chubby as the festive children painted on New Year posters. But it had to be said, the empress had raised her well. Jinji was strong and healthy. When she grew up, she was taller than most of the other princesses and noble ladies. As the empress picked up some food and watched Qin Jinji eat happily, her eyes filled with tears again. Look at how hungry the child must have been. She turned to Fian and said, "Add another blanket. Jinji will stay with me tonight." Once the door was closed, the empress no longer seemed like the ruler of the nation, but just a loving grandmother. Even Fian wiped her eyes. "Your Majesty hasn't been this happy in a long time. After you left, she was sad for quite a while, and even sent His Majesty away several times." Qin Jinji smiled. "Grandmother, you're still so strong-willed. But please don't be angry with grandfather anymore. It was my fault, and I deserve a little punishment." The empress suddenly slapped the table. "It's all that Minister Pei's fault for raising such a son. Our Jinji liking him is his good fortune, yet he dares to get engaged to someone else." Qin Jinji put down her chopsticks. "Grandmother, you don't sound like the noble empress right now. You sound more like a bold woman from the mountains outside the city." The empress snorted. "If I hadn't met your troublesome grandfather, maybe I really would have become a bandit queen. No, I'll have that old man issue a decree and marry you to that Pei boy right away." Qin Jinji laughed. "That's fine by me. Maybe next year you'll have a great-grandchild to hold." She wondered how that person would react if he heard this. The more the empress thought about it, the more she liked the idea. She didn't care much for those proud, noble families, but since the young man from the Pei family had the looks Jinji liked, if they had a child, it would surely be adorable. What great-grandchild? At that moment, the emperor walked in from outside. The maids and eunuchs in the room immediately knelt. "Greetings, your Majesty." The empress gave a cold snort when she saw him. The emperor sighed helplessly. "Jinji has already come back. How long are you going to stay angry?" The empress turned away. "If you want me to calm down, then issue a decree right now. Marry that Pei boy to our Jinji." The emperor frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about again? The Pei family and the Cui family already have a marriage agreement." As the emperor, How could I break up my subject's engagement? The Empress slammed the table and stood up. So, what if there's an engagement? I was once promised to a young man from the family, yet you still managed to take me away. The Emperor coughed awkwardly, and the maids and eunuchs didn't know where to look. Qin Jinji watched the scene with amusement. When the Emperor turned around and saw her carefree expression, he immediately pointed at her. You troublemaker. You've just returned and already caused chaos. Just wait until I deal with you. The Empress quickly stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Qin Jinji like a mother hen shielding her chick. Don't you dare. Qin Jinji peeked out from behind the Empress, grinning. Yes, don't you dare. The Emperor slapped the table and stood up, but after glancing at the Empress, he sat back down. I'm too old to argue with you. Then he looked at the dishes on the table and rubbed his hands together. It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. At that moment, a graceful maid walked over and placed a set of bowls and chopsticks before the Emperor. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, the maid spoke softly, Your Majesty, you haven't washed your hands yet. She turned, took a damp silk cloth that had been prepared earlier, and gently wiped the Emperor's hands. The maid had fair skin and a slender figure. Her movements were graceful and calm. Qin Jinji quietly glanced at the Emperor and Empress. Seeing that neither paid special attention to the maid, she asked with a smile, Oh, I haven't seen this sister before. When did the palace get a new face? The maid smiled politely and bowed. Your Highness, I have been serving Her Majesty for 2 years. Her manners were refined, more like a noble lady than a servant. Qin Jinji had left the palace 3 years ago, so it was natural she hadn't met her before. After speaking, the maid stepped back. As she passed, Qin Jinji caught a faint scent of ylang-ylang. The Emperor glanced sideways at Qin Jinji's bowl, a hint of disdain curling his lips. He thought to himself, this woman never changes. Always playing favorites. She's given all the best dishes to that troublemaker and completely ignored me. When the meal was nearly over, the Emperor finally spoke slowly. Do you truly wish to marry that young man from the Pei family? Qin Jinji smiled and nodded. Who doesn't like a good-looking face? Pei Jinyan, the legitimate son of the Pei family from Hudong, was famous for both his talent and appearance. Many young ladies from noble families secretly admired him. It was only natural that Qin Jinji also felt affection for him. The Emperor clicked his tongue. Look at you so shallow. What's the use of being good-looking? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. A good-looking man can find a wife. Didn't you win grandmother's heart back then because of your handsome face? She had heard that her grandfather had once been poor and unknown, yet with his good looks alone, he had managed to win the Empress Dowager's heart. The Emperor looked proud. That's true. Back in the day, I was known as the most handsome man for miles around. Your grandmother was lucky to marry me. The Empress turned her head away in mock annoyance, and Qin Jinji finally finished her meal. Seeing the Empress upset, the Emperor sighed. If you really like that young man, granting you a marriage to him isn't impossible. The Empress gave him an approving look. That's more like it. But, the Emperor continued, there are many fine young men in the capital. The Pei boy may not be the best. Next month, I'll have your grandmother arrange a polo match. All the young men and ladies will attend. You can meet them and see if anyone else catches your eye. If not, I'll issue the marriage decree. How about that? Qin Jinji nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. After the meal, the Emperor and Empress were ready for a nap. Qin Jinji looked at them helplessly. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm already 18. You're not planning to have me nap with you like when I was little, are you? When she was a child, Qin Jinji had been quite spoiled. The Empress would sing lullabies, and the Emperor would fan her and chase away mosquitoes. But that was when she was 5.
She was grown up now.
The Emperor glared at her. Go back to your own chambers. Don't wander around. Qin Jinji grinned. I'll take Fian for a walk to help with digestion. Fian stomped her foot. My lady, I only had 1 bowl of rice at lunch. Despite saying they were going for a walk, Qin Jinji led Fian straight to the imperial kitchen. Fian looked puzzled. My lady, you ate so much at lunch. Are you still not full? Qin Jinji said playfully. I remember someone used to love the peony linglong cakes made by the royal chef. I wonder if you can still eat as much as before. Fian's eyes lit up like stars, and she nodded eagerly. Those peony linglong cakes were refreshing and incredibly delicious. When Qin Jinji was a child, she didn't like eating much, barely more than a little bird. The empress was very worried, so a royal chef made these special cakes for her. After eating them, Qin Jinji's appetite improved a lot. Since she left the capital, she hadn't tasted them again. Qin Jinji smiled. Today you can eat as many as you want. Fian froze for a moment. Really? If you don't come now, then it won't be true. Hearing that, Fian's face lit up with joy. I'm coming. It was wonderful that the princess had returned. Qin Jinji walked into a quiet corner of the royal kitchen. There was a rocking chair there, and a chubby chef, who looked a bit like a smiling Buddha, was sleeping on it. Qin Jinji kicked the stool lightly. Wake up. For a moment, the whole kitchen seemed to pause. The air felt heavy. This chef was a legend in the royal kitchen. Even the head steward spoke to him politely. He rarely cooked, only preparing dishes personally requested by the emperor. Most of the time, he just napped in the corner. The fat man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a scar across his face that made him look fierce. His round face and big ears gave him a rather scary look. Fian hid behind Qin Jinji, a little frightened. This chef was still as intimidating as ever. The first time she came here with Qin Jinji, when she was 8, she had cried from fear. She still remembered it clearly. Qin Jinji crouched down so her eyes were level with his. You knew I was back and you're still being lazy. When the fat man saw who it was, his fierce face broke into a wide grin. So it's you, little one. You've come back. Qin Jinji smiled too. Uncle Fatty, do you have any peony linglong cakes? He laughed heartily. Though he looked heavy, he stood up from the rocking chair with surprising ease. For others, no. But for you, of course. As he spoke, he walked to a separate table and began kneading dough. Seeing that, Qin Jinji lay down on the rocking chair he had just vacated. Fian poured her some tea, then sat on a small stool nearby, fanning gently. Leaning close to Qin Jinji's ear like a little thief, she whispered, My lady, that master chef still looks so scary. Qin Jinji rested her hands behind her head. Be careful, or he might hear you and refuse to give you any linglong cakes. Fian quickly shut her mouth. With her eyes closed, Qin Jinji asked, What's the story with that new maid? Fian blinked. You mean Sister Luing? I heard there was a flood in Jiangnan and her family couldn't afford food, so she sold herself into the palace. How did she end up serving grandmother? Because of you, my lady. Qin Jinji opened her eyes and looked at her. Because of me? Fian nodded. A few years ago, on the Empress's birthday, you made a hair ornament yourself and gave it to her. After you left the capital, the Empress often missed you and wore it all the time. One day, she lost it, and Sister Luing found it in the pond of the small garden. The Empress was touched by her loyalty and good manners, so she brought her to serve by her side. Qin Jinji frowned. Are you sure it was the pond in the small garden? Fian nodded again. I'm sure. When Sister Luing found it, she was soaked through and her face was purple from the cold. Qin Jinji smiled faintly, lost in thought. Loyalty is a good thing. Making the peony linglong cakes was a complicated process, but the chubby chef's hands were quick. In just half an hour, the steaming cakes were ready. Qin Jinji smelled the aroma. It was wonderful. She hadn't tasted them in 3 years and truly missed the flavor. She casually tossed a wine gourd the size of a fist to the chef. Let's go. Don't disturb him while he rests. With that, the two of them left with the cakes, not looking back. The chef opened the gourd, and at once, the rich scent of wine filled the entire imperial kitchen. It was said that in the Jin kingdom, there was a wine master who brewed only one kind of wine, Xiaorao drunk. It took 10 years to make just a few ounces. That single gourd of wine was worth a fortune. The chef grinned. That little rascal still has a good heart. He took a deep breath of the fragrance, but couldn't bear to drink it. Carefully, he put it away. The last time he had tasted xiaorao drunk was 20 years ago. He wondered if the old brewer was still alive to make another batch. On the way back, Fian's mouth was full of linglong cakes. As she ate, she said, "My lady, these linglong cakes are so delicious. I'm so happy I could cry." Qin Jinji laughed. "You're so easily satisfied." When they arrived at the palace, the emperor and the empress were already awake. Firefly was helping the emperor change his clothes. Looking closely, the maid seemed to have changed into a lighter robe, and her graceful neck was visible. The emperor took a gentle breath, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You have a pleasant fragrance." Firefly bowed slightly, smiling softly. "Your Majesty, I've had a light, natural scent since childhood. My family often said it smelled nice." Hearing this, the emperor looked a bit curious and was about to ask more when Qin Jinji entered the hall with light steps. "Grandfather Emperor, look what I've brought for you," she said brightly, instantly drawing his attention. At that moment, Fian placed the prepared peony linglong cakes on the table. The delicate pastries glowed softly under the light. "The lady was worried that your Majesty and Her Majesty might eat too much and feel unwell, so she went to the royal kitchen herself to choose these cakes for you." The Empress came out of the inner chamber just then. "So that's where you went? Only you would think of such treats." Firefly then said, "Your Majesty, shall I comb your hair now?" Just as she reached out, Qin Jinji caught her wrist. "Please step aside, sister." "I'll do it." Firefly's expression tightened slightly. Though Qin Jinji's grip wasn't strong, the maid's wrist turned red when released. Firefly said softly, "My lady, how could someone of your status trouble yourself? Please allow me." But the emperor said, "Let this mischievous girl do it. It's rare for her to show such care." Firefly had no choice but to step back, though she looked reluctant. Qin Jinji narrowed her eyes slightly as she watched Firefly leave. The emperor was preparing to go to the Hall of Governance to review memorials. The empress was going to meet the families of the generals who had returned to the capital with Qin Yi. "Jinji, come with me," the empress said. "You should meet your aunts. They are the wives and daughters of your grandfather's comrades who guarded the borders." Qin Jinji lay sideways on the chair. "I won't go. I'm afraid seeing my aunts will make them feel uncomfortable." The empress looked puzzled.
"Why?"
Qin Jinji jumped off the chair and spun around in front of her. "Grandmother, even though I've never been to the border, I know life there is very hard. Their husbands, sons, and brothers fight on the battlefield, and even a lifetime of their pay couldn't buy half of my clothes. Don't you think they would feel upset?" The empress smiled. "It's true your clothes are made of fine silk, but that came from my private store. His Majesty gave it to me, and I can give it to whomever I please." Qin Jinji crouched beside her and smiled. "That's true, but they don't know that. Besides, my grandfather is their commander. It wouldn't help unity if I showed up and made things awkward, so I'd better stay away." The empress laughed. "You clever girl. Then stay here quietly and don't run around. I'll make something tasty for you tonight." Qin Jinji nodded obediently, thinking that if she stayed with her grandmother for a month, her waist would probably grow thicker. After watching the empress leave the palace hall, the smile on Qin Jinji's face faded. "Fian, ask Madame Li and Madame Zhao to meet me in the small garden, and bring Luiying along." The small garden was a summer retreat the emperor had built for the empress behind her chambers. In the middle was a large lotus pond. Every summer, the pond was full of blooming lotuses, and when Qin Jinji was little, the empress often took her there to pick lotus seeds. By the pond were several large basins filled with koi fish, each big enough to hold 4 or 5 adults. Qin Jinji stood by one of the basins, scattering fish food absent-mindedly. Before long, Fian arrived with the 2 elderly attendants, followed by Luiying. "Greetings, your ladyship." Madame Li and Madame Zhao looked delighted to see her. "How have you been, my lady? We often think of you." Qin Jinji quickly helped them up. "It's been 3 years, and you're treating me like a stranger now. I still wear the clothes you made for me." Madame Li and Madame Zhao had served the empress for many years, even before she entered the palace. It was said they had once followed her onto the battlefield. Neither of them ever married, choosing instead to stay by the empress's side. When Qin Jinji was a child, all her clothes and shoes were sewn by their hands. Now that she was older, she spent her days in the palace, living quietly and teaching the new young maids when she had nothing else to do. The two older attendants looked at Qin Jinji's increasingly graceful face with satisfaction. Then they stepped aside. When Fian came to call them earlier, she had also brought someone else. The two attendants understood that the princess had not called them here just for a friendly chat. Qin Jinji turned around and carefully studied Lu Ying's face. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Her skin was smooth and fair, and the faint mark on her wrist from earlier that day was now clearly visible under the sunlight. Qin Jinji lifted her wrist gently. I accidentally hurt Sister Lu Ying's hand at noon.
I've been worried about it.
Your skin is really delicate, just a light touch leaves a mark. Lu Ying, a little flustered, replied, My skin has always been sensitive since I was young. Even a small touch leaves a mark. It's nothing serious. Your Highness need not worry. As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief and wiped the light sweat from her forehead. Qin Jinji smiled. Madam Li, Madam Zhao, Sister Lu Ying seems a bit warm. Help her cool down a little. Don't let the sun bother her. Madam Li and Madam Zhao exchanged a glance, then stepped forward quickly and grabbed Lu Ying by the arms. Before Lu Ying could react, she was pushed headfirst into the pond where the koi swam. She struggled hard, but it was useless. She could only twist her head, gasping for air. After a few moments, she was pulled out roughly, her chest heaving, but before she could catch her breath, she was pushed back into the water again. This happened several times. When she was finally lifted out, her hair was loose and clinging to her face. Madam Li and Madam Zhao threw her onto the ground. Lu Ying coughed violently, looking frightened and pitiful, like a startled fawn. Your Highness, I don't know what I've done to offend you, for you to treat me this way, she said weakly. Qin Jinji crouched down, brushing the back of her hand across Lu Ying's cheek with a faint, amused smile. Look at this face, so lovely that even the coldest heart would soften upon seeing it. Her tone was gentle, but Lu Ying still shivered. Qin Jinji slowly held her chin, meeting her eyes with a strange smile. Do you wish to win the Emperor's favor? At those words, everyone present froze. Madam Li, Madam Zhao, and Fian all turned to glare at Lu Ying with anger. Lu Ying's face turned pale, but she still spoke stubbornly. I don't understand what your ladyship means. Qin Jinji smiled lightly. I heard that you found the hairpin I gave to the Empress Dowager in this pond, and even fell ill because of it. Lu Ying swallowed nervously. It was only what I should have done. Qin Jinji turned her face aside and stood up, casually picking up a plump koi from the basin. She put her fingers to her lips and whistled. Suddenly, the water in the lotus-covered pond began to churn. Qin Jinji threw the koi into the air. A huge turtle-like creature leapt out of the water and snapped the koi in half before falling back into the pond. Lu Ying's face changed instantly. That creature had been a tribute from a small coastal kingdom. When Qin Jinji was young, she had discovered that it could understand her commands, so she kept it as a pet. But as it grew too large, she released it into the Empress's lotus pond. After Qin Jinji left the capital, the Empress ordered that no one was allowed to enter the pond, fearing the creature might harm someone. Seeing the enormous beast leap from the water, Lu Ying trembled uncontrollably. The creature was as large as several koi basins, its gaping mouth looking as if it could crush her head in one bite. Why would such a monster be in this pond? Madam Li and Madam Zhao were also shocked. So this was the creature the young princess had raised. No wonder the Empress had forbidden anyone from entering the pond to pick lotus flowers. Thinking of this, both women's faces darkened. You said you went into the pond to find the hairpin the princess gave to the Empress. Did you see this creature while you were there? The pond was deep. To find the hairpin, one had to dive to the bottom. She must have known what was in the water. But Lu Ying's expression had already betrayed her. She was lying. Madam Li stepped forward. How dare you deceive her ladyship? What are you hiding? Lu Ying's mind went blank. She hadn't expected her lie to be exposed. Qin Jinji tilted her head and looked at her. Actually, I was just thinking of throwing you in to feed the creature. Since entering the palace, Lu Ying had heard many stories about Princess Jinji, that she was spoiled and arrogant, that she bullied others with her status, and that she was ruthless and extravagant. No one had ever told her that this princess could be so ruthless. When she calmly said she would throw her down to feed the giant turtle, it was as if a human life meant nothing to her. With a trembling voice, Lu Ying said, "I am a first-rank maid serving the Empress. How dare you take a life inside the palace?" Qin Jinji laughed softly. "Why are all the new ones such fools? How boring." Looking at Lu Ying's pale face, she asked curiously, "You've been in the palace for so long, and you still don't know why I was sent to Exiled Temple?" Lu Ying almost fainted. How could she forget? Qin Jinji had once, right in front of the emperor and his ministers, nearly drowned the prime minister's daughter. If she dared to harm the prime minister's daughter, what chance did a lowly maid like her have? "But if you tell me who sent you, I might let you go. After all, the Empress Dowager likes you, and I don't want to upset her." Qin Jinji's face was full of smiles, but Lu Ying felt a chill spread through her body. It was as if behind that beautiful face hid a dangerous spirit ready to break free. She bit her lip hard. Qin Jinji smiled again. "It's fine if you don't want to talk. I'll speak, and you can listen. Fian said you're a refugee from Jiangnan. But how could a starving refugee have the money to learn such refined manners? Your skin is pale and smooth. No ordinary life could produce that without years of special care. You entered the palace as a servant, yet you never call yourself one, only by your name. There's a rumor that a branch of the Shin family in Jiangnan grows a rare flower called Elon. When women bathe with its petals, their skin takes on a light fragrance over time. Because the flower is so rare, it's used only by the Shin family. And that Elon scent has a special effect. It can make people feel calm and enchanted. Am I right, Miss Shin?" Shun Lu Ying was stunned. With just one meeting, Qin Jinji had already guessed her true identity. She finally managed to speak. "Since you know I'm from the Shin family, harming me will only bring you trouble. Do you really want to be banished from the capital again, princess?" Qin Jinji laughed even louder at her panic. "You, a minor daughter from a side branch of the Shin family, think you could cause me trouble?" So, it was true, those people had sent her here. Those noble families that appear pure and honorable on the surface are, in truth, as filthy as rats hiding in the gutter. The so-called pride of these great families is nothing but arrogance and self-importance. In reality, they are already crawling with corruption and decay. Shun Luing stared at her in disbelief. Qin Jinji even knew that she was born of a concubine. Qin Jinji smiled at her. After all, the daughters of noble families are meant to marry into other noble houses. So unpleasant tasks like trying to win the emperor's favor are left to people like you. The great families truly are as pure as they claim. How admirable. Tell me, if I throw you at the gates of the Shin family, do you think they'll recognize you?
Ha ha ha.
Shun Luiying could hardly breathe as she watched Qin Jinji laugh. The woman before her was nothing like the one she thought she knew, sharp, unpredictable, and terrifying. Just as Qin Jinji said, those who pride themselves on their nobility would never admit to doing something so disgraceful. In an ordinary family, gaining the emperor's attention might be seen as an honor. But for the great families, sending a daughter into the palace for that purpose was the greatest shame imaginable. If Qin Jinji really threw her in front of the Shin family, they would never acknowledge her. Not only that, her mother and younger brother would likely be erased from existence, as if they had never lived at all. Qin Jinji looked at the rippling water, as if in thought. I wonder if my big turtle is hungry. Hearing this, Shin Luiying could no longer hold herself up. She fell to her knees, bowing repeatedly. Please, your ladyship, spare me. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. It was our family head who chose me and sent me into the palace, telling me to find a way to gain the emperor's favor. He said that once I revealed my Shin family name, His Majesty would surely make me a noble consort. Qin Jinji scattered some fish food into the water. More than 10 years ago, His Majesty ended the palace selection. Since then, every noble family has been desperate to send someone in. A small branch like yours could never manage it alone. It must have been the family heads who arranged it. Miss Shen, your words are of no value to me. Shen Luiying's forehead was bleeding, the blood mixing with her hair, making her look terrifying. Qin Jinji looked at her hopeless expression and burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
Miss Shen, you don't think I'm going to throw you into the pond to feed the turtles, do you? Don't worry, mine are vegetarian. I was just joking, no need to be so nervous. Shen Luiying trembled as she looked at the pond. The koi fish that had been bitten in half was still floating there. Her head spun, and she no longer understood what Qin Jinji really wanted. Then Qin Jinji spoke again. Your mind is as timid as your courage. Nothing interesting about it. The last one was much better. She even earned a noble title, though it made the Empress Dowager sad for a long time. It's been so long I've forgotten her name, but I still remember her face before she passed. Qin Jinji smiled even more brightly. Have you ever seen a pig? Shen Luiying froze, unable to respond. Actually, pigs aren't vegetarians. They eat almost anything, grains, small animals, whatever they find in front of them. Shen Luiying's eyes filled with fear, and she felt sick. Qin Jinji, looking far too pleased, continued, they eat a lot and very fast. Isn't that fascinating? Shen Luiying couldn't hold back anymore and began to. Her body shook uncontrollably, and she trembled under Qin Jinji's gaze. Just then, a gentle but anxious voice called out, "Stop." Qin Jinji looked up at the newcomer, but didn't rise. Smiling, she said to the maid, "Sister Luiying hasn't answered me yet." Wasn't that story interesting? Luiying looked at her stunningly beautiful face, and only one thought filled her mind. This woman was a demon from the depths of. Then she fainted. Qin Jinji stood up, a little disappointed. So easy to scare, she murmured, then turned to the newcomer with a bright smile.
Long time no see. Pei Jinyan.
Pei Jinyan could never understand how such a beautiful face could hide such a cruel heart. Cruel, ruthless, extravagant, and absurd. Those were the words he himself used to describe Qin Jinji. She could never understand why someone who despised her so much had become the one she cared about. Just because the daughter of the Cui family was engaged to him, he had pushed someone into the pond to drown. Pei Jinyan looked at Qin Jinji with deep disgust. You committed a serious mistake and were banished from the capital. The Prince of Jinbei used all his achievements to bring you back, yet you return only to cause trouble again. How can you repay his efforts like this? What did this maid do to deserve such cruel treatment from you? Qin Jinji almost laughed out loud. Pei Jinyan was still as foolish as ever, so righteous in trying to save others, yet unaware that he had barged into the Empress's private chambers. But honestly, the blood on Shen Luiying's face wasn't her doing. Madame Li immediately stepped forward. How dare you? Who are you to intrude into Her Majesty the Empress's chambers? Pei Jinyan froze. He had never entered the inner palace before and thought this small garden was just a resting place for palace servants. He hadn't realized it belonged to the Empress. He quickly bowed and said, "Please forgive me, madam. I am Pei Jinyan. This is my first time in the palace, and I entered by mistake. I beg your pardon." Madame Li scolded again. The Empress's garden is always guarded by soldiers. How did you get in without being stopped? Pei Jinyan looked puzzled. I didn't see any guards when I came. Qin Jinji smiled. Of course, she had arranged for them to be sent away.
Madame Li frowned.
The guards are responsible for Her Majesty's safety. I must report this at once. They will be punished for neglecting their duty. You should leave now, or you'll be held responsible as well. Pei Jinyan stood still, struggling with his thoughts for a few seconds. Madame Li urged impatiently, "Why are you still here?" Pei Jinyan took a deep breath. You too serve the Empress. How can you help someone do wrong? How can you let Qin Jinji act so recklessly and harm others in the palace? Madame Zhao stepped forward angrily. How dare you? You not only trespass into the inner palace, but also speak the lady's name so rudely. Madame Li, furious, said, "Those useless guards. They let someone break in without noticing. I'll call for help right now." She hurried out of the garden. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Jinyan's righteous expression and laughed. "Young Master Pei, do you really think you can punish me here in the palace? Have you lost your mind?" Pei Jinyan knew well that Qin Jinji acted so recklessly because she relied on the power of the two most respected people in the world. Yet, there was no fear on his face. Even the emperor must face the law. "Though I am just a commoner, I must speak the truth. You abuse your power and act unjustly. 3 years of reflection at Baikei Temple seems far too light a punishment." This was the confidence of a noble family. He had no official title, yet he dared to challenge the royal family. How fascinating! Qin Jinji still smiled brightly. "Light? Of course it's light. Someone as terrible as me should be locked away and punished severely." Pei Jinyan flicked his sleeve. "I'm glad you understand." Qin Jinji looked at his serious face, her smile unchanged. "Since you claim to speak fairly, let's handle this by the rules. I am a princess personally granted the title of 3rd rank by His Majesty. Even your father must bow respectfully before me. And you, with no title, dare to speak against me? Madame Zhao, what is the punishment for disrespecting a princess?" Madame Zhao replied loudly, 30 strikes. Qin Jinji continued, "And what is the punishment for a man entering the Empress's chambers without permission?" 80 strikes. Pei Jinyan looked at her in disbelief, unable to understand how she could change her attitude so suddenly. 100 strikes could kill a man. He frowned. "You dare to use private punishment." Qin Jinji laughed as she watched his expression change. "Master Pei, you always talk about equality before the law, but have you forgotten that showing disrespect to the royal family is also a serious crime?" At that moment, Madame Li arrived with the palace guards. "Seize this intruder at once." Without hesitation, the guards captured Pei Jinyan. Qin Jinji turned to the 2 attendants. "Madame Li, Madame Zhao, take Sister Luing back and take good care of her." The 2 quickly carried away the maid lying on the ground. Then Qin Jinji ordered the guards, take him to the Hall of Diligent Governance. Pei Jinyan had no official position. He must have entered the palace with his father, Pei Hong. Pei Hong was the Deputy Minister of Personnel, responsible for the appointment and transfer of officials. The imperial examination had just ended, so he was likely delivering the list of appointments to His Majesty. The emperor would review memorials in the Hall of Diligent Governance that afternoon, and Pei Hong was probably scheduled to meet him there. Pei Jinyan never imagined that Qin Jinji would truly dare to use punishment within the palace, and even command the imperial guards. "Qin Jinji, I am the legitimate son of the Pei family. If you harm me, my family will never let this go." Qin Jinji walked calmly to the side. The Pei family, one of the 5 great clans, truly has deep roots. But I wonder, since when did noble families rise above the emperor's power? Pei Jinyan immediately fell silent. When the Jin kingdom was founded, the support of noble families was essential. Most high officials in the court came from the 5 great clans. Yet in recent years, the relationship between the royal family and the noble houses had become delicate. If you were accused of disrespecting the throne, the Pei family could face disaster. When they arrived at the Hall of Diligent Governance, Hong hurried over. "Oh my, princess, what brings you here?" Seeing who it was, Qin Jinji smiled. "Hong, you've been promoted these past 3 years. Now you serve in the Hall of Diligent Governance." Hong quickly replied with a smile, "Your Highness flatters me. I am only fortunate that His Majesty trusts me enough to serve by his side." He glanced at Pei Jinyan and asked, "And this is?" "A trespasser in the inner palace," Qin Jinji said lightly. "I came to oversee his punishment and bring His Majesty some mung bean soup to cool off." Hong looked at her empty hands and twitched his lips slightly. "Then allow me to fetch a chair for your Highness," he said, signaling a young to bring one. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Jinyan, who was being held down on a bench, glaring at her with anger. She bent down with a cheerful smile. "What's wrong?" Surprised that I would take action? Did you think that because I never argued with you before, I would let you insult me again and again? I represent the royal family, Pei Jinyan. What were you thinking? Pei Jinyan shivered. Before Qin Jinji left the capital, she often found chances to meet him. He would frequently scold her for things he disapproved of, yet she always smiled at him with a calm, knowing look. Now he realized he had been wrong. Qin Jinji had every reason to be confident, perhaps even more than he did. She was raised by the emperor and empress themselves, loved as if she were their own child. Her grandfather was the Duke of the North, commander of 1,000,000 soldiers. Pei Jinyan had always been proud of his noble birth, looking down on others of his generation. Before she left the capital, he often defended those she had offended. But Qin Jinji had never taken it to heart, so much so that he had forgotten just how noble her status truly was. Golden branch, how much must His Majesty cherish her to grant her a name himself? Raised by the emperor and empress since childhood, she could even call them grandfather and grandmother. A person like her, though arrogant and willful, truly had the right to be so. Someone like Qin Jinji was far too dangerous. When Qin Jinji saw Pei Jinyan's expression change, she knew he understood her meaning. Smiling, she said, "Young Master Pei, you are indeed clever. Tell me, if you were to get hurt later, do you think the foolish ones who followed you here would come to save you?" Qin Jinji thought her taste was truly excellent. How could a noble family raise someone so pure, yet so naive? Who could be more suitable to marry her than Pei Jinyan? Pei Jinyan looked at Qin Jinji's beautiful profile, so striking it made him lose focus. For some reason, a chill crept up from his feet to his head. The Qin Jinji who had returned seemed completely different from the one he remembered. It felt as if he had never truly known her. He had never said he was lured here, yet Qin Jinji hadn't even asked why he was in the palace. Qin Jinji suddenly laughed softly. They say young Master Pei is both talented and handsome, but having talent without wisdom would be such a pity. Pei Jinyan frowned and stayed silent. Qin Jinji lowered her head to meet his eyes. "Still, I do like your face. If you go to His Majesty and ask for an imperial decree to marry me, I wouldn't want my future husband to be punished." The confusion on Pei Jinyan's face vanished, replaced by clear disgust. "I will never marry you." Qin Jinji didn't get angry. She turned and sat gracefully on the chair Hong had brought, tapping her finger lightly. Pei Jinyan had been raised since childhood to become the next head of his family. Gifted and intelligent, at 13 he painted a masterpiece that made him famous throughout the capital. He was known as the most brilliant young man of his generation. After coming of age, he was expected to be recommended for an official position. With his powerful family behind him, becoming a high-ranking minister was only a matter of time. The Cui family, one of the 5 great clans, saw his potential and arranged a marriage between him and Cuiying. In such a family, even a small injury would cause great concern. So when the court's punishment fell upon him, he nearly fainted from the pain. Just as the second strike was about to land, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. A figure dressed in splendid clothes rushed over with great force. The imperial guards who were carrying out the punishment immediately said, "Greetings, 9th Princess." The newcomer was none other than the 9th Princess, Xiao Yuani, daughter of noble consort Shen. She had a round face and big eyes, giving her a pleasant look. Although not a great beauty, one could still call her somewhat cute. She shouted angrily, "Qin Jinji, you wicked woman! How dare you hurt Brother Pei?" Qin Jinji, sitting calmly and drinking mung bean porridge brought by Fian, smiled and said, "9th Princess, it's been a while. You've grown quite bold, distracting the guards and secretly bringing a man into the palace. Is this what your mother taught you?" The 9th Princess glared back. "That's nonsense." But in her heart, she was uneasy. How did Qin Jinji know that she was the one who had called Brother Pei over? And that she had sent the guards away? Qin Jinji turned to the guards who had stopped and said, "Continue. Without my order, no one is to stop." The 9th Princess shouted, "Stop. I'll see who dares to move." Qin Jinji called out Fian. Fian stepped forward, took a jade pendant from her sleeve, and handed it over. Qin Jinji raised the pendant high. Everyone except the ninth princess immediately knelt. The phoenix pendant is here. Seeing it is the same as seeing the empress herself. Ninth princess, will you not show respect? The empress ruled over the inner palace, and all matters there were under her authority. However, the empress's official seal was heavy and inconvenient to carry. So the emperor had craftsmen make a pair of matching pendants, a dragon for himself and a phoenix for the empress. Whoever held them represented the emperor and empress. Earlier, when Qin Jinji sent Fian to fetch the porridge, it was actually to bring this pendant. The ninth princess stared in disbelief. Impossible. The empress would never give you something that represents her authority. You must have stolen it. And why should I bow to that old woman? My mother is the most honored lady in this palace. Qin Jinji's lazy expression turned cold. Fian, the ninth princess has disrespected the empress. Slap her. Fian stepped forward at once, but the ninth princess grabbed her hand and shouted, "You insolent servant! How dare you touch me? I'll make you pay for this." She tried to push Fian away, but instead lost her balance and stumbled backward. Qin Jinji stood up and grabbed the ninth princess by her hair, pulling her to the ground without mercy. She crouched down, her eyes cold as she stared at the princess. For the past 3 years, have you always behaved this rudely toward the Empress Dowager? If you can't control your tongue, I don't mind helping you stay quiet. The ninth princess glared at Qin Jinji and said sharply, "You're just someone father took pity on and raised like a servant, yet you really think you belong to the royal family? You're not worthy. You're just a child without proper parents. How dare you act so proud?" Qin Jinji's expression didn't change. She turned to the kneeling guards and said calmly, "Continue the punishment. Don't stop until I say so." The ninth princess shouted angrily, "I'll see who dares." One of the guards clasped his fists and said, "Forgive me, princess, but I cannot disobey orders." No matter how favored Consort Shin was, the empress was still the true mistress of the palace. With that, the guard continued striking Pei Jinyan, who soon broke out in a cold sweat. The ninth princess rushed forward, trying to stop the guards.
"How dare you?"
she shouted. The guards didn't dare touch her and looked to Qin Jinji for help. Qin Jinji gave her a light push, and the ninth princess fell to the ground again. She cried out in pain, her voice full of disbelief and anger. "Qin Jinji, how dare you push me? I'll tell my mother, and she'll make sure you're punished severely." Qin Jinji looked down at her and said, "It seems you didn't inherit your mother's looks or her sense, but you certainly share her mean spirit." The ninth princess hated being told she hadn't inherited Consort Shin's beauty. The two had never gotten along since childhood. Qin Jinji, an orphan, somehow received the emperor's personal care, while the princess had to wait a long time just to see her father. As they grew older, Qin Jinji's beauty became even more striking, something the ninth princess could never match. Consort Shin had once been known for her stunning looks, but her daughter only grew up to be merely pleasant-looking. And no matter what Qin Jinji did, the emperor always protected her. The ninth princess's jealousy only deepened. She had thought that since Qin Jinji was just a foster child in the palace with no family to rely on, she could be easily bullied. But the first time she took someone to teach Qin Jinji a lesson, she was beaten into a pig's head. Qin Jinji never cared about her princess status. Even when she caused trouble in front of the emperor, he only gave her a few light punishments and let it go. After finally being driven out of the capital, she didn't expect to return just 3 years later. Pei Jinyan's groan grew weaker each time. Qin Jinji slowly said, "You can still change your mind now. Do you want to marry me? You're only 20 now. You can't hold out much longer." The ninth princess was furious. "Qin Jinji, are you shameless? How dare you use illegal means to force Brother Pei to marry you?" Qin Jinji looked at her with amusement. "Why are you really angry? Do you also like Jinyan? Aren't you close friends with Chuang?" The ninth princess seemed to be stung. "I'll tear your mouth apart." Without caring, she started fighting with Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji just couldn't understand why some people, clearly weaker, kept coming to pick fights. Like the ninth princess, or her brother Xiao Chuan. The emperor was discussing the latest appointments with Minister Pei. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, loud and chaotic. The guard on duty, Hong Gong Gong, hurried in, panicked. Your Majesty, it's not good. Princess Jinji and the ninth princess are fighting outside the Qingjing Hall. The emperor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. These two troublemakers. When the emperor and Minister Pei went out, they saw the ninth princess with her hair in disarray, her face swollen from a beating, pressed down by Qin Jinji. The ninth princess, noticing the emperor, immediately cried out, "Father! Qin Jinji, this wicked girl, is trying to kill me." The emperor ordered, "Separate these two troublemakers at once." A young dared to step forward and hurriedly pulled them apart. Minister Pei saw that Jin Nian was already unconscious and rushed over. Stop, he was furious. How could his son almost be beaten to death just during a court session? The soldiers on duty didn't stop. Qin Jinji had just said, "I didn't give the order to stop." Minister Pei was stunned and quickly turned to look at the emperor. The emperor immediately said, "Stop. What's going on here?" The soldiers then ceased their actions. "Your Majesty, the eldest son of the Pei family has violated palace rules. Princess Jinzizi has ordered us to carry out the punishment again." Minister Pei immediately said angrily, "Princess Jinzizi, what did my son do to offend you? Why did you resort to such harsh measures?" Qin Jinzizi's hair was a bit messy, but she showed no fear or shame on her face. She turned around and smiled at Minister Pei. "Of course, because he refused to marry me." Minister Pei's eyes widened. He didn't expect Qin Jinzizi to be so openly ruthless. He was so angry he couldn't speak. Qin Jinzizi's smile grew wider. "They say it's up to parents and matchmakers. Since Minister Pei is here today, why not help me cancel the engagement with the Cui family and let Pei Jinian marry me?" Minister Pei couldn't believe Qin Jinzizi was so shameless and spoke so frankly. He immediately knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, Princess Jinzizi's heart is so cruel. Please help me." The emperor looked at Qin Jinzizi with a frown. "You're just causing trouble." The ninth princess also knelt down. "Father, I saw Qin Jinzizi trying to harm my brother and came to stop her. I didn't expect her to beat my daughter like this. Father, please help me." The emperor glared at Qin Jinzizi. "It seems I have spoiled you too much, allowing you to act so recklessly, even using private punishment in the palace. Guards, take her back to the Empress's palace and let her see what kind of granddaughter she is raised." Minister Pei immediately said, "Your Majesty, Princess Jinzizi relies on Your Majesty and the Empress's favor to act arrogantly. Today, because my son refused to marry her, she wanted to kill him. Who knows what she might do next? Please, punish her severely and do not tolerate her." Everyone knew the Empress treated Qin Jinzizi like her own eyes. Sending her back to the Empress's palace was no punishment. The emperor was about to reply when he looked up and saw Pei Jinian lying on the punishment bench with his back covered in blood and flesh. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat and then angrily said, "You scoundrel! Go to the ancestral hall and kneel for 3 days. Reflect on your actions." The ninth princess immediately said, "Father, how can you favor this wicked girl? She beat my brother's face like that and almost killed him. If you do this, it will hurt Minister Pei's feelings." Kneeling in the ancestral hall was no punishment. She wanted this wicked girl dead. She didn't want her to stay in the palace anymore. Even the palace servants believed Qin Jinzizi was truly noble and worthy. What was she then? The emperor looked at the ninth princess and scolded, "As a princess, how can you speak so rudely? Come here, summon the imperial doctor, and take the ninth princess back to the palace for treatment." The ninth princess looked at her father in disbelief. During these 3 years when Qin Jinji was not in the capital, she had truly enjoyed the privileges of a princess. Her father's love was divided, and the courtiers respected her. But since Qin Jinji returned just a day ago, all of that had vanished. "Father, I am your biological daughter. Why are you protecting an outsider? Deputy Minister Pei didn't want to interfere in the emperor's family affairs, but he wanted justice for his son. The next head of the Pei family must not be humiliated like this. Your Majesty, I respectfully ask you to severely punish Princess Jinji. Meanwhile, Qin Jinji stood lazily to the side, with no sign of regret on her face. She watched the two on the ground with a teasing smile. The emperor's eyes also showed some impatience. Deputy Minister Pei was acting very boldly, but he was not backing down at all. What does Deputy Minister Pei want to do? Pei immediately replied, Princess Jinji caused a great trouble 3 years ago. She was granted favor by the emperor and returned to the capital, but she has shown no remorse. I request to send her back to Exiled Temple as a punishment. I dare anyone to try. I agree with that. Suddenly, two women's voices came from different directions. On the left, Lady Li and Lady Zhao supported the empress, walking over fiercely. On the right, Consort Shen led a group of palace maids, coming in a grand procession, accompanied by the resentful 17th Prince Xiao Chuan. The empress hurriedly stepped in front of Qin Jinji. I won't allow anyone to harm my good grandson. Consort Shen approached the emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, I ask you to stand up for me. She was once a stunning beauty. Even nearing 40, she remained incredibly beautiful. The emperor's head ached even more at the sudden appearance of these two women. The empress and Consort Shen had always been at odds, and their meeting was full of sharp words. Tears welled up in Consort Shen's eyes. Your Majesty, Qin Jinji hit the prince and disrespected the heavens, trampling on your dignity. Please stand up for us. Xiao Chuan also knelt on the ground. Father, Qin Jinji hit me in the city gate, showing no regard for the law. Please, Father, do justice for me. Then he pointed at his missing tooth and said, Father, look at this. The emperor looked at Xiao Chuan, who was missing a tooth, and immediately frowned. These people were all troublemakers. What kind of sins had he committed to raise such scoundrels? Qin Jinji saw Xiao Chuan grinning with 2 front teeth missing and burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the empress, who was checking if she was hurt, gave her a quick tap on the. The empress tidied her messy hair and turned around with a furious look, glaring at everyone. Who wants to send my good grandson to Exiled Temple? Lao Lang, the courtier, quickly said, Your Majesty, Princess Jinji disobeyed the law and used private punishment in the palace. For her own selfish reasons, she almost harmed my life. You must not tolerate this anymore. Please hold Princess Jinji accountable. The empress snorted coldly. If your son hadn't barged into the harem, Jinji wouldn't have ordered the punishment. Now you're trying to slander my good grandson. Lao Lang, how bold of you. Lao Lang looked serious. Your Majesty, this is my first time in the palace. How could I have barged into the harem? Ma Mali stepped forward and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, today we were cooling off in the small garden with the princess. When Mr. Lao suddenly entered, I was afraid that thieves might harm the princess, so I called the Imperial Guard. The emperor's face darkened immediately. Suddenly entered? How could the patrol guards let someone into the empress's garden? Shin Cheho, where are you? A burly man in armor hurried over from nearby. He knelt before the emperor as soon as he arrived. Your Majesty, please stay calm. Today, the guards on duty in the empress's palace failed in their duty. They didn't notice anyone entering the empress's chamber. I have already punished them severely. The emperor was furious. No one noticed? No one noticed? If an assassin had entered the empress's chamber, I might be seeing her body now. Shin Cheho, you really have excellent guards. Shin Cheho hurriedly bowed his head. Your Majesty, forgive me, the emperor scolded. Today, each guard on duty will be whipped 100 times and expelled from the palace. You go and receive 80 whips and be suspended for review. If this happens again, everyone will be executed. Shin Cheho quickly said, I accept the punishment and thank your Majesty. Concubine Shin, hearing this, hurriedly said, Your Majesty, isn't this punishment too harsh for Commander Shin? It was just a failure of the guards. Commander Shin will tighten discipline in the future. The emperor looked at Concubine Shin with anger. The guards in the empress's inner court failed in their duty. Is this a small matter? Is the safety of the Empress Mother a small matter? Then is my safety tomorrow also a small matter? Consort Shin quickly said, Your Majesty, please stay calm.
I didn't mean that.
I just think the punishment might be too harsh, the Emperor snorted coldly. If I didn't consider your face, I would have already dismissed and investigated him. Consort Shin's face immediately looked very unhappy. The Empress looked at Deputy Minister Pei. Deputy Minister Pei, do you have anything to say? Deputy Minister Pei hurriedly replied, Empress, this is all a misunderstanding. I, Pei Jinyan, entered the palace for the first time today. I must have accidentally entered the Empress's garden and had no intention of offending. The Empress sneered. If the palace guards hadn't failed in their duty, anyone who trespasses into the harem would be executed on the spot. Deputy Minister Pei, the punishment for your son was just a few dozen strikes according to the rules. But you want to send my daughter to the White Sparrow Temple for harsh training. Deputy Minister Pei's face turned a bit grim. Everyone knew that the Empress loved this princess dearly. 3 years ago, Prime Minister Cui led officials to kneel in the study to force the Emperor to execute Qin Jinji. Eventually, they compromised and sent Qin Jinji to the White Sparrow Temple. Besides the great achievements of King Beiji, another important reason was the Empress's influence. The Empress even took a rope to hang herself in front of the study. She was willing to sacrifice the current Empress Mother and had fought hard alongside the Emperor to build the empire. The officials' spines would be shattered by the world. Finally, Qin Jinji returned to the capital, and he suggested sending her away again. The Empress's eyes seemed to want to eat him. At this moment, Princess Jiu shouted, What cooling off? You're clearly bullying the palace maid. Lady Li and Lady Zhao are accomplices. Brother Pei was just trying to save the maid and spoke up to criticize Qin Jinji. She wants to kill her to cover her tracks. When Princess Jiu spoke, Consort Shin saw her was also present. But after she finished speaking, Consort Shin's face immediately turned very unpleasant. Shut up. You have no right to speak. Look at yourself, hurry back to the palace. Mother, why aren't you helping me? Qin Jinji felt that returning to the palace was simply wonderful. Such a fool, Consort Shin actually has a pair of eyes. She slowly walked over to Princess Jiu and asked, How do you know that? Princess Jiu looked resentful and said, I saw it with my own eyes. Empress Shin immediately scolded, Yuan Yi. Be quiet. Qin Jinji looked at her, almost laughing. You say you saw it with your own eyes, so that means you were in the Empress Dowager's garden at the time. Lady Li said the Imperial Guards were sent away, so, are you saying you sent them away? You let the guards leave, so you could secretly bring a man into the palace. What are you trying to do? The 9th princess's face turned pale, and she quickly looked at the Emperor.
Father, I didn't.
I just happened to see it with Brother Pei. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. So, you were indeed in the garden. Why were you in the Empress Dowager's garden? Only the people from the Zhaopian Palace are allowed inside. The 9th princess immediately tried to defend herself. I heard that the Empress's garden is beautifully made, and I wanted to see it. Qin Jinji quickly asked, Then why was Pei Jinyan with you? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something.
Oh.
You were meeting secretly with Pei Jinyan. The 9th princess immediately knelt down. I didn't. Father, don't listen to this wicked woman. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. I wondered why Deputy Minister Pei didn't agree to my marriage with Jinyan. Turns out he's really fallen for the princess. Of course, the princess's status is much higher than mine. It's a pity that Miss Cui almost lost her life because of this, and her fiancé was stolen by a close friend. How interesting. She looked calm, as if the person responsible for Miss Cui's near tragedy was someone else entirely. Deputy Minister Pei felt like the sky was falling. It wasn't that Qin Jinji was angry because her love was rejected. She had hurt his son badly. But now, his son was not only caught sneaking into the palace, but also secretly meeting with the princess. If this got out, the Pei family's reputation would be ruined. He nervously said, Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have never had any improper relations with the princess, nor have I offended the Empress. Please investigate clearly. Consort Shen's face darkened like she was about to drip water. Qin Jinji, from a young age, was full of schemes, and in just a few words, she could ruin everyone's reputation. If it turns out that Jin Yan and the princess had improper relations, Prime Minister Cui would be completely against her. The Cui family wouldn't just sit back and do nothing either. She couldn't believe she had such a foolish child. Qin Jinji didn't even need to use much effort. She had already fallen into her trap. She stepped forward gently and said, "Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. Yuan Yi has always loved to play. Her sister's garden is full of beautiful flowers, and as a young girl, she must be very interested. As for Deputy Minister Pei's son, it's understandable that he was dizzy and confused during his first visit to the palace. Yuan Yi is kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to see Pei's young son constantly running around to guide her, so she accidentally saw the princess bullying the palace maids. But her sister loves Princess Jinji so much. When Princess Jinji returned, she started bullying her palace maids. My sister feels heartbroken for her. Qin Jinji really wanted to applaud Consort Shin. In just a few words, she shifted all the blame away and even managed to create a rift between her and the Empress Dowager. What a clever tongue! Xiao Yuan Yi has known since childhood that she is favored. Her mother is the stunning Consort Shin. Her father is the ruler of the land. Her maternal family is a prestigious, noble family. She can have whatever she wants, wind, rain, or sunshine. Except she didn't inherit her mother's beauty, and almost everything else went smoothly. But everything changed after Qin Jinji was brought into the palace. Her father was busy with government affairs and didn't spend much time with her, but compared to her sisters, it was easier for her to see her father. However, her father actually raised Qin Jinji, that unworthy girl, by his side. She had never been inside the imperial study or the hall of mental cultivation. But Qin Jinji came and went as if it was her home. She learned horseback riding and archery personally from her father. Her father even told her she didn't need to learn all kinds of rules and etiquette. If she caused trouble, her father would personally cover for her. Why does Qin Jinji have all of this? She is the real daughter of the emperor. Xiao Yuan Yi is the noble princess. Finally, she found Qin Jinji's weakness. Qin Jinji liked the talented Pei Jinyan, but Pei Jinyan disliked her. This made her extremely happy. Pei Jinyan was even engaged to her good friend Chuiying, which meant she could also talk to Pei Jinyan. So, she often spoke badly about Qin Jinji to Pei Jinyan, making him dislike her even more. Every time she saw Qin Jinji bullying the palace maids, she would scold her. Seeing Qin Jinji get into trouble made her very happy. Therefore, whenever she saw Qin Jinji bullying palace maids again, she deliberately lured Pei Jinyan over. As expected, Pei Jinyan, a kind and noble person, couldn't ignore the situation. She immediately scolded her on the spot. Unexpectedly, Qin Jinji called in the imperial guards and even turned the blame onto her. When the ninth princess heard Consort Shin's words, her face softened a lot. "Father, that's what my mother said." "Brother Pei, it's because the son of the attendant can't stand it that he spoke out. If you don't believe me, you can have someone bring the palace maid here, Lu Ying, who is close to the empress. We can confront her directly." The emperor's face darkened. "Bring Lu Ying here." The ninth princess was delighted. As soon as Lu Ying arrived, Qin Jinji would be doomed. Consort Shin's expression also eased a little after hearing this. Lu Ying was a daughter of a minor branch of the Shin family in Jiangnan. Her family had waited a long time before sending her here. She naturally listened to her and sided with her. The empress, upon hearing this, showed no change in expression. Her father was once just a humble horseman, but later he was promoted to the battlefield by the commanding officer. He achieved many military successes and became a fairly important general. She grew up among a group of boys, fighting better than her brothers who grew up with her. Later, she met the emperor, and they fought side by side on the battlefield. She never thought about the complicated family politics at home. It was fine at first, but after Consort Shin entered the palace, she realized what it meant to suffer silently. The daughters of noble families had sharp tongues, like venomous fangs, ready to bite at any moment. But over the years, she found a way to deal with Consort Shin. Ignore her. This also caused her to suffer some setbacks. Soon, Lu Ying was brought in. Lu Ying greets His Majesty, Empress, and Consort Shin. She had already cleaned up and dressed again, but her face was pale. When the 9th princess saw her, she immediately grabbed her hand and said, "Was Qin Jinji bullying you just now? Tell father." Lu Ying looked at Qin Jinji. The other woman had no expression, as if she was waiting for her reaction. At this moment, Consort Shin said, "Lu Ying, don't be afraid. No one here will hurt you. Just tell the truth about what happened when you were bullied. I and His Majesty will stand up for you and protect you." Lu Ying's mind flashed with Qin Jinji's captivating words, and her face turned even paler. She trembled and said, "I don't know what the consort is talking about." Seeing the situation, Consort Shin's face softened further. "Don't be afraid. Just tell the truth about what Princess Jinji did to you. I will speak up for you." Lu Ying's face turned pale. "Your Highness, I really don't know what you're talking about." Consort Shin's expression changed. Was Qin Jinji so frightening that she scared Lu Ying into silence? How foolish. Princess Ju also looked upset. "Tell your father how Qin Jinji bullied you in the garden. I saw with my own eyes how she tried to drown you. Why are you afraid? My mother said she will protect you." Lu Ying shyly stepped back. "Your Majesty, I was just feeling hot in the garden. The princess saw and asked 2 maids to splash some water on my face to cool me down. I don't understand what Princess Jio means by bullying." As soon as she said this, Consort Shin and others looked shocked. Princess Jio pushed Lu Ying roughly. "You're lying. You, this wicked girl. She almost drowned you, and you're still defending her. I will cut out your tongue." The emperor was furious. Hearing this, he understood everything now. He looked at Consort Shin with cold eyes. "Consort Shin, you raised such a daughter." She immediately knelt down to apologize. "Your Majesty, forgive me. Yuan Yi is playful and didn't mean to misunderstand Princess Jinji. It was my fault for not teaching her properly." She turned to Princess Jio. Quickly apologized to Princess Jinji. Princess Jio's eyes turned red. "Why should I apologize to this wicked girl?" Consort Shin's face was extremely displeased. "You meant well, but misunderstood Princess Jinji. Apologize to her quickly." She thought to herself, Shin Mingtang was clever all her life, yet she raised such a fool. She couldn't even step down a small staircase. Princess Jio yelled hysterically, "I will not apologize." The emperor, losing patience, said, "Princess Jio disrespects the empress. She is confined for 6 months. Consort Shin, you failed in your duties. She is also confined for 3 months and fined half a year's salary." Princess Jio shouted desperately, "Father, why don't you believe me?" Before the emperor could speak, Consort Shin said, "I obey the order. Take Princess Jio back to the palace." Her gaze at Lu Ying was filled with hostility. If it disobeyed, she would lose her value. Xiao Chuan, who was nearby, hadn't yet understood what was happening. His mother and sister were already confined. He quickly stepped forward. "Father, how can you treat my mother like this? She is a noble consort. This makes her wonder how she will handle herself in the future." The emperor looked at him with anger, feeling even more annoyed. "Do I not have the right to discipline a concubine? And you still have the nerve to say that? You're already grown up, and after being beaten, all you do is go to your mother to complain. You can't even beat a young girl like Jinji. Now go back and stay confined for a month." Xiao Chuan was stunned immediately. Why should he also be confined? And it wasn't Qin Jinji who hit him. That dog servant, who is so skilled in martial arts, how could he possibly fight her? Qin Jinji saw the chaos was over and walked over to Deputy Minister Pei. "Deputy Minister Pei, do you still want to send me to Baike Temple?" Deputy Minister Pei hurriedly said, "I dare not. It was all a misunderstanding. The young master has already been punished. Please forgive me, Princess." Qin Jinji looked confused. "Why should I forgive you? I almost got sent to Baike Temple." "Deputy Minister Pei, you should know what kind of place that is, right?" Deputy Minister Pei felt a cold shiver down his spine. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? The emperor cleared his throat when he saw this. Jinji, don't cause trouble. Deputy Minister Pei cares deeply for his son, so he might be a little anxious. Jinji nodded. Since your majesty has spoken, I will give you face. Deputy Minister Pei, I will forgive your rudeness for now. Deputy Minister Pei quickly said, Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, princess. But since your rudeness scared me, Deputy Minister Pei, you owe me compensation. Deputy Minister Pei is the youngest son of the current family head and is greatly favored. He is not particularly talented in literature, nor does he have outstanding abilities. He is not suitable for big responsibilities. His family's support only helped him become a minor official in the Ministry of Personnel. But if his brilliant older brother hadn't died unexpectedly, his family wouldn't have allowed him to enter the court as an official. Fortunately, he is lucky. His legitimate son, still young, is exceptionally talented. His father, the head of the Pei family, personally raised him. However, the proud son of his, when he first entered the palace with him, almost lost his life. And now Qin Jinji even wants him to pay compensation. Seeing Deputy Minister Pei's face turn increasingly pale, Qin Jinji not only refused to back down but also continued to question, Deputy Minister Pei, why aren't you speaking? Deputy Minister Pei looked at the unconscious Pei Jinyan and was furious. Princess, what kind of compensation do you want? Qin Jinji looked at Pei Jinyan and raised an eyebrow. Deputy Minister Pei, do you think defaming the princess deserves some kind of gift as compensation? Pei Shilong's eyes widened. After all this fuss, Qin Jinji was still trying to get Pei Jinyan to do something for her. He looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, I have already arranged a marriage between me and the daughter of Chancellor Cui. If not for what the princess did 3 years ago, I would have married her long ago. Recently, Chancellor Cui found a famous doctor, and Miss Cui will recover soon and marry me. A promise is a promise. It shouldn't be broken just because the princess prefers someone else. Qin Jinji burst out laughing. She looked at Pei Shilong with a bit of mockery. Pei Shilong, do you think I want Pei Jinyan to apologize? Your Pei family's way of making amends is really something new. She looked down at Pei Shilong from above. I am a princess officially appointed by the emperor, a third-rank noble. Normally, if you see me, you should bow and pay respect. I represent the royal family. Even if he is the eldest son of the Pei family, so what? An insignificant person cannot erase the serious crime of insulting a royal relative. Pei Shilong couldn't believe his ears. She actually called his precious son a mere ant. She wasn't crazy about marrying his son, but she was degrading Pei Jinyan to nothing. But then he saw the two people standing behind Qin Jinji. For a moment, he couldn't think clearly. Those two most important people were right behind her. They didn't speak, but they were her strongest backing. Your Majesty, humbly ask, what kind of compensation does the princess want? Qin Jinji thought for a moment. I heard that the Pei family has a 100-year-old fire spirit mushroom. I'd like to try its taste. Pei Shilong's face immediately changed. That fire spirit mushroom was not just 100 years old. It was a treasure passed down through several generations. The fire spirit mushroom grows near lava, making it hard to survive and difficult to harvest. And it's not just 100 years old. This mushroom, even if it's barely alive, can save someone from death. It's also known for its miraculous healing of difficult and mysterious illnesses. Qin Jinji opened her mouth, demanding a treasure of the Pei family. But the Empress and the Emperor didn't think Qin Jinji was making an unreasonable request. They didn't even try to stop her. Qin Jinji pressed on aggressively. Pei Shilong, are you unwilling? Pei Shilong quickly replied, Your Majesty, the fire spirit mushroom is a treasure of the Pei family. Only the head of the family has the authority to decide. I cannot make that decision. Qin Jinji looked indifferent and said, If you can't take charge, go find someone who can. Empress Dowager has been out of the palace for a while. I should accompany her back to rest. Overworking the Empress is not just about a fire spirit mushroom. The Empress immediately supported her head and said, I feel a bit dizzy. Jinji, quickly helped the Empress Dowager back to rest. Qin Jinji went to the Empress and helped her. Suddenly, she turned back and said, "By the way, before Deputy Minister Pei brought the fire spirit mushroom, Pei Jinyan should stay in the palace to recover." Deputy Minister Pei immediately said, "What do you mean, Princess?" Qin Jinji smiled. Holding someone hostage, Deputy Minister Pei should see that clearly. With a single look, the imperial guards took Pei Jinyan away. Deputy Minister Pei hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is not right." The Empress suddenly said, "My chest hurts so much." She then collapsed to the ground. The Emperor quickly stepped forward. "Send for the imperial doctor." He then carried the Empress swiftly to her bedroom. Seeing the Emperor leave, Deputy Minister Pei anxiously shouted, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Qin Jinji calmly said, "Deputy Minister Pei, you should go home quickly. But do it fast. This palace is not like the Pei household. If anything happens to Pei Jinyan in the palace, I won't be able to help." After the Emperor and Empress left, Consort Shen also left with a gloomy face. Deputy Minister Pei was very anxious to leave the palace. If something happened to Pei Jinyan, his line would be finished. Back in the Empress's bedroom, the Emperor placed the Empress on the bed and said coldly, "Kneel." Qin Jinji obediently knelt by the Empress's bed. The Emperor told the palace maids and eunuchs in a room, "Everyone leave." After the door closed, he said angrily, "Enough, stop pretending." Whenever Qin Jinji caused trouble, the Empress would pretend to have a chest pain. After so many years, she never thought of using a different excuse. The Empress, without any embarrassment of being caught, instead said fiercely, "Why did you let my dear grandson kneel? Go show off your power to that fox spirit. Don't come to my palace." The Emperor was speechless. "This troublemaker is all your fault. Today's chaos is just for fire spirit mushroom." Qin Jinji chuckled. "Grandfather is quite clever." The Emperor was very angry when she admitted so quickly. He said, "Since you haven't seen anything good since you were young, and you caused chaos in the palace just for a fire spirit mushroom, why don't you just go to my private store and take what you want?" Qin Jinji shrugged. "Grandfather, you really don't have that. The Pei family has a deep background, and they value this item very highly. It's extremely precious." The Emperor was even angrier and looked back at the Empress. "Where is your Qilin staff? I must punish her." The Qilin staff, commonly called a feather duster, is a tool used by ordinary people to discipline naughty children, and the royal family uses it too. The Empress glared at him. "Since you don't have your private store anymore, what if Jinji takes it?" The Emperor was speechless. These two, grandfather and granddaughter, were like bandit leaders and their little followers. Qin Jinji was not afraid. She sat directly on the footstool beside the Empress's bed. "It's not for me to eat. I asked for it for grandmother. I met a divine doctor before who said that 100-year-old fire spirit mushroom combined with Xiang ginseng could make a special medicine to cure grandmother's old illness. If I go directly to the Pei family to ask, they wouldn't give it to me." The Empress had fought many battles with the Emperor in the past, leaving behind many stubborn illnesses. When they flared up, the pain was unbearable. The palace doctors could only ease the symptoms, not cure the disease. The Emperor often worried about this and searched for famous doctors. So, when she returned to the capital, she was already planning how to get the fire spirit mushroom from the Pei family. Unexpectedly, Pei Jinyan just happened to come across it. It was easy to get. The Emperor's face immediately softened. "Since you have a conscience, just tell me. I'll have the Pei family bring it here." Qin Jinji said confidently, "If you want to ask them to keep this treasure to save their lives, that would be like stealing." The Emperor looked speechless, as if she wasn't a thief now, and she even kept their son in the palace. Just now, he, the Emperor, had run away in a panic. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he wouldn't know what expression to face Pei Shirling with. The Empress looked proud.
"See?
This is my obedient grandson, my little warm quilt." But soon, the Emperor's face showed jealousy. "Why do you only think of your grandmother? Don't you care about your grandfather's health?" Qin Jinji looked uncomfortable and said, "Hey, old man, why are you so petty? That fire spirit mushroom is so big, and the Empress Dowager can't eat it all. The leftovers can be used to help you improve your health. The emperor couldn't hold back and slapped Qin Jinji on the head. I really don't know who you inherited your temper from. The empress immediately stepped in to protect Qin Jinji, holding her in her arms. Of course I raised her. Otherwise, she would be with you, you old man. The emperor rolled his eyes in frustration, but the family was surprisingly harmonious. After talking for a while, the empress needed to rest, so the emperor sent Qin Jinji out of the palace. As soon as she left, Fian was already waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Jinji come out, she quietly said, "Princess, Sister Lu Ying wants to see you alone." Shun Lu Ying was beautiful and talented since she was young, but she was born to a concubine. Her biological mother forced her into the palace to the emperor, holding her brother and her aunt's lives in her hands. She was very talented in her studies from a young age, but because she was born a concubine, she was made to do these lowly tasks. When she first entered the palace, she was sent directly to Shun Guifei's residence. But after Shun Guifei saw her, she no longer allowed her to serve her closely. She couldn't even see the emperor's face, let alone him. However, her biological mother kept pushing her, and she had no choice but to find other ways. Relying on the emperor's love and longing for Princess Jinji, she used a clever plan to come close to the empress and serve her. Sure enough, this gave her a chance to meet the emperor. But she was smart enough not to try to him right away. Instead, she subtly gained the empress's trust. Because of her family's pressure, her mother and brother's safety were in others' hands. She was forced to part from her loved one. She really wanted to know what would happen if, one day, she, seen as actually rose to a high position. What would the Shin family think? She didn't expect that the princess who was expelled from the capital would return. And as soon as she did, she exposed her tricks. In the scorching heat, she felt like she was falling into an icy cold pit. Her beautiful face looked terrifying, like a ghost. She was truly scared. Qin Jinji entered a side hall, where Shun Lu Ying had already been waiting. Shun Lu Ying stepped forward and knelt before Qin Jinji. "Princess, I am willing to serve you." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Serve me? I am just a reckless troublemaker. What can you expect me to do for you?" Shun Lu Ying looked up at Qin Jinji, but her body couldn't stop trembling. She forced herself to speak firmly, despite her fear. "I am willing to be your knife to eliminate Consort Shin." Qin Jinji chuckled softly, then played with her ring without saying a word. In this quiet space, Shun Lu Ying felt dizzy. She clenched her hands tightly to stay alert. Today, when Consort Shin spoke, she understood what she meant. But in that moment, she found a way to survive. If she followed Consort Shin's words, given the emperor and empress's favor for Princess Jinji, it would just be a minor issue, maybe a few scoldings. Later, the empress and the princess would surely seek revenge on her. Could the consort really protect her? Or did she truly want to save her? She couldn't stay in the empress's palace anymore. Returning to Consort Shin's place, she wouldn't see the emperor either. Why not take a risk and try to find her own way out? In the garden, fear made her unable to think. But when she woke up and recalled those terrifying memories, she realized something. This Princess Jinji might not be the person everyone thinks she is. It's not that she was pretending to be someone else. She is truly fierce, cruel, and manipulative, but no one ever said these traits can't coexist with wisdom and cunning. Being clever and mysterious is what makes Qin Jinji truly dangerous. She found it harder and harder to understand Qin Jinji's style of doing things. So she became more and more afraid. But if she could follow someone like her, maybe her fate could be in her own hands. At this moment, Fian entered from outside, holding a food box. She approached Qin Jinji and placed the box on the table, saying, "Princess, today the guards on duty are all badly injured. They couldn't make it. Their bodies have been sent back home." Qin Jinji nodded. The people in the palace who carry out executions rely on their skills. 100 lashes can seriously hurt someone but won't kill them. It can also cause someone to rot from the inside out, beyond even the reach of divine power to save. The entire patrol team of guards can be replaced. Do the people in this palace see others as mere pigs? Since the Shun family's influence is so strong, she doesn't mind playing the role of the butcher. These soldiers are so eager to follow Commander Shin. Let them all go and be buried with him. Qin Jinji wore her ring on her finger and asked, "How is the injury of Consort Shin's good brother?" "It's just a minor injury from 80 whacks with a stick. It won't kill him, but I gave Li Chuan silver, and the stick was coated with medicine. Commander Shen's injury won't heal quickly. See, there are many cruel ways in the palace. She can make people die quietly." Shen Luiying's body trembled with fear, but she knew she had guessed right. Qin Jinji is not an ordinary person. Qin Jinji looked at Shen Luiying's pale face and laughed. "I am a kind person. I see stray dogs and want to take them in, but I don't like dogs without courage." After hearing this, Shen Luiying forced herself to stop trembling and took a deep breath. "I have courage. I will be a good dog for the princess." Qin Jinji crossed her legs and nodded casually. Fian stepped forward, opened the food box, and took out its contents. Shen Luiying's pupils dilated, and she couldn't hold back and vomited. It was a large piece of raw pork. The words of Qin Jinji kept echoing in her mind. Pigs can eat a person in half an hour. The person who climbed onto the dragon bed before was eaten by a pig. Shen Luiying's face turned red, her neck veins bulged, and she almost vomited bile. She looked at Qin Jinji, who had a playful and disappointed expression on her face. It was as if she was blaming Shen Luiying for wasting her precious time, or saying, "See, you can't be a good dog." Shen Luiying clenched her fists, forcing herself to straighten her already weak body. She couldn't lose this chance, even if it meant being Qin Jinji's dog. Does she think she is important in the Shin family? At least, a dog with a master won't be bullied. Shen Luiying's eyes turned fierce and determined. Suddenly, she grabbed the piece of raw pork and shoved it into her mouth. Unprocessed raw pork has a strong, unpleasant smell, but she bit into it and immediately spat it out. Fian was startled by Shen Luiying. Shen Luiying ignored her and kept eating, spitting out the meat and swallowing it again and again, forcing herself to endure the nausea and swallow the raw meat piece. In less than an incense stick of time, Shen Luiying finished eating the entire piece of raw pork. Qin Jinji's gaze fell calmly on Shen Luiying, and after a few seconds, she suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter changed from a light chuckle to loud, hearty laughter. Shen Luiying simply looked at her straight, as if waiting for her fate to be decided. Qin Jinji took a handkerchief decorated with a dragon and phoenix pattern. She humbly walked over and squatted beside her, wiping the greasy corner of her mouth. "Such a good dog." After saying that, she threw the handkerchief onto Shen Luiying. Qin Jinji turned without looking and left with Fian. Only when the two servants disappeared from sight did Shen Luiying finally suppress the disgusting feeling. It felt like her heart and soul were about to be vomited out. She collapsed to the ground, staring at the slightly dizzy ceiling. Then she started laughing wildly, like a madwoman. She had seized her destiny. Qin Jinji had left her a handkerchief with the emblem of the Duke of Jinbei's estate. That night, Fian helped Qin Jinji take a bath. As she removed Qin Jinji's clothes, Fian suddenly gasped in shock and covered her mouth. There were scars on her back, shoulders, arms, and legs. Fian immediately started crying. "Princess, how dare they treat you like this? I will go to the Empress to ask for justice." Qin Jinji didn't seem to care and stepped into the bath. "Just a few small wounds. Why are you crying and making a fuss? The grandmother is old. Don't bother her with such worries." Fian looked at her with concern. "Princess, you are a noble lady. How can these be just small wounds? Those old women dared to attack you. Baike Temple was originally built as a place for the noble women of various families to meditate and stay close to the blue lamps. The temple was built on a steep cliff, and only those with the abbot's permission could leave the mountain. The conditions there were harsh, and over time, it became a place of exile for women from different families who committed crimes. Without approval from their families, these women would stay in Baike Temple until they died. Each new abbot was chosen by the previous one. The candidates were selected from among these women. Having endured hardships for half their lives, some couldn't take it and died, while others' minds became twisted. Some gained power and used it to torment the next group of women who came in. But those dirty women didn't have the ability to hurt her. Fian saw Qin Jinji's calm face and felt even more angry. Miss Chui from the Chui family isn't dead, so why should the princess suffer so much? It would be better to just have her killed, then she wouldn't have to suffer. Qin Jinji found it a bit funny. Fian had grown up with her since they were children. She always listened to her without question and carried out her orders without hesitation. They had the same ruthless heart, but her innocent-looking face made everyone forget her aggressive nature. After soaking in the bath for about half an hour, Qin Jinji got out of the tub. She changed into her night clothes, took out a porcelain bottle, and popped a red pill into her mouth, suppressing the bitter taste that rose in her throat. Then she went to the Empress's palace. "Grandmother, I'm here." The Empress had already finished her bath and was sitting by the bed reading a book. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. After 3 years, had her grandmother's hobbies become so refined? She looked closer and saw that her grandmother was a cold-hearted but doting person. Sure enough, it was a storybook. The Empress saw Qin Jinji come in and threw the storybook aside. "Come up quickly." Qin Jinji climbed onto the bed and lay down beside her, just like when she was a child. The Empress patted her and hummed a little tune. "Look at the sun, pray for peace, children bathed in warm sunlight. Cedar leaves green, strong and healthy, peace and health year after year. In the courtyard, laughter rings, gentle breezes warm and long. Eat vegetables and fruits, fragrant and tasty. Balanced nutrition keeps healthy. Watch stars at night, fall into sweet dreams. Good dreams last long through the years. Family's door is smooth and safe, no disasters or troubles, long life. Travel far and wide, happiness fills the home, growing into pillars to shine the family." Qin Jinji hadn't slept well in a long time, but she slept peacefully, lulled by her grandmother's gentle tune. However, the Pei family's house was brightly lit that night. "What? You said Jin Yan was beaten dozens of times and kept in the palace, with the Pei family using fire spirit mushrooms to buy her freedom." Pei Hong didn't expect that, even in middle age, he would still be standing here being scolded. Who would have thought that Princess Jinji would be so bold and reckless? Pei Qing looked incredulous. "So you agreed? Left Jinyan alone in the palace? A young girl playing you like a fool. You're really something." Pei Hong quickly said, "How could I agree? Since His Majesty and the Empress both support Qin Jinji, I will go home quickly to ask my father for his decision." Pei Qing looked disappointed. He loved his youngest son very much, but he didn't expect that not only did he not inherit any of his talents, but he also took his grandson to the palace, and they both got hurt there. Pei Jinian was the heir he had chosen to succeed him as head of the family. Pei Hong knew that the fire spirit mushroom was a family treasure. He said, "Father, why not find another spirit mushroom to replace it? The fire spirit mushroom is very precious, and I doubt Qin Jinji has ever seen one." Pei Qing didn't understand how he raised such a son. "Do you really think Qin Jinji is some poor kid from a remote village? The current emperor and empress have seen many good things in their lives." Pei Hong was a bit dismissive. "Our emperor and empress are also common folks from humble beginnings." Pei Qing's face darkened. "Stop talking. Don't let me hear you say such things again." Pei Hong closed his mouth but then asked, "Are we really going to give the fire spirit mushroom to that troublemaker?" Pei Qing shot him a sharp look. "Are you going to let Jinian stay locked in the palace? What will the outside world think of the Pei family? The fire spirit mushroom, even if it's valuable, is just a dead object. Nothing is more important than the next head of our family." Pei Hong awkwardly rubbed his nose. Pei Qing wasn't worried about Jinian's safety. Even if the emperor favored Qin Jinji, he wouldn't let her truly harm Jinian. After all, Jinian was backed by a powerful family. But Qin Jinji's temper was too stubborn, unpredictable, and if she did something excessive, the alliance with the Chui family might be in trouble. Thinking of this, he said, "Tomorrow morning, Take the fire spirit mushroom to the palace and bring Jinyan back. Pei Hong replied, Yes, father. Pei Qing thought for a moment and then said, Send a message to the Prime Minister's residence to check on Miss Chui's health and see if the marriage can be arranged soon.
Jungfrau Ned.
But Jinyan was injured, and Miss Chui's health isn't fully recovered. Isn't that too hasty? Pei Qing coldly said. Do you think this marriage is just about the two young people? It's about the entire Pei family and the Chui family. Once the marriage is settled, the two families will be truly united. Powerful families often control their own territory, even through changing dynasties. The 100 years of heritage have given them wealth that can rival a kingdom and produced many talented and extraordinary individuals. Most royal families rely on powerful noble families to govern the country. In the court, most officials and generals, except for the pioneers who followed His Majesty early on, are from noble and prestigious families. This has allowed these noble families to hold power comparable to that of the royal family. However, in recent years, the relationship between noble families and the emperor has become more delicate. The emperor has started to promote people from humble backgrounds. This has made him sense something unusual. Only someone like Pei Hong cannot see through Pei Qing's careful plans to become the head of the family. The marriage alliance with the Chui family was also arranged after discussions with the head of the Chui clan. If 3 years ago, Qin Jinji hadn't dared to throw Chuiying into the water and almost drown her, the alliance between the Pei and Chui families would have been sealed 3 years ago. He has a feeling that soon there will be a big change in the court. This person is on duty so early. Li Jin smiled and said, If I weren't on duty, I would worry about delaying the princess's affairs. Someone is holding your jade token, saying you ordered her to enter the palace. I just brought her here. The woman behind looked at Qin Jinji, who seemed to be on vacation, and frowned. Princess, are you treating the palace gate like your own door? Qin Jinji looked up at the woman and smiled. Almost. Did I bring everything I asked you to bring? The woman pulled over a medicine box hanging on her back and said, Look, I have my eating tools here. But you really got the 100-year-old fire spirit mushroom. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Of course. The woman was very excited. Let me see. I never thought I would see such a rare herb. Qin Jinji spread her hands. Not here. The woman looked speechless. Are you joking with me? At this moment, many officials started entering the palace for the morning court. One hurried figure caught everyone's attention. Qin Jinji's face was bright with a smile. Look, the person bringing the fire spirit mushroom has arrived. Pei Jinyan, hearing Qin Jinji, looked confused. She followed her gaze and saw Pei Hong rushing over. Good morning, Minister Pei. Qin Jinji didn't stand up but sat comfortably on a soft chair, smiling at him. Pei Hong saw her face and felt uneasy. Last night, after leaving Pei Qing's study, his mother and wife bombarded him one after another. He couldn't get any rest all night. His son was still in the palace, injured, and he didn't know how badly. All this was because of that Qin Jinji. When Pei Jinyan saw her father, a flash of realization crossed her mind. Fire spirit mushroom? Fire spirit mushroom. Could it be the treasure of their Pei family, the fire spirit mushroom? Pei Hong's face was sour, and he held a brocade box reluctantly, walking forward. Princess, this is what you asked for. Please let my son go home. Pei Jinyan was shocked. It really was the Pei family's fire spirit mushroom. Father. No. She struggled to stand up. Her wound was torn open again, bleeding. The woman glanced at her and sighed softly, whispering to Qin Jinji, You're still so sneaky. The man was not seriously injured. Though his skin was torn open on the outside, he had no internal injuries. Currently, this situation is just because her skin hurts from being pulled. However, his wound probably won't heal well within 3 months. Not because of anything else, but because medicine was applied to his wound. It has no side effects and can stop the pain, but it makes the healing process slow. At first glance, it looks quite frightening. Don't ask how she knows, but she knows that Qin Jinji does. Only then did Pei Shilang see that the person lying nearby was actually Pei Jinyan. He immediately went over to check on Pei Jinyan's injury. Li Jin, standing nearby, stopped him right away. Pei Hong looked at Qin Jinji with a furious face. Princess, what do you mean by this? Qin Jinji then said to the woman beside her. This is the fire spirit herb you wanted. The woman's eyes lit up. She quickly reached out and snatched the brocade box from Pei Hong's hand. When she opened it, the distinctive smell of the fire spirit herb immediately filled the air. Her eyes shone even brighter as she carefully examined the herb in the sunlight, then brought it close to her nose to smell. She said happily, Princess, this is a 300-year-old fire spirit herb, a top-quality one. Pei Hong was shocked. He couldn't believe that someone around Qin Jinji actually knew about the fire spirit herb. Thinking about how he had planned to use a fake one to fool Qin Jinji yesterday, he felt a chill. If this was discovered, who knew what trouble might arise? Fortunately, he listened to his father's advice. Pei Jinyan was helped up by a palace servant, his face pale. He said, Father, why did you give her our Pei family's fire spirit herb? Fian looked at Pei Jinyan and also felt a bit upset. If it weren't for him, the princess wouldn't have gone to find Miss Cui, wouldn't have gone to Baike Temple, and wouldn't have gotten so hurt. It's all Pei Jinyan's fault. Her principle was that the princess was always right, and she never blamed her. Instead, she only blamed others. Fian said irritably, Of course, it's because you disobeyed and challenged our princess. This fire spirit herb was meant to apologize and comfort her. How can a noble family be so stingy with a single herb? They're worse than cheap families. She looked like a little mischievous servant, but it suited Qin Jinji's taste perfectly. Pei Hong was so angry he felt his forehead throbbing. How could he call a 300-year-old fire spirit herb just a small herb? It was priceless. Once she had the herb, Qin Jinji didn't argue further. Since Pei Shilang is so eager to see his son, I brought Pei Jinyan here waiting for you. Now that the apology and gift are delivered, go home quickly. Fian, let's go. She spoke and then led a large group of people away. Today, Qin Jinji wore a normal palace dress. Her hair was styled in a bun, with hairpins gently swinging on her head. Her pink clothes shimmered like water, making her look more beautiful than a flower. The flowing skirt moved with the wind, like lotus flowers blooming step by step. Pei Jinyan looked at her beautiful back, but only felt confused. He couldn't see through Qin Jinji at all. Her sudden movement just now was too big, and her wound tore again. A sharp pain made Pei Jinyan faint. Hearing the cry, Fian turned around and saw Pei Jinyan fall. Feeling very satisfied, she punched her small fist. The woman holding the fiery ginseng didn't care about what was happening nearby. She was so happy, she kept touching the jewelry box and rubbing her face against it. Qin Jinji looked at the woman who was eager to polish the jewelry box and said with some disgust, Lu Yi, you're really being creepy. Lu Yi was a healer, and strictly speaking, she was also a divine doctor. Jean's state was open-minded, and many women practiced medicine or business. But doing something and being accepted for it were two different things. People didn't believe women could have great medical skills, especially young women. 3 years ago, when she saved Qin Jinji, she was only 17. Lu Yi stared at Qin Jinji and said, You don't understand. Every doctor wants to have this. With it, your grandmother's illness might really get better. Hearing this, Qin Jinji's face showed a little more smile. Just as she was about to say something, her face suddenly turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand. Lu Yi quickly supported her and checked her pulse. Her face looked a bit bad and she asked, Did you take the medicine I brought you? Fian looked worried and asked, What happened to the princess? Qin Jinji wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and smiled. Fian, there's poison on the jewelry box. As she spoke, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Lu Yi's eyes widened instantly. This was the palace. Thinking about what she might have to do, she didn't want to live anymore. She secretly took a porcelain bottle from her pocket, trembling as she poured out the powder inside and quickly applied it to the jewelry box. Qin Jinji is truly the biggest troublemaker in the world. As soon as she arrived, she caused trouble for the court officials. She quickly said to Fian, I'm feeling dizzy too. Hurry and call someone. Someone come. There's an assassin. The princess is poisoned. Qin Jinji, who was lively and energetic earlier, was carried back with a pale face and blood at the corner of her mouth. The palace doctors knelt on the ground, shaking their heads in despair. The usually dignified queen smashed all the porcelain in the palace. Useless. Good-for-nothings. With so many of you, why don't you come up with a solution? The chief doctor from the Imperial Hospital looked grim and said, Your Majesty, the princess is poisoned with a rare toxin. We have never seen such a thing before. Please give us some time. The queen, with tears in her eyes, said, Time? I will give you time. Who will give my Jinji time? When my Yaoer was sick, you also said she needed time. When Qin Jinji was carried in, the queen suddenly saw her own Qin Yao. The same pale face, the same mysterious toxin of unknown origin. What did the palace doctors say back then? They asked for time. But in the end, her Yaoer left this world at just 3 years old. Now, does she have to go through the pain of losing a child again? The queen stared fiercely at the palace doctors and said, If you can't save Jinji, I will have all of you buried with her. Your Majesty, please spare us. At this moment, a weak voice sounded, Your servant can save the princess. The queen looked sharply at the speaker. Everyone else was whispering, wondering who this person was. Lu Yi bowed slightly and said, Your servant Lu Yi. Today, I was sent to the palace by the princess to help the queen recover her health. At the palace gate, I met Deputy Minister Pei, who was bringing the fire spirit mushroom. The princess ordered me to examine the mushroom. Who would have thought that the beautiful box was poisoned? Only the princess and I touched the box, so we both got poisoned. The queen immediately said, Come quickly. Lu Yi, looking a bit weak, stepped forward. The queen immediately asked, Can you really save Jinji? Lu Yi calmly replied, Your Majesty, isn't the fact that I woke up the best answer? The queen nodded quickly. Yes, this healer and Jinji were poisoned with the same toxin. Since she can wake up, she must have a way to save Jinji. The queen immediately said, As long as you can save Jinji, I will reward you greatly. Li Yi lowered her head and said, Your Majesty, please let the doctors leave. I need to give the princess an injection. The empress immediately said, Everyone get out now. The doctors looked at each other but dared not speak again in front of the angry empress. However, they didn't believe that this young girl could really detoxify. All the doctors' diagnoses were unclear about what the poison was. Could a young girl be more skilled than these experienced doctors? After the doctors left, Li Yi said, Your Majesty, please go outside and rest. The injection is very dangerous, and I don't want any outsiders to distract me. The empress tightly held Li Yi's hand. You must save my precious daughter. After saying that, she turned and left. When the door closed, Li Yi quickly ran to the bed and took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. She poured out a red pill and put it into Qin Jinji's mouth. After a while, Qin Jinji's face slowly returned to normal color. Li Yi kept her hand on Qin Jinji's pulse. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. You're awake now. I was so scared I almost fainted. Qin Jinji slowly opened her eyes. It's not the first time, so what's there to be afraid of? Li Yi helped her sit up. When I entered the palace, you gave me such a big task. That's an official duty. Accusing an official can get you executed. Qin Jinji chuckled. Don't worry, I have you protecting me. Li Yi grimaced and said, You still have the nerve to say that. You fainted without warning, but luckily I was quick-witted, but her face looked a bit worried. Your cold poison has invaded your heart and veins. The medicine I gave you before isn't enough to suppress it. I will make new pills for you. Until they are ready, don't move around freely. Otherwise, you might faint again at any moment. Qin Jinji said indifferently, It's just some blood, and I feel much better than before. If I hadn't met you, I would have died long ago. Li Yi proudly said, That's a joke. I, Li Yi, aim to become a famous doctor. If you die, it will ruin my reputation. Don't worry, I won't let you die. As soon as I find that orchid grass, I promise I can cure your poison. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. Remember to visit Grandmother Emperor later to check her health. Her old illness can't be delayed any longer. Once I wake up, I can arrange for you to enter the Imperial Hospital. Louis leaned in and whispered, Princess, if you fake being poisoned to get into the Imperial Hospital, isn't that kind of deceiving the Emperor? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. My poisoning isn't fake. If you don't have real skills, then entering the Imperial Hospital would be the real betrayal. Louis pouted. That's true. I thought those doctors might be capable, but they don't even know what poison you were given. Qin Jinji then ordered, Once Pei Hong is caught, I will wake up. If you need anything, find Fian. She's the little girl who looks like a bun right beside me. Got it. Suddenly, Qin Jinji reached out. Give me some more Yomi powder. I've run out. Louis looked as expected, saying, I knew you gave that young master some Yomi powder. Since meeting Qin Jinji, Louis's medical skills have improved rapidly. Not only that, but she is also quite skilled at using poisons. It's because Qin Jinji's mind often comes up with new ideas. Most importantly, her ideas are very to Louis's taste. Over time, Louis developed various secret medicines with different functions. Now, anyone who gets close to her can be silently poisoned with 10 different toxins. But she's not a murderer. She wants to become the most famous female divine doctor in the world. As long as she can cure Qin Jinji's cold poison, her reputation as the top female doctor is within reach. Louis left the room, where the Empress and others were already waiting at the door. Even the Emperor was there. Louis still felt a bit guilty but steadied her nerves and said, Princess is temporarily out of danger, but curing the poison is still a bit tricky. The Emperor immediately asked, What kind of poison did Jinji get? Louis lowered her head. The poison on the jewelry box is from the yumming flower. Yumming flower? After thinking for a moment, the Emperor sneered angrily. What a family connection with Cui Peiyan. Hong Dequan summoned Minister Pei and Chancellor Cui into the palace. The 5-year bloom of the nether flower is rare. Its petals are deep purple and emit a strange fragrance. At night, moonlight shining on the branches causes tiny star-like reflections, making it very beautiful. However, this flower is highly poisonous. If accidentally eaten, it can kill instantly, so it is also called the flower of death. This flower grows in very difficult conditions and is hard to cultivate. Many young ladies in the capital have tried, but only Miss Cui from the Cui family succeeded. In the capital, there is only one such flower. In the Emperor's study, the Emperor and Empress sit on high seats. Prime Minister Cui and Minister Pei enter and see the Emperor and Empress with cold, icy expressions. They exchange a glance and bow, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, we come to pay our respects. The Emperor's voice is angry. Minister Pei, how bold of you! How dare you poison the princess in the palace? What crime do you deserve? Minister Pei looks confused. Your Majesty, I do not understand what you mean. The Empress snorts coldly. Minister Pei is very calculating. The golden branch only wanted a spiritual herb from you, but now your family wants to take the life of my daughter. Your family is very daring. Minister Pei is even more confused. Your Highness, what do you mean? I gave the fire spirit herb to the princess this morning. How could I poison her? The Empress suddenly slams the table and stands up. The golden branch was poisoned because she took your herb. Now she's unconscious, and her life is uncertain. Minister Pei, what is your true intention? Are you worried about the herb, or are you seeking justice for your future daughter-in-law? Prime Minister Cui finally understands what's happening, but he's confused about how this concerns him. Your Majesty, Empress, please stay calm. We do not know exactly what happened, but there must be some misunderstanding. The Emperor's face darkens as he looks at Prime Minister Cui. Prime Minister Cui, do you know what poison the princess ingested? Prime Minister Cui respectfully replies, Please, Your Majesty, enlighten me. Nether flower. Prime Minister Cui is shocked.
What?
Everyone in the capital knows that only one nether flower exists, and it was cultivated by her daughter, Cui Pei. Several flower shows have already been held. Her daughter and Qin Jinzi had old grudges, and now Qin Jinzi has been poisoned by the nether flower. Prime Minister Cui immediately kneels and says, Your Majesty, we have no intention of harming the princess. The emperor coldly replies, then tell me, who else in this world has a nether flower? Prime Minister Chui calms down. Qin Jinzi was poisoned, and now they are dragging both families into this. The apology and poison sent by the Pei family were actually unique to the Chui family. This must be someone intentionally targeting both families. Prime Minister Chui immediately said, Your Majesty, this must be someone falsely accusing Chui and Pei families. Please see the truth clearly. Minister Pei quickly added, Your Majesty, as Prime Minister Chui said, someone is trying to frame Chui and Pei families. The Pei family has no intention of harming the princess. He would not poison Qin Jinji openly, especially not in front of many officials. Everyone saw him give the fire spirit mushroom to Qin Jinji during the court session. He even used a flower known to be unique to the Chui family daughter to poison her. Isn't this a clear sign to everyone that the two families are working together? Poisoning the princess, who was officially appointed by the emperor, in the palace, if taken seriously, it could be seen as a rebellion or treason, putting the emperor in danger. Someone is framing him. What kind of situation is this? Prime Minister Chui then said, Your Majesty, give me a few days. I will find out the truth and clear the names of Chui and Pei families. The empress snorted coldly. Prime Minister Chui is very calculating. My daughter is still in danger. Letting you investigate might be the perfect chance for you to destroy evidence. Prime Minister Chui felt helpless. The empress was usually kind and approachable, managing the harem well and not interfering in politics. But she was especially fond of that mischievous child. The emperor also looked serious. Since both families say they are innocent, we will investigate thoroughly. But since the empress has a point, Prime Minister Chui, you may leave the investigation to the Grand Justice Hong Dequan. After Hong Gonggong left the study, the emperor spoke again. Until the investigation is complete, I ask both of you to stay in the palace. Both were stunned. This was essentially house arrest. The empress stood up and said, If anything happens to Jinji, I will not let you go. Her usual gentle face was now filled with hatred, making her look terrifying. Prime Minister Chui believed he was capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood out among the large Chui family. His position as prime minister depended not only on his family's support but also on his own ability and intelligence. But when it came to Qin Jinji, his careful planning and deep strategy seemed useless. He acted unpredictably, turning everything into chaos. He saw that Qin Jinji had many enemies and many people who wanted her dead. However, the main conflict between their families was with Qin Jinji, so they falsely accused Chui Pei's family. He, as a prime minister, couldn't believe he was under house arrest for poisoning a young person. Qin Jinji was truly a troublemaker. Anyone who crossed her would suffer bad luck. Pei Hong felt hopeless. He had just brought his son home, and now he was confined in the palace again. Did he offend some powerful force recently? Unlike the two men who looked worried, the main culprit behind the false accusation was leaning on the bed, eating fruit quietly. Fian sneaked in like a thief. Princess, Prime Minister Chui and Minister Pei are detained in the palace by His Majesty. They were supposed to be sent to prison, but because of their status, the emperor has placed them under house arrest in the inner court. As Qin Jinji expected, she set the fruit aside. Tell Lu Yi to inform the Empress Dowager that I will wake up tomorrow. Fian frowned. Why tomorrow? The Empress is worried sick. Qin Jinji tapped her head. The Empress often keeps her worries inside. Letting her get angry is good. If I wake up too soon, it won't highlight how dangerous this poison is. Fian sat on her heels, nodding thoughtfully. She secretly reached into the fruit tray and took a fruit. As soon as she bit into it, she spat it out, her face scrunched up. Yuck. This fruit is way too sour. How can you eat it, princess? Qin Jinji smiled. This is sour apricot. Of course it's sour. Louis sent it, but her eyes flickered with a moment of silence before vanishing. After Pei Jinnian was brought home, his grandmother and mother cried many times upon seeing his injuries. His grandfather examined his wounds and told him that his engagement with Chui Ying would soon be arranged. Pei Jinnian knew this was not just a matter between two young people. It was also an official alliance between the Chui and Pei families. He had met Cui Ying. She was beautiful and well-mannered. He had also seen her poetry and appreciated her paintings. She was talented, but she was also very reserved and strict, following the standards of noble daughters. She was dull. However, Pei Jinyan didn't mind. On the contrary, he thought Cui Ying would be a good choice for the family head's wife. She would manage the household, teach children, and keep him from being troubled by trivial matters. He, too, grew up according to the standards of a noble family. They are all the same kind of people. But Qin Jinji is not. Even though prestigious families look down on commoners and new wealthy families, Qin Jinji has gained an exceptionally noble status and confidence. She is not bound by any rules or doctrines. She can recklessly cause trouble without representing any identity. Everything depends on her own likes and dislikes. Noble families always see themselves as superior, even feeling more important than the royal family. But no one in these families lives as freely as she does. That's why he dislikes her, even before Qin Jinji showed interest in him. When everyone in the city knew Qin Jinji liked him, Pei Jinyan grew even more annoyed with her. She often appeared near him, but they hardly ever talked. People in the city say Qin Jinji loves him desperately. But Pei Jinyan doesn't feel that way. Qin Jinji's affection is empty, with nothing real supporting it. He often scolds her, but she doesn't care. That makes him feel uneasy. Actually, Qin Jinji is an exception for him. Besides her, he has never clearly shown his feelings to anyone. People's first impression of him is gentle and refined. Until he got engaged to Cui Ying. Qin Jinji suddenly threw her into the water, nearly drowning Cui Ying. All the emptiness was filled in an instant. No one knew that on the day Qin Jinji was expelled from the city, she went to the city gate. Even when she was driven out, Qin Jinji's face was full of pride. At that moment, Pei Jinyan understood why he disliked Qin Jinji. It wasn't because of her misdeeds or her wickedness. When night fell, Pei Hong didn't return home, nor was there any news. Pei Jinyan's mother, Lady Lu, sent a servant to inquire. The servant was told that today, Deputy Minister Pei and Chancellor Cui were summoned to the palace, and then there was no news. Lady Lu immediately sensed something unusual and hurried to find the old steward, Pei Qing. After hearing this, Pei Qing frowned. You mean Deputy Minister Pei and Chancellor Cui were taken into the palace, and all information has been blocked? Lady Lu nodded anxiously. Having news is not scary. Not having news is the real danger. Something serious has happened, and they have no idea how to respond or what to do. Pei Qing's face darkened. Send someone to the Cui family and arrange for people to check the palace. Make sure to find out exactly what happened. After Lu Shi left, Pei Qing looked even more worried. Soon, news came from the Cui family saying that Prime Minister Cui had entered the palace, and there was no further news. Pei Qing's face grew even more grim. They didn't even know what was happening at the Prime Minister's residence. What exactly has happened? Pei Qing's face was cold as he said, "Send a message to the palace immediately. We must find out what happened after those two entered the palace." Lu Yi was calculating the time when the emperor arrived at Qin Jinji's room. About 15 minutes later, Qin Jinji slowly woke up. Lu Yi held back her urge to roll her eyes. Everyone else might not notice, but she heard clearly. Qin Jinji was actually asleep. When the empress saw Qin Jinji wake up, she immediately looked anxious and called out, "Jinji, dear child, you finally woke up. You scared grandmother to death." Fian quickly stepped forward to support Qin Jinji and pretended to be concerned. "Grandmother, what happened to me?" Lu Yi was afraid she might laugh out loud. Was this really the same mischievous troublemaker outside? So she kept her eyes tightly closed. The empress, with a furious look, said, "Cui and Pei families conspired to poison you. They even put poison in that jewelry box. Don't worry, grandmother will definitely seek justice for you." Qin Jinji glanced at Lu Yi, who was like a wooden doll, and cleared her throat. "The noble families always claim to be pure, but their methods to kill me are so unrefined. The Empress's eyes showed even more hatred.
뭐래?
I think the most unrefined are actually them. Qin Jinji comforted her. Don't worry, grandmother. With Louis here, I won't be in danger. Did Louis check your pulse? The Empress sighed in relief. Yes, she said so, but you're still unconscious. I didn't have the heart to have her check your pulse. Qin Jinji asked Louis to come forward. Louis is very skilled in medicine, especially in treating women's hidden illnesses. I called her into the palace to help you recover. The Empress lovingly brushed Qin Jinji's hair. Her obedient granddaughter was so filial. How could those killers have poisoned her innocent granddaughter?
She sighed.
It's just some old ailments. The Imperial Hospital comes every month, but the results are barely better than nothing. I really don't want to drink those bitter medicines anymore. Qin Jinji firmly said, Louis is not like those useless people at the hospital. Trust me, she will definitely cure your stubborn illness. Seeing the Empress look uninterested, Qin Jinji spoke again. Grandmother, how about we make a bet? The Empress looked at Qin Jinji, who had regained some color, and chuckled softly. Oh? What kind of bet does Jinji want to make? Let me hear it. What kind of bet do you and your grandfather want to make? Hearing the news that Qin Jinji had woken up, the Emperor immediately came over. As soon as he entered, he heard Qin Jinji's playful voice. Qin Jinji smiled happily and said, I'm betting with grandmother that the person I brought can cure her old illness. The Emperor immediately looked at Liu Yi standing nearby. Are you saying this young girl can compare to my entire hospital? The Empress's old illness had always been a worry for the Emperor. Years ago, the Empress traveled with him in battles. Conditions were tough, and her injuries weren't properly treated. Before she recovered, she suffered new wounds. Over time, it became a stubborn, chronic illness. Whenever it flared up, it caused unbearable pain. But over the years, the hospital had no real way to cure it. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, do you want to join the bet? The Emperor laughed heartily, and some of his worries eased. You little rascal want to bet with me? What's your stake? Qin Jinji sat up straight. If Louis can't cure grandmother's illness, I promise to stay quietly in the palace from now on, obey all your and grandmother's instructions, and follow your arrangements. The Emperor's interest was piqued. He knew how difficult this little rascal was to manage. The idea of having his obedient grandson, who would listen to everything he said, was very tempting. One word from a gentleman. Impossible to chase after once spoken. The Emperor looked at Qin Jinji, who was full of confidence, and laughed. All right, I'll make this bet with you. If you win, what do you want? Qin Jinji had been searching among the common people for a divine doctor to cure the Empress's stubborn illness. He knew about it, but this was the first time he brought someone into the palace. This young girl could detoxify, so she must have some real skills. Qin Jinji would never harm the Empress. If she really could cure her, it would be a great relief for him. If she couldn't, then this rascal would stay quietly by their side, which would also be a good thing. Qin Jinji smiled and said, I want Liu Yi to enter the Imperial Hospital. Liu Yi has always known that Qin Jinji is very bold. She didn't expect her to be so daring. She herself wasn't confident she could fully cure Empress Dowager's illness, yet Qin Jinji took such a big risk. After the Emperor and Empress left Qin Jinji to rest, Liu Yi looked worried and said, Princess, I only have about a 60 to 70% chance to cure the Empress. If I fail, you'll have to stay in the palace forever. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. If you can't cure grandmother's old illness, you won't be able to stay in the Imperial Hospital. Liu Yi closed her mouth and remained silent for a few seconds. For hundreds of years, no woman had worked in the Imperial Hospital. Before knowing Qin Jinji, she never thought she could ever enter the Imperial Hospital. Qin Jinji spoke casually. I can give you a chance to rise quickly, but you need to have strong enough skills so you won't fall. Healing grandmother's illness is your stepping stone and your shield against storms. Liu Yi was silent again for a few seconds because Qin Jinji's words were something she would soon have to face. In this world, where could a woman find her place? She remembered being mocked and driven out. Her medical skills were much better than those of the men, but because she was a woman, she wasn't even given a chance to prove herself. And that old man. He acknowledged her medical skills but refused to recognize her as a woman. She wanted to stand at the highest court and show everyone that Lu Yi was a skilled doctor. Since no woman had ever worked in the imperial hospital for hundreds of years, she wanted to be the first female doctor. Lu Yi suddenly leaned close to Qin Jinji and whispered, "If His Majesty and the Empress Dowager are your grandparents, the Crown Prince might be in danger." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "If you can't cure grandmother, you'll be in danger too." Lu Yi rolled her eyes. "Tomorrow, I will officially treat the Empress Dowager. You'll see how powerful I, the future #1 female doctor in the world, can be." Qin Jinji slowly lay down, pulling the blanket over her head. "Remember to out the candles when the goddess doctor leaves." Lu Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes again. "Your medicine isn't ready yet. I brought you some warm sun pills. Take one before sleeping. It will make you feel better." After closing the window, she blew out the candle and left. Qin Jinji took out a pill and swallowed it, and her bruised face looked much better. Meanwhile, Cui Pei's family stayed up all night.
What?
"You say Pei Hong is working with the Cui family to poison the princess." Pei Qing listened to the servant's report about what was happening in the palace, and he looked shocked. His son was not very capable, but he wasn't a fool either. Pei Jinyan was helped into Pei Qing's study. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Pei Qing talking. How could this be possible? After returning home, the servants had already told him what was happening in the palace. He also knew about the Pei family using fire spirit mushrooms to redeem him. Grandfather recently thought about setting a wedding date. He would never do anything that would shame the family. His father definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to poison someone in the palace. Someone was hurting the Pei family. More precisely, someone was targeting both the Cui and Pei families. "Grandfather, my father would never do such a thing, especially not openly involving the Cui family." Pei Qing's face darkened. The Cui family, and probably even the emperor know about this. But what does it matter? The princess is still unconscious, and many people saw what happened. We don't even know who exactly wants to harm the Pei family. Pei Jinyan also looked worried. "The emperor has placed my father and Prime Minister Cui under house arrest. I don't know who is investigating this." The servant immediately said, "It's Lord Yuan Jingfeng, the Minister of Justice." Pei Qing let out a breath of relief. "Yuan's family is close to ours. With him here, it should be fine. I'll send someone to find out what's going on." But Pei Jinyan still felt uneasy. A noble family standing strong for 100 years wouldn't be so easily targeted. The wise emperor probably saw through this, right? And it's been a day since the incident, yet the palace has sealed all the news. Even they had to use some tricks just to get information. Every detail seemed unusual. Pei Qing saw Pei Jinyan's expression and understood what he was thinking.
He was worried too.
"You're injured. Go back and rest. Tomorrow Yuan's family will send news, and we can discuss then." Pei Jinyan knew there was little he could do now. "Your servant will take his leave." He was helped back to his room by the servant. On the second day, the emperor was reading official documents in the study when the door suddenly burst open. Prince Qin stormed in angrily. A young at the door ran over and said, "Prince Qin, I haven't finished informing you. You can't come in yet." Qin walked up to the emperor's desk with a furious look. The emperor saw his expression and knew he had heard about Jin Ji's situation. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. "What are you doing?
How dare you?"
The study is not a place for barging in." Qin Ye's eyes widened with anger. "Old man, you still have the nerve to talk? My good grandson just came back yesterday, and he's almost lost his life. Are you trying to kill him?" The emperor stared back. "Jinji grew up under my care. I love her like my own eyes. Do you think I want such things to happen?" Qin refused to back down. "I don't care. Today, the Cui and Pei families must give me an explanation. If not, I will go to their homes myself." The emperor threw the documents aside. "Don't worry. Minister Pei and Prime Minister Cui are already detained in the palace. The Ministry of Justice is investigating the truth. I will give you an answer." Qin angrily said, "I knew it. As soon as I entered this palace, trouble follows. I want to take my grandson home. The emperor almost stood up and said, Jinji just woke up. Can't you let her rest properly? Qin turned his face away. I won't talk to you. I'm going to see the empress. He turned and left. The emperor sighed in relief. Now, no one dares to take Jinji away. His wife would eat people if they tried. In the palace of the Orchid Room, Jinji was happily sunbathing in the small courtyard, while Fian was peeling walnuts beside her. Prince Qin wants to see you. Jinji raised an eyebrow. Grandfather came so early. Fian quickly led the person in. Since it was the Empress's palace, Qin didn't break in directly. As soon as he entered, he saw Jinji lying in the courtyard like an old man, with a healthy glow on her face. He immediately stepped forward and asked, Aren't you poisoned? Jinji smiled immediately. It's a trap, I poisoned myself. Qin was so angry he snorted. Good kid. You almost scared my soul out of my body.
Queen Jinji looked confused.
The palace has kept the news completely secret. How did my grandfather find out I was poisoned? You're saying Lord Yuan suddenly fell seriously ill yesterday and is bedridden. Then who is now in charge of this matter? The young servant who went to inquire at Lord Yuan's residence reported early. Surprisingly, Lord Yuan Zhengfeng also fell ill suddenly yesterday. Pei Qing felt even more uneasy. The servant quickly said, It's now handled by the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Justice. Who is he? According to reports, the new deputy was the former prefect of Zhangzhou. Last year, he uncovered a high-ranking official's corruption case and risked his life to send the evidence to the capital. The emperor promoted him directly to Deputy Minister of Justice. Pei Qing frowned and thought for a moment. Prepare the carriage. Go to the Ministry of Justice. After Liu Yi checked the empress's pulse, she felt more confident. Your Majesty, in the coming days, I will give you daily acupuncture and special medicine. In a month, you will recover about 50 to 60% and have fewer attacks. In 3 months, you will recover about 80 to 90%. The remaining 10 to 20%, I will prepare some health tonics for you. In a year, you will be fully cured. The Empress showed a hint of surprise. Is what you say true? Liu Yi replied firmly. Without the purple sun ginseng and fire spirit mushroom, I might only have a 50-50 chance. But now, I am absolutely confident I can cure you. The Empress smiled. If you really can cure me, I will reward you generously. Liu Yi respectfully said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I dare not take credit. The purple sun ginseng and fire spirit mushroom were both found by the princess, risking her life. Without these, I wouldn't be sure I could cure you. The Empress immediately asked, Risking your life? What danger? Liu Yi quickly covered her mouth. Qin Jinji had specifically warned her not to mention the origin of the purple sun ginseng to the Empress. Seeing this, the Empress became more anxious. Speak quickly. Liu Yi looked around and whispered, Your Majesty, the princess told me not to say. Can you pretend you didn't hear? The Empress saw that this young healer had a close relationship with Qin Jinji. They might have some hidden past, but none of that was more important than her granddaughter. The Empress pretended to be angry. If you don't tell me, I will punish you right now. Li Yi quickly knelt and said, Your Majesty, please stay calm. I am a humble servant. She thought to herself, Oh no, if Qin Jinji finds out, will she skin me alive? Feeling guilty, Li Yi whispered, This Xiang ginseng was won by the princess at the Tanten Pavilion after 3 days and nights of gambling. The Empress suddenly slapped the table. What? That little brat dares to gamble. Li Yi closed her eyes, thinking, It's over, I'm doomed. At that moment, a palace maid entered to report, Your Majesty, the King of Jinbei requests to see you. The Empress immediately started looking around for something. A nearby maid quickly asked, Your Majesty, what are you looking for? The Empress angrily shouted, Where did my feather duster go? Li Yi felt her life was about to end. The maid efficiently handed over the feather duster. The Empress took the duster and stormed out angrily. Qin Yi was talking with Qin Jinji when suddenly he saw the Empress approaching with a feather duster. Little brat, how dare you go to the gambling house? Before Qin Jinji could understand what was happening, she instinctively jumped up. She turned her head to see a furious lioness and a small mouse looking for a hole to hide in. Qin Jinji sighed heavily. That mouth of Li Yi. The Empress grabbed the feather duster and started hitting Qin Jinji. Qin Yi quickly stepped in to stop her. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" The Empress immediately said, "Get up. That little brat dared to go to the gambling house. Just watch and see. I'll break her legs." Over the years, the Empress had been very indulgent with Qin Jinji. She didn't require her to study or follow proper etiquette. As long as Qin Jinji was healthy and alive, she could do anything she wanted. But there was one rule: no involvement with gambling. Qin Jinji quickly stepped behind Qin Yi, who stood tall and blocked her completely. From a distance, it looked like a game of eagle catching a chick. Li Yi only knew where to hide and slipped into a hole to avoid trouble. The Empress shouted, "Come here." Qin Jinji looked at the furious Empress and swallowed her saliva. At this moment, going out would only mean getting beaten. Qin Yi, trying to stop her, said, "Sister-in-law, what made you so angry? Jinji's body isn't fully recovered. How can you be so harsh? Here's the corrected and simplified version of your text. How did I teach you?" Qin Yi immediately frowned. "Good grandson, you need money." Qin Jinji quickly said, "I didn't gamble. The boss of the treetop pavilion has some purple ginseng. I wanted to buy it, but he wouldn't sell. So I had to challenge him a few times." Qin Yi's eyebrows furrowed even more. "Why do you want that thing?" Qin Jinji pouted. Lu Yi said she wants to use it to help the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, Qin Yi said, "Old sister-in-law, Jinji is just trying to help you. Calm down." The Empress threw a feather duster onto the ground. "If I had known, I might as well hang myself in this palace. What's the point of me still being alive?" Qin Yi saw this and said, "Jinji, quickly apologize to your great-grandmother. Say you won't go again." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He dared not argue with the emperor, but he didn't dare to upset the Empress Dowager. Qin Jinji had never seen the Empress Dowager so angry before. "Great-grandmother, please calm down. I won't go again." The Empress Dowager suddenly looked at her. "Kneel down." Qin Jinji shrank back and knelt at her feet. But then, the Empress Dowager's words made Qin Jinji's eyes widen. "Swear to me now that if you go to any gambling house again, I won't have a good death." Qin Jinji immediately said, "Great-grandmother, I was wrong. Please don't curse yourself like that." But the Empress Dowager showed no sign of calming down. "Swear now." Qin Jinji's face became serious. Qin Jinji, swear again that I will never enter a casino again. If I break this vow, I will be punished by heaven and earth." The Empress Dowager said sternly. "No. Say it out loud. From now on, Qin Jinji, will never enter a gambling house. Qin Jinji, will never enter a gambling house. And if I break this vow, my grandmother Zhao Banruo, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will not have a good death." Qin Jinji's back straightened, and her mouth was firm. She refused to say the last sentence. If there was someone she cared about most in this world, the great-grandmother was one of them. The Empress Dowager, furious, grabbed the feather duster from the ground and struck her hard twice. Qin Jinji immediately spat blood and fell to the ground. The Empress Dowager and Qin Yi hurriedly helped Qin Jinji. Lu Yi also quickly ran over. Qin Yi anxiously said, "Didn't you say the poison was self-inflicted? Why are you still spitting blood?" The Empress also panicked. "Quick, look at Jinji." Lu Yi quickly checked her pulse, then took out a red pill from her sleeve and fed it into her mouth. Just moments ago, she thought Qin Jinji was pretending, but it turned out her cold poison had flared up again. Pei Qing looked serious as he listened to the servant's report. The newly appointed Deputy Minister of Justice couldn't be seen anywhere. He sent someone to the Ministry of Justice, but the official didn't come out to meet him. They just said he was busy with official duties and dismissed him. How dare he be so arrogant? "A small Deputy Minister of Justice dares to make my Pei family wait outside." The servant quickly said, "The Prime Minister's residence also sent someone, but that official refused to see them." Pei Qing snorted coldly. "Just a small official. Yet he dares to ignore the Pei family. I must go see him myself. His proud tone was natural. In his eyes, even a high-ranking court official was less noble than a servant at home. Pei Jinian was helped in and said, "Grandfather, I should go instead." Pei Qing frowned. "What right does a small official have to meet the main branch of the Pei family?" Pei Jinian calmly replied, "This matter is now under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Lord Yuan suddenly fell ill, and this official is now in charge. I looked into his background. He dared to risk his life to expose corruption in the capital. He must be brave and honest. His Majesty personally promoted him, so it's normal for him to be a bit proud. Now, the palace has sealed all information. If our Pei family doesn't take the initiative, we will be at a disadvantage. Grandfather, this is not a good start." Pei Qing's expression grew more serious. He was angry that even a small official dared to embarrass the Pei family. "But you are injured," Pei Jinian immediately said. "My injury is not serious." Princess Jinji probably held back. "My wound looks bad, but isn't broken or serious." Pei Qing exhaled heavily. "Then go quickly and return safely. Don't push yourself if you're not feeling well." Pei Jinian nodded and told the servant helping him to prepare the carriage. When the carriage arrived at the Ministry of Justice, they just saw the official preparing to leave on horseback. The servant from the Pei family hurried forward. "This is Deputy Minister Zhao Wuji." Zhao Wuji swung onto his horse and asked, "Who are you?" The young servant immediately said, "I am a servant of the Pei family. My master wants to speak with Lord Zhao about an important matter." Zhao Wuji's face remained calm. "Who is your master?" The servant proudly replied, "My master is the top young man in the capital, the legitimate son of the Pei family, Pei Jinian." Zhao Wuji seemed to recall something. "Pei Jinian, the talented son of the Pei family. I have heard of him, but I have no personal ties with the Pei family. As for the matter, I am busy with official duties. I must go now." He rode away on his horse without speeding up, just lazily easing his horse forward with a gentle nudge. As he left, he even glanced at Pei Jinian, who was peeking out from behind the carriage curtain, and they exchanged a brief look. Then Zhao Wuji left openly and confidently. The servant was very angry. "Young master, Lord Zhao Wuji is too arrogant. You came to see him personally, and he still acted so pretentiously. Isn't that embarrassing for the Pei family? A minor official who only recently gained favor in the capital thinks too highly of himself. Kuming, be respectful." Pei Jinian did not get off the carriage. "Instead," he said, "return to the residence." Kuming, annoyed, drove the carriage away. Zhao Wuji refused to show respect to the Pei family in front of everyone. Besides not caring about the Pei family, it also made his stance clear. He wouldn't investigate this matter with the Pei family involved. Pei Jinian's worries grew deeper. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. "Stop the carriage. Head to the Prince of Jinbei's residence." The servant was confused. "Young master, why are we going to the Prince of Jinbei's house? Only the person who ties the knot can undo it. Anyway, since the princess is poisoned and unconscious, I should visit her." The servant looked even more puzzled. "Shouldn't we go to the palace to visit her? I have no official position or permission to enter the palace. The palace is sealed off, and I can't openly request to see the princess. The Prince of Jinbei's residence will have someone to pass messages to the palace, so we should go there." The servant suddenly understood and said, "Then the princess will surely see you. After all, she dreams of marrying you. If you visit her, she will be very happy." Happy? Really? Even the people around him thought Qin Jinji had fallen deeply in love with him. Was it because his father, Qin Jinji, was poisoned? When they arrived at the Prince of Jinbei's residence, the prince had already gone into the palace. Pei Jinian respectfully got out of the carriage, even though the travel had left him nearly fainting. The servant from the North King's residence immediately looked unhappy when he heard someone from the Pei family was here. It wasn't because they knew about Qin Jinji's poisoning. It was because their princess liked Pei Jinian, but he often ignored her. Instead, he was engaged to a young lady from the Cui family. In terms of beauty and family background, Their princess was much better than the Chui girl. He had poor taste and didn't recognize good people. Pei Jinyan's face was pale as he said, I have urgent matters to see the princess. Please pass on my request. The servant replied impatiently, what a rare guest. The eldest son of the Pei family wants to see the princess? Too bad. She's not at the residence today. Come back another day. Kemming immediately shouted angrily, what's your attitude? How dare you speak to our young master like that? The servant was unfazed and said sternly, stop showing off. This is the North King's residence, not your Pei family. Kemming retorted, it's not like your princess came to see our young master willingly.
What are you so proud of now?
The servant angrily said, how dare you talk about the princess? Guards, take him down. At the door, a guard kicked Kemming's leg. Kemming immediately knelt on the ground, and the servant slapped him. This slap is for the princess. If you dare to disrespect her again, I'll break your leg. Then he kicked Kemming down the steps. Pei Jinyan and his servant were surprised at how arrogant the servants of the North King's residence were, ready to fight at any moment. The servant ordered, close the door. Pei Jinyan quickly said, I am not well disciplined. Please forgive me. I have a close relationship with the princess. I truly need to see her. Here is my jade token. If the princess wants to see me, she can take this token to the Pei family. Kemming was speechless after being kicked, and hearing that his master's feelings for Qin Jinji were not superficial made him almost faint from anger. Their young master was too humble. He was forced to say such things. The servant knew Qin Jinji liked Pei Jinyan. He only acted because Pei Jinyan's servant had disrespected the princess. But he hoped it wouldn't cause any trouble for the princess. So she stepped forward, took the jade pendant, and said, I will report this to the princess. Then she closed the door. Pei Jinyan's face turned pale, and she couldn't hold on any longer, fainting immediately. Princess, I heard that the eldest son of the Pei family was rejected when he asked for her love and fainted on the street from sadness, said Fian, looking gossipingly at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji kept her head down, flipping through a sketchbook she stole from the Empress, without raising her eyes. Yes, I heard about it. Such a pity, Fian immediately asked. You haven't left the house these days. How do you know? Qin Jinji turned a page. Isn't it all over the palace? Fian thought for a moment. Indeed, today news about the eldest son of the Pei family being rejected was everywhere. She blinked and said, he is engaged to Miss Chui. Why is he still asking for her love? Isn't he afraid of Prime Minister Chui getting angry? Qin Jinji replied casually, maybe he doesn't want to marry Miss Chui anymore. Fian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Princess, don't you want to know who rejected the Pei young master? Qin Jinji put down her sketchbook and popped a grape into her mouth. He fainted in front of the Duke of Jinbei's residence. Of course, it was because I rejected him. What? Fian immediately stood up. Fainted in front of the Duke of Jinbei's residence. What was the Pei young master doing there? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. He wanted to see me. Fian was full of question marks. Is the Pei young master crazy? Then she realized. Princess, how do you know everything? Qin Jinji pinched her little face.
Guess.
Pei Jinyan fainted in front of the Duke of Jinbei's residence just this morning. Why has it spread throughout the palace before noon? Fian frowned. Because the Pei young master is well known in the capital. Bah, of course, it was me, your princess, who spread the news. Fian's eyes widened. Does the Pei young master really like the princess? He was so sad after being rejected that he fainted. It shows he's deeply in love. Could it be that he was pretending all along? Just to get your attention? After 3 years apart, he realized your feelings had changed, so he immediately conveyed his feelings to you. Qin Jinji disdainfully pouted. I think after you leave the palace, you can support yourself just by writing stories. Fly Yen chuckled softly. When I left the palace, I took my small bag to Lord North's residence. The princess said she would raise me for a lifetime. Qin Jinji smiled. All right, I can support 10 of you, princess. Fly Yen leaned in and asked, Princess, if young Master Pei isn't trying to show his feelings, why did he go to Lord North's house? Because he can't enter the palace, but he can go to Lord North's residence. If he wants to see me, he has to go there. Then why did he want to see you? And he fainted. Why else? He probably found out I was involved in his father's poisoning. Fly Yen nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. He wanted to save Deputy Minister Pei, and he fainted out of worry. Qin Jinji touched her nose but said nothing. It was likely because he was beaten too much. Despite his small body, he kept moving around, and fainting outside her door was probably his limit. Send a message to Deputy Minister Pei at the residence. Meet me at Xiushi Tianxiang Tower. No second chances. Fly Yan's eyes widened. Princess, are you going out of the palace? Qin Jinji sat up straight. Go call Lu Yi. She couldn't leave easily without Lu Yi, as her cold poison could flare up at any time. That night, outside Tianxiang Tower. Before Xiushi, Pei Jinyan was already waiting outside. He didn't expect Qin Jinji to arrange a meeting here. Kemming was kicked by a servant from Lord North's residence and spat blood. Thinking about how the young master would meet that wicked princess later, he felt uneasy. He suspected this was a trap set by that wicked princess to catch their young master. In a way, he was right. Pei Jinyan hesitated for a moment, but finally entered Tianxiang Tower. The strong scent of perfume hit him, making him frown. Yes, Tianxiang Tower was one of the most famous brothels in the capital. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw several young men from powerful families. The young master's outfit is quite unique. Do you want to see a girl? The old madam at the door smiled and swayed her hips as she approached. Pei Jinyan wore a mask, hiding his face, but his handsome appearance and extraordinary aura made it clear he was not an ordinary person. Kemming immediately stepped forward with a stern face. Is there someone waiting in the top room? The madam's smile slightly faded. So, you are a guest of Tianhao Room. May I ask if your family name is Pei? Kemming quickly added. Exactly. Please lead the way. The madam's face lit up with a bright smile again. Please, this way, young master. She then led the two of them upstairs to the top floor. At the door, just as they were about to enter, the madam suddenly stopped Kemming. This young man cannot go in. The guests inside said only Mr. Pei is allowed to enter. Kemming immediately said, that won't do. What if my young master faces danger inside? Can you take responsibility for that? The madam chuckled softly. That's the rule of the guests inside. If this young man insists on going in, then you two should leave. Kemming was almost furious. Why were everyone so unreasonable? Young master, let's go. Who knows what dangers are inside? You are injured, and if anything happens, the master will be very angry with me. Pei Jinyan leaned on his cane and thought for a moment. Please find a room for my servant to rest. Pei Jinyan patted him and said, go ahead. I will be fine. Since Qin Jinji chose to meet him outside the palace, she wouldn't cause a big fuss. At least, she wouldn't want to harm his life. Then, Pei Jinyan opened the door and went inside. He saw Qin Jinji sitting beside two beautiful women, one feeding wine, the other massaging her shoulders, looking very happy. Seeing Pei Jinyan frown and stand still, Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Why not sit? Are you unhappy with the food? Pei Jinyan slowly sat down. Qin Jinji patted one of the women and said, go and serve the young master some dishes. The woman blushed and sat next to Pei Jinyan, her body soft and delicate. Pei Jinyan suddenly stood up. Princess, what do you mean? Qin Jinji suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. Young Master Pei is the top scholar in the capital, so handsome and bright. Come back and sit. The woman smiled happily and sat back beside Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Jinyan, who was standing there stunned, and raised an eyebrow. You didn't want to see me? Did you come just to watch me eat? Pei Jinyan looked at Qin Jinji's rosy face and said, I heard the princess was poisoned. I wonder how you're feeling now. Qin Jinji casually said, vomited twice, but I won't die. Pei Jinyan was stunned and then said after a moment, I heard that the princess was poisoned because the jewelry box my father used to apologize had ghostly flowers on it. Qin Jinji threw a piece of chili into her mouth. That's right. The jewelry box was coated with ghostly flowers. Do you two families, Chui and Pei, mommy dead? Pei Jinyan immediately replied, "There must be something suspicious about this. Please believe me, Your Highness. Cui and Pei have no intention of harming you." Qin Jinji nodded. "I believe you." Pei Jinyan was surprised. "What did you say?" He had many words prepared, but Qin Jinji believed him so easily. While he was confused, Qin Jinji suddenly laughed. "Of course I believe, because the poison was something I put there myself." Pei Jinyan thought of countless excuses and possible situations in his mind. But every word Qin Jinji said was clear, yet he couldn't understand a single word when they were put together. Qin Jinji took a bite of the food in front of her and clicked her tongue. "Why is it so bland?" A beauty nearby quickly said, "I'll have someone change your table." Qin Jinji waved her hand. "No need." She looked up and saw Pei Jinyan still standing there, and she smiled. "Why aren't you sitting?" Pei Jinyan stared into Qin Jinji's eyes and asked, "Are you joking with me, princess?" Qin Jinji tilted her head. "If you want to think of it as a joke, that's fine too." Pei Jinyan's grip on his cane tightened unconsciously. Qin Jinji in front of him seemed like a mischievous child who had been spoiled. Even when she did something wrong, she could admit it without hesitation, even if it might cost someone's life. "Why did you do this?" Pei Jinyan felt his blood boil and anger rise from his heart. Qin Jinji's smile didn't fade. She looked into his eyes and said, "It's definitely for you." Her gaze was even clear and innocent. On her beautiful face, which was somewhat striking, it looked even more radiant. But in the next moment, her words sent a chill down his spine. "If you don't want to marry me, I'll have to use some tricks to make you agree. Look, the young Master Pei, who used to avoid me like a snake, is now coming to see me willingly. So you falsely accused my father of poisoning you. Quite effective, isn't it?" Qin Jinji's casual and slightly playful words made Pei Jinyan furious. Pei Jinyan's eyes even started to turn red. "Wicked woman. That was my father. If anything goes wrong, his life is at risk. You treat people's lives so lightly. You're truly evil." Because she wanted him to marry her, she falsely accused the Cui and Pei families of plotting to poison her in the palace. If something had gone wrong, his father, the Pei family, and the Cui family would all suffer. Qin Jinji seemed to be thinking, "He's your father, not mine. His life or death has nothing to do with me." Pei Jinyan couldn't understand how Qin Jinji could say such things so indifferently. Then Qin Jinji spoke again. "I still prefer you to say, I have a heart as cold as a snake." Pei Jinyan's pupils widened. "That day, when you overheard my conversation with Princess Jiu, you deliberately led me there. Everything that happened that day was too sudden, as if it had been planned in advance." Qin Jinji chuckled. "If Xiao Yuani hadn't foolishly brought you over, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Since you insisted on coming, I might as well make it worth my while." Pei Jinyan also realized that Qin Jinji was a failed in the game between Princess Jiu and Qin Jinji. But Qin Jinji's words weren't innocent. If he hadn't overheard Princess Jiu's manipulations, he wouldn't have impulsively entered the forbidden area. Qin Jinji didn't hide her gaze and smiled, saying, "So, what do you think? Does someone who is as cruel inside as she appears outside count as being honest?" "Young Master Pei, have you changed your mind about marrying me?" Pei Jinyan shouted loudly, "I will never marry a ruthless woman like you." Qin Jinji's words ignited his anger even more. He had never seen such a malicious woman, so cruel that it was beyond reason. Even when saying such rebellious words, she didn't avoid the two courtesans nearby. Pei Jinyan deeply regretted this meeting. He turned to leave. Behind him, Qin Jinji's voice rang out, "Pei Shirling, do you still want to keep your life?" Pei Jinyan glared at Qin Jinji angrily. "Do you really think the emperor will let you do as you please? The Pei and Cui families are century-old noble houses, with unshakable status. If my father dies, the Pei family will not sit idly by." Qin Jinji simply looked at Pei Jinyan and said, "If you leave today and then change your mind, it won't be something we can settle privately." Pei Jinyan stared and said, "His Majesty is wise and kind. Lord Zhao from the Justice Department is also a just and upright man. My father would never do anything wrong, and he wouldn't be falsely accused. Every time Qin Jinji saw Pei Jinyan, she felt happy, really. She always thought Pei Jinyan might be a person with deep thoughts and a clever mind, able to pretend to be a naive fool perfectly. She also admired his confidence and pride in his family's status. Anyone with an honest heart would agree with Pei Jinyan's words. But she had just said that she was sincere inside and out. False accusations don't stop after just one attempt. Qin Jinji didn't stop him. She still smiled and said, "Go ahead." Pei Jinyan snorted coldly and walked away quickly. He needed to go back and talk with his grandfather. Qin Jinji was truly crazy. After Pei Jinyan left, a beautiful woman stood straight. "Princess, you told him that easily? Aren't you worried things will get worse?" "I'm just afraid he will make a fuss." Qin Jinji took a sip of wine and stood up. "Louis, let's go." Louis came out from behind the curtain holding a chicken leg. "Princess, the chef in this building is really amazing. How can a courtesan house have such good cooking skills?" Qin Jinji rolled her eyes. "Of course. The reputation of the top restaurant in the capital isn't just talk." Who would have thought that the owner behind the top courtesan house in the capital was actually Qin Jinji herself? Louis suddenly said playfully, "You know, those spoiled young men you've beaten up, they curse you and still give you lots of money. If they knew that Tianxiang Tower was yours, they'd probably slap themselves in the face in the middle of the night." Qin Jinji laughed at her teasing. "Remember to keep this secret. Don't let me lose these benefactors." Louis immediately pouted and said, "Then you owe me 2 more chicken legs." Qin Jinji looked amused. "You're so greedy." Louis suddenly saw Qin Jinji's face turn pale again. She immediately threw away the chicken leg, stuffed a pill into Qin Jinji's mouth, and looked worried. "Your condition is acting up so often. It seems I need to prepare your new medicine quickly." Qin Jinji slowly regained her strength, feeling it was happening more often. Then she said, "Let's go." "Follow me to meet someone." Louis asked curiously, "Who else are we meeting?" "Zhao Wuji." Qin Jinji took Lu Yi to a house. They knocked 3 times, and the door opened from inside. The 2 of them were welcomed inside. As they entered the room, a man's voice came from behind. "Zhao Wuji greets the princess." Qin Jinji sat in the main chair. "Sit down." Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yi with some suspicion. Qin Jinji said calmly, "The poison on the jewelry box was made by her." Zhao Wuji immediately said respectfully, "So, it's someone close to the princess." Lu Yi looked at Zhao Wuji and found it hard to believe. Wasn't Zhao Wuji supposed to be fearless of power, proud, and aloof, not mingling with others? What's going on? Qin Jinji saw Lu Yi's eyes darting around and knew what she was thinking. The ghostly flower you received was stolen from Chui's house by Zhao Wuji. If someone wrote a story about Zhao Wuji, it would probably be a heroic tale full of emotion. Zhao Wuji grew up poor, but had a remarkable talent for martial arts. He learned some skills secretly and managed to make a name for himself. He guarded homes and read classics at the same time. Finally, he passed the imperial exams, but since he came from a poor family with no backing, he was assigned to a small county far from the capital. The people there suffered greatly, and local gentry colluded with officials, causing chaos. Zhao Wuji stood up for the people, but was attacked secretly. With his excellent martial arts and his determination to serve the people, he fought his way to the capital to report the corruption. The emperor was furious and ordered the officials involved to be arrested and exiled. Because of Zhao Wuji's heroic spirit and loyalty to the emperor, he was promoted to a high position in the Ministry of Justice. Lu Yi now wanted to lean close to Zhao Wuji's face to see if she could find something. Even though Zhao Wuji was a man, Lu Yi's gaze made him a little uncomfortable. "Miss Lu, is there something wrong with me?" Lu Yi whispered with her hand over her mouth. "Tell me secretly, what did the princess find against you? Did she see you kill someone?" Humble Deputy Minister of Dali Court. Deputy Minister of Dali Court. You should go to the Prime Minister's residence to do something sneaky. If you get caught, everything will be ruined. Zhao Wuji clasped his hands in front of him. "I am honest and have no secrets, but the princess has helped me." Lu Yi looked at Qin Jinji with disbelief. "It's good that the princess doesn't cheat people, and she even helps." Sometimes Qin Jinji really wants to throw Lu Yi out. For the first time, she saw someone whose feelings are so clear on their face. No secrets at all. Do you think I can't help you with the imperial decree without me? Official relationships in the court are complicated, and officials protect each other. Those who cause trouble and act recklessly usually have deep connections in the capital. Even with Zhao Wuji's high martial arts skills, just him alone, entering the capital, he might not survive until noon, let alone succeed in helping with the decree. Zhao Wuji looked grateful. Thank you for saving me, princess. Without you, I might never have been able to sit in this position. Qin Jinji waved her hand. It's nothing. How is the Pei family's matter going? Zhao Wuji immediately replied. Everything is ready. We just need to present ourselves tomorrow. Qin Jinji nodded, looking forward to seeing the expressions of the Pei and Cui families when they hear the news. Zhao Wuji asked again, does the princess have any other instructions? If there's anything, you can call me to see you so you don't have to run around. Qin Jinji took out a jade pendant from her. The evidence is there. Without physical proof, how can we be convincing? Lu Yi's eyes widened. She thought Qin Jinji wouldn't cheat people today, but now she was itching. Isn't this the token Pei Jinyan used to see her? And she turned it into evidence so easily. Qin Jinji gave Lu Yi a meaningful look. Lu Yi looked confused and twitched her eyes. Qin Jinji gave her another look. Lu Yi's eyes twitched again. Qin Jinji sighed. The remaining ghostly flower powder goes to Zhao Wuji. Lu Yi immediately covered her sleeve. What are you doing? Qin Jinji smiled falsely. Framing someone. What? Do you want to eat it? Lu Yi pouted. Princess, can we stop doing bad things openly? I feel a little guilty about being so obvious. She spoke as she took the remaining medicinal powder from her sleeve and placed it on the table. Just as Zhao Wuji was about to pick up the medicine bottle, Lu Yi said, be careful. If this stuff sticks to you, it can cause bleeding, and if not treated quickly, it could be deadly. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded respectfully and said, thank you, Miss Lu, for the reminder. I will be careful. Lu Yi hesitated and said, if possible, I wonder if I could have this back after everything is over. This flower is very rare and only found in Jing City. Qin Jinji sighed and, not wanting to cause more trouble, stood up and said, it's getting late. I should return to the palace. Lord Zhao, I will leave everything to you tomorrow. Zhao Wuji bowed respectfully and said, I will not fail the princess's trust. Qin Jinji grabbed Lu Yi's collar and headed out. Lu Yi, still reluctant, said, Lord Zhao, this flower is really very rare. Zhao Wuji was momentarily at a loss for words and carefully stored the porcelain bottle. Zhao Wuji then went to the palace to report. Minister Pei and Prime Minister Cui were also summoned to the imperial study. Minister Zhao, do you have any conclusions about this matter? The emperor asked. Zhao Wuji stepped forward and knelt, saying, Your Majesty, I have investigated and confirmed that the princess was poisoned through a conspiracy between the Cui family and the Pei family. The evidence is solid. I ask Your Majesty to deliver justice. The emperor immediately slammed the table and said, Prime Minister Cui, Minister Pei, do you have anything to say? The two quickly replied, Your Majesty, we are innocent. Prime Minister Cui looked angrily at Zhao Wuji and said, Lord Zhao, have you investigated thoroughly? My Cui family and the Pei family have never wronged you. Why do you accuse loyal officials? Zhao Wuji did not look at Prime Minister Cui but turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, the witnesses and evidence are waiting outside. Please issue the order. The emperor coldly said, Bring them in. Minister Pei and Prime Minister Cui looked at each other in surprise. Soon, two people were brought into the hall. Minister Pei turned around, and his eyes widened in shock.
Pei Hai?
How is it you? The person was Pei's family servant, the head of his household. Seeing the emperor, Pei Hai fell to his knees in fear and, looking terrified, said to Minister Pei, Master, save me. Minister Pei immediately looked at Zhao Wuji and asked, Lord Zhao, what do you mean by this? Zhao Wuji asked, Is this person one of Minister Pei's followers? Pei Shilang was completely confused. Pei Hai is naturally my follower. Zhao Wuji nodded. Then that's correct. Your Majesty, this person has already confessed. He was the one who smeared the ghostly flower powder on the jewelry box, and this powder was given to him by Chui Lu, a servant from Chui's household. Prime Minister Chui suddenly turned around. Next to Pei Hai, kneeling was a very handsome young man. "Who are you? How dare you impersonate a servant from my Chui household?" Prime Minister Chui had never seen this young man before. However, Chui Lu remained calm and said, replying to the Prime Minister, "I am a servant in the flower room, specially responsible for taking care of the flowers. It's normal that you haven't seen me." Prime Minister Chui frowned. Chui Ing was highly valued and loved in the family, so even the flower room had its own staff. Since Chui's household had many servants, he truly hadn't seen a servant dedicated to flowers. Prime Minister Chui shouted loudly, "How bold! How dare you slander the Prime Minister?" Chui Lu respectfully replied, "I dare not, Your Honor. I am just following the Prime Minister's orders." Zhao Wuji then presented a letter and a porcelain bottle. The emperor opened the letter and immediately sneered in anger. "Prime Minister Chui, such arrogance!" The emperor threw the letter at Chui's feet. The letter was unfolded, and the last sentence caught the eye. "This child is rebellious and must not be kept." This was written in Chui's handwriting. The emperor coldly said, "Prime Minister Chui, it seems you are blaming me." Chui was kneeling on the ground. "Your Majesty, I did not write this." Having held a high position for many years, Chui almost forgot that the emperor had once stormed into the capital with fierce determination. Over the years, the emperor had governed with kindness and virtue, often covering for Qin Jinji, who was known for causing trouble. This made Chui think that perhaps the emperor was getting old and a bit confused. But just then, in that moment, Chui seemed to see the fierce emperor from decades ago, who had just ascended the throne with ruthless methods. Everyone in the room knelt down, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. But Chui truly was innocent. If he wanted Qin Jinji dead, why would he leave such clear evidence? The emperor coldly said, "If Prime Minister Chui blames me, he should speak openly." Secretly harming the young master is a betrayal of the noble family spirit. Chui immediately replied, "Your Majesty, please believe your old servant. This letter was definitely not written by me. The old minister has never given anyone orders to harm the princess. Please, Your Majesty, investigate carefully." The emperor angrily looked at Chancellor Chui and said, "Chancellor Chui, do you really think I am so blind that I can't recognize your handwriting?" Chancellor Chui was speechless. The writing on the letter was exactly the same as his own. For a moment, Chui didn't know what to say. The emperor then turned to Pei Hong and said, "Minister Pei, have I been too kind to the Pei family? You, a small official, dare to poison the royal princess. I really underestimated you." Pei Hong was almost furious. "Your Majesty, I truly did not poison the princess. If she was harmed by poison from that jewelry box, why am I unharmed? I personally handed the jewelry box to the princess." At this point, Zhao Wuji said, "Your Majesty, I found this antidote for the mysterious flower at Pei Hai's residence." Pei Hai shook his head quickly. "Sir, I really don't know. I only followed your instructions to put some powder on the jewelry box that would cause a rash, intending to give the princess a lesson. I don't know why it turned into the mysterious flower." Pei Hong was immediately alarmed. "When did I tell you to tamper with the jewelry box?" Pei Hai replied immediately. "It was when you went to the palace the day before yesterday. It's not an antidote for the mysterious flower, but for the rash powder. I kept some just in case the dosage you took was too strong." Pei Hong was furious. "Nonsense. Your Majesty, I absolutely have no intention of harming the princess. Moreover, poisoning her in front of everyone is impossible. I am not a fool." But the emperor didn't believe their words. Qin Jinji and the two families had deep grudges. Chancellor Chui had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with how Qin Jinji was punished. A few days ago, Pei Jin was also punished because of Jinji. It wasn't impossible that these two wanted to kill Jinji. The emperor looked coldly at them. "The evidence is clear. What do you have to say?" Chancellor Chui finally regained his composure and said calmly, "Your Majesty, Chui Lu claims he acted on my orders." When, where, and who sent the message? Is there any witness? Chui Lu remained calm and said, "It was the evening 3 days ago. The messenger was Steward Fusheng. At that time, there was no witness." Chancellor Chui immediately shouted, "Nonsense. Fusheng has been serving in my study for the past 3 days. When did he send you a message?" Chui Lu respectfully said, "If the Prime Minister does not believe, he can send Steward Fusheng to ask." Zhao Wuji replied, "I have already brought Chui's steward here, and he is waiting outside the hall for questioning." The emperor immediately said, "Bring him in." A middle-aged man dressed as a steward was brought into the hall. It must be said that the manners at Chui's residence are very proper. Even the servants are very well behaved. Fusheng calmly said, "Your Majesty, I humbly bow." Prime Minister Chui was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhao Wuji. "Steward Fusheng, 3 days ago, did you deliver a letter from Prime Minister Chui to Chui Lu?" Fusheng nodded. "Yes, that's correct." Prime Minister Chui immediately looked at Fusheng. "When did I ask you to deliver a letter?" Fusheng, who had grown up with him and once protected him from danger, could not possibly betray him. Sure enough, a look of doubt flashed in Fusheng's eyes, and he quickly realized something serious had happened. Having been close to Prime Minister Chui for a long time, he could quickly sense danger. At that moment, he saw the scattered envelopes and letters on the ground. Those were the letters he had given to Chui Lu that day. The paper was laid out openly on the ground, and the writing was very clear. It turned out that the Prime Minister wanted Chui Lu to cooperate with the Pei family to poison the Princess Jinjue. Fusheng immediately said, "The letter was delivered by me personally. The Prime Minister was not aware." Prime Minister Chui looked at Fusheng with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhao Wuji said, "The handwriting on this letter is the Prime Minister's." "How do you explain that?" Fusheng quickly replied, "I have served the Prime Minister since I was young, and it is not difficult for me to imitate his handwriting." Zhao Wuji asked further, "Then why did you want to harm the princess?" Fusheng, seeming angry, said, "That Qin Jinjue deserves to die. My lady is the most noble young lady in the capital, but because of that arrogant Qin Jinjue, she almost lost her life. I have watched her grow up since I was young, and I consider her like my own daughter. Qin Jinjue only stayed at Exiled To Temple for 3 years, but my lady is still bettered to this day. Of course, I want to eliminate her." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. "And you also conspired with a Pei family?" Fusheng immediately said, "Of course, it was also me." Zhao Wuji shouted, "Nonsense. If that's true, then tell me in detail how you conspired with the Pei family to poison the princess. This steward is truly an old man by the Prime Minister's side." In just a few words, he guessed what had happened. His calmness in a crisis is truly admirable. Fusheng slowly stood up. "Right and wrong, success and failure no longer matter. I only regret that I cannot avenge the young lady. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your care all these years. I am old and will go now." After saying this, he suddenly threw his head against the dragon pillar in the hall. Prime Minister Chui shouted loudly, "Fusheng!" Zhao Wuji immediately stepped in front of the emperor, shielding him and the others. Only after confirming that the steward was no longer moving did he go forward to check. This steward is really tough. He was willing to die by crashing into the pillar. A clear-eyed person can see that this steward was willing to die to take the blame. "Your Majesty, he has no breath left." The emperor looked coldly at Prime Minister Chui, who was a bit flustered. It turns out that someone from Chui's household forged Prime Minister Chui's handwriting. Such treachery deserves death. "Take him out and split him into 5 parts." The emperor looked at Pei Hong, whose mind was a mess, and said, "Prime Minister Chui's steward has confessed. What more does Deputy Minister Pei have to say? Could it be that your steward is also responsible?" Pei Hong looked at Pei Hai, who was crying and trembling. Your Majesty, He was momentarily at a loss for words. Pei Hai looked at Fusheng, blood splattered on the scene, trembling. It wasn't fear of the scene itself, but fear that he might be the next to die. Pei Hai crawled to Deputy Minister Pei and clung to him tightly. "Master, save me. I don't want to die. Master, save me." Suddenly, Pei Qing's words appeared in his mind. Pei Hai lacks resolve and cannot bear great responsibility. He is not suitable to stay by your side. Send him to the outer courtyard. But Pei Hai had grown up with him. Despite his father assigning new attendants, he still kept Pei Hai close. He didn't expect Pei Hai to die immediately like Chui's steward, but he certainly didn't want him to be like this now. Pei Hong closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "It is true, Your Majesty. I never ordered Pei Hai to harm the princess. The idea of medicine powder and antidotes is nonsense." Pei Hai immediately said, "Master,
How can you say that?
I was clearly following your orders." Pei Hong looked at him coldly. "Are there any physical or eyewitness evidence?" Pei Hai, this fool, didn't know who he had offended or what foolish thing he had done. Besides the powder Zhao Wuji found, there was probably no other evidence left. Based on these, even if the emperor punished him, it wouldn't be a harsh penalty. Pei Hai hesitated immediately. He only got the powder from a man in black. How could such a secretive act leave any evidence? The minister Pei looked as expected and said, "Your Majesty, I do have some resentment towards the princess, but that was before I knew my son had bumped into her. If all the Pei family members were such petty people, our family wouldn't have lasted 100 years. At this moment, quiet Chui Lu suddenly said, "I have evidence." Everyone looked at Chui Lu. He took out a bright green jade pendant from his. Pei Hong's eyes widened with panic when he saw the pendant. Then he seemed to lose all strength, turned to the emperor, and said, "Your Majesty, I poisoned the princess. I, a humble servant, beg for your Majesty's judgment. This jade was Pei Jin Yan's personal keepsake." Every direct member of the Pei family had one, with different animals carved on the back. Pei Jin Yan's was a qilin. Could it be that Jin Yan wanted to kill Qin Jinji? Pei Jin Yan carried the fate of the entire Pei family and was also his most beloved son. For the sake of the Pei family, the emperor wouldn't really execute him. This way, Jin Yan's reputation and life could be saved. Chancellor Cui didn't expect Pei Hong to actually confess. Fu Sheng had already died for him, and Pei Hong's confession meant that whether the Cui family was involved or not, they couldn't escape blame. This was a blatant framing and conspiracy. Everything seemed so suspicious and unreasonable. Suddenly, the incident happened, and the emperor directly placed both of them under house arrest, with no news of what happened. He had no dealings with Zhao Wuji and couldn't have framed him. Moreover, offending the current chancellor, Zhao Wuji, wouldn't he want to stay in official circles in the future? No wonder they said the Pei family would fall after 100 years. Since several of the Pei family's talented young masters had died one after another, the family truly had no pillar to rely on. All hopes were now pinned on a young member, Pei Jin Yan. Besides valuing Jin Yan's talent and ability, the Pei family's weakening power was also a key reason Cui family wanted to marry into them. Equal strength is less desirable than a dominant family. But Pei Hong really has no ability. Just one jade pendant made him admit guilt directly. The emperor's face darkened. Minister Pei, poisoning the princess, showing wild ambitions. Detain him at the Ministry of Justice. Dismiss him from office for investigation. Prime Minister Chui's subordinates are not strict enough. Suspend him from duty and restrict his movement within the palace for 3 months. Fine his salary for a year. Your servant obeys the decree. The two were taken away by the imperial guards. The emperor looked at Zhao Wuji and said, "No wonder I personally promoted you. In just 1 day, you've uncovered everything. Well done. Soon, I will have an important task for you." Zhao Wuji respectfully replied, "I will not fail your Majesty's trust." Dismissed. After everyone left, the emperor went to the queen's palace. Qin Jinji was playing chess with the queen. When the emperor arrived, the queen immediately scattered the pieces on the board. "No more playing." Qin Jinji widened her eyes. "Hey, great-grandmother, you're cheating." "I was about to win," the queen proudly said. "What winning?" "I was just letting you win." Qin Jinji sat on the ground, acting like a spoiled child. "Great-grandfather, you judge." "Grandmother is cheating." The emperor laughed heartily. "I don't care about you two. Both are bad at chess and just being naughty. Qin Jinji turned around and said, "Great-grandfather says you are bad at chess." The queen snorted. "You are bad at chess too." Qin Jinji gave a secret signal to Fian behind her. Fian immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Lady Lu's acupuncture session is almost over. Let's go prepare." The queen nodded. "You two play here." She got up and followed Fian into the palace. Qin Jinji lazily leaned back on a chair. Have Minister Pei and Prime Minister Cui finished cleaning up? The emperor sat on the queen's throne, looking calm. Prime Minister Cui has a loyal servant who is willing to die for him. As for Pei Hong, he admitted guilt once he saw the jade pendant. But where did that jade pendant come from? Qin Jinji stuffed a sour fruit into her mouth. That's Pei Jin's jade pendant. The emperor was surprised. How do you know the servant at Cui's house has Pei Jin's jade pendant? Because I gave it to him. The emperor looked more confused. How do you have Pei Jin's jade pendant? Qin Jinji laughed. Grandfather, after all these years, you've really been pretending to be a confused old man. The emperor snorted coldly. Who can really know what you're thinking? You clever little girl. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, Pei Jinyan wanted to see me. He went to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence and left a jade pendant as a token. I only replied to him, but I didn't return the jade. The emperor laughed loudly. At first, you wanted me to hide news from the palace, so everyone would be caught off guard. When Pei Hong saw Pei Jinyan's jade pendant, he thought it was his son trying to harm you. To protect Pei Jinyan, he admitted guilt at once. Qin Jinji nodded. Pei Hong is Pei Qing's youngest son. He has no big ambitions but has been loved since he was young. His older brother, who is talented and well-known, is the main heir. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be a wealthy and carefree man, but such a person is usually soft-hearted. From his past behavior in court, that seems true. The Pei family doesn't want to lose their power struggle, so after Pei Qing's eldest son had an accident, they promoted Pei Hong. This also means Pei Hong is destined to be a weakness for the Pei family when it comes to their power struggles. The emperor looked at his beloved child with pride and satisfaction on his face. You are just like Qin Yedao's granddaughter. You should be my blood. Qin Jinji rested her hands behind her head and looked at the sky. If I were your blood, the first person you'd kill would be me. The emperor was stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. The emperor noticed her intelligence when she was very young. Not just because elders praised her for being clever, but because she truly was smart. By age 3, she could recognize 1,000 characters. By 5, she understood all the meaning behind his official documents. At 7, she even gave him some simple advice. But the most frightening thing was that she had no trace of adult cunning. She was sharp and sly, hiding her intentions behind a smile. She was exactly like the young Emperor Jin. One day when she was 8, a tiny figure like a New Year painting sat at his desk reviewing documents. Her clear eyes looked at him and said, "Grandfather, it's quite troublesome to deal with these noble families, isn't it?" Her eyes showed no emotion, just calm and steady. He didn't respond, but suddenly she smiled brightly and said, "Let me help you." Since that day, a proud and ruthless Princess Jinji appeared in the capital. Who would have thought that this spoiled and willful princess was actually the sword used to settle old scores among powerful families? These noble families had stood for 100 years, challenging the authority of the emperor. Whenever one side's power exceeds the other's too much, it can cause big problems. Power can feed greed, and the more they want, the more they desire to take. They control the government and are close to the royal family. The talented commoners can never rise to power. They try to turn the emperor into a puppet on a high stand. But if the emperor could truly be turned into a puppet, how could he be called the top leader during chaotic times when armies rise up everywhere? Moreover, the emperor has his biggest trump card, the Northern Army. The king of the North's residence is the biggest thorn in the side of these so-called noble families. But they can only endure it because the chaos hasn't ended. Jin's state still needs the Northern Army. If its borders are broken through, the people will suffer again. Maybe these noble families can avoid total destruction, but they will suffer great losses. These losses will be too much for them to bear. The emperor also needs time to restore Jin State's strength and recover. Both sides are balancing each other. But the taste of power is too sweet, and these noble families are no longer satisfied with the current situation. They want more and greater power. Their hands are reaching further. Finally, Jin State's biggest rival, Chu State, was defeated. And now, the real reckoning begins. The Pei family is just the start. The emperor looked at Qin Jinji, who was relaxing, and asked, "Is Zhao Wuji one of your people?" Qin Jinji didn't open her eyes. "You always say the court lacks good blades. Your close little helper has just brought one right in front of you." The emperor's hearty laughter seemed endless. "If your uncle had half your mind, I would be much easier to manage." Qin Jinji opened her eyes and looked at the emperor with some disdain. "The most ruthless royal family. If my uncle had half my mind, your throne would have changed hands 800 years ago." The emperor's smile was genuine and joyful. "They say he is a lonely man. Someone at the top must always feel cold." But Qin Jinji knew too well what the emperor was thinking inside. Any of his intentions could be guessed by just one move from Qin Jinji, almost always right. Qin Jinji and he are very alike. Neither of them are good people. They can even be called villains, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. But in this world, truly kind and wise rulers rarely have a good ending. You wanted to break the marriage agreement between the Cui and Pei families to stop their alliance, but clearly, these two families won't give up the marriage. Strengthening their bond is very important. Qin Jinji stood up and stretched lazily. Soon, this alliance will be gone. If their relationship is fragile, it might fall apart completely. The emperor knew Qin Jinji had probably done something again. "We await your good news." Then he picked up a sour fruit that Qin Jinji was happily eating and threw it into his mouth. "Yuck, yuck, yuck. Why is this so sour?" The emperor, feeling stubborn, threw the sour fruit aside. Now Qin Jinji burst out laughing. The two seemed to be chatting casually. News of Pei Hong being detained at the Justice Department was sent immediately to the Pei family. Pei Qing couldn't believe it. "You mean Hong admitted in front of everyone that he wanted to poison and harm Princess Jinji?" Pei Hong never did anything against his will, and such a foolish idea wouldn't even cross a 3-year-old's mind. How could he admit to it? Send someone to the Justice Department to find out exactly what happened. Pei Jinyan, looking pale, walked in. "Let me go, grandfather." "The young servant can go. Lord Zhao might not let him see my father. Even if he went, he might not see his father." He didn't say this aloud, but his mind kept replaying Qin Jinji's words. The poison was her own doing, meant to slander his father. How could his father admit to such false accusations? What exactly is going on? Pei Jinyan drove to the Justice Department. But this time, the guards at the gate seemed to be waiting for him. "Young Master Pei," the second minister said, "that if you come, let us take you to see him." Pei Jinyan bowed slightly. "Thank you, brother." The guard led him to an open space, where Zhao Wuji was practicing swordsmanship. His sword moves were flowing like clouds and water. When Pei Jinyan arrived, Zhao Wuji had just struck his sword into a wooden post with a single palm. Pei Jinyan waited until Zhao Wuji finished his work and then stepped forward, saying, "Lord Zhao, I am Pei Jinyan. We met that day." Zhao Wuji nodded and simply said, "Please follow me." Pei Jinyan didn't know where Zhao Wuji was taking him, but he still followed. Zhao Wuji's steps seemed to be waiting for him. Because of the injury on his back, Pei Jinyan was walking very slowly. Soon, Pei Jinyan realized that Zhao Wuji was leading him to the prison of the Dali court. Zhao Wuji turned around and said, "Deputy Minister Pei, Lord Pei, is in the first cell from the end. I will wait for you outside." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and strode away. Pei Jinyan was stunned for a moment, then walked toward the innermost cell. He quickly saw the cell at the end. It was quite clean inside. Pei Hong was sitting there, looking lost and hopeless. Suddenly, Pei Hong looked up and saw Pei Jinyan outside the cell. "Jinyan, why are you here? This place is full of negative energy, and you are injured. You should go home quickly." Pei Jinyan anxiously asked through the bars, "Father, what exactly is going on?" The poisoning incident was clearly a false accusation by Qin Jinji. Why are you admitting to it? Pei Hong was stunned. What false accusation? Didn't you tell someone to put poison on that jewelry box to poison Jinji? Pei Jinyan frowned deeply. Father, what are you talking about? I didn't order anyone to poison her. Pei Hong was also confused. The servant from the Cui family took out your jade pendant. If I didn't recognize it, how could your body withstand this imprisonment? What false accusation are you talking about? Pei Jinyan was stunned and stood there in shock. The jade pendant? The jade pendant. That was the one given to the Marquis of Jinbei. Pei Jinyan felt himself trembling with anger. What a Qin Jinji! He gritted his teeth and said, Qin Jinji told me herself that she poisoned herself. 3 days after the army returned to the city, a celebration banquet was held in the palace. The victorious generals were the center of attention. Qin Yi was seated at the main table. However, the chief civil official, Chancellor Cui, was absent. The officials discussed among themselves but didn't hear any news. The major noble families and elders also attended with their heirs. Pei Qing and Pei Jinyan were also present. After everyone took their seats, A's voice was heard at the door. Princess Jinji has arrived. After Qin Jinji returned to the capital, few officials saw her. As soon as her stunning face appeared, many people gasped. Qin Jinji was known for her bad reputation, but her face was truly beautiful. Her beauty had begun to show 3 years ago, and after 3 years, her face remained just as lovely. In fact, she looked so beautiful that it seemed a bit overwhelming. When the princesses saw Qin Jinji, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. It wasn't just because of her beauty or her luxurious silk robes. It was because of her headpiece. The crown was made entirely of pure gold, with a lifelike peony flower crafted from green and red materials by a skilled artisan. The main part of the crown was surrounded by 108 tears of the mermaid, which were said to be red and to symbolize the end of life when shed. The tears would turn into red beads, and placing them by the sea could attract mermaids. This extravagant and dazzling crown even had a famous name. And when paired with Qin Jinji's face, the name seemed perfectly fitting. Bold, bright, and stunningly beautiful. Princess Nine was so angry she tore her silk handkerchief to shreds. She had asked her father for that crown for a long time, but he never gave it to her. Yet he gave it to Qin Jinji. Seeing Princess Nine's twisted face, Qin Jinji smiled provocatively. Then, ignoring Princess Nine's reaction, she strode over to Qin Yi. Qin Yi looked proud and said to his followers, "Isn't my granddaughter beautiful? She looks just like me when I was young." The emperor immediately replied with disdain, "Stop flattering yourself. If Jinji looked just like you, I would have thrown away that crown." They seemed to be chatting casually, but everyone in the hall was watching their every move. When they heard that the crown was a gift from the emperor, they knew it was a sign of the emperor's favor toward Qin's family. On the emperor's right sat Consort Shen. Although she was under house arrest, she still attended such a grand banquet, so she naturally appeared. Consort Shen smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty truly favors Princess Jinji. Even the princesses don't have such honor. Princess Jinji, you should thank the emperor." Her words instantly made Qin Jinji the enemy of all the princesses. Who knew that Qin Jinji just tilted her head to look at Consort Shen. "That shouldn't be. My headdress is called Beauty Among All Flowers. It's not just for princesses. Any woman would want it. Don't you like it, Consort Shen?" Consort Shen didn't expect Qin Jinji not only to agree with her, but also to bring other women at the palace banquet into the conversation. Her face immediately showed a look of glee. "This headdress is dazzling. I naturally feel happy when I see it." Qin Jinji looked at Consort Shen's expression with a hint of regret and said, "What a pity, what a real pity." Consort Shen was momentarily stunned but then asked with a smile, "Princess Jinji, what are you feeling sorry about?" Qin Jinji pointed at the peony on her head and said, "It's a pity that the headdress has a peony. It's too proper. The consort can't wear it." The clever people present immediately changed their expressions upon hearing this. Everyone said that Qin Jinji was reckless, and indeed, her reputation was well-deserved. She dared to openly imply that the current consort was a concubine at such an important occasion. Peonies are the king of flowers. Only the main wife can wear them. Especially in the palace, where hierarchy is strict. No matter how noble or favored consort Shin was, the emperor's wife was only the empress. If you really count, consort Shen was indeed the emperor's concubine. But no one dared to say such words openly in front of everyone. Are they crazy? Consort Shen's face darkened, and her expression was so cold it seemed like water might drip from it. How dare Qin Jinji speak to her like that? How dare you? Qin Jinji, what nonsense are you talking? Why can't my mother wear it? Stop talking. As a princess, how can you make such loud noises? It's not proper. Consort Shin quietly scolded her. She had just told Xiao Yuanqi not to speak recklessly, fearing that Qin Jinji might cause trouble again. At first, many people didn't understand what Qin Jinji was saying, but once Xiao Yuanqi shouted, everyone understood. Many people's eyes showed a look of schadenfreude. Qin Jinji was notorious, but the reputation of this ninth princess wasn't much better. Relying on her mother's favor, she often acted arrogantly and bullying others. The noble young ladies who were bullied by her secretly mocked her. According to Qin Jinji, this proud ninth princess was just a daughter of a concubine. They were all legitimate daughters of their families. If you think about it this way, they were actually better off than her. Qin Jinji said very cheekily, "You don't know because you're stupid." "I know, but I won't tell you." Xiao Yuanyi's face turned red with anger. "You, Father Emperor." Look at Qin Jinji. She dares to speak disrespectfully to the Empress Mother in front of everyone. You should punish her severely. Many people started to watch and laugh. If you say this ninth princess isn't smart, then I will show you what being foolish really means. This banquet is a celebration for the Northern Army. His Majesty's high regard for Qin Jinji is a way to honor the Qin family. Just a small reward for Qin Jinji is enough to comfort the brave northern king who has fought all his life. Yet, the ninth princess still wants the emperor to punish Qin Jinji. Sure enough, the emperor's face looked unhappy. At this moment, a stern voice rang out, "Who dares to punish my Jinji?" Everyone stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Qin Jinji saw the Empress Dowager, quickly got up, and helped her to her side. The Empress Dowager sat down on the left of the emperor. Consort Shin smiled slightly. "Sister has arrived." It was just Yuani joking with Princess Jinji. Why get so angry? Qin Jinji clicked her tongue and made a sound. Hearing this, Consort Shin was surprised, then heard Qin Jinji say, "Great-grandfather, look. My grandmother brought this peony. The crown is so beautiful." The emperor chuckled and said, "All right, I know you made that crown yourself for your great-grandmother. Trying to get everyone to praise you. How shameless." Then he looked at Consort Shin. "This mischievous girl has always been stubborn. As an elder, don't mind her. If you like that crown, I will find one for you someday." Consort Shin forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." It seemed she, a noble consort, was jealous of the beautiful crown. Qin Jinji shrugged, didn't even glance at Consort Shin, and returned to her seat. The emperor looked at the Empress Dowager's outfit today and sighed. "Your Majesty's attire today makes me think back to those days long ago." Qin Yi agreed. "The Empress Dowager's brave and elegant appearance is still vivid in my mind." The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. "All right, stop flattering me. Today is the celebration banquet for the soldiers. Everyone, relax and enjoy. Let's begin the feast." The old man named Hong said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and his family haven't arrived yet." Just as the emperor was about to speak, the empress said, "No more waiting. Let's start the feast." Qin Jinji looked at the empty seat across from her and sneered quietly. As the feast began, palace maids brought in dishes one after another. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a bright red brocade robe stood up and walked into the main hall. "Your Majesty, today is a celebration for our soldiers returning victorious. Serving only food and drinks might be too dull. Why not let the ladies of each family perform arts to add some fun?" The emperor nodded approvingly and said, "What the young man from the Shin family suggests makes sense." Do you have anyone in mind to recommend? This was not a good situation for officials and soldiers to be in. The man was Shun Guogong's grandson, Shin Gui, who was also the nephew of Consort Shin. He looked at Qin Jinji with a mischievous smile and said, I've heard that Princess Jinji is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Since today is a celebration for your family, as the only granddaughter of the king of Jinbei, wouldn't you like to perform for the soldiers? Just now, Qin Jinji had dared to mock his aunt's status in the main hall. He would not let her go easily. Qin Jinji, known for her rebellious and unruly attitude, was reckless and uneducated. If she dared to embarrass his aunt, he would show everyone what kind of person she really was. When Shun Gui spoke, many soldiers' faces changed. The nobles in the court usually looked down on soldiers like them who fought in wars. Shun Gui's words also carried a tone of disdain. He even dared to suggest that Princess Jinji perform arts. Qin Jinji, eating lychee peeled by a flying swallow, lifted an eyebrow and looked at him, asking, Who are you? Shun Gui immediately frowned and said, You don't recognize me? Consort Shun is my aunt. Qin Jinji looked at him with disgust, then glanced at Consort Shun and said, Consort, you are quite beautiful, but why do your relatives look so unpleasant? Shun Gui was furious instantly. What did you say, Qin Jinji? Shout what? A tall, strong man suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Pointing at Shun Gui's nose, he said, Anyone can be bold in front of our Jinbei king's daughter. This man was one of Qin Ye's 4 strongest generals. To you. Shun Gui immediately trembled under his intimidating presence, feeling a chill run down his spine. But still, he forced himself to speak bravely, saying, If you disrespect me, I will have my uncle punish you. Duke Shin slowly stood up and said, No chaos at the palace feast. Then he turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, you know Huan's personality. He's been mischievous since childhood and doesn't understand the big picture. Please forgive him. At this moment, the empress suddenly spoke coldly. I have never had such a nephew. I wonder where this Shin family's young man's uncle is from. Qin Jinji casually spat out a lychee seed and asked, Grandmother, are you talking about your nephew? The former empress never embarrassed the Shin family openly before, but today, she seemed to show no respect at all. Huan Shin straightened his neck and said, My aunt is Shun Guifei. Of course, I am talking about her. Qin Jinji looked like she was hearing a big joke and laughed loudly, pointing at him. She tilted her head and said to Shun Guifei, Guifei, your relatives are not only ugly but also have big faces. Huan Shun was so angry from her laughter that he shouted, You are not allowed to laugh. After a while, Qin Jinji's eyes looked at Duke Shin with a hint of displeasure and said, People like this often lack self-awareness. Ask Shun Guifei, if I call her grandmother, would she dare to agree? The empress, the emperor's wife, and the mother of the nation. Unless the empress passes away, the emperor cannot remarry. If she dares to agree, it would be like cursing the queen mother to die. One official sent a petition to impeach her, and she might even lose her position as Guifei. Shun Guifei's face darkened and then turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, The princess just likes to joke. You were raised by your sister since childhood. How dare I take credit from her? Huan is just speaking without thinking. Please don't blame him, sister. Huan, you must apologize to the empress and the princess. Shun Guifei looked at Duke Shin, who was spoiled beyond control at home. Usually, he just used the emperor's uncle title to show off privately. But today, he dared to cause trouble in front of the emperor. Huan Shin shouted, Aunt. Shun Guifei gave him a cold look. Huan Shin endured his anger and closed his mouth. Apologized to the empress and to the princess. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Apologies are not enough. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to each of the grandmothers. I, along with the grandmothers, will then graciously forgive you. Shun Huan was furious. Don't be too overbearing. If you want me to kneel, you better be prepared to bear it. The empress snorted coldly. In this world, I have never refused to accept proper manners. Since you have spoken of apology, then do as Jinji says and kneel. Qin Jinji showed approval and then looked at Shin Huan. My lady is strong-willed and can handle this. Consort Shen immediately said, "Your Majesty."
Look at what sister is doing.
Why is she still arguing with the younger generation? The emperor dared not look at the empress and simply said, "The empress is right." Shun Huan, as a younger member, should show respect.
Since it has been said, it must be done.
Consort Shen, today is a celebration banquet for our soldiers. You should be sensible. Consort Shen's eyes nearly popped out in anger. At this moment, the emperor spoke of rules, but when has Qin Jinji ever followed rules? She hadn't even bowed to her. What sense of propriety? It was just a way to tell her that today's banquet was for the Northern Army's celebration, and she shouldn't offend the Northern King. The emperor clearly didn't want to get involved in the quarrel between the empress and Consort Shen, just wanting to keep the peace. Shun Huan was so angry, he almost fainted. With so many people present, if he kowtowed to Qin Jinji, how could he still stay in the capital? But Qin Jinji looked like she was asking for trouble. "Hurry up, everyone is watching you." Shun Huan looked at Consort Shen for help. She responded with a cold, grim expression. Shun Huan exhaled heavily, knelt before the empress, and bowed 3 times loudly. Apologized to the empress. Then he quickly turned to Qin Jinji and bowed 3 times. Apologized to the princess. He got up with a dark face and returned to his seat. He clearly wanted Qin Jinji, that troublemaker, to lose face in front of all the soldiers. But instead, he ended up losing face himself. The Duke of Shen, standing nearby, also looked grim. The empress's behavior was so disrespectful to the Shen family. She was just the daughter of a stable hand. How dare she act so arrogantly? Meanwhile, Qin Jinji seemed oblivious and kept laughing loudly. Consort Shen clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger, and said, "Sister, are you satisfied now?" The empress calmly said, "I won't argue with the younger generation." Consort Shen, you should be more careful. If others hear your careless words, it could cause big trouble. Consort Shen softly replied, "You're right, sister. When Huana returns home, I will ask our father to teach him more." Also, His Majesty approved Huaner's recent suggestion. I wonder what talent Princess Jinji has prepared. The Emperor looked at Qin Jinji with a bit of amusement, wanting to see what tricks this lively girl might have. Qin Jinji noticed the Emperor's gaze and felt a bit speechless. She was already quite old, but still loved to watch the fun. She calmly stood up and even finished her drink before walking to the center of the hall. "Bring me a sword." The Emperor looked at Qin Jinji, full of energy and looking like a brave little lion, and a smile appeared in his eyes. "Servants, bring me my broken sword. I want to see what this lively girl plans to do with it." Everyone in the hall was once again surprised by how much the Emperor favored Princess Jinji. The broken sword was the Emperor's sword from his battles long ago. It was the sword he used when he entered the capital. After becoming Emperor, he repaired the sword and hung it in the Tai Chi Hall. Today, Qin Jinji wanted the sword, so someone brought it to her directly. This show of favor was truly unique in the world. But behind her, Qin Jinji's expression was a bit disdainful. The sword was much bigger than her. If she broke it, the officials and critics might start criticizing her loudly. The Empress also secretly looked at the Emperor with a look of dislike. He treated a broken sword like a treasure. Prince Qinyi of Zhenbei also rolled his eyes secretly. It's just that he married a good wife. This broken sword was a token of love given to the Emperor by the Empress. She personally spent 3 days and nights forging it with black iron. When she was young, she loved showing it off. Now, at her age, she still liked to show off. Soon, the sword was handed to Qin Jinji. She looked at the sword and said, "Since everyone wants to see, I will show you my hidden talent." Many noble ladies secretly mocked her. She claimed it was her hidden talent, but Qin Jinji, the eccentric princess, was known to have driven several master teachers out of the palace in frustration. Qin Jinji drew out her broken sword. A flash of cold light appeared as a fierce, sharp sword was unsheathed. She turned to look at Qin Yi and said, "Grandfather, since we are celebrating our army's victory, I would like to perform a sword dance to add to the celebration." Qin Yi immediately replied, "Good. My granddaughter is truly talented. The emperor also looked impressed and heard Qin Jinji say, "This dance was taught to me personally by my great-grandfather. Please watch carefully." Upon hearing this, everyone who had come to watch sat up straight and paid attention. It was amusing. If the emperor personally taught her, then anyone mocking Qin Jinji would be mocking the emperor himself. Qin Jinji clapped her hands, and the musicians quickly took their places. As the gentle sound of a flute began to play, Qin Jinji's sword moved gracefully, creating beautiful sword flowers. Holding the sword in her right hand, she held it horizontally in front of her eyes, while her left hand lightly brushed the blade. Her elegant dance made the shining silk ribbons flutter and sparkle as she spun. It was very entertaining to watch. Suddenly, the flute music stopped. Then, powerful drum beats sounded loudly. Qin Jinji's figure changed from gentle to commanding and fierce, adopting bold sword moves. With the lively music, the musicians' singing also started. High in the sky, the cold moon shone on shining armor, and the cold wind swept sand across the border walls. A treasured sword hummed at her waist, and her chest was filled with hot blood. Fires burned on the frontier, chaos reigned, and the homeland was in danger. Riding a warhorse and wielding a spear, she vowed not to return home until the enemies were defeated. The military flags fluttered in the sunset, and the drums thundered across the land. In the enemy camp, horns sounded, and our soldiers bravely charged forward. Swords were drawn, bows were strung, and they vowed to wipe out the enemies. They crossed enemy lines, defeated generals, and reclaimed the mountains and rivers to protect the homeland. Just as the song was about to end, Qin Jinji picked up a wine jar from the table. She quickly moved to the emperor and empress's seats. Holding the wine jar high, she poured wine steadily into their cups. Then she returned to Qin Ye's table and filled his cup again. As the song finished, Qin Jinji sheathed her sword and bowed respectfully, saying, "I offer this battle song as a gift, to celebrate our army's great victory, and also to wish His Majesty that our mountains and rivers remain forever, for 1,000 generations. May His Majesty's reign last forever, for 1,000 generations." For a moment, all the officials knelt down and repeated Qin Jinji's words in unison. The emperor was silent for a moment. "Good. Good. Well done. Truly a child I have raised well." He picked up a cup of wine filled by Qin Jinji and said, "Everyone, drink this cup with me. Here's to the great Jin dynasty, lasting for thousands of years." As everyone drank, their gazes toward Qin Jinji changed. This is what a top master of flattery looks like. People say the emperor favors her, and look at this, she's saying words that touch the emperor's heart. If it were others, they might love the emperor even more. Many soldiers, upon hearing the battle song, had tears in their eyes. After years of fighting and leaving their homes, the noble families in the capital didn't care about their hard work and achievements, only about false titles. This battle song expressed the soldiers' courage to face danger and also revealed their sadness on the battlefield. Qin Yi almost cried openly. "My granddaughter Qin Jinji is truly extraordinary." The emperor smiled warmly and said, "I accept Jinji's kindness. Not only that, I want to reward you. Tell me, what do you want? Today, I will give it to you." At this moment, many people looked at Pei Jinian. Qin Jinji dreamed of marrying Pei Jinian. Now that the emperor has spoken, Qin Jinji would definitely ask the emperor for permission to marry him. Even Pei Jinian's hands clenched unconsciously. His gaze on Qin Jinji was like looking at a poisonous snake. A snake with a beautiful appearance that can deceive people's hearts. Qin Jinji seemed to think for a moment. "I've made up my mind." Just when everyone thought Qin Jinji was going to ask for marriage, she casually said, "Then give the soldiers more silver. They've worked hard." Qin Yi immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone else quickly added, "We thank Your Majesty." The emperor almost rolled his eyes in public. These grandfather and granddaughter always know how to count his money. If each of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers gets a tael, that's millions of taels. As emperor, he's so stingy. But soldiers work hard to protect the country, so they deserve more silver. The emperor nodded.
Fine, do as you say.
Hong Daquan, have the Ministry of Revenue prepare a detailed list. Based on rank, double the original rewards for each soldier. Everyone's faces immediately lit up with happiness. Thank you, Princess. Qin Jinji returned to her seat and whispered to Qin Yi, look at that old man, so stingy. Ask him for some silver, and his face turns pale. She chuckled softly and said, Grandfather, with a few million taels, you wouldn't turn pale. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. It's because he's the emperor. If he doesn't spend his money, who will? Soon, the old man argued again. Why don't you use the swordsmanship I taught you? That last move, what was it? Flailing fists and fancy tricks, completely unimpressive. Qin Jinji peeled a lychee and placed it on Qin Ye's plate. Grandfather, those are fighting moves. If I accidentally hurt someone, I wouldn't be asking for money. Qin Yi thought about it and nodded. Just then, as the grandfather and granddaughter whispered, a handsome figure suddenly walked to the center of the main hall. Pei Jinyan from Hudong requests to marry Princess Jinzhong of the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. Please, Your Majesty, grant the marriage. Brother Pei, are you out of your mind? Pei Jinyan's words were like dropping sliced fish into hot oil. The hall instantly erupted in excitement. Princess Jiu never imagined that Pei Jinyan would ask to marry Qin Jinji. He clearly disliked her so much. The emperor looked at Pei Jinyan kneeling respectfully on the ground, with a teasing expression. Old tutor, what does your son mean? Pei Qing stood up, looking surprised as well, and said to Pei Jinyan, Jinyan, don't be reckless. I don't know about this marriage proposal. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The emperor was not angry but smiled kindly. Old tutor, you are too modest. Indeed, before Pei Qing's eldest son was involved in an incident, he had served as the crown prince's tutor. But after the incident, he was heartbroken and resigned from his post. However, the emperor still kept Pei Qing's official position, only allowing him to stay out of court. When the emperor's reign extended into future generations and the crown prince ascended the throne, Pei Qing would become the imperial tutor, a position of great importance. Normally, Pei Jinyan, being raised by Pei Qing, would often go to the palace to learn alongside princes and princesses. But Pei Qing kept him at home for protection. Pei Jinyan didn't understand. If he wanted to elevate the Pei family status, he needed to be close to the royal family. But since his grandfather didn't say anything, he didn't ask. So, Pei Jinyan appeared more mysterious to others. The emperor looked at Pei Jinyan. I heard that you are betrothed to the young lady of Chancellor Chui's family. How dare you still ask to marry my Jinji? Pei Jinyan respectfully said, Your Majesty, my engagement with Miss Chui has been broken, and the token has been returned. Men and women are free to marry as they wish. I truly want to marry the princess from the county, and I kindly ask Your Majesty to approve. Suddenly, the palace banquet caused a big stir.
What?
Pei Jinyan has broken his engagement with Miss Chui. When did this happen? Why haven't I heard about this? Has Pei Jinyan gone crazy? He canceled his engagement with Miss Chui to marry Qin Jinji. Miss Chui is an outstanding woman, beautiful and talented. Many young men in the capital admire her. If she hadn't been engaged to Pei Jinyan, the Prime Minister's house would have already been overwhelmed with suitors. Exactly. Miss Chui almost got hurt because of her engagement with him. What's going on? The emperor's face showed a hint of surprise. Old Marshal, is that true? Pei Qing stepped forward. Your Majesty, Jinyan and Miss Chui's engagement has indeed been broken. I didn't know that the young master did this to ask to marry the princess from the county. The emperor chuckled softly. You say you want to marry the princess?
Why?
3 years ago, she was fond of you, but you refused her many times. Now, what's the reason? Pei Jinyan respectfully replied, That was when I was young and didn't understand my feelings. I have loved the princess deeply for a long time. Now, I just want to follow my heart. I humbly ask Your Majesty to approve. Deeply in love. Long-time admiration. Many noble ladies who admired Pei Jinyan tightly clenched their handkerchiefs. They all mocked Qin Jinji for being shameless and persistent in bothering Pei Jinyan. But in the end, it was Pei Jinyan who was deeply in love. If they had known earlier, they might have been bolder. Maybe Pei Jinyan would have looked at them differently. Princess Zhou's nails dug into her palm even harder. Pei Jinyan actually broke his engagement with Chuang. Now he was openly asking the emperor to grant him marriage. Why Qin Jinji? Why, after breaking his engagement with Chuang, could Pei Jinyan not see her? She would never allow this. But when the emperor heard Pei Jinyan's words, he burst into hearty laughter. My Jinji, with her beauty, talent, and personality, is outstanding. It's normal for young men to admire her. I wonder why anyone wouldn't like my Jinji. The empress beside her also looked pleased, as if she approved of this. Her Jinji was the best little treasure in the world. If she didn't like Pei Jinyan, she would think the Pei family wasn't good enough for her noble status. The emperor looked at Qin Jinji and asked, Jinji, what do you think about this? Qin Jinji was unaware that she was the focus of the conversation and was still leisurely eating some small dishes. When she heard the emperor call her, she didn't even put down her chopsticks. I will watch sitting here. The emperor coughed loudly and shot her a sharp look. Qin Jinji had no choice but to put down her chopsticks, sit up straight, and say politely, Grandfather, I will watch sitting here. If this weren't in the main hall, His Majesty would definitely scold her harshly. I am asking you, what do you think about this marriage? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Aren't the three of you still alive? Why should I care? Qin Yi, standing nearby, loudly drank a cup of wine. I disagree. Everyone present was surprised. They didn't expect the King of North to oppose the marriage. Qin Yi looked at Pei Jinyan with a critical eye. He can't carry a load or lift a hand. With such a small build, I could crush him with one punch, and he'd be dead. Do you really want my obedient grandson to marry him? Dream on. Don't think that because he's fighting on the frontier, he doesn't know. He remembers how Pei Jinyan used to look at his granddaughter with disdain. The emperor's eyebrows nearly rose in anger. Why are you hitting him? Pei Jinyan is the grandson of the old Master Pei, talented and outstanding. I think he's quite good. The Pei family has 100 years of good reputation, and all the imperial teachers in history have come from the Xie family. Pei Qing managed to take the position of imperial teacher from the deeply rooted Xie family, and he is truly talented. The emperor likes the Pei family very much. At least, on the surface, he seems to favor the Pei family. Qin Yi, feeling unhappy, said, Then why are you asking me? The emperor snapped, I am asking Jinji, who asked you. If anyone could openly argue with the current emperor and not be punished, it would be only Qin Yi, the King of North.
Din ye snorted kolde.
In any case, I disagree. The emperor turned away, ignoring him. Jinji is raised by me, so it's not up to you to disagree. Then he stood up and asked, Pei Jinyan, are your words sincere? Pei Jinyan immediately bowed his head to the ground. Every word from this humble servant is heartfelt. I beg your majesty to approve. Since that's the case, and you and Jinji are truly in love, seeing your sincere words, today I will grant you both a marriage. Your servant thanks the emperor for the decree. Qin Jinji watched Pei Jinyan's pale face and felt even happier. The alliance between these families is just like that. Once your own interests are harmed, you don't care about others. As soon as the news spread that Prime Minister Cui was put under house arrest for angering the emperor, the Pei family hurriedly withdrew their engagement. In the capital, there are countless eyes secretly watching. Those eyes are like lurking wolves and tigers. Once they bite, they won't let go until they draw blood. Many people are watching the Prime Minister's position. Even if the emperor doesn't take any other action, the most common thing in the city is people who enjoy adding trouble. Just watch, soon the capital will become lively. No one is happy about this arranged marriage. After the palace banquet, Qin Jinji followed Qin Yi back to the northern king's residence. On the way, they encountered the Pei family's carriage. Not just met, but Pei Jinyan was deliberately waiting for her. Pei Jinyan walked to Qin Jinji's carriage, looked up at the lifted curtain, and saw her stunning face. Princess, is what's in the letter true? Qin Jinji looked at Pei Jinyan's pale face and smirked slightly. Today, you asked the emperor to grant us marriage, which means you already have an answer in your heart. Pei Jinyan looked into Qin Jinji's eyes and asked, "May I know where you got the news?" Qin Jinji's cheeks turned slightly red, a bit tipsy from the wine. She leaned on the window, tilting her head to look at Pei Jinyan. "Of course I can't tell you. If I tell you, what if you change your mind and refuse to marry me?" Pei Jinyan saw her innocent, childlike expression and knew she was teasing him. "You and I are married by the Emperor's decree. If I back out, the Emperor won't let me go." Qin Jinji nodded. "That's true. Then I won't tell you either." Pei Jinyan was a bit angry.
Why?
"You sent someone to tell me that my uncle's death was related to the Cui family, but you wouldn't tell me how you got the news." Qin Jinji chuckled. "No particular reason. I just wanted to give you a little trouble. Also, I was sending a letter to old Master Pei, not to you." Pei Jinyan, known for his reputation, was still an inexperienced young man. In her view, Pei Jinyan was too innocent, like a blank sheet of paper, seeing everything in black and white. Moreover, the Pei family, Pei Jinyan couldn't make decisions on his own. Pei Hong was simply locked up in the Dali Temple. If Pei Qing entered the palace, how could His Majesty refuse to show respect? The real reason the Pei family decided to cancel the engagement was the letter Qin Jinji sent to old Master Pei. Pei Jing's eldest son, Pei Yunxiao's true cause of death. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Jinyan, who was clenching his fists, and smiled. "Today is a good day. You should pretend to be happy, fiancé." After saying that, she lowered the car curtain. Pei Jinyan looked at the luxurious carriage, and his uneasy thoughts were confirmed. Qin Jinji is not simple. In the eyes of others, Qin Jinji is spoiled, arrogant, and domineering. Relying on the emperor and empress's favor, she acts arrogantly in the capital. She wants everything she desires. Until today, he vaguely suspected that Qin Jinji was pretending. But what was her pretense for? However, after today, he realized he was probably very wrong. Qin Jinji is exactly like that. Cruel, cunning, willing to do anything to achieve her goals. Maybe this is truly who she is. But what she thinks in her heart, Pei Jinyan feels like he's in a thick fog. Once you try to find something beyond the fog, you'll see bloodshot eyes staring back. Dark, piercing, and cold. But he clearly understood one thing. Qin Jinji does not like him. Back at the Prince of Jinbei's residence. As Qin Jinji reached her courtyard gate, 4 white figures appeared. She suddenly closed her eyes. Coming out at night like this, the 4 of you appearing together is a bit creepy. Servants Yunk, Yunj, Yushan, and Yunjin greet the princess. Qin Jinji stepped forward and headed into the courtyard. "Where's the person I sent back 2 months ago?" Yushan stepped forward and said, "He is kept in a secret room. His injuries have been treated." Qin Jinji nodded. "Let's go and see him." The entrance to the secret room was under Qin Jinji's bed. From the entrance, it was a very spacious place. Walking to the innermost part, a large iron cage made of dark iron appeared before her eyes. Inside the cage was a man. His eyes were covered with a black cloth. But it was still possible to see that he was a very handsome man. The skin is very fair, and she appears somewhat weak. Her long hair looks like it has been carefully styled. She lies quietly in the center of the cage, looking lonely. Open the cage. Hearing the noise, the man seems to wake up, but does not get up. He just lies there quietly. Qin Jinji has someone bring in a chair. She sits nearby, not waking him, just watching him quietly. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the man suddenly starts to chuckle. "Qin Jinji, you're here." He slowly sits up. Although his eyes are covered with a cloth, he still finds Qin Jinji's direction accurately. The word, beautiful, appearing on this man is quite strange. But anyone who sees him first thinks of beauty. Qin Jinji sneers. "Why don't you pretend anymore?" The man, instead of feeling embarrassed for being seen through, speaks naturally. "Why did it take you so long to come see me?" "I missed you." Qin Jinji laughs softly and pulls off the black cloth over his eyes. A pair of captivating, enchanting eyes, bright and alluring, are now visible to everyone. Behind him, Yunjin immediately says, "Wow, his eyes are so beautiful." They're almost worth collecting. Yun Shan also comments, no wonder the princess asked me to cover his eyes. If he uses those eyes to charm me, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Qin Jinji leans down and looks at the man. The art of seduction. So it's the ninth prince's specialty. After adjusting to the light, the man sees the stunning Qin Jinji before him. Her face is completely different from what he has seen before. Beautiful, bold, unforgettable. He smiles slowly. So, this is what my Jinji looks like. No wonder I couldn't find you even when I locked down the entire Chu kingdom. Qin Jinji smiles and says, Huangfu Nanfeng, Chu has fallen. The surrender envoy will arrive in the capital next month. You'll be home soon. Huangfu Nanfeng, the ninth prince of Chu, is also a key reason for their defeat. You're here. Where should I go? Huangfu Nanfeng shows no sign of feeling like a prisoner. Yun Jin quietly asks, what's going on? Why does the enemy's ninth prince look so love-struck? Though our princess is really beautiful, silently Spruce said, maybe he is just someone who loves beauty. Even calm, Huangfu Nanfeng spoke up. Ladies, I can hear you. Your voices are so sweet. I always thought you wouldn't speak, Yunjin said seriously. The princess said you are a charming fairy. If you won't talk to us, I think she's right. Huangfu Nanfeng smiled softly. Jinji, your maid is just as interesting as you. Qin Jinji nodded and then asked, how does the Yuxiang powder taste? Huangfu Nanfeng stared at her with a smile still on his face. You say, when the messenger comes, I will ask the Emperor of Jin to marry you. If you become the princess of my royal family, and we live peacefully with Jin, I would be very happy. Qin Jinji looked a bit disappointed. So close, I almost became a princess. Huangfu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Jin and Chu have been enemies for many years. They have always been cautious around each other. A few years ago, Chu had a young general. He used tricky tactics, making Jin start to lose ground. If this person hadn't been kidnapped, the surrender letter might have been from Jin. Unfortunately, that unlucky person was Huangfu Nanfeng. No one knew that Qin Jinji, who was supposed to be practicing hard at Baike Temple, disappeared a month after being sent there. No one knew she disguised herself and went to the Jin border, to the battlefield where the two countries fought. 3 years later, Qin Jinji caught Huangfu Nanfeng. Chu was losing ground and signed a surrender. The lantern light made the tears in Qin Jinji's crown shine brighter. Huangfu Nanfeng just sat up, panting a little. That crown really suits you. Qin Jinji said provocatively. Chu's young killing god, you're so weak. I wonder if you can still hold a sword. Huangfu Nanfeng's expression didn't change at all. He looked into Qin Jinji's shining eyes. Who would have thought that such a beautiful face hid the darkest heart? Back then, Qin Jinji had pierced his heart with a sword. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have reincarnated long ago. Seeing Huangfu Nanfeng still looking deeply affectionate and a bit creepy, Qin Jinji stood up and stretched. Yuxiang-san will feed as usual. If he resists, I will cut him with a sword. Huangfu Nanfeng smiled even more. Jinji, we almost became a married couple. Do you really want to keep me here? It's too lonely here. It's hard to bear when I think of you. Qin Jinji sneered and then looked at Yun Jin. See that? Learn from her. Use the beauty trick. Yun Jin looked at the sky and the ground but refused to look at Qin Jinji. A long time ago, Yun Jin bravely used the beauty trick on the target, but in the end, he fainted and was carried back. After returning, Qin Jinji and 3 others laughed at him for a long time. Qin Jinji left the secret room without looking back. After they went out, Qin Jinji said, double the Yuxiang-san. Yun Jin's eyes widened. More? Won't he die from it? Qin Jinji tapped her head. Yuxiang-san only makes people lose their strength and feel weak. It's not poison, so it won't kill him. Yun Jin rubbed her head. He's just a fragile prince. Isn't the princess being too careful? Qin Jinji chuckled. Fragile? Your princess, endured 3 swords just to tie him up. I almost bled to death. Do you think someone who caused my grandfather serious injuries can be easy to deal with? Yun Jin's face immediately showed some anger. Yunk, from now on you deliver the food. Yunk looked confused. Yun Jin awkwardly said, he's too good-looking. I'm afraid I can't hold on. Yunk rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Qin Jinji smiled. Hurry back to your room and take off this crown for me.
I'm exhausted.
Inside the secret room, the man in the cage slowly sat up. Although his hands and feet were chained, it was obvious he was no longer so weak. His beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Huangfu Nanfeng looked very excited. Qin Jinji was indeed ruthless, which made him want her even more. His hands clenched slightly, and the iron chains on the pillar showed cracks. Late at night, a carriage left the back door of the king of Jinbei's residence. The carriage moved into a hidden alley, where a person in a black cloak got out and got on the carriage. The carriage was large, and Qin Jinji leaned to the side, looking at a picture book about the peach blossom heroine. Recently, it has become very popular. The person took off the hood of their cloak, revealing a gentle and handsome face. Even in middle age, this face was flawless. The person respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, princess. May I ask what you need at this late hour?" Qin Jinji did not look up and kept flipping through her storybook. "I am usually fair. You did a good job. I will reward you, princess." Next to her, a sparrow handed over a black cloth. The man looked a little happy and asked, "Are you taking me to see Ain?" Qin Jinji replied lazily, "If you don't want to go, just get off the carriage." The man knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, princess." Then he tied the black cloth around his eyes and sat respectfully to the side. Even with his eyes covered, his happy expression was visible. Qin Jinji looked at his face and couldn't help but laugh. The man's smile froze. "Why are you laughing, princess?" Qin Jinji's voice was sharp. "Seeing you happy makes me unhappy. Maybe we should go back home today." His expression immediately changed. "As long as you're happy, princess." "Ha ha." Qin Jinji burst out laughing like a mischievous child. "I said I would reward you. If this dog doesn't get to eat meat, it might steal food from others." The carriage traveled for half an hour and arrived at a house in the suburbs. Yunke got out and knocked on the door. After a few uneven knocks, the door opened from inside. Qin Jinji led the man inside. The guards in the house respectfully said, "Mississippi." Qin Jinji tilted her chin at the man. "Take him over." The guard hesitated and said, "Madam is probably already resting. Is it appropriate to bring him now?" Qin Jinji looked at the guard and said, "You care about madam?" "Huh." The guard immediately knelt. "I dare not." Qin Jinji smiled. "Your wife probably doesn't need your concern. Go wake her up." The guard quickly replied, "Yes." After the guards left, Qin Jinji's face became expressionless. "All the guards in this house have been replaced." Yunk nodded and brought a chair for Qin Jinji. One room was lit by candlelight. "Ziyu, is Ziyu here?" The door of the room was suddenly pushed open. A woman ran out from inside. A beautiful woman whose face bore no trace of time. A woman who looked very similar to Qin Jinji. A man behind her quickly tore off the cloth covering his eyes and ran toward her. The woman even forgot to wear shoes on her feet. She immediately threw herself into the man's arms. Tears hung on her face, and her flowing hair seemed to emit a gentle fragrance. Delicate, soft, like a fragile flower that needs protection. They seemed to want to merge into each other completely. They embraced so passionately that it was as if they were blending into each other's flesh and blood. Even fireflies circled around them. This scene of lovers reuniting is always so touching. Qin Jinji sat in the middle of the courtyard, watching them with interest. Finally, the woman left the man's embrace. She also noticed the person sitting behind her. Qin Jinji looked at the face that resembled her closely and smiled brightly. "Long time no see, mother." Qin Jinji knew from a young age that she was a special child. Her parents had died, but she came from a noble family. She had also heard stories about her parents from different people. It was a passionate, inspiring love story. A young general went into the mountains to fight bandits and accidentally saved a wealthy young lady who was lost during her trip. They fell in love at first sight. The young general personally went to the newly crowned emperor to ask for her hand. The next year, they became a married couple. A grand wedding with 10 miles of decorations. The lady and the general loved each other for decades. They had 2 sons and a daughter. The general died in battle, and the lady was heartbroken and followed him. What a perfect story. The woman's delicate face twisted into a fierce expression when she saw Qin Jinji. It was as if a vengeful ghost had possessed her. Why don't you just die?
Beast.
Go to. The woman became hysterical and rushed forward to strangle Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji quickly grabbed her wrist and pushed her away. The woman fell to the ground, staring fiercely at Qin Jinji. The man quickly stepped forward to help her up, feeling sorry. Qin Jinji looked at both of them with a half-smile, saying, "If I die, wouldn't I be helping you 2 lovebirds?" The man looked at her with blame in his eyes. "She's your mother, after all." Qin Jinji seemed to hear a funny joke. She stood up and walked to the man, kicking him to the ground. The woman screamed, "What are you doing? I will kill you." She tried to rush at Qin Jinji, but Yun Kei held her back tightly. Qin Jinji grabbed the man's hair and pulled him close, saying, "Have you forgotten who you are after all this time, Lord Cui? Let go of Ziyu. Don't touch him with your dirty hands." The man looked at her with a reassuring gaze. His face was calm, and he said softly, "I know you are upset. You can do whatever you want to me. You have imprisoned her for 10 years. Please, let her go." Qin Jinji laughed even louder. "Let her go? Then how can I make the second son of the Qinghe Cui family willingly work for me?" The man spoke gently. "I am willing to take the poison of Biluo and do whatever you ask, as long as you can let Ayin go." "No.
No.
You will die if you eat it. Don't ask her." "I don't agree." Ziyu looked at her affectionately and said, "For you, I am willing to do anything." Qin Jinji watched their tender love and clapped her hands happily. "So touching. I feel I must do something to honor your strong love." The woman glared fiercely at Qin Jinji. "If I had known you were a wicked spirit, I should have killed you long ago. I regret giving birth to you." Qin Jinji showed no sadness. Instead, she smiled and said, "What a pity. There is no regret medicine in this world." She took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and poured all the pills onto the ground. "Today is the day her cold poison acts up. If she doesn't die, I will give you a chance to take the poison of Biluo." Qin Jinji stepped on the pills and crushed all the red pills. Ziyu saw this and suddenly rushed to her feet.
No. 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 Yin's body is weak.
She can't handle the poison of Biluo. You can't do this to her. She will die. Qin Jinji kicked the man over casually and said, "Of course I knew I would die. I knew it when I was 8 years old." Cui Ziyu's eyes turned red. "Jinji, she is your mother.
You can't treat her like that."
"It's all my fault. Come at me if you want to do something." The man still wanted to move Qin Jinji's foot away until he was sure all the pills had dissolved into the dirt and could no longer be distinguished. He shouted with red eyes, "Have you ever thought that you might be my and Ayin's biological child?" Lark looked angry and stepped forward to slap Cui Ziyu. Qin Jinji's mother, losing the restraint of the lark, ran to Cui Ziyu's side. "Ziyu, are you okay?" Qin Jinji squatted down to be at eye level with Cui Ziyu. "You wouldn't want to say that, as the second son of Qinghe Cui family, the younger brother of the prime minister, fighting on the battlefield in Jinbei, you seduced the lady of the Jinbei heir and had an affair, so I might be a wild child?" Cui Ziyu's face turned pale. This was the most absurd and embarrassing past of his life, but he did not regret it. Qin Jinji looked at the two and suddenly sneered. "I really want to act out a scene with you, but your faces are so ridiculous. If I really am the wild child of you 2 lovers, then let me, the wild child, torment you. Isn't that a punishment from heaven? Ha ha." Qin Jinji's laughter echoed through the empty house. "Crazy person, you're just a crazy person." Cui Ziyu watched Qin Jinji's manic smile and couldn't help trembling. Qin Jinji's mother, whenever she cursed Qin Jinji, suddenly turned pale purple. She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. Her skin also started turning blue and purple. Large amounts of blood kept pouring from her mouth. Qin Jinji looked at her with no emotion as her poison took effect. Instead, she said to Cui Ziyu, "Look at her. Doesn't she look exactly like I did when I was 8? Cui Ziyu crawled to Qin Jinji's feet like a dog. I'll do whatever you ask. Just please let Ayin go.
She poisoned you back then for me.
It's all my fault. Please. He bowed his head heavily to the ground, hitting it repeatedly. Even though Qin Jinji's mother could no longer speak, her eyes were full of worry as she looked at Cui Ziyu. Who told you to be so restless? That guard just now was one of yours, wasn't he? An unruly dog will be punished. Your Ayin is suffering because of you. Look at that. Your love for her is so strong, yet she has to endure the pain from the cold poison because of you. Your love is not good enough. Cui Ziyu looked at Qin Jinji's smiling face, but his eyes were filled with fear. It took him 3 years to find where Ayin was kept. Finally, he bribed a guard to rescue her. How could Qin Jinji know? Are you wondering how I know? That guard only came 3 years ago. I've never seen him before, but he didn't seem surprised to see you. That means he must have seen you before. When and how did he see you? Over these 3 years, I kept getting clues that suggest I might be your daughter. Did you do this, Lord Cui? Cui Ziyu's face grew darker. For 3 years, he had been planning to save Ayin. People can never escape their feelings. All of this was Cui Ziyu's mind games. And today, he deliberately said those words. Normal people would have thought about it. Unfortunately, Qin Jinji was no longer human. Since her mother force-fed her the poison of Biluo, she had already lost her humanity. As the only heir of Qin Yi and the future sole ruler of the Jinbei Palace, Qin Jinji was targeted by many people who wanted her dead. If she died, Qin Yi would have no successor. After Qin Ye's death, the Jinbei army would be leaderless. Both noble families and rival countries wanted to see the Jinbei army fall apart. The emperor and empress took Qin Jinji into the palace to protect her. But even under their protection, assassination attempts from a young age were common for Qin Jinji. Fortunately, she was very clever. From a young age, she could sense malice around her. She even managed to avoid many assassination attempts on her own. While children her age played happily under their family's protection, Qin Jinji was already calmly discussing with the current emperor which family might be behind the assassinations. On her 8th birthday, Qin Jinji received a secret letter. There is an address above, and the letter contains only 2 sentences. Your mother is not dead. She is waiting for you here. That was the only time Qin Jinji felt hope in her life. She was not lacking love. In fact, she felt nothing from the ruthless imperial family. Instead, the love that the emperor and empress could not show to their children was given to her. Even her grandfather, who was far away at the border, would personally send her a long life lock every year on her birthday. The letters never stopped coming. But her parents' love was so beautiful. People kept mythologizing their story. She imagined them as perfect in her heart. And she was full of doubt. Why was her mother not dead? This secret letter was delivered by her trusted servant, so it couldn't be fake. Could it be that heaven, because of her birthday, returned her mother to her? This would be the best birthday gift she could ever receive. So she took Yunk and Yunj to that address. It was a lovely courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard was a peach blossom tree. A stunning woman sat under the peach tree, embroidering a silk handkerchief. Qin Jinji had seen her parents' portraits. But this woman looked almost exactly like the one from 10 years ago. Qin Jinji recognized her immediately. She had the gentlest face she had ever seen. Yet it was also the most indifferent face in the world. The woman had poisoned the pastries and personally fed her. At that moment, as Qin Jinji ate, all her warmth was replaced by coldness. Suddenly, Qin Jinji collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Her eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding. Her pale skin quickly turned purple and blue. The woman watched her collapse with indifference. Yunk sensed something was wrong and appeared instantly, but the bile poison was too strong. It acted almost immediately. She checked Qin Jinji's breath, then fed her the great rejuvenation pill given to her by the king of Jinbei. She also absorbed most of the poison into her own body. But bile poison, the king of all poisons, could take a life in an instant. Even though Yunk absorbed most of the toxin, the bile poison had already invaded her lungs. Because Yunk has internal energy to protect her body, she can eliminate poison. However, the Bila poison is too deadly, and her throat is damaged by the residual poison, so she can no longer speak. Yunjin immediately subdued the woman. What did you give the princess to eat? The woman was unbothered. She's going to die anyway. You can't save her, Yunjin shouted angrily. Hand over the antidote. The woman smiled and said, there is no antidote for Bila poison. Yunjin's anger grew. Wicked woman. The princess is your daughter. The woman's head was tilted to one side. Even in her disheveled state, she still looked pitiful. When Qin Jinji woke up, she saw this scene. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She wiped the blood from her lips and coldly said, feed her those pastries. Yunjin immediately shoved all the pastries into the woman's mouth without hesitation. The woman struggled and choked, vomiting repeatedly. Yunjin held her mouth tightly, forcing her to swallow all the pastries. Qin Jinji stared at the woman for a moment, then smiled. I don't know who is behind you, but I will take you all together. Her face was covered in blood, but she was smiling. Seeing such an expression on an 8-year-old child's face was too frightening. Many years later, the woman often dreamed of that face. The evening sunset painted the sky with red clouds. The clouds looked blood-red. When Cui Ziyu returned to her home, she saw her beloved lying under the peach blossom tree where they had fallen in love. Blood was smeared around her mouth.
Ian.
Ian. Cui Ziyu shouted loudly, but the woman didn't respond. What is going on? Where is she? Someone help. Ian, wake up. Look at me. At that moment, the door to the central room in the courtyard was pushed open. A young voice said, so it's you. 10 years ago, Ian's face was covered in blood, and now it resembled the scene before her. Qin Jinji's mother was suffering from Bila poison. The cold air was piercing, like a wild beast tearing at her lungs. It also felt like countless ice spikes piercing through her body. Cui Ziyu grabbed Qin Jinji's leg, her eyes red with pleading. Princess, I can't do this anymore.
Please.
Spare Ian. I am willing to take her place. I will do whatever you ask. Please, spare Ian. Qin Jinji looked down at him with a slight smile and said, don't worry, your little sweetheart won't die. She will just be very hurt. This face, almost identical to Ah Yin's, looked like a demon crawling out of to take lives. 10 years ago, that young face also appeared again in front of Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at Cui Ziyu's pained expression and said, all right, I have given you your reward. Now, it's time for you to do your part. Cui Ziyu hoped to see some emotion in Qin Jinji's face, but he was disappointed. You really are a devil. Qin Jinji seemed pleased with this name. Take the lady back home, or the guards will get worried again. Yun Kei nodded and carried the woman back to her room. Cui Ziyu wanted to follow, but he heard Qin Jinji say, don't worry, you still have use for me. I won't let her die. Cui Ziyu seemed to understand something and respectfully knelt before Qin Jinji. Cui Ziyu will always be useful to the princess. Qin Jinji nodded happily. Talking to smart people is easy. They say wealthy families produce passionate lovers. I am lucky to see a pair. When Yun Kei came out, her white clothes were stained with blood. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Even a guard is worth dirtying your hands for. Cui Ziyu knew that the guard had been dealt with. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. Lord Cui, look at this. So many people suffer because of you. You seem like a disaster spirit reborn. After saying that, she strode away. Cui Ziyu looked longingly at the woman's room. Yun Kei, however, impatiently pushed Cui Ziyu out. On the return carriage, Cui Ziyu asked, what does the princess want me to do? I want to see Cuiying. Back at the palace, Yun Kei pulled Qin Jinji hurriedly toward the study. Yun Kei, what are you doing? But Yun Kei stubbornly pulled Qin Jinji toward the study. As soon as they entered, Yun Kei headed straight for the bookshelf. Carefully, she took down a box. She opened the box and took out a scroll. In a hurry, she unrolled it. It was a portrait of Qin Zi, Qin Jinji's father. Lark hung the portrait on the bookshelf and pulled Qin Jinji close to it. She pointed to the eyes in the portrait and then to Qin Jinji's eyes. Qin Jinji finally understood what she meant. You mean to say that my eyes look like my father's, so I must be his child? Lark nodded repeatedly. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. Of course I know I am my father's child. She calmly walked to the side of the bookshelf and took out another scroll from a different box. The Empress Dowager always says my grandmother was very beautiful when she was young. My father was lucky to resemble her. If he had looked like my grandfather, he wouldn't have even been able to marry a wife. Qin Jinji unrolled the scroll, revealing a dignified woman. She looked very much like Qin Zi, clearly mother and son. Compared to my father, my eyes actually resemble my grandmother more. Qin Jinji looked almost identical to her mother, except for her eyes, which were sharp and full of spirit, just like the Qin families. Cui Zi's biggest mistake was his arrogance, and he also underestimated her as a naive child. That's why he was manipulated into becoming her. Confusing the Qin family bloodline wasn't to win her affection, but to disturb the morale of the Northern Army. Unfortunately, Cui Zi was not ruthless enough and couldn't let go of her mother. But if it weren't for Cui Zi this time, Prime Minister Cui wouldn't have been so easily confined. One day, if the cunning Prime Minister Cui knew that his good brother was willing to risk everything for a woman, would he be furious? After all, it was his idea to the crown princess. Qin Jinji watched Lark's relieved expression and patted her shoulder. I will have Lu Yi cure your throat. Lu Yi is very skilled in medicine, I trust her. When Qin Jinji named Lark, it was because her voice was very beautiful. Because they couldn't reveal their identities, the four of them initially only served as Qin Jinji's secret guards. Until Qin Jinji was poisoned, the four of them were brought into the open. Since so many people wanted her dead, they decided to fight and see who would end up in. Lark looked indifferent and gestured with her hand. As long as she was near the princess, it didn't matter if she didn't speak. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, the princess will take you to a good place. On the second day, news spread throughout the capital that Pei Jinyan had broken off his engagement with Cui and asked the emperor to marry Qin Jinji. Miss Cui was heartbroken. Her recently recovered health was suddenly worsened, and she fell seriously ill again.
Miss,
you can't go out again today. If the Prime Minister finds out, he'll definitely punish me. Huaner, don't worry. I will be back before dawn. Father already visited me today, so he won't come again. Huaner looked tearful as she watched Cui, who was putting on her night clothes. Miss, take me with you. I don't want to stay here alone. Cui snorted. You worry too much. I am skilled in martial arts. Besides, if I take you along, how can I do justice? Do you think I'll throw you like a weapon when I fight? Huaner pouted. Then, miss, you must come back early. Cui pulled out a sword from under the bed. Don't worry. I'll be back early. She pushed open the door quietly and sneaked over the wall. Cui tiptoed to outside Tianxiang Tower. She heard that Shen Guogong's grandson, Shen Huan, was bullying women and forcing them into his house. The women's parents reported it to the authorities, but they were beaten and thrown out. Unable to seek justice, they hanged themselves at the gate. She had her people find out that Shen Huan was going to Tianxiang Tower with his friends to have fun. Since no one could help those parents, Cui decided to do what was right. She found Shen Huan's private room and took out a scented smoke. She blew it through a small hole in the window. After waiting half an incense stick, she thought the person inside was unconscious, so she pushed open the window and slipped in. The room was brightly lit, but Shen Huan and his friends were not there enjoying themselves. Who is the peach blossom heroine looking for? Cui suddenly turned around and saw someone sitting behind the curtain. Oh no, an ambush. Cui was about to climb out the window and escape. Suddenly, two handsome guards appeared at the window. She turned and ran toward the door. At the same time, two more handsome guards appeared at the door. Seeing her blocked from both sides, Cui drew her sword and tried to break through. In one move, she was subdued and pushed onto the table. Struggling, Cui said, "Let me go now or you'll regret it. Be gentle. Don't hurt this delicate beauty." In Cui's peripheral vision, the person behind the curtain stood up, pushed aside the curtain, and walked toward her. You are Xinhuan's? I tell you, let me go quickly. I am a close friend of the Prime Minister's daughter. If you hurt me, be careful, you might lose your head. The man chuckled softly and stood beside Chueying. Hope you're well, Miss Cui. He then pulled the black cloth off her face. Chueying stared wide-eyed at the visitor. Qin Jinji sat next to her. It seems the doctor who treated Miss Cui is a miracle worker. Not only can he make bedridden people walk again, but he can even walk on walls. I must see it someday. She waved her hand, and the sparrow released Chueying. Chueying covered her shoulder and moved back cautiously, watching her. How are you here? Qin Jinji still held a sketchbook. Peach Blossom Heroine, Miss Cui, you look so elegant. Chueying turned her face away. I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Jinji threw the sketchbook onto the table. If Prime Minister Cui knew that his proud daughter was actually a folk hero who helps the poor and fights injustice as the Peach Blossom Heroine, I wonder what he'd think? Chueying immediately glared at Qin Jinji. What is the princess doing? I already broke off my engagement with Jinyan Pei 3 years ago. He almost caused me to lose my life. Are you trying to do it again? Qin Jinji wasn't angry at all. Instead, she looked at her with a smile. See, now you're more like a living person. Miss Cui, pretending to be dull and boring every day, really is annoying. Hearing this, Chueying became more cautious. Qin Jinji was crazy and unpredictable. Now that Jinyan Pei has abandoned his family ties to seek marriage with the emperor, shouldn't you be happy? Why are you still bothering me? My guards are waiting downstairs. If something happens to me, will the princess be kicked out of the capital again? Qin Jinji stood up, dressed in men's clothes, her face unadorned, looking heroic. She smiled charmingly, like a dashing official. Miss Cui, you're unreasonable. Shouldn't you be the one happy? Chueying was stunned and snorted coldly. I don't understand what you're saying. Qin Jinji stepped forward. If I hadn't thrown you into the water, how could you have faked illness to avoid this marriage these past 3 years? Chueying's eyes widened in shock. How did she know she had been pretending all this time? Qin Jinji smiled and clapped her hands. An old man stepped out from behind the curtain. Chueying immediately exclaimed, Dr. Chu, what are you doing here? Chu Shan approached Qin Jinji and bowed. Your humble servant greets the princess. Chueying couldn't believe it. You are with Qin Jinji. Chueying has been a model noble daughter in the capital since she was young. She is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting and can recite poetry and songs easily. Her appearance is also very beautiful. The Cui family of Hehe is known for their beauty. She grew up according to the standards of noble women in her family. She is quiet, proper, polite, and reserved. After reaching adulthood, she was engaged to the talented young man from the Pei family in Hedong. Her father is a top official with great power in the court. Her future husband is predicted to become the youngest person to reach high office and become a prime minister. She is destined to be the most respected noble woman in her family. Many noble daughters envy her life. But none of these things are what she truly wants. She wants to be a real person, a living, breathing person. Not just a beautiful ornament. She wants to think, to be independent. She doesn't want to always stay within strict rules. She doesn't want to marry a man she has never met. She wants to cry, to laugh, to get angry, to feel sad. She wants to be able to think freely. But her destiny makes all this seem impossible. She secretly learned martial arts behind everyone's back. At night, she pretended to be a hero in her dreams. People she helped in the village called her the Peach Blossom Heroine because she always left behind large peach blossoms. This was her private wish, to leave a mark that truly belonged to Chueying. The most rebellious thing she did was deliberately provoke Qin Jinji, causing Qin Jinji to push her into danger. In front of many people, she almost lost her life, but it also bought her 3 years of time. Qin Jinji looked at Chueying with a surprised smile and said, Dr. Chu's ancestors were also imperial doctors with excellent skills. Do you really think he can't tell that your weakness is caused by taking secret medicine? 3 years ago, she had someone find a special medicine that made a person look weak and fragile after taking it. They really found it. When taken, it made a person seem seriously ill within an hour. But after an hour, the person would bounce back and be as healthy as before. After Qin Jinji threw her into the water, she was truly sick for a while. She recovered after drinking bitter herbal soup for 3 days. However, this also gave her a good chance to pretend to be ill. If she suddenly appeared seriously ill without reason, it might raise suspicion. Chui Chancellor asked many famous doctors, and the final conclusion was that her weakness was caused by nearly drowning and the shock she experienced, so she needed to rest and recover slowly. Later, her father also sent for Dr. Chu, who was known as a good doctor from the Huainan area. Just when she thought her secret might be exposed, Dr. Chu told Chancellor Chui that Miss Chui's health was badly damaged. She might have difficulty having children in the future, and if not carefully treated, her life could be at risk. If a woman cannot have children, she will likely face hardship in her husband's family. Chancellor Chui was worried about his daughter and asked Dr. Chu to help care for Chuiying. Chu Xingsheng went to Qin Jinji and said, "Duchess, I have stayed at the Chancellor's house for 3 years as you asked. Do you remember your promise?" Qin Jinji threw a jade pendant to him and said, "Come to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence tomorrow to find me." Chu Xingsheng smiled and said, "I will take my leave now." Chuiying felt more confused about Qin Jinji. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Qin Jinji looked at her angry face and teased her even more. "I asked Dr. Chu to put a small amount of poison in the silver ear fungus soup you eat every day. Just a little each day can make someone die quietly. Have you been waking up in the middle of the night recently, coughing, feeling like ants are crawling in your throat?" Chui Ying's eyes widened as she covered her neck. "You." Qin Jinji's words seemed like the trigger for poisoning, and Chuiying felt her whole body start to itch. "You are so cruel. After 3 years, you still won't let me go." Qin Jinji sat to the side, propping her face with one hand, looking at her with a teasing smile. "But if you kneel and beg me, I might consider giving you the antidote." Chuiying looked at Qin Jinji with a firm face. "I am a daughter of the Chui family, the top clan. How dare you, a poisonous snake, make me bow down? If you want me dead, then you'd better be prepared to die with me." She quickly drew her sword and stabbed at Qin Jinji. Larks and others immediately stepped forward to protect Qin Jinji. Unexpectedly, Chuiying flipped into a bird-like somersault and ran toward the window. She thought, haha, her father is the Chancellor. If I get poisoned, I'll find someone to cure me. Qin Jinji is crazy. Why should I fight her? If I'm going to die, I'll die. I, Chuiying, will live a long life. As long as she escapes from here, Qin Jinji can't be punished by the Prime Minister, right? Yun Ke immediately wanted to chase after her, but Qin Jinji stopped her. Next to them, Yun Jin quickly asked, "Princess, aren't you going to chase?" Qin Jinji calmly sipped her tea. When she set the teacup down on the table, a large, bear-like shadow suddenly burst into the room through the window. It was carrying someone on its back. Chuiying looked at it with a speechless face and asked, "Why are you bringing a bear when you go out?" She was determined to die here today. Tuyu threw Chuiying to the ground and saluted, "Greetings, princess." Qin Jinji pointed behind the curtain, "Those people, and hang them at the city gate." Tu didn't hesitate and went behind the curtain. Seeing the people inside, he immediately recognized one and smiled. It was this kid. Tuyu whistled outside the window, and 2 soldiers jumped in. The 3 of them, each holding someone, helped the unconscious Shen Huan and others out through the window. Despite Tuyu's strong build, he moved silently and skillfully. Chuiying looked at Shen Huan, who was carried out like a dead pig, and felt even more confused. "Aren't you working with him?" Qin Jinji asked Yun Jin to help Chuiying up. "Let's go. Follow me to a place." She stepped forward to leave the room. Chuiying quickly covered her face. If people saw the young lady of the Prime Minister's residence in a brothel, her father would skin her alive. "What are you really planning to do?" "I'm not going with you." Qin Jinji suddenly smiled with narrowed eyes. "If you don't behave, I'll throw you into the main hall right now." Guess what the people in the capital's tea houses will say tomorrow? "The city's top noble lady sneaking into a brothel?" Chuiying immediately said, "Didn't you say we were going somewhere? Why aren't we leaving?" Qin Jinji chuckled softly and left the room. Yun Jin tightly grabbed Cui Ying's arm. Miss Cui, don't even think about running away. I hit hard. Cui Ying clenched her teeth. So, what if she was skilled in martial arts? When she returned to the residence, she would find 10 or 8 strong fighters to protect her. Just as Cui Ying was feeling very nervous, worried about being seen, she realized they weren't heading to the main hall but instead took another hidden staircase. The carriage from the king of Jinbei's residence was waiting there. Cui Ying looked with an unspoken expression and said, "You come to a brothel and just leave your carriage here? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" In the city of Jing, Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "There's nothing I, Qin Jinji, should fear here," Cui Ying pouted. "Haha, that big villain, you're not joking." At that moment, Qin Jinji said, "It doesn't matter if others see. This is my grandfather's carriage. If anyone talks, it's my grandfather." Cui Ying looked at her as if she were crazy. She had heard of people betraying their parents, but never of betraying their grandfather. Meanwhile, Qin Yi sneezed in his study. "What's going on? Does my clever grandson miss me?" Soon the carriage stopped. Yun Jin's voice said, "Princess, we've arrived." Yun Kei quickly took a package out of the carriage's storage box. Yun Jin and Yun Go also got inside. The package was opened, revealing all kinds of precious jewelry. Each of the 4 took a few pieces, and then left the carriage. Cui Ying felt confused, but so far, Qin Jinji hadn't really done anything to her. Knowing her personality, if she truly wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't bother with all this trouble. But Qin Jinji was crazy, so Cui Ying had to be careful and see what she was planning. Cui Ying pulled back the carriage curtain and immediately widened her eyes. The carriage had stopped in front of Wei Xue's residence, the prefect of Jing. She watched Yun Kei and the others jump into Wei's house, feeling even more uneasy. Could Qin Jinji cause trouble again? Cui Ying watched the calm Qin Jinji, thinking that since no one was around now, there was no better time to escape. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the carriage. They were orderly and disciplined, clearly trained professionals. "Princess, I've ordered people to block all exits of Wei's house. No one will escape." Cui Ying's eyes widened in fear. "What are you planning to do?" The voice was the same as the bear's voice from earlier. Cui Ying carefully lifted the carriage curtain. Guards dressed in the exclusive uniform of the king of Jinbei's residence surrounded Wei's house. These were the palace soldiers specially authorized by His Majesty for the Jinbei Palace. Qin Jinji threw a set of clothes to Cui Ying. "If you don't want to be recognized, change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside." Cui Ying was about to refuse, saying she wouldn't wear servant girl's clothes, but seeing Qin Jinji's determined look, she swallowed her words. Her life was now in Qin Jinji's hands. She couldn't run away from that bear, even if she wanted to. A wise person knows not to fight against the current. Soon, Cui Ying dressed as a maid stepped out of the carriage. Suddenly, a bird's chirping sound came from inside the Wei residence. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Bash the door." Tuyu waved his hand, and several guards carried large wooden stakes, smashing them against the main gate of the Wei house. The noise was loud, but the guards didn't seem to be using their full strength. The gate started to loosen. Inside the Wei residence, there were sounds of panic. Bang! The gate collapsed with a loud crash. Cui Ying's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She looked around nervously. Is there still time to run away? A young servant from inside the house hurried out and, seeing the fallen gate, shouted angrily, "Who dares to break into the Wei house? Are you trying to lose your head?" Qin Jinji clicked his tongue. Annoying. Hearing this, Tuyu stepped forward and kicked the servant, who immediately fainted. He looked at another frightened servant nearby and said, "Call out the person in charge of the Wei house." The servant ran off quickly. Qin Jinji casually led his people into the Wei residence, as if strolling in his own garden. Such boldness. Such boldness. Cui Ying's mind was filled with only 4 words, daring beyond measure. The soldiers of the North Town King's residence, each holding torches, marched confidently into the Wei house. Master, something's wrong." Someone broke into the Wei house and knocked out Tangui. Wei Shui was just enjoying a tender moment with a newly arrived beauty when he heard loud noises from the courtyard. Wei Li, what's going on? Who's making noise in the yard? Outside, a voice replied, Master, rest assured, I will check now. Wei Shui's mood was spoiled by the disturbance, and he looked displeased. The people in this house are becoming more and more unruly. The beauty leaned against Wei Shui and said, Master, the night is short. Don't bother with them. Just as Wei Shui was about to enjoy a moment of intimacy again, he heard Wei Li's voice outside. Master, something's wrong. Princess Jinji has arrived. Wei Shui seemed to not hear clearly. Who did you say? Princess Jinji from the North Town King's residence. The door suddenly swung open from inside. Are you talking about Qin Ye's granddaughter? Wei Li nodded with a serious expression. Exactly. Wei Shui hurriedly put on his clothes. Why did she break into my house? Wei Li looked a bit unhappy. He said, There are thieves who stole valuables from the North King's residence. When we tracked them, the thieves entered the Wei residence. What? Quickly show the way. Wei Shui was not afraid of Qin Jinji. His backing was the Wei family of Jingzhou, which held an important position in the court. But Qin Jinji was a troublemaker who didn't follow rules and didn't care about anyone's face. How did these thieves get into the Wei residence? When Wei Shui arrived at the main courtyard, he saw the young servants and guards all kneeling with bruised faces. In the middle of the yard, a handsome young man sat cross-legged on a grand chair. Looking closely, that chair was the one from his study. But he had just seen that face at a palace banquet. I am Wei Shui, the magistrate of Jingzhou. I greet the princess. May I ask what brings you here late at night? Qin Jinji rested her arm on her knee, supporting her chin, and slightly leaned forward to look at Wei Shui. That was when Wei Shui noticed that the guards behind Qin Jinji were not ordinary soldiers. They were the palace guards from the North King's residence. All of them had fought in battles. They were no match for his guards. Wei Shui stepped forward. Princess, is there some misunderstanding here? At that moment, strong voices came from various courtyards of the Wei residence. Princess. The eastern courtyard found stolen items. Princess. The western garden found stolen items. Princess. The study found stolen items. Princess. The kitchen found stolen items. Wei Shui looked confused. What stolen items? The soldiers all knelt before Qin Jinji, holding various precious jewelry they had found. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. I say, with so many entrances on Juke Street, how come the thief ended up in the Wei residence? Lord Wei, daring to steal from me. Qin Jinji? You have quite the courage. Chuang felt her heart pounding in her chest. This was framing. Accusing. All these jewelry pieces she had seen on the carriage. She now understood what Qin Jinji's maids had done. Stolen into the Wei residence. Wei Shui looked at the various items confiscated from the Wei residence and was also confused. Princess, our Wei family is quite wealthy in Jing. Why would we steal your things? Forgive me for saying this, but the jewelry in your hands, our warehouse has plenty of it. Qin Jinji sneered. These jewelry pieces were personally given by the Empress and His Majesty. They are one of a kind in the world. As for the stories about the Wei family's treasury, claiming there are endless gifts from the Emperor and Empress, it's best for Lord Wei to speak less about such things. Wei Shui was stunned. These were truly gifts from the Emperor and Empress. What exactly was going on? Why would these items appear in the Wei residence? He looked serious and said, Princess, there must be some misunderstanding. Give me a moment, and I will give you an explanation. Qin Jinji picked up a ring and put it on her finger, the flickering torchlight shining on her face. An explanation? The evidence is clear. What explanation does Lord Wei want to give me? Wei Shui's face darkened. Then he said with a hint of anger, What do you mean, princess? Wei Shui, the prefect of the capital, accused of stealing valuables and hiding them in his house. According to the law, he should be branded and whipped. Wei Shui's face changed.
How dare you?
A young child like you dares to cause trouble in my house. Two soldiers stepped forward, holding a red-hot branding iron. Qin Jinji smiled slightly. You came so hurriedly, only the branding iron. Please forgive me, Lord Wei. Two soldiers then pressed Wei Shui down. Wei Li, standing nearby, shouted, "My master is the prefect of the capital. How dare you use private punishment on a court official? Even if you are a princess, isn't there still law in the capital?" Qin Jinji sneered. Law? Do you even know how to write those words? Wei Shui struggled and shouted, "Qin Jinji, you are lawless and overbearing. My Wei family is not afraid of you. If you dare to touch me, I will report you to the emperor himself." As soon as Wei Shui finished speaking, the soldier pressed the branding iron onto his face. "You're disturbing the princess." Wei Shui cried out in pain. "Qin Jinji, I won't let you go." Qin Jinji seemed to be thinking of him and said, "Since you want to report to the emperor, then I will spare you the whipping." Wei Shui thought Qin Jinji was afraid. "I tell you, Qin Jinji, I will gather the Wei family's strength to tear you apart." But Qin Jinji just touched her forehead as if she hadn't heard him. "If you can't be whipped, then cut off his hand. Qin Jinji, don't cause trouble." Wei Shui is from the Wei family in Jingyao, and many officials in the court are their students. "If you really hurt him, it won't end well." Chuang whispered nervously in Qin Jinji's ear, feeling like the sky was falling. What kind of heroism or righteousness was she claiming? Why did she have to fall into the hands of this troublemaker? She realized that Qin Jinji probably didn't mean any harm to her. But how could she have caused such a big problem? She falsely accused the city governor of theft. Seeing the big thief label on Wei Shui's face, Chuang felt her face burning with shame. Qin Jinji turned to look at her with a slight smirk, even a bit mocking. "The Chui family claims to be the top clan, but they are risking my life?" Chuang rolled her eyes. Why did this person always hit where it hurt? Her father had once joined many officials to pressure the emperor, but the emperor didn't threaten Qin Jinji's life. Wei Li, who had been blocking the soldiers, was also subdued and knelt on the ground. "If you dare hurt my master, even the emperor can't protect you. You say I stole from the Wei residence, but how can you prove these items belong to the Prince of Jinbei? I might just say you broke into my house and robbed us." Qin Jinji lowered her head with a faint smile. "Isn't it funny? The people in the capital are all as clever as monkeys, yet some are so stupid they fall right into my trap. I thought I wouldn't hear this kind of thing in the Wei residence today." Tu picked up a bracelet and held it in front of Wei Shui. "The Empress and His Majesty gifted these items, and they bear the princess's name." The firelight reflected off the bracelet, revealing two small, clear characters inside. Qin Jinji looked at her stunned servants and smiled even wider. "Interesting, very interesting." She stood up and drew her sword from the nearest guard. Wei Shui's hands were firmly pressed to the ground by the guards. Qin Jinji knelt beside him. "I'm very happy, so I decided to do it myself. Don't worry, Lord Wei, I know how to do this. But it will hurt a lot." Qin Jinji didn't cut quickly. She slowly cut off Wei Shui's hand. The pain intensified every second. Blood splattered everywhere, even splashing into Qin Jinji's eyes. Wei Shui, clutching his bleeding, severed hand, rolled on the ground in pain. The people of the Wei family were all stunned. Everyone said that Qin Jinji was ruthless and cruel, but no one described her as this vicious. She was practically a monster. Chuang immediately vomited. "Qin Jinji, you will have a bad ending. I won't let you go." Qin Jinji looked a bit confused and said, "Lord Wei, what's that look on your face? Don't you like private punishments? Let me think. Yesterday or the day before, or maybe the day before that, you used private punishment to almost beat a complaining old couple to death." Cui Ying's eyes widened suddenly. That old couple who had no way to complain and hanged themselves in front of the Kyoto government office. Qin Jinji, is this her way of revenge? Wei Shui stared wide-eyed. "Who are they to you?" Qin Jinji shrugged. "I don't know them. You're playing me? I won't let you go. Even Qin Yi, I want him to suffer consequences." Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. "To you. Why haven't you picked up that broken hand yet? What if I leave, and you secretly take it back?" Tu looked a bit disgusted as he picked up the broken hand. "This thing is for the dogs of the Prince of Jinbei's estate. Even dogs won't eat it. Qin Jinji threw her sword to the guard and said to Wei Li, "Go find the doctor. Later tonight, your master won't be able to file a formal complaint tomorrow." Wei Li knelt and crawled over to Wei Shui. "Master, hold on. I'll go call the doctor." Wei Shui's face was deathly pale, and he stared fixedly at Qin Jinji. His face twitched from the pain. Qin Jinji shook her head with him. "If the pain becomes unbearable, I wouldn't mind you hanging at the gate of the Prince of Jinbei's estate." The people from the Prince of Jinbei's estate left in a grand procession. For a moment, everyone at the Wei residence cried out in despair. Back in the carriage, Yun Kei and the others had been waiting for a long time. Yun Shan immediately came over to wipe Qin Jinji's face as soon as she saw her. After tidying her up, Qin Jinji said, "Take Miss Cui back to her estate." Cui Ying's face was pale. After a while, she finally asked, "Why did you bring me to the Wei estate today?" Qin Jinji looked at her and asked, "What did you see today?" Cui Ying's tense back seemed to relax for some reason. She looked at Qin Jinji's beautiful face and sighed. "Evil people are punished by evil people. The governor of Kyoto and the Duke of Shin colluded, causing innocent lives to be lost." Meeting Qin Jinji, she felt it was deserved. She looked at Yun Jin and asked, "Can you pour me a cup of tea? I feel a bit sick." Yun Jin poured tea and placed it in front of her, then looked at Qin Jinji. "Princess, did she see you kill someone?" Cui Ying drank the tea quickly, leaning against a carriage like mud, silent before reaching Cui's residence. At Cui's house, Cui Ying only said weakly, "I'm going back." After Cui Ying left, Yun Jin approached Qin Jinji. "Princess, are you really letting her go like that?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "What else could I do?" Yun Jin looked more confused. "Are you just trying to scare Miss Cui?" Qin Jinji sighed and looked at Yun Jin. "You should go and become sisters with Fian. Actions must be done, thoughts must be left behind." Yun Jin pouted and sat aside. Yun Shan handed her a cup of tea. "Princess, the person has been rescued." She fainted twice from crying over her parents leaving. "Will that delay your plans for tomorrow?" Qin Jinji took a sip of tea. "If I can't even seek justice for her parents, then just throw her back to Duke Shin's house." Yun Shan nodded. "I understand, Your Highness." Cui Ying returned to her courtyard but did not rest in her room. She suddenly flew to the roof, quietly watching the moon. Suddenly, she sighed. She had never felt such deep frustration. Her past chivalry was just helping people with a beating and giving some silver. But what she did now was even less impactful than the notorious troublemakers everyone talks about. In the capital, there were many who did wrong, bullied others, and caused deaths. The powerful families and nobles protected each other, making justice almost impossible. Seeking justice for the people was like a fairy tale. She just wanted to teach Shen Huan a lesson, maybe even beat him up. She never thought about taking his life. Her Cui family had good relations with Duke Shin's house. For the sake of her family and its interests, she couldn't destroy the harmony between the two families. But isn't that against her idea of righteous heroism? But Qin Jinji succeeded. She acted without hesitation, even using a flimsy excuse of catching a thief to break in directly. But today, what was Qin Jinji really trying to see by doing all this? Isn't this the young master of the Duke of Shen's residence? Why is he hanging there, bare and exposed, at the city gate? That young Master Shen is quite the flirt. Who would have thought he'd hang himself like a chili on a small tree? What's the difference between him and A? I think this is karma. He deserves it. Shen Huan woke up groggily, feeling dizzy, and with a terrible headache. His arm hurt as if it was broken. He shivered from the cold. When he opened his eyes and looked at his feet, he screamed in fright. Where was he? All around the city gate, common people gathered, watching the scene. They pointed and whispered, with some sneering, but no one tried to help the people hanging on the gate. "Stop staring. Shut up, all of you. Hurry up and put me down. When I get down, I will definitely punish you." Shen Huan finally realized he was hanging above the city gate. How did he end up here? Yesterday, he was having drinks with his friends at Tianxiang Tower. When he looked back, those friends were also hanging there, bare and silent. If he found out who did this, he would tear them apart. Qin Jinji sneezed and rubbed her nose. Outside the door, a guard's voice was heard. Princess, Gong Gong Hong has come to deliver the emperor's order. He requests your presence at the palace. Qin Jinji threw a sour apricot into her mouth and frowned.
Why was the taste so bland?
Qin Yi came out of the study, looking unhappy. This old man is always causing trouble. He says he's not petty, but he hurriedly announced your summons to the palace just a day after you returned. Doesn't he have his own granddaughter? Qin Jinji smiled. Grandfather, do you want to go to the palace with me? Qin Yi looked at her bright smile and patted his head. Oh, I still have several military reports to read. You go ahead and come back early. Then he turned and went back into the study without looking back. That little rascal must have caused trouble again. Whoever raised him is responsible. Qin Jinji sighed. Her grandfather was getting more and more cunning. The carriage from the Prince of Jinbei's residence soon arrived at the palace gate. But Qin Jinji was not in a hurry to go inside. Lark moved a soft chair out of the carriage and sat down in front of the palace gate. At that moment, another person got off the carriage. A young woman dressed in mourning clothes. Her eyes were red, and her body looked unsteady. Still, she walked toward an open space in front of the palace gate. There was a large drum there. Your Majesty, I am Zhaoinger, and I accuse Duke Shen's family, Shen Huan, of forcibly taking a young woman. The Kyoto prefect, Wei Shui, refused to accept my petition, used private punishment, and caused my parents' death. Duke Shen's family and the prefect are colluding, and their crimes are terrible. Please, Your Majesty, seek justice for me. Your Majesty, I am Zhaoinger, and I accuse Duke Shen's family, Shen Huan, of forcibly taking a young woman. The Kyoto prefect, Wei Shui, refused to accept my petition, used private punishment, and caused my parents' death. Duke Shen's family and the prefect are colluding, and their crimes are terrible. Please, Your Majesty, seek justice for me. Who dares to beat the drum of protest? Disturbing the peace. Seize her. A team of imperial guards immediately tried to arrest her without understanding the situation. Lark and the others quickly stepped forward and surrounded Zhaoinger. Qin Jinji sat nearby, leisurely saying, You can keep beating your drum. Seeing this, Zhaoinger increased her strength and shouted even louder. The leader of the guards shouted, Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in front of the palace? Seize her. Lark handed Zhaoinger to the other three and leapt to Qin Jinji's side. He kicked the guard who lunged at him to the ground. Before everyone could react, he was already in front of the leading guard. He punched him square in the face. The guard hadn't recovered before taking a few more punches. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground, unable to get up. You dare to hit a guard? That's treason. Call for help immediately. Seeing this, all the guards at the palace gate drew their weapons and surrounded them. Hey, isn't that the princess? Sorry, I didn't see you from far away. A familiar voice came from the back of the guards. Li Jin squeezed through like a slippery eel. Qin Jinji remained still. Why do the guards only have poor eyesight now? Li Jin grinned and said, Princess, you're teasing me again. What's going on? Why are my brothers falling down? Oh, Deputy Commander Du, why are you lying there? Get up. He reached out to help him. The man sharply pushed his hand away.
Who is she?
Do you know her? Li Jin quickly said. Deputy Commander Du, you just arrived at the palace and may not have met the princess yet. This is Princess Jinji, who is raised under His Majesty and Queen Mother's care, and the granddaughter of the Northern King. Du Chong immediately showed a mocking expression. So you are Qin Jinji. What if she is a princess? If she disturbs the palace order, she must be punished. Today, I, Du Chong, will act on behalf of heaven. Guards, seize her and lock her in the heavenly prison. Li Jin hurriedly said, Deputy Commander Du, you must not. Princess Jinji is of noble status. How can she be put in the heavenly prison? There must be some misunderstanding, but Du Chong pushed Li Jin aside, saying, What nonsense about a princess. I'm not afraid of her just because you are. The emperor is just giving her grandfather face. Today, I will punish her for her actions. Qin Jinji, looking impatient, said to Yun Kei, "Yun Kei, do you think the emperor should have the imperial doctor check his ears? How come he still can't hear after so long?" Hearing this, Du Chong immediately shouted, "How dare you disrespect the emperor? Quickly arrest her." The imperial guards who came with Li Jin all knew Qin Jinji. No one dared to provoke this ancestor. Someone had wanted to tell Du Chong Qin Jinji's identity earlier, but Li Jin stopped him. It's better not to get involved in these big figures disputes unless you want to risk your life. Li Jin glanced at the proud Du Zhong and silently prayed for him. He had just been promoted to deputy commander, but it might be gone soon. Seeing the guards standing still, Du Chong was furious. "If you don't act now, all of you will be accused of dereliction of duty." Li Jin saw Qin Jinji stand up with his peripheral vision. Not only did she not make a move, but she also took a step back.
Du Chong regarde Li Jin.
"Are you disobeying orders?" Seeing Li Jin step back, the others immediately followed without hesitation. Li Jin was experienced and had no powerful background, but he managed to get into the guards. Even though they only guarded the palace gate, they knew many secrets. Many of his brothers had learned from him. If he didn't step forward, they wouldn't either. No one dared to provoke that troublemaker. Du Chong, relying on his relation as the nephew of Minister Du Zhong, looked down on everyone and barked orders at them. The princess even dared to hit a prince. This reckless young man still wanted to use the princess to show off. He was asking for death. He better not drag others into it. Du Chong was so angry he sneered, "Fine, if that's the case, I will personally deal with you." Qin Jinji thought this person seemed to have a missing string in his head. Had he forgotten that he was just knocked down by the Skylark or that Li Jin had helped him up? Just as the Skylark was about to step forward, Qin Jinji waved her hand. Du Chong raised his sword and charged at her. Seeing his weak steps, Qin Jinji couldn't help but think that it was really brave of the emperor's grandfather to make such a person the leader of the imperial guards. She simply stepped aside lightly and moved to Du Zhong's left. She grabbed his left hand and forcefully pulled it back, causing Du Chong to cry out in pain and kneel on the ground. Qin Jinji kicked him down. Du Chong, in pain, shouted, "Qin Jinji, how dare you hit me? I will tell my uncle and the emperor." Qin Jinji raised one hand and gestured toward Li Jin. "Give me the sword." Li Jin quickly stepped forward and handed over the sword with both hands. Qin Jinji took the sword, raised one foot, and pressed it against Du Chong's chest. "If you want to complain, losing a hand isn't enough to be miserable. Let me help you." Du Chong looked at Qin Jinji's strange smile and shouted, "What are you going to do? How dare you hurt me? The Du family won't let you go." Qin Jinji's sword stabbed into Du Chong's left cheek and then out from the right cheek. Then she quickly pulled the sword out. That looks much more tragic. Nature is a place like Kyoto Prefecture where officials serve the people, but no one is there to defend or justice. The powerful protect each other. So how could the emperor hear the sound of the drum of justice? Just like Du Chong, who is rolling on the ground in pain, he is just a guard for the powerful family. Two young eunuchs help Du Chong to stand up. His eyes are red, but the pain makes him unable to speak. He only stares tightly at Qin Jinji. Got it. The Du family won't let me go. Why is everyone after me? I really look forward to this." Qin Jinji hums and laughs, throws her sword to Li Jin and says, "Your sword is too dull. I'll give you a new one later." Li Jin quickly and respectfully replies, "Thank you, princess." Qin Jinji throws the sword to him. Old Gong Gong rushes to Qin Jinji into the palace. "Let's go, princess." The carriage is ready, but Qin Jinji doesn't rush into the palace. Instead, she looks at Zhao Inger, who is brought over. "Zhao Inger, do you know the cost of ringing this drum of justice?" Zhao Inger, weak in body but firm in her eyes, replies, "Your servant knows. Ringing the drum of justice means receiving 30 strikes with the punishment stick. I am willing to accept these strikes." Qin Jinji nods. Li Jin, carry out the punishment. Everyone looks at each other in confusion. Isn't this person brought by the princess? Why is there still a punishment with the stick? Li Jin doesn't hesitate and takes the punishment stick. Zhao Inger kneels on the bench, her eyes determined. Qin Jinji looks at her and smiles. If you can't endure it, justice won't be served and your life won't be safe. Zhao Inger shows no hesitation. Your servant knows. Li Jin walks over to Zhao Inger and says, Princess, I will start now. Qin Jinji pulls old Gong Gong aside. Gong Gong, after she finishes, we'll go in together. Gong Gong sweats profusely. What exactly does Princess Qin want to do? Didn't she say this person was brought by her? Why is there still a punishment with the stick? Such a delicate girl, with 30 strikes, might not survive. Qin Jinji sits on a soft chair, smiling as she speaks to Zhao Inger. If you can survive, I will take care of your matter. Zhao Inger, hearing Qin Jinji's words, clenches her fists tightly around the bench. As long as she survives, she can avenge her wronged parents who died unjustly. No matter what she does, Qin Jinji will protect her. Others might say she is talking big, but if it's about Qin Jinji, she believes it. People say Qin Jinji is a fierce demon, but she was the one who saved her from that dangerous, evil place. If it weren't for Qin Jinji, she wouldn't even have the chance to endure this punishment. She doesn't know if she is alive or dead now. The capital city is so big, and she is so small. So even if Qin Jinji is a legendary fierce demon, she will follow her footsteps closely, even if it means walking into. When the first whip struck, Zhao Inger cried out in pain. The whip cracked loudly on her body. Many guards felt uncomfortable watching the scene. But Qin Jinji watched with interest. Old Hong kept wiping his sweat with his sleeve. This ancestor is becoming more unpredictable. After 30 lashes, Zhao Inger collapsed on the bench as if she had no more strength. Blood had already stained her back. Qin Jinji stood up with some disappointment. Li Jin stepped forward and checked her breath, saying, Princess, it seems she has no more breath. Lark, bury her. Just as Yunk was about to take her away, she heard a faint voice say, I am still alive. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and smirked, If you're not dead, follow me. Zhao Inger struggled a few times before barely standing up. Her expression was already a bit dazed, and her figure was shaky. Old Hong finally let out a sigh of relief. The emperor had been waiting for a long time, and this ancestor was not afraid to offend the emperor. Princess, please get into the carriage. Qin Jinji waved her hand. The weather is nice today. I want to take a walk. Hong exchanged glances with the eunuchs carrying the carriage, then waved his hand. He didn't let the carriage leave, but let it follow behind. Qin Jinji said she didn't want to sit, but if she changed her mind later, where would they go? Zhao Inger had indeed fainted earlier, but Qin Jinji's voice woke her up. She hadn't yet avenged her parents. She hadn't yet fought for justice for herself. Why should she die? The pain made everything look blurry, but Qin Jinji's beautiful face was still clear and striking. She felt intense back pain with every step, but she remained surprisingly alert. Zhao Inger followed the person ahead of her step by step. The path to the Tai Chi Palace was short, and the open space in front of the hall was very wide. There was no shade around to block the sunlight. The fierce summer sun was harsh, and walking under the hot sun for too long could cause heatstroke. The sunlight was so intense that it made people irritable, and Qin Jinji laughed loudly. Her laughter echoed all around the Tai Chi Palace. Hong Gong Gong started to sweat coldly when he heard this. Qin Jinji's laughter was confusing, so he had to be more careful. Since returning to the capital, this ancestor had become more unpredictable. He had no idea how to serve her properly. When they reached the door of the Tai Chi Palace, before they could go inside, they heard a man inside loudly crying out, Your Majesty, please help me. Qin Jinji forced her way into my house and falsely accused me of stealing. She disobeyed the law and even used private punishment to shame me by carving a disgraceful word on my face. She is cruel and ruthless, even cutting off my hand. Her heart is wicked, persecuting officials of the court. Your Majesty, you must not tolerate her. Please, Your Majesty, help me. Emperor Jin looked at Wei Shui's face, which was marked with a big, thief character, and his eyelid twitched. He couldn't understand how Qin Jinji's small mind could come up with so many sneaky tricks. It was exactly like when he was young. At this moment, An impatient voice sounded outside the Tai Chi palace. Who is crying so badly? Qin Jinji entered the hall and saw Wei Shui kneeling on the ground, nose and eyes streaming with tears and snot. She looked a bit disgusted and said, "Great-grandfather, you called me?" The emperor cleared his throat. "What's going on?" Qin Jinji waved her hand. "Great-grandfather, let's put my matter aside for now. Did you hear the drum?" The emperor's face also turned serious. "Hong Daquan, did the person who beat the drum bring him here?" The drum of notification after the founding of Jin had only been beaten twice. The first time was for a shocking corruption case, and the person who beat the drum was now the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhao Wuji. When the drum sounded, many lives were lost. Hong Gonggong stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the person who beat the drum has been brought and is waiting outside the hall." Emperor Jin immediately ordered, "Bring the person here quickly. Send for Zhao Inger." Wei Shui, seeing this, cried out loudly, "Your Majesty, please do justice for me." Qin Jinji walked over to Wei Shui and said, "Oh, Lord Wei, are you complaining? You look quite healthy." Wei Shui, furious, wished he could eat her alive and tear her apart, glaring red-eyed at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at his angry face and suddenly smiled. "The one behind is more urgent to complain." "Lord Wei, wait a moment." Wei Shui immediately cursed, "You lawless scoundrel, disrupting justice, ignoring the court rules, persecuting officials. This deserves to be executed by 1,000 cuts. How dare you act so frivolously in front of His Majesty? Your Majesty, are you going to make the officials lose all faith in the court?" At this moment, Zhao Inger, with a pale face, entered the hall. As soon as she stepped inside, she lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. The emperor asked, "What happened?" Grandpa Hong quickly explained, "Your Majesty, according to the law, ringing the warning drum means 30 strikes with a heavy stick. This girl has just endured that punishment." Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Did you hear that, Lord Wei? The girl had to endure 30 strikes before coming before the emperor. If you also endure 30 strikes, I will stand for her and allow you to cut in line to complain. What do you think?" Wei Shui wished he could strangle her right now. His face was ruined, and he had lost a hand, yet the main culprit persecuting him was still provoking him. The emperor then spoke, "Lord Wei, ringing the warning drum is extraordinary. According to the law, the emperor must handle the case first. Since this girl was willing to endure 30 strikes, she must have a serious grievance. Once her case is settled, I will surely stand for you and ensure justice is done, without favoritism. In other words, wait a moment." The emperor looked at Zhao Inger, who was collapsed on the ground, and said, "What grievance do you have? Speak clearly, and I will surely stand for you." Zhao Inger, exhausted, could no longer stand. She slowly crawled forward on her hands and knees toward the throne. Her voice trembling and broken, she said, "Your Majesty, I am Zhao Inger, living in Yongxing Lane, supporting my elderly parents by selling tofu. Shun Guogong's grandson, Shun Huan, repeatedly harassed me lightly and finally, ignoring my wishes, forcibly took me into his residence. My parents went to demand justice, but were driven out by Shun's guards. My elderly parents had no choice but to report to the capital. Who would have thought that the Kyoto prefect Wei Shui would refuse to accept the petition and even use private force to severely injure my parents? There was no way to seek justice, so my parents hanged themselves in front of Kyoto prefecture, all just to get a fair answer." Zhao Inger's lips started bleeding. Her consciousness was fading, but she couldn't give up. Biting her tongue, the pain suddenly woke her up. Zhao Inger finally managed to crawl in front of Emperor Jin. With her last bit of strength, she loudly shouted, "Your Majesty, I accuse Duke Shin's son Shen Huan of kidnapping me and Prefect Wei Shui of Kyoto of killing people. Please, Your Majesty, help my parents who died unjustly. Give me justice." Wei Shui started to feel more and more uneasy as he listened. When he finished, he realized this was the woman who was taken into Shen Huan's house. A few days ago, an elderly couple came to Kyoto Prefecture to complain, claiming it was Shen Huan's grandson. That's a royal relative. the nephew of the current imperial concubine Shun. He didn't bother to listen and just beat them up before throwing them out. He sent someone to inform the duke's residence, and Shun Huan even sent a beautiful woman as a thank you gift. Unexpectedly, that elderly couple hanged themselves in front of Kyoto Prefecture. He quickly handled the matter. But wasn't this woman supposed to be at the duke's house? Why was she here, causing trouble in front of the emperor? The emperor's face turned pale. Wei Shui, is what this girl says true? Wei Shui immediately replied, Your Majesty, this is slander. I am innocent. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Which part is slander? Which part is false? Lord Wei, tell us so your Majesty can judge. Wei Shui hurriedly said, Your Majesty, that elderly couple are nothing but troublemakers. They sold their daughter into Shun's house and then turned against her. When extortion failed, they hanged themselves in front of Kyoto Prefecture. I did not use private force or kill anyone. I am innocent, Your Majesty. Oh, that's not what I heard. Lord Zhao from the Court of Justice is also interested in this case. Last time, Lord Zhao helped me investigate the poisoning incident. I returned a favor and found the bodies of that elderly couple to give to Lord Zhao. Why don't you ask Lord Zhao himself? Wei Shui was stunned again. What did Zhao Wuji have to do with this? This Zhao Wuji was famous for being proud and aloof. Since gaining the emperor's favor, he never paid attention to others. Moreover, he ordered the bodies of that elderly couple to be thrown into the mass grave. Qin Jinji had even found their bodies. The Emperor Jin's face was dark and serious. Come here, temporarily imprison Wei Shui in the heavenly prison, and summon Zhao Wuji to the palace. Wei Shui immediately shouted in protest, Your Majesty, I am innocent. It's these wicked villagers who want to harm me. You can't believe her one-sided story. The Emperor Jin replied coldly, I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly. If you are falsely accused, you will be cleared in a few days. The imperial guards carried Wei Shui out of the hall. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Zhao Inger saw Wei Shui being taken away and finally let out a sigh, then fainted completely. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and looked at Emperor Jin. Grandfather, what did the emperor want to see me about? Just as Emperor Jin was about to say that Wei Shui had accused her of harming officials, he hesitated and swallowed his words. Wei Shui had already been imprisoned, and there was no one to make accusations. The emperor clicked his tongue. Your grandmother is waiting for you to have your meal. Qin Jinji responded within, Oh, and walked over to Zhao Inger, who has fainted, and gently picked her up. Gong Gong Hong hurriedly said, Oh, my little princess, please put her down. You're tired, and I will go call someone. No need, Qin Jinji said, turning to leave the Tai Chi hall. Suddenly, the emperor called out, Wait. Qin Jinji just looked back at him. Emperor Jin stood up seriously and said, I will go with you. Qin Jinji was speechless. Why do you always make grandmother angry? The emperor glared at her, and together they headed toward the queen's residence. On the way to the Jiaorum Palace, a gentle breeze suddenly blew, carrying white little flowers that landed on Zhao Inger, whom Qin Jinji was holding. She paused and looked at the flowering tree. Grandfather, the tree you and grandmother planted when I was little has bloomed. Emperor Jin also looked in the same direction. In the middle of a lush green forest, there was a small, thin tree. Sunlight couldn't reach it because of the larger trees around it, but it grew in the cracks, even pushing aside the branches of the bigger trees nearby. Among all the greenery, only that small tree bloomed with flowers. Qin Jinji arranged Zhao Inger in the bedroom next to Lu Yi. Check her injuries. She was hit on the back. Lu Yi immediately stepped forward to untie Zhao Inger's clothes. Her entire back was swollen and red, with clear marks from the sticks. It looked very frightening, but only the topmost mark was bleeding slightly. Lu Yi checked her pulse and took a small porcelain bottle from the medicine box. Gently, she applied ointment from the bottle onto Zhao Inger's back with a small brush. She's fine. The marks look worse than they are. They haven't damaged her inside. After applying my ointment, she will heal in about a week. Her fainting was caused by pain and emotional distress. I will prepare some calming and nourishing medicine for her. Qin Jinji nodded. Li Jin's skills were just as good as his brother Li Chuan's. Why did the emperor upset the empress? Lu Yi went to the door and looked around, then closed it. It's not the emperor who made the empress angry. Yesterday, the crown prince came by and had a big argument with her. When the emperor came that night, the empress had driven him out of the palace. Qin Jinji's eyes darkened, and a contemptuous smile appeared on her lips. So, it was this fool. He was supposed to be the future emperor, yet he sided with the noble families. What a fool. Let her rest in the palace for a few days to recover. Qin Jinji stood up and left. Fian ran over happily, holding a bag of sour fruits. Princess, the fruit trees in the small garden have borne fruit. They're very sour, but I think you like them. She handed the bag to Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji smiled and plucked the leaves from Fian's head. Climbing so high, aren't you afraid of falling? Fian proudly said, I've climbed this tree many times. Besides, I'm not just all flesh for nothing. Qin Jinji relented and said, all right, I'll eat all of these. But now, you need to go call Shen Luiying to see me. Fian pouted. Princess, why do you want to see her as soon as you enter the palace? Can she pick fruit for you? Qin Jinji jokingly pointed at her forehead. You're so jealous. Go now. Fian huffed and swayed her hips as she went to find Shen Luiying. Shen Luiying heard the princess call her and felt nervous. Since that day, she hadn't seen the princess again. She went to the side hall, her mind filled with memories of that day. Qin Jinji still sat in her usual spot. Shen Luiying walked over and knelt down to bow. Servant girl greets the princess. Qin Jinji looked at her. You did well spreading the rumors a few days ago. Shen Luiying felt happy inside. It's my fortune to help the princess. The story of Pei Jinyan's rejected love and her fainting spread quickly among the public, and Qin Jinji was behind it. The royal palace is full of powerful families, and news spreads fast from inside to outside. Shen Luiying is truly trained by the Shen family. She has some skills, or she wouldn't have stayed so long in the empress's palace. Qin Jinji raised a finger and gently lifted Shen Luiying's small face. This little face is truly pitiful, but do you still want to lie on that dragon bed? Shen Luiying's eyes widened with fear. She hurriedly bowed her head and said nervously, I swear I have no intention of tempting His Majesty again. Qin Jinji smiled. Don't be nervous. I don't hold grudges. What's past is past. She sipped her tea slowly. Shen Luiying was really scared of Qin Jinji, worried she might think she had other plans. But she didn't quite understand what Qin Jinji meant. Qin Jinji said calmly, lift your head. Shen Luiying looked up with a small face, only to hear Qin Jinji casually say something that could get someone into serious trouble. The dragon bed isn't just one. Are you interested in the future emperor's bed? Shen Luiying's eyes widened. The future emperor? That's the crown prince. What does the princess really mean? Qin Jinji leaned down and looked into her eyes. My great-grandfather is old. When he passes, the concubines will have to be buried with him. The crown prince is in his prime, but his family isn't very strong. If you can bear a royal heir, your status will rise because of your son. In the future, you'll have a place in the harem, and your family might even rely on you. Shen Luiying's pupils dilated. Princess, do you mean I should the crown prince? What do you want me to do? Qin Jinji's tone was relaxed, but her eyes showed no teasing. She truly wanted her to climb into the crown prince's bed. But why would she do such a thing? Qin Jinji chuckled softly. See, talking to smart people is easy. Her gaze fell on Shen Luiying's belly. After you enter the Eastern Palace, the crown princess and the 2 concubines are not allowed to have new children. As for whether your pregnancy is successful, that depends on your own ability. Shen Luiying nervously swallowed hard. The princess was asking her to plot against the prince's heir. The crown princess and the 2 concubines are all from noble families, and their families are very important. If she were discovered, she would only have her head cut off. But Qin Jinji was right. The emperor is getting old, and the crown prince, as the eldest son, is firmly in control of the Eastern Palace and will inherit the throne in the future. If she really manages to enter the Eastern Palace, she can rely on her status as the mother of the heir and gain a place in the harem. The Shin family already has a noble consort. Why can't she? Her backing is also the Shin family. If she can establish herself in the Eastern Palace, her younger brother will no longer be bullied. The injustices and humiliations she suffered can be avenged. Of course, you can also refuse. No. I promise, princess. Qin Jinji looked at Shin Luiying's eyes, which were gradually losing their ambition, and smiled with satisfaction. I will find a chance for the crown prince to see you. As for whether it works, don't let me down. Shin Luiying respectfully bowed her head. Please wait patiently for good news, princess. Qin Jinji burst into laughter. You really suit my taste, knowing the times and having ambition. As a reward, I will send someone to bring your younger sister and brother to the capital. Wait for your good news. After speaking, Qin Jinji turned and left. Shin Luiying felt a surge of joy in her heart. She understood that Qin Jinji bringing her sister and brother to the capital was just a way to control her. But as long as her sister and brother could leave that dangerous place, it meant she no longer had to be restrained by her family. Thinking of the dirty secrets behind the glamorous and pure noble family, even if it meant facing fire and sword, she would bravely charge forward. Shin Luiying's expression even took on a hint of madness. She was determined to succeed. Dear father, I will bring you the highest honor. And take your life. He has lost such great face. The lady of the Duke's family cares deeply for her grandson and is very angry. She orders the small servant to be beaten to death and displayed publicly. To watch over and protect the young master. Is this how you treat him? In front of everyone, hanging him at the city gate. Does our family's reputation matter at all? If the young master slips and falls, your whole family will pay the price. Duke Gua is even angrier. This is a direct insult to the reputation of our family.
Search.
Find that person. Shen Huan shouts loudly. If we catch that person, I will skin him alive and make sure he dies without a proper burial. The lady of the Duke's family finally calms Shen Huan and leads him back to the courtyard. But as soon as they arrive, a servant reports that Zhao Yinger, who was kidnapped, has disappeared. Shen Huan kicks all the servants in the yard to the ground. All useless. Send someone to find her immediately. That wicked girl. How dare she run away? When we catch her, I will deal with her myself. At this moment, a group of constables rushes in. The officers from the Dali court have orders to arrest someone. Where is Shen Huan? Shen Huan immediately glares and says, What nonsense from the Dali court! How dare you cause trouble at the Duke's house? Get out. One of the servants nearby says, Young master, these are officials. It might be dangerous to fight them. Shen Huan kicks him and says, My aunt is the noble consort Shin. Who dares to touch me? One of the constables says, Young Master Shin, we are acting on orders from the deputy minister of the Dali court. Please don't make things difficult for us, or you might suffer. Shen Huan sneers and says, You think you can touch me just because of that? If I lose even a hair, my aunt will punish you all. One of the officers responds, I didn't know the noble consort Shin had such power. Tomorrow, when we go to the palace, I will ask the emperor about this. The constables start to leave, saying, Sir. Shen Huan looks at the approaching officials with a mocking smile. Who do you think you are? Turns out you're just a country bumpkin who crawled out of some remote village. Do you think you can meet the emperor? Zhao Wuji ignores him and turns to ask, Why does it take so long to catch a helpless suspect? The officers exchange glances. Shen Huan is the only grandson of Duke Shin. Since he won't cooperate and they dare not force him, Zhao Wuji, backed by the emperor, is in charge. If Shen Huan bears a grudge, it could make things difficult for them in the capital. Shen Huan saw Zhao Wuji ignore him and immediately became furious. Zhao Wuji, how dare you ignore me? Guards, where did all the people from Shen's house go? The young servants from Shen's house, hearing this, all came out with weapons, quickly protecting Shen Huan behind them. Shen Huan arrogantly said, Who will first break his hand? I will reward 100 taels of silver. A rough-looking young servant said, Young master, what if they break his leg first? Shun Huan laughed loudly. 200 taels. As soon as he finished speaking, the young servants rushed toward Zhao Wuji like they had been injected with chicken blood. These young servants were determined to harm Zhao Wuji. After all, their master would take responsibility for anything that happened. Zhao Wuji immediately drew his twin swords, striking swiftly and killing them all. His twin swords moved unpredictably, and in almost no time, the young servants had no breath left. People from Shun's house disobey orders and resist arrest. Kill on the spot. The patrol officers behind them widened their eyes. Zhao Wuji was killing Shun's servants right inside Shun's house. Zhao Wuji suddenly appeared in front of Shun Huan and punched him in the face. Shun Huan immediately fainted. Zhao Wuji, with a cold expression, said to the others, "The patrol officers of the Dali Temple are here to serve the people. We are not afraid of the powerful or the wealthy. Everyone, go back and receive 20 lashes. If there is a next time, I will not show mercy." The patrol officers looked a bit uncomfortable. "Yes, sir." Zhao Wuji glanced at Shun Huan on the ground. "Take him away and return to the Dali Temple." "Master, it's him. He's trying to take the young master to the Dali Temple." One of Shun Huan's servants saw the Dali Temple officers and immediately went to find Duke Shen. Duke Shen glared and said, "You, a small official, dare to break into the Duke's residence. Put down my grandson at once." Zhao Wuji took out a jade pendant with a dragon pattern. "The Dali Temple is on official duty. Anyone blocking us will be punished for resisting the order. Duke Shen, please do not cause trouble for me." Duke Shen saw the dragon-patterned jade pendant and immediately knelt down. Seeing this pendant was like seeing the emperor himself. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you." Zhao Wuji, seeing this, turned to leave. Behind him, the patrol officers carried the unconscious Shun Huan and followed. Duke Shen, looking anxious, said, "Quick, send a report to the palace. I want to see the Empress Dowager." After having lunch with the Emperor and Empress, Qin Jinji left the palace. For people, including Yunk, accompanied Qin Jinji to pick lotus seeds in the lotus pond at the North King's residence. Yunjin looked proud and a little sly, saying, "The lotus seeds I pick must be the sweetest in the pond. When the prince is happy, he might even give me that curved mountain bow in his study." Yunj laughed. "Look at that, what a thief. Trying to exchange a bowl of lotus seeds for the prince's priceless curved mountain bow. You could just sneak into his study to steal it, but you still want to give him a bowl of lotus seeds. That's so kind." Yunjin snorted, pinching his nose and turning to pick more lotus seeds. He turned around and threw mud at Yunj when she wasn't looking. Yunj didn't back down. They started arguing and playing around, while Yunshan stood nearby laughing loudly. Yunk smiled and stepped in front of Qin Jinji, worried about mud splashing on her. Laughter echoed from the pond. At that moment, a maid came over and said, "Princess, someone is here to see you." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Who is it? Someone actually wanted to see her? How strange." The maid handed over a book and said, "That person is dressed very tightly, so you can't see her face. She refused to give her name and only said to give this notebook to you. You'll know who she is when you see it." Yunk took the notebook. Qin Jinji looked at the big characters, Peach Blossom Heroine, on the cover and smiled playfully. When Chueying was led to the lotus pond, she saw Qin Jinji and the others tying their skirts around their waists, rolling up their sleeves and pant legs. They were showing their arms and bare legs, digging mud in the pond.
Kuing looked disgusted.
Qin Jinji saw Chueying, dressed in a black cloak, covering herself like a ghost, and scratched her head. Chueying immediately said, "What's with that look?" Qin Jinji chuckled. "Are you trying to scare people as a ghost in broad daylight?" Chueying lifted her hood. "You don't understand. This is called disguise. I'm your sworn enemy. If people find out I came to your house, what would happen?" Chueying felt a bit speechless. Why was she digging mud with them? Qin Jinji looked at Chueying's disgusted face, but her hands didn't stop. She also said to Yunjin, "Is her lotus seed pudding really that good?" "My taste is quite picky." Yunjin looked confident. "You haven't tried the princess's cooking?" Once you do, you'll never forget it. The larks behind her were laughing as they watched. When Lotus Seed finally tasted the food, she understood why the three of them were laughing. This is way too bitter. Chuang almost spat out her tongue. Yun-jin laughed loudly. Of course it's bitter because it's a medicinal dish. The others, seeing Chuang trying hard not to show her discomfort, immediately frowned with bitterness. Qin Jinji smiled and ordered someone to bring another serving. This one is sweet, try it. Chuang hesitated but took a small taste, her eyes brightening. However, she saw Qin Jinji still eating the bitter lotus seeds. She wrinkled her nose and said, "You don't find it bitter at all." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "It's okay. I eat everything the same way." Chuang pouted, annoyed that she was being called picky. Qin Jinji looked at Chuang, who was not acting like a stranger anymore, and said with a smile, "Miss, what brings you here?" Chuang raised her hand and stretched it out. "Give me the antidote." Her expression was very much like the little monkey Qin Jinji had met on the mountain, boldly asking passers-by for food. Qin Jinji was surprised by her confident attitude. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Chuang kept eating the new lotus seed pudding without looking up. "After I went back, I thought about what you said." Qin Jinji was curious. "Oh? And what did you think?" Chuang put down her spoon. "I didn't understand anything." Qin Jinji was stunned, but suddenly laughed out loud. Then Chuang continued, "But I think you probably don't want to kill me, and you've had many chances to do so, but didn't. Since you don't want to kill me, there's nothing to be afraid of, so you came to the Prince of Jinbei's residence to ask me for the antidote." Chuang replied naturally, "What else?" "These past few days, I've felt more and more itchy all over." Qin Jinji put down her spoon. "No one saw you at the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Aren't you afraid you'll never leave that place?" Cui Ying's eyes widened. "Stop talking to me in that creepy tone. No one at Tianqiang Tower knows where I am. If you want to kill me, it would be easier to just throw me into the water in the palace." Qin Jinji supported her chin with her hand, smiling happily. Cui Ying urged her, "So, hurry up and give me the antidote." Qin Jinji replied, "I didn't poison you, so there is no antidote." Cui Ying acted as if she had found evidence. "You're lying. I have all the symptoms you mentioned, and I've been getting itchier these days. Red rashes are starting to appear. Miss, don't you know you have a skin condition called peach blossom rash? Every time you spread peach blossoms, someone gets a rash. If you don't get one, who will?" The young lady in the inner chambers always dreamed that heroes would walk under moonlight, scattering flower petals from the sky. This young lady was even more dramatic, imagining herself as a hero who also threw petals while helping others. The scene was very romantic, but it served no real purpose. She was covered in red rashes. Qin Jinji called out, "Yunj, call Dr. Chu over." Cui Ying turned her face away. "I don't want him to see. He's a old cheat." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Who said I asked him to come and treat you?" Cui Ying got even angrier and turned her back completely. Chu Xingsheng quickly arrived. "Princess, you called me?" After revealing her true condition to Cui Ying, Chu Xingsheng left Crui's residence. Pei Jinyan's engagement with Cui Ying was cancelled, so Cui Ying no longer needed to pretend to be sick. Qin Jinji asked, "Are you settling in well at the residence?" Chu Xingsheng replied, "Thank you for your concern, princess. Everything is fine." Qin Jinji nodded. "Go back and prepare. In a month, I will suggest to the emperor to open the medical examination for the Imperial Medical Academy. At that time, all doctors in the land can participate. The top 3 will be directly admitted." Chu Xingsheng's eyes lit up. "Are you serious, princess?" The Imperial Medical Academy had always been recommended by prominent medical families. No one had ever had the chance to enter through an exam. This meant that, regardless of background or status, only skill mattered. Qin Jinji looked at Chu Xingsheng with some amusement. This exam will include not only folk doctors, but also those from medical families. With so many participants, only 3 spots are available. Do you have confidence? Chu Xingsheng immediately bowed. "Rest assured, I will not let the princess down." Qin Jinji asked casually, "Dr. Chu, don't you blame me?" Chu Xingsheng hurriedly replied, I don't understand what the princess means. Qin Jinji smiled. Dr. Chu, you don't blame me for not keeping my promise to let you into the Imperial Medical Academy, but instead for creating this so-called medical exam. Chu Xingsheng, hearing this, responded very respectfully. My grandfather was once chosen to enter the Imperial Medical Academy after successfully treating the emperor's favored concubine's rare illness. He was rejected by many in the Imperial Hospital because he came from a rural area, and he eventually died from depression. My goal in life is to re-enter the Imperial Hospital, but if I do so easily, I worry I might follow in my grandfather's footsteps. Chuxing has spent his life studying medicine, fulfilling his grandfather's wish to promote the Chu family's medical skills. However, even though he is well known among the common people, his background and status keep him from entering the Imperial Hospital. After many setbacks, he was finally taken in by the princess. The princess promised that if he cooperated with Chueying to pretend to be ill at Chui's residence for 3 years, he could then enter the Imperial Hospital. Qin Jinji is the youngest member loved most by the emperor and empress, and he is very capable. He thought Qin Jinji would directly help him get into the Imperial Hospital. But if he simply entered the hospital, his background wouldn't change, and the aristocratic families would still look down on him. They look down on common doctors as mere village healers. Can he really fulfill his grandfather's wish? But with this test, his medical skills will be recognized by the world. Medical skill has nothing to do with background. Qin Jinji was pleased with Chuxing's insight and said, Dr. Chu, I look forward to seeing you walk into the Imperial Hospital with dignity after this test. Chuxing felt his blood heat up and his eyes become moist. Chuxing kneels to thank the princess. Go back and prepare well. Chuxing stood up to leave, and before he went, he took out a small medicine bottle from his sleeve and placed it in front of Chueying. These days, the peach blossoms are in full bloom, and Miss Chui's peach blossom rash has probably flared up again. This is Jade Dew Liquid. Apply it to the red rash areas. It will disappear in an hour. Before leaving, I also left the prescription for suppressing peach blossom rash with Madame Lu in the residence. Miss Chui, remember to take the medicine. I will take my leave. Chueying looked at the medicine bottle, pouted, and reluctantly put it away. She looked at Qin Jinji with a sincere expression and said, Qin Jinji, I don't quite understand you. Chueying suddenly stood up and said, Qin Jinji, I think you are a good person. Qin Jinji was stunned by her words, then started to chuckle softly. She smiled warmly at Chueying. Why do you say that? Chueying looked at her beautiful face and sighed inwardly. If Qin Jinji had only a bad reputation in Beijing and no good reputation, no one in the capital could compete with her as the most beautiful woman. She stood up, counting on her fingers, and said, Although you can be a bit violent, you stand up for those who are treated unfairly. You punish Shen Huan for kidnapping women, and you deal with the corrupt officials in the capital, even if your methods are not very honorable. I heard that you also helped the victim by sounding the alarm bell. I don't understand why you pretended to be sick to help me, but I know you are a good person. Yunjin almost laughed out loud nearby. Oh my goodness. The princess must have given Miss Chui some kind of potion. She actually said that someone who almost drowned her is a good person. Is her mind still not clear after the water she swallowed 3 years ago? Anyway, the princess just stole her fiancé and made her lose face in the capital. Yunga secretly glared at her. Yunjin quickly controlled her expression. Qin Jinji was also stunned for a moment after hearing this, then burst out laughing. While everyone was silently mourning Chueying's innocent image, Chueying suddenly asked, You don't like Pei Jinyan, so why did you marry him? Even if my engagement with Pei Jinyan was cancelled, there are many ways for the Pei family and Chui family to form an alliance. Qin Jinji looked into her innocent eyes and asked back, How many people like Shan Huanwei in the capital? Chueying shrugged.
Many.
The powerful families in the capital are all like that. Even my own close brother isn't much better. Qin Jinji asked again, What do they rely on? Chueying thought for a moment. Family background, noble status, and influence. With so many powerful families in the capital, who is truly the most powerful? Chueying puffed out her chest. Of course, it's the Chui family. We are the top clan. My father is a prime minister and many of my family hold important government positions. But isn't your father already under house arrest and suspended from his duties? 3 months is enough for a whole era to change. Do you think he can still hold his position when he comes out? Does the Chui family still claim to be the top clan? Do other noble families agree? Does the Shin family agree? The Du family? The Wei family? And all the other noble families, do they acknowledge your Chui family as the top clan? Chuang frowned. You want to support the Pei family? What are you planning to do? Shun family was at the height of power, with Shun Guifei holding a top position. Her brother, Shin Cha, was the commander of the palace guards and a close advisor to the emperor. The Du family, with Du Zhong serving as the Minister of Rights, held a position equivalent to a vice prime minister. They were a powerful family supporting Emperor Jin. They had noble family backgrounds and the emperor's favor, making their influence even greater. The Wei family, with Wei Shui's older brother appointed as the Huainan military governor by the emperor and his nephew serving as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice, also held great power. Other noble families were similar. About 80% of important officials in the court were from noble families. Only the Pei family had just one official, Pei Hong, serving as a minister of personnel. Everyone expected Pei Jinian to enter official life, but he had not yet done so. Chuang suddenly stood up sharply. Are you trying to balance the power of the noble families in the capital? Qin Jinji thought for a moment. If you say so, it's not wrong.
Queen frowned.
Although there are some conflicts among the families, fundamentally they are united because they share the same interests. Noble families only marry within their class for this reason, mutually supporting each other, inseparable. Even if you wanted to, the Pei family wouldn't cooperate. Qin Jinji smiled. But the direct descendants of the Pei family for 3 generations have no kinship with the Chui family. You and Pei Jinian are sacrifices in this alliance between the 2 families. Chuang looked a bit disappointed. Please don't speak so harshly, it really hurts. She knew well that in this marriage alliance, she and Pei Jinian were both sacrifices. Have you ever thought about why you can't refuse this marriage? Chuang sat up straight. I am supported by my family and carry the mission of maintaining good relations between 2 clans. Naturally, I have to worry for my family. Qin Jinji leaned closer. No, it's because you lack enough power. Chuang was confused. As the daughter of the chancellor, I have a noble status. What more power do I need? Qin Jinji smiled brightly. That noble status is just an empty shell. If you had enough power, you wouldn't spend your nights playing your so-called chivalrous games. Chuang's mind seemed to be struck by something. Yes, her noble status was just relying on her father's reputation. The title of the first noble daughter of the Chui family. So, what if she was the most noble woman? She couldn't punish wrongdoers or change the fate of those who were persecuted. Her chivalrous games were just a cover for the fact that she couldn't truly change anything. Qin Jinji looked at Chuang's shocked expression and smiled even more. So, the Pei family will definitely turn against me, surrendering under my power. Chuang finally understood everything she couldn't figure out before. People think that the emperor and empress's favoritism is just endless indulgence. But they don't realize that true favoritism is the power given to Qin Jinji by these 2 people. Some might think Chuang has gone crazy, but she has never been so clear-headed before. The noble families have stood for 100 years, competing with imperial authority. But this world is no longer ruled by noble families. That balance has long been broken. It was broken decades ago. Now, that person sits above the capital, overlooking the entire country. If before, her family's teachings gave her enough confidence to deal with Qin Jinji, now, she only feels fear. Because no one in the city ever associated Qin Jinji with power. That is the power of the emperor. Chuang felt a chill run down her spine. Not only did she not get the answer she wanted, but she also learned something more terrifying. Her face turned pale as she said, I don't feel well. I need to leave first. Qin Jinji didn't stop her. Yunj, send Miss Chui off. Yunjin looked at Chuang as she hurried away, as if chased by wolves, scratching her head. Princess, What's wrong with Miss Cui? Qin Jinji thought for a moment. She probably thought of something terrible. Yunshan also asked with some confusion, Princess, why did you tell Miss Cui these things? When the noble families are to be dealt with in the future, Cui's family will be the first. Aren't you afraid she will tell Prime Minister Cui? Qin Jinji suddenly smiled mischievously. But she didn't guess that I am the one planning to deal with the noble families. Balancing the power of noble families in the capital was the first step in their downfall, and she wasn't lying. Yunshan still looked puzzled. Princess, are you planning to involve the noble ladies? Tell me, who in this city is closest to power? Yunshan and the others shook their heads. I don't know, Your Highness. Qin Jinji narrowed her eyes. Of course, it's the women of these noble families. They are the beneficiaries of power and also its victims. They are closest to power, but no one has ever told them they can have it. If you've tasted the power, who would still be a puppet controlled by the world? After Cui Ying returned home, she kept breaking out in cold sweat. Who really wants to balance the influence of the noble families? Could it be the person she suspects? The cold feeling in her heart isn't from discovering Qin Jinji's secret. It's because she seems to have guessed who is really pulling the strings. Are all the favors shown to Qin Jinji just fake? Could her family be under pressure? What does the person who forbade her father from leaving really mean? Should she go and tell her father? But would her father listen? Huaner brought in the bird's nest she cooked in the small kitchen. With a curious look, she said, Miss, have you heard? The grandson of Dukshin was taken by the Dali court. Cui Ying was stunned. You mean Xin Huan? He was taken by the Dali court? Huana nodded quickly. I heard he forcibly took a common girl and escaped. He rang the alarm bell, causing a commotion in front of the emperor. The emperor was furious and handed the case over to the Dali court. She lowered her voice. It said that young Master Shin refused to surrender, and Lord Zhao went on a killing spree. In the end, he just said it was an official case and took him away. I heard that Dukshin was so scared, he wet his pants. Dukshin has faced many storms, but just a few servants being scared isn't enough to make him panic. Cui Ying doesn't believe this. But if Shen Huan was taken away, it must be true. Officially ordered to arrest someone. That's what that person intended. Cui Ying's mind was a mess, but she had a faint feeling. This calm surface of the capital might soon be disturbed. In the evening, at the Prince Xinbei's residence, Qin Jinji faced an assassination attempt. 18 assassins stormed into her courtyard like they owned the place. But they couldn't defeat the 4 young guards. 13 of the assassins were wounded and fled the palace. Yun Jin looked at her torn clothes and frowned. This is my favorite outfit, Yunge said. The assassins were well trained this time, leaving no traces. Their martial skills are high. Princess, I'm afraid they won't give up easily and will come back again. Qin Jinji wondered, how did so many of them find my courtyard without being noticed? Yun Jin angrily said, Great. The palace guards are neglecting their duties. I will go find the prince now. She said this angrily and headed out of the courtyard. Qin Jinji remained calm. We should strengthen the guards, but the assassination seemed too easy. Back in her room, Yunshan directly closed the door. Yunk looked at her with a questioning gaze. Yunshan stepped forward. Princess, today's attack was strange. I suspect there is a traitor inside the house. Qin Jinji nodded for her to continue. The guards at the North Army Prince's residence are all personally chosen by the old lord. They are all skilled. Yet, 18 assassins entered without anyone noticing. I believe someone inside is helping them. Qin Jinji tapped lightly on the table but said nothing. At that moment, outside the door, Yunjin's angry voice was heard. Prince, the guards in the house are too reckless. 18 assassins broke in and no one noticed. This is treating the princess's life as a game. Qin Jinji came out and saw Yunjin angrily complaining to Qin Yi. Yunjin wanted to go complain to Qin Yi, but just as she stepped out, she met Qin Yi entering the courtyard. Qin Yi's face darkened. He said to the attendant beside him, Call Xue Huai to see me. He looked up and saw Qin Jinji standing at the gate. Worried, he stepped forward and asked, Are you hurt? Qin Jinji spread her hands and spun around. Qin Yi sighed in relief, then looked angry. This is outrageous. How dare they break into the North Army Prince's residence to attack? Qin Jinji was indifferent. Grandfather, how many years have you not gotten used to this? Qin Yi looked at his only granddaughter with some affection, silent for a moment before speaking. Bring me a bowl of lotus seed soup. Qin Jinji chuckled softly and Yunj turned and went into the small kitchen. My temper's been quite bad these days. The grandfather and granddaughter sat at a table in the courtyard. Again, you want to hand over military power? Qin Yi said disdainfully. The old fools at the censorate keep talking about unifying the country, saying the court no longer needs to fight, and military power should be returned to the royal family. I want to give it, but your great-grandfather won't accept it. Qin Jinji smiled. The treasury is empty, and I cleaned out the private funds last time. He doesn't want to spend money on raising troops. Qin Yi became even angrier. I pay for the Northern Army of 1 million soldiers, and I get a good reputation as a loyal ruler and minister. But these old fools all banded together to impeach me. I really want to tear down the imperial censorate. Qin Jinji smiled happily. Impeach you? Saying you are too powerful, disrespect the emperor, refuse to share power, and have ulterior motives? It's always the same words. I've heard enough of it. Then he looked at Qin Jinji. Are you really going to marry that young man from the Pei family? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. The marriage decree has already been issued. Can I still change my mind? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the emperor's ancestor? Qin Yi looked unhappy. I don't care. I don't agree. I don't know what you and that old man are secretly planning. Anyway, that young man, don't even think about entering my Prince of Northern Peace's residence. Qin Jinji smiled happily. At this moment, a middle-aged man in deep red robes ran to the gate of her courtyard. Xue Huai comes to apologize. The man was slightly overweight but still looked martial, with a strong build and capable steps. Qin Jinji looked at Xue Huai standing straight at the door and smiled. Commander Xue, what's the proper way to apologize? Standing here? Xue Huai was stunned, then immediately knelt at the door. Xue Huai comes to apologize. Please punish me, princess. The guards on duty at Qin Jinji's courtyard saw Xue Huai kneeling at the door and immediately knelt behind him. Qin Jinji leaned one arm on the table, slightly slanting her body. Saying it's tiring to speak, Commander Xue, come closer. Xue Huai knelt directly and moved inside from the door. When he reached Qin Jinji, he stopped. Qin Jinji extended a hand to the messenger bird, which immediately offered a whip. She stood up, walked behind Xue Huai, and said casually, Commander Xue, how many do you think you should be punished? Subordinate admits to poor discipline and improper guidance, which led to the princess being attacked. He should be whipped 100 times. The guards at the door immediately said, it was our negligence, unrelated to Commander Xue. Please, princess, punish us instead and spare Commander Xue. But Qin Jinji ignored them. Commander Xue, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to help you up? Xue Huai's expression darkened. He thought that, given the prince and the guards pleading for him, Qin Jinji wouldn't really punish him. However, his face showed no emotion. He quickly took off his shirt and knelt on the ground. Execute the princess's order. Qin Jinji looked at the guards kneeling outside the door and pointed to the most outraged one. You, come here. The guard is about to stand up, but, remembering that Commander Xue had entered kneeling, he also knelt and moved inside. Qin Jinji saw this and laughed softly. Commander Xue, your men are truly loyal. She threw a whip in front of the guard. Did you hear what Commander Xue just said? The guard widened his eyes. The princess was ordering him to be punished. That was 100 lashes. The guard immediately bowed to Qin Yi and said, Your Highness. It's my subordinate's fault, not Commander Xue's. Please forgive Commander Xue's punishment. We are willing to take the punishment for him. Qin Ye's face remained calm. This is the princess's courtyard. Everything is decided by her, huh? The entire northern town king's residence must listen to Qin Jinji. He had to obey, and no one dared to speak up. Stop talking. Did you not hear the princess? Execute the punishment. The guard's face was full of grief. He trembled as he picked up the whip and walked toward Xue Huai. He raised his hand and lightly struck. Add 20 more lashes, Qin Jinji said casually. The guard's eyes immediately turned red, and he was about to argue with Qin Jinji. Xue Huai immediately said, Princess, well done. Keep hitting. The guard took a deep breath and struck hard at Xue Huai's back. Xue Huai was a brave man. After 120 lashes, sweat had soaked the ground in front of him, but he didn't make a sound. After finishing the 120 lashes, the guard knelt to one side. Qin Jinji ignored the two on the ground and asked the crowd kneeling outside the courtyard, Do you also think I punished too harshly? The guards all looked furious. One at the front immediately said, Commander Xue is right. This isn't fair. Qin Jinji looked at them and smiled. I didn't know. After 3 years away, the Northern Town King's residence now belongs to the Xue family. Xue Huai, trying to support his weak body, bowed heavily. Princess, forgive me. I did not mean to disobey. He had never begged Qin Yi for mercy, even if he wanted to call him father. Qin Jinji had been gone for 3 years. The only true master of the Northern Town King's residence was him. His mind was dazed by Qin Jinji's temper. In this Prince of North Town's residence, Qin Jinji can order you to die, and Qin Yi cannot save you. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Commander Xue, I hope you remember clearly how many lives you took today. Xue Huai's face turned pale, and his pupils dilated. Turning around, the 4 larks had already arrived outside the courtyard. With a swift strike, the guards instantly lost their lives. The guard executing the punishment turned pale. Commander Xue had warned that the princess was unpredictable and should be treated carefully. But she didn't blink at the loss of over 20 lives. Qin Jinji seemed to just realize his presence. Oh, there's one more here, Commander Xue. He seems to be the most loyal to you. Since that's the case, you can do it yourself. The guard looked at Xue Huai in panic. Xue Huai clenched his fists, his eyes red, and was silent for a few seconds. Then he walked toward the guard. The guard fell to the ground, backing away with his hands. Xue Huai reached him and said, I'm sorry for what we've done. He pressed his hands on the guard's head and suddenly turned him aside. The guard's eyes remained wide open, unwilling to close. Xue Huai returned to Qin Jinji and knelt again. Xue Huai had evil thoughts and caused innocent lives. Please, princess, give me another chance. Qin Jinji nodded with satisfaction, then crouched down to meet his gaze. So, you let the assassin in because you wanted me dead. Princess, even if I have to die myself, I would never harm your life. I will give you an explanation about the assassin. Qin Jinji casually said, Don't be nervous, just joking. Go back and rest well. You're so loyal and obedient. If he hits you hard, he really would do it. Look at how Commander Xue was beaten. Go recover from your injuries. Xue Huai respectfully bowed. I will take my leave. Soon. The servants removed all the bodies from the house. Qin Yi said nothing, just eating lotus seed soup. Qin Jinji looked at the table beside him. Look at how you feed these people. The Prince of North Town's residence is almost no longer Qin's. Qin Yi ignored her. It has nothing to do with me. I only stay here a few times a year. Afterward, he said to Yunsong, Make another pot. Qin Jinji looked at the old man who was turning away from her, feeling a bit guilty. You better persuade your adopted sons not to wait until my sword is at their heads before you speak up for you and your son's relationship. Qin Yi pouted. Over the years, he had taken in many adopted sons. Only Qin Jinji remained from the Qin family line, so some people started to have bad thoughts. If Qin Jinji died, some of them might share her great power. Qin Jinji called Yunk and left the yard. Qin Yi hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Not having dinner? Qin Jinji didn't answer. Seeing her completely disappear, Qin Yi rubbed his hands and said to Yunsong, Bring out all the best dishes from the small kitchen, and also the peach bamboo drunken wine. Bring them all here. Yunjin quickly said, The princess said you're still not well, so you're not allowed to drink. Qin Yi snorted. I am her grandfather. She can't control me. Hurry up. Princess, you're back? I said I wouldn't drink, but this girl insisted I try. My good granddaughter. How could you leave so soon? When Chini turned around, no one was there. When he looked again, Yunjin had already run away. He was so angry. This old man has no rights. Qin Jinji left the estate and took Yunk to the suburban house. The guards watching over Qin Jinji's mother had been replaced with new ones. Seeing the princess, they bowed respectfully. Miss, are you here to see the madam? I've brought her out. Qin Jinji nodded and stood in the yard, looking at the house decorated almost exactly like Cui Zi's love nest, and couldn't help but sneer. Fool! Why are you looking at me? If you have the guts, kill me. Just seeing your face makes me sick. Qin Jinji turned around and saw a hideous face. That face was twisted, and the eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, Qin Jinji smiled. As you wish. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Qin Jinji grabbed her by the neck and stabbed her sharply in the stomach. The woman's eyes widened, and before she could say anything, she collapsed to the ground. Her abdomen was covered in blood, lying there motionless. Qin Jinji's face was calm, without joy or sorrow. The guards were all startled, but still stepped forward to check her breath. Miss, madam, she has no pulse. Qin Jinji nodded. After glancing around, she said, Why aren't you showing yourselves yet? The guards looked at each other and asked, Who is the young lady talking about? Qin Jinji didn't speak. She just stood quietly there. Finally, shadows moved in the trees beside the house. 18 figures dropped into the yard. Qin Jinji looked at these 18 people, neither too many nor too few. They were the assassins from the mansion today. She sneered. So, she really sent them. The 18 people were momentarily unsure how to react. Qin Jinji asked, If you don't want to kill me, why don't you make your move? Unexpectedly, all 18 knelt down at once and said, Greetings, princess. Seeing everyone kneeling on the ground, a sudden anger rose in Qin Jinji's heart. She was furious, but forced a smile. As she smiled, her eyes turned red. She kicked one of them to the ground and grabbed his collar. Why don't you just kill me? The man kept his head down and said nothing. Qin Jinji threw him aside. Oh, father, your wife and her lover flew together happily. Yet, you fear the hardships of this world and left the Longyu Guard to her. One of the men looked at Qin Jinji's almost wild expression and felt some pity. He pulled off the black cloth covering his face. The young lady probably guessed our identity. Qin Jinji stood up and looked at everyone coldly. She didn't give you the order to kill me. Why didn't you do it? With your skills, you should have been able to kill me easily. The 4 from the Skylark team couldn't stop you. The man respectfully said, The Longyu Guard was created for the young lady. After your 18th birthday, the guard will appear openly. Before that, we need to protect the heir's safety. Although the heir cannot directly command the Longyu Guard, she has 3 chances to give orders. Qin Jinji coldly said, The first was to fake her death, the second was to deliver that letter to me, and the third was today's assassination attempt. The man was surprised. How did the young lady know? Qin Jinji sneered. The people from the Northern King's residence are not fools. Faking her death wouldn't hide all the news unless someone from the Northern King's residence was helping her. She appeared out of nowhere. Only those who knew about the secret agents in the Northern King's residence could have sent that letter through my people. And today's attack was just a joke. Even if Xue Huai felt some disdain, he wouldn't truly let me come to harm. The North Town Prince's residence is full of traps and guards. No outsider could sneak in silently without being noticed unless they were part of the residence. Despite the bold assassination attempt, no one even got close to me. The 4 young guards were deadly, yet you only defended and did not attack. I found a list in my father's study, which had 81 names. When my father died, there were 62 unnamed bodies nearby. With you all, that makes the list complete. Qin Jinji suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, there's one missing. 62 bodies plus you all make 80 people. Where's the last one? Long Yen died 10 years ago. Long Yen, Long Yen. Qin Jinji leaned down and looked at him. When I was 8, a young servant with one arm came to the house. He died protecting me during an assassination attempt. That person's eyes turned red. Yes, that was Long Yen. When you were 8, I thought the young lady was coming to recognize you, so I sent her a letter. I didn't expect her to attack you instead. The young guards should have executed themselves to apologize, but instead, the girl beside you, Yunk, risked her skills and took the poison Biluoluo into her body to save you. At that time, Long Yin cut off his arm and left the young guards to be with you. When Long Yin arrived at the house, Qin Jinji thought he was just an undercover agent sent from somewhere, because he didn't look like a servant at all. But he did nothing. He was just outside her courtyard doing chores like sweeping, until she went out of the city with the Empress to burn incense, and they were scattered by refugees. Assassins descended from the sky. Only Yunk, who was badly injured, was with her. Just when she thought her life was about to end, that young servant appeared out of nowhere. Even with one hand, he fought off a group of assassins. But there were too many, and he couldn't handle them all. In the end, he used his body to shield Qin Jinji from a surprise attack. When that young servant died, he softly whispered in her ear, "Princess, I'm sorry." "Run." "Sorry, princess. It was he who personally sent that poison woman to you, causing your poisoning. My life is a small price to pay for atonement." Thanks to him, Qin Jinji received reinforcements from the Imperial Guards. At that time, she didn't understand why that person saved her. She didn't even know his name. She only heard the butler say his name was Ah Yen. Qin Jinji found it all very funny. "Princess, your hand." She saw 2 shocking wounds on Qin Jinji's hand, with blood dripping from her fingers onto the ground. "You didn't kill the crown princess. Were you trying to force us to reveal ourselves?" The dagger didn't pierce Qin Jinji's mother's stomach, but instead cut her own palm, smearing all her blood onto her clothes. From afar, the wounds looked unclear, so they thought Qin Jinji really had killed her mother. The woman fainted because Qin Jinji had wiped a special calming incense on her neck, which, when inhaled, would make her lose consciousness. Her breathing was very shallow, so the guards couldn't detect her breath. Sometimes this could even be used as a fake death potion. Honestly, when they saw Qin Jinji coldly kill that woman, they were shocked and confused, not knowing how to react. The next moment, Qin Jinji called them out. The lark quickly stepped forward to treat Qin Jinji's wounds. After bandaging her hand, Qin Jinji's face returned to a calm, indifferent expression. "Come with me." The dragon feather guards all felt happy inside, but when they remembered the crown prince's orders, they hesitated. Qin Jinji understood their thoughts. "My father asked you to protect the crown princess of Jinbei. She died 18 years ago. The only person in this house is Cui Ziu's concubine Yao Miaoing. The noble crown princess of Jinbei would fake her death and run away to become Cui Ziu's concubine. It's utterly ridiculous." 18 people immediately said in unison. The dragon feather guards obey the order. On the way back, Yun Kei was gesturing impatiently. "How can you cut your own hand?" "Cut my hand," Qin Jinji smiled. "That's just my guess. If I'm wrong, wouldn't I have wasted my blood?" Yun Kei still gestured disapprovingly. "You're a young lady. Next time, you're not allowed to do that." Qin Jinji soft-heartedly agreed. All right. Next time, I'll just cut that woman's hand." Yun Kei snorted softly. Qin Jinji suddenly said, "Take me into the palace." Yun Kei looked at her with questioning eyes. Qin Jinji cheerfully said, "It's nothing. I just missed the Empress Dowager." The palace gates were already closed for the night. The guards from the Imperial Guard were about to scold when they saw Qin Jinji come out of the carriage. One of them was a guard who had personally seen Qin Jinji severely injure Du Chong that day. He immediately widened his eyes and said, "Greetings, princess. Are you going into the palace?" A nearby guard quickly said, "The gates are closed. If you want to enter the palace, then." "Quiet. When the princess enters the palace is none of your business." He then smiled and said, "Princess, I will open the gates for you. However, this time is not good for calling the carriage. Could you wait a little longer?" Qin Jinji was not difficult with him. "No need to call the carriage. I will go in myself. You can just open the gates." The man immediately replied, "I will go now." The palace gate soon opened, and he even found a lamp for Qin Jinji. As Qin Jinji's figure disappeared into the distance, a finger ring with a lucky symbol was smashed into his hand. When Qin Jinji arrived at the queen's bedroom, the queen was still awake. When the palace maid came to deliver the message, the queen was surprised. Why is Jinji here at this hour? The emperor was also surprised. Could this troublemaker have caused more trouble again? When Qin Jinji entered, she was also surprised to see the emperor. Great-grandfather, why are you here? That's what I want to ask you. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Qin Jinji directly ordered. Saihuan, move great-grandfather's bedding to the side hall. The emperor was furious. You little troublemaker. What are you doing? Qin Jinji threw off her shoes, jumped onto the bed, and said, I want to sleep with grandma. Emperor Jin looked at the closed door and took a deep breath. You troublemaker. You rascal. Little. Go find out whose granddaughter kicks her grandfather out in the middle of the night to sleep with her grandmother. He had finally managed to get inside. And this little rascal came to cause trouble. He was the emperor. Does he understand that? When he gets angry, he is very powerful. Saihuan watched the luckless emperor carefully and asked cautiously, Your Majesty, shall I take you to the side room? The emperor immediately said, Take me there now. Saihuan shrank her neck and led the emperor to the side room. After Qin Jinji was bathed and dressed, she curled up like a little dog next to the queen. The queen gently patted her like she was comforting a child. Her hands seemed to have a sleeping spell. When they touched Qin Jinji's back, Qin Jinji felt drowsy. She softly asked, Great-grandmother, was great-grandfather really so handsome that you would marry him even if you had other options? The empress smiled gently. Of course not. I was known as a great beauty in those days, and many suitors wanted to marry me. I saw many handsome men. Qin Jinji's voice grew quieter. Then why did you choose him? Hearing her words, the empress's thoughts drifted far away. On a hillside where peonies bloomed, a spirited young man stood proudly, full of confidence. He declared loudly, Aang, I will make you the most respected woman in the world. Before the empress could answer, Qin Jinji's breathing became shallow. Qin Jinji slept until the sun was high, then got up. She didn't wash or comb her hair and left the room. Seeing her yellow dress from behind, she paused. Why are you still here? The emperor turned when he heard Qin Jinji's voice, looking annoyed. What do you look like? No hair combed, like a mad person. Qin Jinji walked into the pavilion, and the emperor was visibly angry when he saw her. You're grown up now, yet you still sleep with your grandmother. Are you afraid of little ghosts biting your toes at night? Qin Jinji was speechless. Whose grandfather always scared children with ghost stories? Yes, I'm afraid. I sleep with my grandmother. Unlike some old men who keep watch alone, the emperor suddenly stood up, ready to scold her. Hey, little brat, your grandmother finally let me stay overnight, but you chased me to the side room to sleep. Go ask around. Whose granddaughter would do such a reckless thing? The emperor was so angry he didn't bother with formal titles. Qin Jinji stood up and ran around the table. I'm grown now. If I were 3, we could still sleep together. The emperor angrily took off his shoe and swung it at her. I'll beat you to death. Qin Jinji dodged like a slippery fish, avoiding the shoe. While dodging, she said, You're so old, yet you still hit people. Aren't you worried about hurting your back? The emperor declared loudly. Nonsense. My body is strong. If you don't behave, I'll keep hitting you for 20 more years. Qin Jinji smiled, standing still. 20 years, that's a long time, but it's okay. The emperor saw Qin Jinji standing still and was about to hit her with his shoe when he suddenly stopped. He looked around quickly and said, Ha, I won't fall for it. You probably saw your grandmother coming and wanted to scold me. No way. Qin Jinji shook her head in disapproval. You old man, your heart is so dirty, always looking at dirty things. Seeing that the empress was not there, the emperor suddenly became very confident and walked forward. What's going on? Just as he raised his shoe to hit, a chilling voice sounded from behind. Grandmother, grandfather hit me. Did you see? He used such a thick shoe to beat me. They looked toward the empress, but both were surprised. The empress was not wearing her usual royal robes or hair accessories. She was dressed in a simple light blue outfit, her hair styled in a common woman's bun, and she wore an apron around her waist. She strode over quickly and grabbed the emperor's ear. "You old man, hitting my good grandson again," the emperor hurriedly begged. "I didn't hit him. I was just scaring him." The empress shot him a sharp look and then said, "Both of you, come here and help me." Qin Jinji immediately followed like a loyal little dog. "Grandmother, I'll help. I'm good at helping." Unlike grandfather, who doesn't know anything. He thought, why was he slow to strike just now? He should have hit her hard. The three of them went to the small kitchen. The empress directed Qin Jinji to pick vegetables and told the emperor to chop firewood. Qin Jinji hesitated and said, "Grandfather, chop firewood." The emperor rolled up his sleeves and said, "What's with that tone? My grandfather once swept through armies. He could move mountains and rivers. It's just chopping firewood. I really can't do that," Qin Jinji replied. The emperor sat next to the empress, peeling vegetables and helping her start the fire. Qin Jinji looked at him helplessly. He kept saying he couldn't do it, but he only got it right after twisting his waist painfully. The empress took charge and cooked a simple lunch for them.
It was a home-style stir-fry.
The palace maids and eunuchs had the afternoon off, thanks to the empress. Only the three of them were in the palace. They sat around a small table. The emperor ate happily and contentedly. The empress looked at Qin Jinji, who had casually tied her hair like a lion's mane, and also felt a bit annoyed. She stood up quickly and tied her hair into two cute, playful buns. But when her face was next to Qin Jinji's, there was an inexplicable, strange feeling. The old couple's eyes surprisingly agreed. Now she looks like a real girl. They always thought Qin Jinji had grown up and wasn't as pretty as when she was a child. She was 8 years old, chubby like a traditional doll. Qin Jinji said nothing and just kept eating. It seemed like just a simple farmyard with the old couple and a mischievous granddaughter. Unfortunately, happy times didn't even last through this meal. "Father, mother, what kind of manners are these?" The three of them looked at the suddenly appearing crown prince, feeling a strange sense of shared discomfort. The emperor snorted coldly. "What I do is none of your business." The crown prince frowned deeply. "Father," as the emperor, "how can you eat such coarse food?" "Mother, you are the noble consort, yet you act like a peasant woman, which damages the dignity of the palace." The emperor slammed his chopsticks on the table. "Coarse food? When I was fighting to unify the country, I even gnawed on tree bark. Besides, this is made by your mother herself. Your mother is the empress, and she can do whatever she wants. You have no right to criticize." The empress simply turned her face away, not looking at him and saying nothing, then addressed Qin Jinji. "Eat quickly. Later, grandmother will take you to dig for wine." The crown prince looked at Qin Jinji, who was eating nearby, with even more disgust. "Princess Jinji, why don't you bow when you see me?" Before Qin Jinji could speak, the empress suddenly slammed her bowl onto the crown prince's foot. "Stop showing off in my palace. Get out of here." After the crown prince left, the empress locked herself in her room. The emperor and Qin Jinji wisely did not disturb her. "I'll go for a walk. You should go back and work on the reports. Be careful, or grandmother might come out and take her anger out on you." The emperor also knew the empress needed some quiet time. He said to Qin Jinji, "Don't cause trouble." Qin Jinji waved her hand without turning back and left. As soon as she stepped out, she was stopped by Fian hiding in the corner. "Princess, I'm here," Qin Jinji asked. "Which way did the crown prince go?" "Just now, I heard His Highness say he was going to see Consort Shin." Qin Jinji's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. The crown prince was very respectful to this younger girl who was only a few years older than himself, always going to pay her respects whenever he entered the palace. From the empress's private chamber, one would pass by the imperial garden on the way to Consort Shin. Qin Jinji turned to Fian and said, "Watch over grandmother. I will be back soon." She quickly walked toward the imperial garden. Qin Jinji was fast, and before long, she caught up with the crown prince. The crown prince turned around and looked unhappy. "I am not related by blood to Princess Jinsijin, so you should call me the crown prince, not the one or him." Qin Jinji was not angry. I have something to say. Please walk with me. Hearing this, the crown prince thought she was going to talk about the matter with the empress. His face showed more impatience. Mother and I are mother and son. You, as an outsider, should not interfere. Qin Jinji showed a slight contempt. Are you sure you want to discuss your relationship with the empress in front of everyone? The crown prince frowned. There were guards, palace maids, eunuchs around, and sometimes concubines enjoying the flowers in the garden. If people heard him arguing with the empress, the officials might lose confidence in the air. Qin Jinji pointed to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The crown prince looked around. The pavilion was indeed a good place to talk. Not worried about being overheard, he also had some warnings to give Qin Jinji. They reached the pavilion. The crown prince stood at the edge, facing away from Qin Jinji, and said, "Say what you want quickly." "I need to go see Consort Shen later," Qin Jinji sneered. "The crown prince visits Consort Shen so often, people might think she is your real mother." The crown prince snapped, "Shut up. Consort Shen is not someone you can criticize." Qin Jinji squinted, her expression showing some confusion. "Why did the empress give birth to such a fool as you?" The crown prince was stunned, unsure if he heard correctly. "What did you just say?" Qin Jinji slowly stepped closer. "I said you're a fool. How dare you? Don't think that just because father and mother favor you, you can do as you please. I am the crown prince. Based on what you just said, I could have your head cut off." Qin Jinji suddenly smiled. "When you come out of the water, remember to behead my entire family." She suddenly kicked the crown prince into the water. "Ah." Qin Jinji crossed the railing and sat on top. Uncle has never heard of one person not entering a temple and two people not looking into a well. The crown prince struggled to surface from the water. "Qin Jinji, how dare you plot to harm the crown prince? When I get up, I will definitely cut off your head." Qin Jinji tilted her head as she watched the struggling crown prince. "Well, you'll have to come up first." The crown prince's eyes suddenly filled with fear. "You want to kill me?" Qin Jinji replied casually. "You're not good at either writing or martial arts, so you can't help the emperor grandfather. You also keep making the empress dowager angry. Since that's the case, you might as well die." "Qin Jinji, you're treacherous. How dare you plot against the future emperor? Help! Save me!" Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. "Future emperor? We'll see when the time comes. But if you, a fool, become emperor, I really won't have a future." The crown prince couldn't swim and relied on thrashing to stay afloat. After a while, he was exhausted. Qin Jinji watched him drink water and said, "Grandmother said you should learn to float, but you listened to Consort Shen's advice, saying this was uncivilized and rude. If you had learned to float, you could have gotten ashore by yourself instead of waiting for someone to save you. Look, your Consort Shen can't save you." Gulp, gulp, gulp. The crown prince started sinking uncontrollably. "I will definitely kill you. Then wait until the day you can sit on the throne and come to kill me." The crown prince sank completely. After a moment, Qin Jinji guessed he had fainted. She stood up and jumped into the water. Soon, she rescued the unconscious crown prince. Qin Jinji found a pressure point on his chest and struck it hard. The crown prince coughed out some water. Just as he was about to open his eyes, Qin Jinji struck his neck with her hand. He fainted again. Then Qin Jinji grabbed one of his legs and dragged him toward a crowded place. She didn't want to call him stupid. He was the crown prince, and even though he couldn't swim, he still dared to go to the lake's edge. He was worried others might overhear him arguing with the emperor and empress about his unstable position, so he didn't even bring a guard. Today, even if he drowned, no one would know he died in the lake. She left the lakeside path and reached the shore. The crown prince's attendant hurried over. "What's wrong with the crown prince?" Qin Jinji threw him aside, slipped and fell into the water. "Quickly send the crown prince back to the queen mother's chamber and call the imperial doctor." The palace servant was shocked and exclaimed, "Someone, call the royal doctor." The crown prince wouldn't normally be in water. If something went wrong, his head would be in big trouble. The servant turned to Qin Jinji and said, "Thank you, princess, for saving the crown prince. We will report your kindness to the queen mother honestly." Qin Jinji waved her hand, and the group hurried toward the queen mother's chamber. Your Majesty, it's bad. The crown prince fell into the water. Suddenly, the door was slammed open. What? Why did the crown prince fall into the water? The queen mother came out and saw the unconscious crown prince and Qin Jinji, soaked like a wet chicken. Qin Jinji was about to slip back into her room, but was caught by the queen mother. In that moment, she understood what was happening. Her fall into the water was related to that mischievous boy. Hurry, call the imperial doctor to treat the crown prince, and also invite Miss Liu over. Qin Jinji gave a grateful smile. The queen mother looked both amused and upset and said, "Go and bring hot water for the princess." When Liu Yi arrived at Qin Jinji's room, Qin Jinji was already fainted in the bath, with blood at the corner of her mouth. Liu Yi was frightened and quickly checked Qin Jinji's breathing. "What are you doing?" Liu Yi was startled. "Why are you pretending to faint?" Qin Jinji rolled her eyes. "The water was too cold, which triggered my cold poison. I just lost strength earlier." Liu Yi was speechless. She took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. "This is new medicine. It can stabilize the Biluo poison in your body. I'll have someone find Lonji grass urgently." "You really are reckless. Knowing you have cold poison, you still jumped into that lake. Why didn't you call the guards to save him? And the crown prince, he wouldn't go into the water on purpose, yet you dragged others into trouble with your cold poison flare-up." Qin Jinji scratched her head. "I pushed him in." Liu Yi immediately covered her ears. "I didn't hear anything. Pretend I didn't say that." Qin Jinji sneered. "We've been together for so long. How come your mental strength is still so weak?" Liu Yi looked at her with a helpless expression.
Nonsense.
"I've prepared myself mentally, but not this much." "Then don't prepare. Go give the crown prince some medicine so he can't get out of bed for the next few days." Li crossed her arms and said, "Goddess Guanyin, the faithful lady seems to have lost her mind. I just heard someone ask me to kill the crown prince. Please help me regain my sanity." "You're crazy, I'm crazy. Killing the crown prince is a terrible crime that could lead to execution of the entire family." Li Yi looked at Qin Jinji with a crazy person's gaze. "Who said I told you to kill the crown prince? I only asked you to give him some medicine, so he can't get out of bed for a few days." Qin Jinji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling a bit speechless. Li sighed in relief. "You should have said so earlier. But giving medicine to the crown prince in the queen's palace isn't a small crime. If I'm caught, how can I be the top female doctor in the world? Maybe I'll just be the top female prisoner instead." Qin Jinji looked at her. "This is the queen grandmother's palace. It's my territory. Besides, you won't ask Fian to help you." Li Yi frowned and whispered, "Fian dares to do such things? She dares to give medicine to the crown prince." Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. "Stop talking so much nonsense." Li pouted and turned away, then came back shortly after. She kept taking herbs from her wide sleeves and tossing them into the bath. "This is my new herbal bath formula to keep you warm." After tossing in the herbs, she left again. When Qin Jinji finished changing her clothes, the imperial doctor was talking to the queen. "Your Majesty, the crown prince is fine. He just choked on water and was frightened. Once I prepare a medicine for him, he will recover. Send the doctor away. I will take my leave." The queen frowned and asked, "What happened? How did the crown prince fall into the water?" He was not thinking clearly. "I told him to wash his mind in the water." "Who made him upset you?" The queen sighed. "My relationship with him and his mother is strained. Our bond is weak. I heard from Miss Li that you can't stand the cold now. The lake water is freezing, and yet you still dared to jump in." Qin Jinji smiled happily. "I'm good at swimming. After all, I was personally taught by the queen grandmother." The queen chuckled. "You just know how to make me happy. Your Highness, you can't barge in. This is the queen's palace. Move aside. The crown prince is unconscious. I must see him. If you dare to stop me, be careful of your head. Your Highness consort, if you wish to visit the crown prince, you must first inform the empress and wait for her approval. Your sudden intrusion into the palace is disrespectful to the empress. How dare you? I want to see the crown prince, and you keep blocking me. What are you up to? Is there something secret in the empress's chambers? Step aside, or I will have your head." Your Highness consort, you cannot enter. When Consort Shin heard the news that the crown prince had fallen into the water, she was overjoyed. The crown prince is not known to be a swimmer. If something happened to him, the throne would be vacant. Besides the empress, she is the most honored in the entire palace. Her family would strongly support her son to take the throne. She was eager to see how the crown prince was doing. Just as she stepped into the courtyard, a bucket of water suddenly flew through the air. Ah, Your Highness. Are you all right? Who? How dare they attack the consort? Someone, come quickly. An assassin. The water from the bucket drenched Consort Shin completely, and the bucket itself hit her, causing her to fall to the ground. Who is shouting loudly in the Empress's chambers? Qin Jinji strolled over slowly, with her hands on her hips. She looked at the disheveled Consort Shin and immediately burst out laughing. Consort, what are you doing here? Are you sleepy? If you're sleepy, why not dry your hair first? Sleeping like that might make you sick. Qin Jinji, you actually threw water at me. Consort Shin was furious, pointing at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked innocent and said, I was just cleaning the floor at the entrance. It looked dirty, so I splashed it. I don't know why it hit the consort. You also should have announced yourself when you arrived. A young palace maid, looking upset, said, Princess, I just wanted to inform the Empress, but the consort refused to listen and forced her way in. She even had Fufu push me down. Qin Jinji frowned as she saw the young maid's hand, which was cut by a stone. What's her name? Laifu, Fufu, the old palace servant, replied with a sullen face. Your Highness, I am Rongfu. Laifu? That's not a proper name for a dog. Qin Jinji stepped in front of him. You pushed her. Fufu looked slightly disdainful. This young maid doesn't understand the rules. She dared to stop the consort. If anything happens to the consort's health, even a few heads wouldn't be enough to pay. Qin Jinji raised her hand and slapped him, her eyes cold. Did you push him? Fu looked at Qin Jinji with disbelief. He was close to Consort Shin, a favored person, and Qin Jinji could hit him whenever she wanted. Consort Shin was furious. Qin Jinji, you should respect your master. You're insulting me. Qin Jinji quickly hid her casual expression and said coldly, if that's what you want, I can make it happen. Others might not dare, but Qin Jinji was truly brave. 7 or 8 years ago, she had spoken harshly to the Empress in front of Qin Jinji. Since that night, Qin Jinji had been secretly placing snakes in her sleeping quarters every night. She was very afraid of snakes. Even after reporting to the Emperor and being punished, snakes still appeared from her bedding the next day. It wasn't until she apologized to the Empress that the trouble stopped. She would never forget a child, about 8 or 9 years old, standing at her bedside, holding a snake and quietly watching her. Just like now, with that same look in her eyes. If your ears don't work, I can cut them off for you. Fu didn't expect Qin Jinji to threaten even the consort. He lowered his head and said, it was just my haste earlier. I accidentally pushed this young lady. I apologized to her. Consort Shin was also furious inside but forced herself to speak calmly. Fu has apologized. Now, can we go in to see the crown prince? Qin Jinji gently placed her finger near her mouth. Sure. Her eyes still looked like a venomous snake, staring at Fu. Fu broke out in cold sweat. He had already apologized. But what did the princess want? Qin Jinji calmly said, kneel down. Fu's eyes widened.
What?
You want me to kneel to her? He was the deputy chief steward. Why should he kneel to a low-ranking maid? Suddenly, a dagger sliced past Fu's face. Blood dripped down to the ground. Ah! Fu covered his ears and fell to the ground. My ears. Consort Shin's eyes widened.
You.
How dare you hurt someone in the palace? Qin Jinji ignored her. I told you, useless things should be thrown away. Fu was filled with fear. Qin Jinji was truly lawless, daring to hurt someone and draw blood inside the palace. Not even concubine Shen Gui Fei is worth her attention. He endured great pain, knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, I apologize to this young lady. Please, Your Highness, forgive my mistake. Qin Jinji finally showed a smile on her face. She stepped on the old official's hand and said, "If there are no more noisy sounds later, I will forgive you." After speaking, she pressed her foot down his hand. The old official was in so much pain that his eyes nearly burst, but he dared not make a sound. Qin Jinji looked pleased. "If you had done this earlier, why bother with just one ear?" The old official felt like he was full of cold fear. That young palace maid had scratched her hand, and he had to lose a hand to make amends. Qin Jinji turned to look at concubine Shen Guifei. "What did you just say? Can I go see the crown prince now?" Shen Guifei swallowed hard. "Since I've already apologized, I suppose I can see the crown prince now." Qin Jinji suddenly smiled nastily. "The Jiaorum Palace will not receive visitors today, Your Majesty." "I really can't go on living." Shen Guifei threw herself into the emperor's arms, crying. The emperor sighed. "Why do you keep provoking her?" Shen Guifei sat up suddenly. "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" "As the elder of the crown prince, I heard he fell into the water and is unconscious. I was worried and wanted to visit him. Is that wrong? How could my sister treat me like this?" The emperor patted her shoulder. "Why bother involving the empress? She hasn't done anything to you." Tears welled up in Shen Guifei's eyes. "What do you mean she hasn't done anything? If Princess Jinji hadn't listened to her, how could she treat me so badly? I respect my sister every day, care for the crown prince, and yet I am still wronged. I don't want to live anymore." The emperor held Shen Guifei, who was desperate to die. "My dear, what are you doing?" The empress is straightforward. If she really wanted to mistreat you, she would have come for you long ago. Princess Jinji is stubborn. As her elder, shouldn't you just let it go? Shen Guifei immediately refused. "Your Majesty, you are protecting her. Princess Jinji is already 18. Most girls her age are mothers. She's still just a child. She has never shown respect to me even once. Rongfu is an elderly person I know. She actually cut off one of her ears right in front of the concubine." The emperor asked, "Why did Rongfu offend her?" Consort Shen angrily said, "I wanted to visit the crown prince, but my sister had someone block me at the door. That young palace maid was so bold, she pushed me." Rongfu, eager to help, stopped the young maid. But then, the princess actually knelt down and apologized to the maid. Rongfu was only a little slow, and the princess cut off her ear. "How cruel this is." "Rongfu is an elder close to me. The princess just started to act, showing no respect for me as a noble consort. How can I maintain order in the harem after this?" "Your Majesty, please stand up for me," the emperor patiently explained. "Jinji has been raised by me since she was young. She has my temper, sometimes stubborn and mischievous, but she is a good girl. I will have her come to apologize to you personally. I will also give her a strict warning. From now on, don't go to the Empress's palace anymore. If you want to visit the crown prince, wait until he returns to the Eastern Palace." Consort Shen suddenly stood up sharply. "Your Majesty, what do you mean? Do you think I am meddlesome? She has trampled all over my dignity. How can I stay calm in the harem after this? I might as well hang myself with a white silk ribbon." Qin Jinji has pushed her to the limit. The emperor only gave a few scoldings and wanted to brush this aside. The emperor soothed her. "Nonsense. Why get so worked up, beloved consort? Why argue over a child? Fine, I will punish her with 3 days of house arrest. What do you think?" Consort Shen's eyes, full of anger, almost popped out. 3 days. Why not just tell her to eat less food? That's a good idea. Punish her by not letting her eat. Let my beloved consort vent her anger. Finally, Consort Shen couldn't keep up her fragile act anymore. Her voice became sharp. "Your Majesty, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Today I will insist on standing my ground." Qin Jinji, even though she is a princess from a different noble family, relies on your favor and acts recklessly in the palace. Today she can humiliate me, but tomorrow she might not respect you either. You must punish her severely today." The emperor sighed. "What does my beloved consort want me to do?" When Consort Shen heard the emperor agree, she immediately said, In my opinion, she should be punished with 50 strokes, write the palace rules 100 times, and be confined for half a year to set an example. The emperor replied immediately, 50 strokes might be too much. She has been spoiled since she was young. 50 strokes could ruin her hands. When the Prince of Jinbei just returned to the capital, he ordered Jinji to be confined. Naturally, the Prince of Jinbei might think more. The palace rules can be copied, and she can copy them properly. Jinji hates writing the most. Let this little troublemaker copy the palace rules. Consort Shin couldn't believe her ears. Your Majesty, Jinji was given such a big favor, yet the emperor only punished her by making her copy the palace rules. I might as well find a white silk ribbon and die. The emperor quickly held her back and said, Beloved consort, how about you hit me a few times to vent your anger? It's okay. I can teach you a lesson. Don't be upset. Consort Shin immediately understood that today, no matter what, the emperor wouldn't punish Jinji. When Jinji caused such a big trouble, the emperor only sent her to Exiled Temple for 3 years. Moreover, Jinji only injured a servant. She knew that, given the emperor's doting love for her, he wouldn't punish her harshly. Fortunately, she didn't really come to get the emperor to punish Jinji. Consort Shin threw herself into the emperor's arms. Your Majesty, what are you saying? How can I bear to hurt your Majesty's dragon body? You know, I love you the most. The emperor smiled and said, Of course I know your feelings, beloved consort. The entire palace knows you are the most understanding. Otherwise, why would I favor you so much? Consort Shin pouted and said, Your Majesty, I have suffered a great injustice this time. You must compensate me. The emperor immediately replied, All right. Whatever you want, I will satisfy you. Consort Shin quickly said, Your Majesty, my brother has been reflecting at home for many days. He knows he was wrong. Why not lift his confinement and let him come back to serve and report? The emperor's eyes flickered slightly, and he said quietly, Shunsu's dereliction of duty is a serious crime. I only didn't punish her harshly because of your face. If I lift her confinement now, what will the officials think? They might think I am neglecting the safety of the empress. Then, the censorate won't be able to explain this. Consort Shin twisted her body and said, Your Majesty, you just promised to satisfy me in everything. Are you trying to deceive me? A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly, Your Majesty. The emperor smiled gently and said, All right, I will lift Shin Cha's restriction from leaving. However, Shin Cha is still injured, so he will rest and recover before returning to report. This will also give the empress and the officials an explanation. What do you think, beloved consort? Consort Shin happily hugged the emperor and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. You are so kind to me. Because of Your Majesty's favor, I won't argue with the princess. I am only doing this to show respect to you. The emperor put his arm around Consort Shin's shoulders and said, I knew you cared for me the most. He smiled, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes in a place Consort Shin couldn't see. The little said Shin Cha wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 months, which suggests he's afraid Consort Shin will plead for him. Since Shin Cha is injured, even if he agrees to return, he can't come back immediately. 3 months is enough time for many things to change. The crown prince was seriously ill and could only stay in the empress's palace to recover. The empress, worried and exhausted, also fell ill. The Jiaofeng palace was temporarily closed to visitors. The empress said with some disdain, Why are you keeping him here? Seeing him just irritates me. Jinji handed the peeled apple to the empress. Aren't you unhappy with the crown prince's wives? I brought you someone you like. The empress looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Jinji nodded toward the bedroom where the crown prince was resting. Shun Luiying, who was assigned to care for the crown prince, just pushed the door open and entered. The empress frowned. You mean Luiying? Jinji sat with her legs crossed and said, A concubine from Shun's branch, who entered the palace following Shun Guifei's path. The empress's eyes widened. Luiying is from the Shun family. Jinji threw a grape into the air and caught it with her mouth. Someone from Shun's family who bears a grudge against Shun, the empress pondered and said, Even if Shin's family treats her badly, she is still part of that family. Maybe. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. She entered the palace for her young lady and brother. Now these two are in my hands. The empress finally relaxed. So, even the Jiaofeng palace was infiltrated. Qin Jinji looked relaxed and said, "Don't worry. With me, the demoness here, the little ones won't dare to act up." The empress smiled and then asked, "You dismissed Consort Shun's close servant Rong Fu and embarrassed her in front of everyone. She will definitely go to your grandfather to complain and get you punished." Qin Jinji nodded. Gong Hong has already delivered the order, and I am to copy the palace rules 100 times. The empress looked confused. Has Consort Shin changed her attitude? She couldn't believe the punishment was so light. Seeing the empress's expression, Qin Jinji knew what she was thinking. I heard she wanted grandfather to use the punishment stick on me and restrict my movements, but he persuaded her to stop. The empress couldn't believe it. She agreed so easily. Impossible. She even asked His Majesty to restore Shin's official position. The empress nodded knowingly. I knew it. That woman is like a fox. She wouldn't agree so easily. Turns out, she was planning this. Qin Jinji smirked mischievously. She is a fox and I am a big wolf. Shensu was personally arranged by Li Jin, Li Chuan's older brother. Without the secret medicine Qin Jinji provided, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month. Consort Shin wasn't stupid. She knew how important the position of military commander was. Since Shin Su was suspended, it was like she had her eyes covered in the palace. Many people were eyeing that position, and she would find a way to restore Shin Su's official role. Qin Jinji directly ordered that he not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Even if His Majesty agreed, Shin Su's health wouldn't allow it. The empress looked at her proud little expression and smiled. You and your grandfather are like real father and daughter, both so scheming. Her worries eased a bit thanks to Qin Jinji. It's not just about copying the palace rules. Grandmother and you will copy them together, and Saihuan and the others will help too. Qin Jinji waved her hand. No need. Someone is helping me. In the imperial study, the emperor saw the palace rules sent by Qin Jinji and widened his eyes. He asked Gong Hong, "Say that again." What did that rascal say? Gong Hong hesitated and said, Princess said, she asked you to help her copy them 100 times. The emperor was so angry he wanted to go to the empress's palace to punish her. Seeing the emperor's expression, Gong Hong didn't dare say more. The emperor asked, what else did that scoundrel say? Gong Hong swallowed hard. Princess also said, say what? Hong made up his mind, closed his eyes, and said, the princess said that if you don't help her copy it, she'll feed all the wine you hid in the empress's garden to Erhua. Seeing the emperor's puzzled look, he quickly added, Erhua is the little pig the royal kitchen just bought. I'll teach her a lesson. That was 20 years of fine wine. And she wants to feed it to a pig. The emperor glared at Hong. Why are you still standing there? For a moment, Hong didn't understand. Was he supposed to punish the princess? The emperor was furious. Go find a few palace servants who can write. Do you expect me to copy these palace rules 100 times myself? Hong quickly replied, yes, your majesty. I'll call them right away. He was terrified. He thought he was being told to punish the princess. The emperor took a deep breath. Was there any child in the world more troublesome than Qin Jinji? She actually made her grandfather copy the palace rules for her. Why not ask her grandmother next time? He decided to move his wine to a safer place that night. Hong soon returned. Your Majesty, Minister Du requests an audience.
Ism? Let him in.
The emperor pushed the palace rules under a pile of memorials. Outside, an elderly man with graying hair but bright, sharp eyes entered the hall. Your servant, Du Zhong, greets your Majesty. He knelt respectfully and bowed deeply. There's no need for such formality. Elder Du, please rise. Hong Dequan, bring a seat. Thank you, your Majesty. What brings you here today, Elder Du? Could it be that Qin Jinji had caused trouble again, perhaps hurt his grandnephew? Would she ever give him a moment's peace? Du Zhong sat calmly to the side. Your Majesty, I came to ask how the northern garrison should be handled. The emperor looked puzzled. Naturally, the northern prince will handle it. He thought to himself, no way am I giving him more funds. But Du Zhong said seriously, Your Majesty, our Jin kingdom no longer needs to fight wars. Yet the northern garrison, a force of 1,000,000 soldiers, still obeys only the northern prince. This could be seen as him holding too much power. The emperor smiled. Then what does Elder Du suggest? Du Zhong replied firmly, the northern prince should hand over his military command, and the northern garrison should be placed under the Ministry of War's control. The emperor, unconcerned, said, The king of Jinbei has been fighting and marching for many years. There's no rush to give him control of the troops. The Jinbei army has 1,000,000 soldiers, but the Ministry of War has limited staff. It's better not to cause trouble for the ministry. Let the king of Jinbei manage his troops himself. Du Zhong spoke earnestly, Your Majesty, absolutely not. The king of Jinbei has fought at the border for over 10 years. The local people only recognize the Jinbei army, not the royal authority. The king of Jinbei is very powerful. If we don't take back the military power, it could lead to big problems. The emperor still smiled. Du Shangshu, you're overthinking. The king of Jinbei and I have a childhood friendship. He will not betray me. Du Shangshu hurriedly said, Your Majesty, think carefully. Many generals in history who had great achievements and power have plotted rebellion. I am doing this for the sake of your kingdom. He was thinking about his kingdom or perhaps his own power. The Jinbei army was the strongest supporter of the royal family against the noble families. Without the Jinbei army, the noble families would have fewer worries about interfering in the capital. Taking back the military power from the king of Jinbei would cause distrust between them. The noble families were plotting a big plan. Such scheming was clever. This matter is very important. I will think it over carefully and then discuss it with Du Lao. Du Zhong replied, Your Majesty is wise. The emperor still greeted him with a smile. Does Du Lao have anything else to discuss with me? Du Zhong clasped his hands in front of him. Just this matter, Your Majesty. After speaking, he did not stand up but remained seated. He took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, I am old and tired. I have come a long way and am feeling weak. Please allow me to rest here for a moment. The emperor immediately smiled. Du Shangshu, you've worked hard. Hong Dequan, serve Du Shangshu some ginseng tea. Thank you, Your Majesty. After saying this, Du Zhong sat quietly as if he was about to rest. However, Hong Gonggong's teacup was already empty, but Du Zhong did not get up. Instead, the emperor said, Your Majesty, may I also have a cup? This ginseng tea is quite strong. I feel a bit more energetic now. Hong Dequan, serve Du Shangshu another cup of ginseng tea. Du Zhong respectfully sat to the side again, saying nothing. The emperor put down the memorial and asked, I heard that a few days ago, Jinji argued with your young family member and even fought. Did anyone get hurt? Du Zhong calmly said, It was just a playful joke among children. There's no need for Your Majesty to worry. I have already scolded Du Chong. Since he bumped into Princess Jinji, he should be punished. After some time, I will have him go apologize in person. The emperor quickly replied, Oh, there's no need for punishment. I know Princess Jinji's personality. She's quite lively. Please, Minister Du, don't take it to heart. Lively? Your Majesty, do you want me to look you in the eyes and say that? His whole face was covered with the same patch, and now he couldn't even speak properly. And you just call it lively? Du Zhong remained calm and said, The princess is clever and adorable. I don't mind. It's a minor matter. Your Majesty, please don't worry about it. Minor matter? Your Majesty, don't interfere. The emperor chuckled and said, In my opinion, only Minister Du and I are truly united in the court. If everyone was as broad-minded as Minister Du, I would feel much better. Minister Du, you're broad-minded. Don't bother about minor matters. Du Zhong's face, which was as calm as the breeze and clouds, almost couldn't hold it anymore. Such shamelessness. Raising a shameless person. A shameless person causing trouble. A shameless person pretending to be dead. Du Zhong forced himself to keep a straight face and said, Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I have rested enough. I will take my leave now. Hong Dequan, see Minister Du out. The emperor smiled warmly as he watched Du Zhong leave. After Du Zhong left, the emperor's expression also turned cold. The war had just ended, and everything was in chaos. These people, who don't care for the common people, are already scheming. After Gong Gong Hong returned, he stood beside the emperor to serve him. The emperor looked back at him. "What are you waiting for?" Gong Gong Hong widened his eyes. What did His Majesty say? He didn't understand. What was he waiting for? The emperor clicked his tongue. "Hurry up and find someone to write the palace rules for the scoundrel. I'll go right now." "Oh, okay."
Got it.
Who would expect an emperor to remember to have his granddaughter copy the palace rules after discussing matters with officials? Who would have an emperor instruct his granddaughter to copy palace rules? It was His Majesty himself who issued the order. Qin Jinji sneezed and asked Fian to pour wine for her and the empress. The empress snorted. "I knew this old thing hid the wine. Turns out, the darkness is under the lamp. He hid it here." Qin Jinji chuckled happily. "If he hadn't hidden it here, we wouldn't be able to drink it." Fian felt a bit scared and said, "Princess, if you drink all the wine, will His Majesty be angry?" "It's okay. Tonight, grandfather will secretly come to change the wine. If he hides the wine somewhere else and it's gone, it has nothing to do with me." Fian covered her mouth and giggled secretly. Qin Jinji said to Fian, "Later, you fill it with water and put the wine jar back." Fian widened her eyes and said, "Huh? But if His Majesty drinks it, he'll know it's water." Qin Jinji chuckled. "He won't dare to drink it. The fragrance of the 10-mile aroma drifts 10 miles away. Just opening it makes the air smell wonderful. He wouldn't dare let grandmother smell it." Fian thought about how furious His Majesty would be if he found out all the wine had turned into water. Just thinking about it was scary. The empress took a sip, satisfied, and squinted happily. It had been a long time since she enjoyed drinking so much. The last time she was drunk, she couldn't remember when it was. Lu Yi immediately appeared when she smelled the wine, glaring fiercely at Qin Jinji. She was about to go crazy. Patients who don't follow medical advice are not good patients. Qin Jinji pouted and put down her wine bowl. Fortunately, she had just managed to drink some. Lu Yi looked at the wine bowl, her face almost twisting with anger. She thought she was too fragile. Qin Jinji looked at her with her eyes. Why didn't she care about grandmother? Lu Yi's eyes nearly popped out. The empress wasn't poisoned. What was wrong with her drinking? "Jinji, why aren't you drinking anymore?" Lu Yi quickly stepped forward and said, "Princess is afraid of the cold. This wine is very hot and not good for Princess's health. It's better to drink less." But the empress used some of it. The 10-mile aroma contains top-quality snake spirit grass, which is good for warming your body. The empress smiled and said, "What a pity. Drinking alone is no fun." Lu Yi stepped forward and said, "If the empress doesn't mind, I can drink with you." This was 20 years of 10-mile aroma. The empress looked surprised and said, "Miss Lu, you're quite brave. All right, I'll drink with you." "Jinji, you miss out." Qin Jinji had been thinking about this 10-mile aroma for a long time. She had searched all over the palace, but couldn't find out where the emperor was hiding. If it weren't for that day, when she called Shen Luiying to the lotus pond. She smelled the scent of 10-mile fragrance, but the wine was probably hidden away for a long time. Qin Jinji glared at Lu Yi. "Why can you drink?" Lu Yi looked innocent. "I'm not poisoned." Qin Jinji was speechless. She turned her head away from the two people happily drinking. In her peripheral vision, Shen Luiying was standing in the corner, seeming to wait for her. "I'll go to the small kitchen." No one paid attention to her. Qin Jinji walked to the corner. Shen Luiying whispered, "Princess, the crown prince has already gone to sleep." Qin Jinji nodded. These days, the crown prince stays in the palace. The Xiaofeng Hall is also closed to visitors. If the crown prince can't take you when he leaves, you will be useless to me. Shen Luiying was not surprised. "Rest assured, princess, I won't let you down." Qin Jinji took out a letter from her. "This is a letter from your mother and brother. Read it slowly when you get back. Don't worry, they have already arrived in the capital. I will take care of them." Shen Luiying immediately knelt down. "Thank you, princess. for your great kindness." Qin Jinji turned and left. Shen Luiying eagerly opened the letter. She immediately burst into tears. It was really her mother and brother's handwriting. They really escaped from that dangerous place. Shen Luiying wiped her tears forcefully. After taking a deep look at the crown prince's bedroom, she returned to her own room. Zhao Wuji looked at Shen Huan, who was acting wildly in the cell, and asked, "Do you recognize all of this? They're just two old scoundrels. If they die, so be it. I think their daughter is lucky to be with them. They dare to cry for their parents. Disgraceful. I should have ordered the guards to kill them directly." Shen Huan challenged, "Zhao Wuji, I admit it. What can you do to me? If you dare to arrest me or kill me, just wait. When I get out, I will see how I will deal with you." His aunt is the current noble consort, and his grandfather is one of the 3 dukes. Zhao Wuji looked at him as if he was a fool. Then he turned to the dark corner and said, "Everyone, listen carefully." Shen Huan was stunned. Who are the officials? A few people stepped out of the shadows. Those who were the most stubborn officials in the court. They caught people and accused them. They scolded as they held them down. When pushed to the limit, they even hit the pillars to make their point. The leading censor looked very serious from head to toe. Shameless scoundrel. Beast in human clothing. Troublemaker. Disgusting beyond words. The group turned and left, waving their sleeves. Tomorrow's court session will be filled with petitions from the censorate accusing Shen's family. Shen Huan realized what was happening. "Zhao Wuji, you're plotting against me. You despicable person. Even if you bring the censors here, what can you do? With my grandfather and aunt present, they will surely protect me. Our Shen family has been a prominent family for 100 years. Even the emperor will give us some face. But I promise, once I get out, I will make sure to punish you severely." Zhao Wuji suddenly smiled, thinking of what Qin Jinji had said. Everyone wants the emperor's grandfather to give them some face. The emperor's grandfather is quite proud. Seeing Zhao Wuji smile, Shen Huan was furious. "Even at death, you dare to mock me. Just wait. When I get out, I will skin you and break your bones." Zhao Wuji shook his head. He was a bit worried because the princess said Shen Huan was a fool. After all, the princess was clever, so it was normal to think Shen Huan was stupid. But it turned out he really was a fool. He had already followed the emperor's order to bring people to the duke's residence. How could Shen Huan think the emperor would let him go? Zhao Wuji felt that even the princess's request to summon these people was a bit too much. He turned back and said, "Grandpa Hong, did you hear that clearly?" Suddenly, someone stepped out from the shadows. It was Grandpa Hong, who was close to the emperor. Shen Huan saw Grandpa Hong and immediately called out, "Grandpa Hong. Grandpa Hong, save me. Go tell the emperor to release me. He's my uncle. When I get out, I will reward you greatly." Grandpa Hong remained calm and said to Zhao Wuji, "Lord Zhao, we've heard everything. We will return to the palace and report to the emperor. Do you have any message for him?" Zhao Wuji handed over the confession and evidence on the table. "Please deliver these to the emperor for his judgment." Grandpa Hong took the items and said, "We will return to the palace now." Zhao Wuji made a gesture of invitation. "I'll see you off." Shen Huan couldn't believe it behind him.
Grandpa Hong, I'm Shen Huan.
"Did you hear me? You traitor. You're in cahoots with this scoundrel. Wait for me to go out, then let my aunt punish you severely. You untrustworthy old fool, just wait and see." In the prison cell, Shen Huan was shouting angrily. But no one responded to him. The censorate accused Duke Shen's family of improper conduct, abusing power, and taking lives recklessly. Consort Shen was deemed unworthy of her position, allowing her nephew to forcefully take women from the common people. Recently, Shen Cha's dereliction of duty was also brought up again. Suddenly, the court was in chaos. "Your Majesty, I am innocent." Duke Shen didn't understand why the censorate was accusing him together. On the day Shen Huan was taken away, he went to see Consort Shen in the palace. "Your Grace, how could Your Majesty order Huan to be taken to the Dali Temple? It's just a small matter. Why did it alarm the emperor?" Usually, Shen Huan's arrogance was tolerated because they protected him. But once it reached the emperor, it was a different story. Consort Shin was lying on a soft bed, looking unhappy. I'll say this once. You can't even watch over a young girl? She managed to escape from the Duke's residence and even knocked the warning drum at the palace gate. Doesn't your majesty know? Duke Shun frowned deeply.
What?
She even knocked the warning drum? What should we do now? Your grace, you must save Huan. He's your nephew. Consort Shin clicked her tongue. Everyone in the city knew Shun Huan was Duke Shin's grandson. That girl caused such a fuss in front of the emperor. We must give an explanation. Duke Shin looked anxious. What should we do? You can't just ignore Huan. How can he endure the prison? Consort Shin snorted coldly. It's just a few days of detention. Look at how worried you are. Shun Cha was beaten with dozens of strokes and is now bedridden, but you're not worried about him? Duke Shun hurriedly said. That's different. Huan has been spoiled since he was young and has never suffered. Besides, Shun Cha is being kept at home and isn't in danger of losing his life. As a consort, you can just say the word, and he'll be released. Consort Shin suddenly sat up. You speak so easily. The emperor just ordered the arrest, and now I'm supposed to let him go? Are you trying to embarrass me before the emperor? If the emperor gets angry with me, when can Shun Cha return to his position? I don't care if he can handle the prison. He must stay locked up quietly for these few days. If it affects Shun Cha's future, your precious grandson will be left to face the emperor's punishment.
But...
Empress Shun looked impatient. Stop with the but. Once the news settles, I'll make a call and handle it. People will come out then. Seeing this, Duke Shin had no choice but to give up, though he wasn't too worried. Since she said she would take care of Shun Huan would be safe. He had someone arrange things at the Dali court. He probably wouldn't suffer much. However, today, the censorate seemed to have gone mad and jointly accused Shun Huan. The emperor was furious and directly threw Shun Huan's crimes in Duke Shin's face. The accusations weren't just about kidnapping a girl. Shun Huan was involved in dozens of murders. He bullied men and women, seized land, and even partnered with gambling houses to lend money at high interest. Many common people suffered greatly because of him. Duke Shin looked at the list of charges, feeling like the sky was falling. Your Majesty, these are all false accusations. They are framing Shun Huan. You must stand up for him. Shun Huan has been kind since he was young and would never do such terrible things. The censors were angry. Duke Shin knows these are lies. The evidence is solid, and there are even Shun Huan's own words confirming it. Tears streamed down Duke Shin's face. Your Majesty, someone must be tricking Shun Huan. You can't believe these slanders. The emperor looked coldly at Duke Shin. I have indeed believed many slanders. That's why I am blind and deaf to the truth. To ruin someone, first make them go mad. This saying has been true for thousands of years. The emperor's near-unlimited favoritism for Qin Jinji allowed these hidden ambitious people to grow wildly. As long as they had enough power, they could do anything without fear. As members of noble families and powerful clans, they relaxed and enjoyed their privileges. They became more and more reckless. To them, common people were just tiny ants. Who cares about the lives of ants? They looked down on the so-called lower classes. They oppressed, exploited, and blood from them. Even when they turned into bones, they wanted to drain the last drop of marrow. Finally, they wiped their mouths, looked at the bones with disgust, and turned them into ashes with a touch. When did they start collecting these pieces of evidence? It seems it was many years ago, but Qin Jinji can't remember. The emperor stands up. Duke Shin has failed in teaching his son, causing Shun Huan to commit such a terrible mistake. Revoke the hereditary title of the duke's residence and confiscate the family property to compensate the innocent families who lost loved ones. Dignified consort Shin, as a royal consort, cannot control her family. Her virtue does not match her position. Since she gave birth to the heir, she will be demoted to a noble lady as a punishment. Shun Huan, your actions are unforgivable. Be executed at the market tomorrow afternoon. Duke Shin collapses to the ground. Your Majesty, Huan is still young. Please forgive him. The censor immediately says, he is already of age. How can he still be considered young? Were the victims he harmed all adults? Your Majesty's decision is just. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. All the officials agree. The officials feel deep respect for the emperor. Consort Shen, who has been favored for many years, has caused many troubles in the Shen family. Most of these troubles were avoided because she begged for mercy. They thought this time the Shen family would also escape punishment. But unexpectedly, the emperor acted with great justice. He used harsh measures to punish everyone in the Shen family. Even the hereditary privilege of the duke's residence was taken away. When Consort Shen heard the order, she felt as if her ears suddenly went deaf. She experienced a ringing in her ears, and everything in front of her looked like snowflakes. After a long while, she asked, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." Gong Gong Hong simply said, "The decree has been issued. Your ladyship, please accept the imperial order." "No, it can't be. The emperor wouldn't treat me like this. I want to see the emperor. I want to see the emperor." Gong Gong Hong said slowly, "Madam, the emperor's grace is like rain and dew. We will take our leave now." He threw the imperial decree aside and left with his people. Consort Shen, no. Now she is Shen Guifei, raged like crazy, tearing the decree to look at it.
Shen Huan. Shen Huan.
It's all Shen Huan's fault. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have fallen from the position of noble consort. She had schemed for so many years. She was just one step away from becoming empress. Everything was ruined. Qin Jinji was lying in the yard, basking in the sun. The sunlight was so nice. Zhao Inger had applied Lui's medicine, and her body was able to move again. Lui helped her, and she staggered as she walked over to Qin Jinji. "Princess, you called me?" Qin Jinji looked at the blue sky leisurely and said, "Let's go. Follow me to a place." Zhao Inger now relies on Qin Jinji blindly. No matter what Qin Jinji asks her to do, she will agree without hesitation. Lui is now frightened by Qin Jinji and secretly asked, "Is there danger?" "Nonsense. Let's go quickly." Lui pouted. "If there's danger later, she'll leave quickly." The carriage left the palace. Half an hour later, it stopped in front of the Dali temple. Zhao Wuji was waiting at the gate. Seeing the carriage, he immediately stepped forward. "Princess." Lui heard this voice and immediately poked her head out. "Master Zhao."
"So you're here to see you."
"That makes me feel better." Zhao Wuji is very skilled in martial arts, and since this is the Dali temple, there's definitely no danger. She turned around and helped Zhao Inger off the carriage. Zhao Wuji said, "Princess, I've moved the guards away from the prison. Nothing will be heard inside, no matter what happens." Qin Jinji didn't mind. "Even if they hear, it's fine. Let's go." The three followed Zhao Wuji to the depths of the prison. Only one prisoner is here, Shen Huan. It's a well-maintained cell because Shen's family was worried Shen Huan might be bullied in prison. This made things easier for Qin Jinji. When Shen Huan saw Zhao Wuji and Qin Jinji come in, he immediately stopped at the bars. "Qin Jinji, why are you here? Are you here to laugh at me?"
"Dream on.
My aunt and grandfather will rescue me soon." Qin Jinji just turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "Cut off his leg." Zhao Wuji went to open the cell door after hearing this. Shen Huan's eyes widened in fear, and he backed away. "Qin Jinji, what are you going to do? If you dare hurt me, my grandfather won't let you go." Zhao Wuji stepped into the cell, leaving Shen Huan with nowhere to retreat. His eyes red, he shouted, "I'll fight you." He rushed toward Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji didn't even dodge. He kicked Shen Huan's left leg. "Ah!" Shen Huan clutched his leg in pain, his face twisted. "Qin Jinji, even in death, I won't let you go." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "We'll see when you're a ghost. But someone here wants to see you." Zhao Inger, with red eyes, stepped out from behind Qin Jinji. Shen Huan was stunned and immediately cursed. "You scoundrel. I wondered how you escaped. Turns out you were with Qin Jinji. When I get out, I will see how I can punish you." Qin Jinji pulled out a small dagger from her boot and handed it to Zhao Ying. Keep some strength. He will be executed tomorrow. Zhao Ying tightly gripped the dagger and walked toward Shen Huan. Shen Huan, frightened, shouted, "You wicked woman! How dare you?" Qin Jinji, what did you just say? An execution ground? Say it again. Even Shen Huan, who was not very smart, realized that Zhao Wuji was actually Qin Jinji's person. What are you going to do? Do you want me dead? Zhao Wuji kicked Shen Huan's leg, breaking it so he couldn't stand. Watching Zhao Ying approach, Shen Huan could only endure the pain and step back. I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken you into the house. When I get out, I will ask the Shin family to give you 1,000 taels. No, 10,000 taels. With 10,000 taels, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Zhao Ying, like a demon rising from, said, "Can 10,000 taels bring my parents back to life?" Shen Huan immediately said, "Your parents weren't killed by me. It was Wei Shui. He wants to sell his favor to my grandfather. Go find him. He is the one who killed your parents." Zhao Ying suddenly raised her dagger and stabbed toward Shen Huan. "Help! Help!" Zhao Ying didn't have much strength. Her wounds weren't deep, but she stabbed many times, and a lot of blood flowed out. She stared fiercely at Shen Huan, who was weak and in pain, and said, "Since you like women so much, then in your next life, be a woman." Using all her strength, Zhao Ying drove the dagger into Shen Huan's lower body. Ah! Qin Jinji looked a bit disgusted. She decided not to take the dagger. She turned to Lu Yi and said, "Don't let him die. Let him hold on until tomorrow's execution." Drawing and quartering means the executioner can carve 1,000 cuts into the criminal's body. They cut away pieces of flesh, leaving only the skeleton, but the person still doesn't die. Finally, they remove the internal organs and crush the bones into powder. It's true destruction to ashes. During Shen Huan's execution, Zhao Ying, dressed in white, placed 2 spirit tablets opposite Shen Huan. With every scream, Zhao Ying sprinkled some paper money. "Father, Mother, Inger has avenged you." In the crowd, there was a rustling sound as a few people approached Zhao Ying. They also took out 1 or 2 memorial tablets from their bosoms. They looked very sad. These are the family members of Shen Huan, who had committed evil acts and caused deaths over the years. They live every moment in the pain of losing loved ones. The demon is about to die. Qin Jinji sat in a carriage at the corner, lowered the curtain, and said, "Return to the palace." Paper money floated in the wind over the street. The duke's mansion has fallen, but the Shin family still remains. She was very eager to see who the next Shin family member to appear would be. Back at the palace, Xue Huai was already waiting at the door. Qin Jinji looked at him calmly. "Is there something urgent?" Xue Huai immediately said, "It's very important." "Please, princess, come inside." Qin Jinji stepped into the palace. Xue Huai humbly followed behind. In the study, Xue Huai closed the door quietly and whispered, "I have some clues about the assassin, but because it concerns the heir, I dare not overstep." Qin Jinji looked at him with a mocking expression. "Xue Commander, your attitude is quite humble." Xue Huai's face was serious. "I was blinded by vanity before and had inappropriate thoughts. From now on, I will be more careful and stick to my duties." Qin Jinji nodded as if she agreed. "What is the clue you found?" "I suspect the identity of the assassin is the legendary Long Yue, secretly formed by the heir." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Xue Huai's skills are indeed impressive. No wonder the old man likes him so much. Qin Jinji whistled, and suddenly a shadow appeared in front of the study door. Xue Huai quickly moved to protect Qin Jinji behind him. "Come in." The door was pushed open with a sound. 18 people stood neatly in front of Qin Jinji. "Let me introduce you. This is Commander Xue, responsible for the safety of the North King's residence. You will be dealing with him often. Commander Xue, this is the legendary Long Yue you mentioned." Xue Huai could hardly believe it. The Long Yue actually exists. Some say each member of the Long Yue can fight 100 enemies. The 18 stood around the study, yet he didn't sense any of their presence. Their martial skills are terrifyingly high. Most importantly, these Long Yue members look surprisingly young. Qin Jinji walked over to Xue Huai and patted his shoulder. Arrange for half of them to stay in my courtyard and the other half in my grandfather's courtyard. He's getting old and can't hide his tricks anymore. Xue Huai immediately replied, I obey your command. Qin Jinji lifted her foot and left the study, heading back to her own room. But she stopped at the door. She called out, Yunjin, bring me a cup of peach blossom tea. Yunjin and the others heard Qin Jinji's voice and all ran over. Yunjin looked at Qin Jinji and quietly moved to the window. He took out a stick of incense from his waist sash, lit it, and threw it through the window. Qin Jinji sat in the courtyard, waiting about a quarter of an hour, then said to Yunjin, Open the door. The four pushed the door open quietly and began searching around. Princess. He's here. Qin Jinji entered and saw Huangfu Nanfeng lying on the ground. Yunjin looked shocked. That's double the amount of jade fragrance powder. The cage and chains are made of Xian iron. How did he get out? Qin Jinji smiled. He's quite capable. Have someone bring the back courtyard cage here. She had sensed something was wrong as soon as she arrived at the door. Yunjin and the others were skilled fighters. Assassins wouldn't go unnoticed by them. But if someone wanted to escape from this courtyard, it was uncertain. When Huangfu Nanfeng woke up, he saw a familiar place. He raised his hand, and the chains clanged loudly. Huangfu Nanfeng heard the sound and smiled calmly. My Jinzage is so clever. How did she find me? Qin Jinji sipped her tea slowly. Maybe she smelled that unpleasant scent on you. Huangfu Nanfeng lazily sat up. Even my scent is detectable. Looks like we're destined to be a perfect pair, made for each other. Qin Jinji walked over to the cage and squatted down, level with his eyes. Trying to escape back to Chu? Taking advantage of the envoy not yet arriving to break the promise, Huangfu Nanfeng seemed to have no bones, crawling closer until his face was only a fist away from Qin Jinji. He smiled faintly. I just miss you too much. If you could come see me every day, I wouldn't run away. He looked innocent, like a canary throwing a tantrum simply because he lacked company. Qin Jinji's lips curled into a faint smile. All right, give me your Chu country's defense map, and I'll come to see you every day. Even without makeup, her face alone makes everyone around her lose their composure with just a smile or a frown. Suddenly, Huangfu Nanfeng burst into loud laughter, his eyes fixed on Qin Jinji as if hunting for prey. As long as you marry me, I will give the kingdom of Chu to you with both hands. Qin Jinji's face was full of mockery. You still think you're the future crown prince of Chu, right? Your father appointed a new heir 3 days ago, your third brother. I remember you and him don't get along very well. Do you think the current crown prince of Chu would want to let you, his biggest rival, return to Chu? Huangfu Nanfeng's smile slowly faded, his eyes turning sharp like a venomous snake. But after a moment, his smile returned. What belongs to me will always belong to me, including the throne. You are the same. Qin Jinji stood up, challenging him. The Chu envoy team is ready to leave soon. I advise you not to think about escaping. If your third brother's people kill you, I won't be responsible for your body. Huangfu Nanfeng looked relaxed and said, I told you, I see you every day. I will never run away. Qin Jinji turned to leave. Lark, add more jasmine incense. When she stepped out, Qin Yi was waiting in the yard. The Chu envoy team will leave for Jin soon. They clearly said they want to bring back Prince Jiu, Huangfu Nanfeng. If he returns to Chu, more chaos will follow. Qin Jinji said indifferently, then just kill him when the time comes. Qin Ye's eyes widened. You and him, aren't you? Qin Jinji looked confused. Aren't what? Qin Yi whispered. You're involved with him. If you like him, leaving him alive would be the best for everyone. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue several times. I've noticed that you, old man, are a good grandson when there's nothing going on, but when there's trouble, your heart is dirty. Qin Yi puffed his cheeks and glared. Nonsense. I just think the 9th Prince of Chu is not a snake in the grass. Besides, weren't you about to marry him in Chu? Qin Jinji was speechless. If you want a rebel, just tell the emperor grandfather directly. He might even thank you. I, the only heir of the Jinbei King's mansion, am married to a Chu prince. The officials at the censorate either want to kill you or run into accidents right outside our mansion. Qin snorted. The Pei family's people are here. They want to discuss your marriage with Pei Jinyan. Qin Jinji finally realized this and laughed out loud. How much do you look down on Pei Jinyan? Pei Yi looked unhappy. He's not even worth a glance. Qin Jinji laughed loudly and turned to the front hall. Pei Qing was surprised to see the visitor was Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji sat directly in the main seat, looking at the surprised grandfather and grandson beside her. Why aren't you sitting? Pei Qing sat down calmly and asked, Princess, why don't I see the Duke of Jinbei? Qin Jinji casually said, we didn't talk about marriage, so what's the point of him coming? My marriage is my own business. Pei Qing looked surprised and disapproved. That's not right. Since ancient times, marriage is decided by the elders of the family. Youngsters don't make their own marriage decisions. You should quickly invite the Duke of Jinbei to come out and discuss this with me. Qin Jinji smiled. You're right. But you shouldn't come to me, grandfather. You should go to my great-grandfather. He would be happy to discuss these matters with you. Pei Qing was stunned and thought, that makes sense. Marriage is an imperial decree, so the emperor really has to decide Qin Jinji's marriage. Pei Qing was silent for a moment and then stood up, saying, You're right, princess. Tomorrow I will send a message to the palace to discuss this with the emperor and empress. I will take my leave now, but Qin Jinji stopped him. Grand Tutor Pei, don't rush to leave. Pei Qing looked at Qin Jinji with some confusion. Is there something else, princess? Qin Jinji smiled slightly, but her words made Pei Qing's face change. Regarding the matter of young Master Pei, does Grand Tutor Pei have any idea? Qin Jinji lazily leaned back in her chair, her expression mischievous. She looked like a spoiled young lady, which Pei Qing disliked very much. But her eyes made him feel cold. Those weren't the eyes a young woman in her prime should have. Princess, what do you mean? Pei Qing had always thought that the letter proving that his legitimate son, Pei Yunxiao, died because of the Cui family was sent by Qin Yi. Next to him, Pei Jinyan frowned as he looked at Qin Jinji, not knowing what she was planning. He had asked before, but she didn't say anything. Now she brought it up again. What does she really want? Qin Jinji supported her chin with one hand. Back then, your legitimate son, Pei Yunxiao, was very talented. He was young and had already entered the Central Secretariat. Many people said he would become prime minister within 3 years. But he accidentally fell into the water after getting drunk and lost his life. This doesn't seem like an accident at all. Pei Qing's face darkened. That letter, isn't it from the king of Jinbei? Qin Jinji sneered. My grandfather hates you aristocrats. He wishes you all would disappear. Why would he help the Pei family investigate the death of the eldest son? Pei Qing looked very upset. He didn't expect Qin Jinji to speak so harshly. Since the emperor took the throne, new and old officials didn't like each other, but they still showed some respect. Only Qin Yi openly disliked aristocrats. What Qin Jinji said was true and honest. Seeing Pei Qing's unhappy face, Qin Jinji chuckled. My words might be a bit harsh, but don't take it personally, Grand Tutor Pei. Let's talk about your eldest son. Pei Qing looked at the unpredictable girl and narrowed his eyes. Where did you get the news in the letter? From the Cui family, of course. Does the Cui family have people from the Jinbei King's residence? Qin Jinji raised her eyebrows and smiled. How could the Cui family have someone from my Jinbei King's household? Pei Qing, as the head of the Pei family and someone who took the position of Grand Tutor from the Shai family, which had been the imperial teachers for 100 years, was no ordinary person. With just a few words, he began to reconsider Qin Jinji. This girl was very clever and cautious. Over the years, they had never paid much attention to her. After Yunxiao's death, the Pei family was heartbroken. They searched thoroughly but found no clues. Many suspicions remained. Qin Jinji, surprisingly, could directly identify the family of the murderer. Pei Qing's mind was racing. He didn't know how to talk to this girl. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Qing's face and seemed to find something amusing. Grand Tutor Pei, did you leave your official position because of your son's death? Or because you discovered that Yunxiao's true cause of death was your own ambition. What is she really saying? If it had been before, he would have immediately scolded Qin Jinji for talking nonsense. But now he has seen another side of Qin Jinji. A dangerous, terrifying side that makes people feel trapped. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Qing, who was angry and embarrassed, and laughed so hard she had to hold her stomach. Her voice sounded like a ghost's mocking laugh, ringing in Pei Qing's ears. Such fun, Lord Pei. A noble family that has been pure for 100 years, trying to control the throne, but ends up killing their own son. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Pei Qing sank into his chair, his eyes full of sadness and regret. Qin Jinji looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "Who would have thought that among these corrupt noble families, a wise person with a big heart for the world would be born?" She stared at Pei Qing and said, "You trained the crown prince badly, wanting to make a puppet emperor to make the Pei family more powerful. You colluded with other noble families. But your proudest son is an unusual person who hopes for a peaceful and happy country where people live well. You dream of the greatness of the Pei family, but Pei Yunxiao is using his talent, which you are so proud of, to fight against you and your corrupt ways. That's why he died." Qin Jinji looked at Pei Qing's face, which was pale and colorless, and her expression grew even more fierce. She even stood up and looked down at him. "Lord Pei, it's you who caused Pei Yunxiao's death." Pei Qing's proud spirit seemed to be broken in half. His strong backbone suddenly collapsed. Pei Jinyan couldn't believe what she was hearing. What does she mean about controlling the throne and making puppets? What is Qin Jinji really talking about? But Qin Jinji didn't seem to want to let Pei Qing go. She sneered and said, "Feeling the backlash of the ambitions of all the noble families you raised in Jing, Lord Pei, how does it feel?" Xue Huai's expression became even harder to read. The princess sent someone to see them off, saying she was afraid of bad luck at the house. These grandfather and grandson are really like living demons. Qin Yi laughed loudly after hearing this. "Sure enough, they are my kin." After reporting this matter, Xue Huai said, "In a few days, it will be your birthday. My son is thinking of throwing a big celebration for you." Qin Yi waved his hand. "No need. I don't have many friends in the capital. Just a family meal will do. Come on." "Why not?" They turned to see Qin Jinji walking in confidently. For a moment, Xue Huai seemed to see that talented young general again. Qin Jinji smiled. "Not only will we hold a celebration, but it will be a grand one." Xue Huai also looked pleased. "I will start preparing right away." Qin Jinji stopped him. "Later, I will give you a list. Besides the guests on that list, all officials in the capital will receive notices. I will tell them that the seat at the Northern King's residence costs 10,000 gold coins each." Xue Huai's eyes widened. "What? Princess, are you crazy? Are you trying to take money from others' pockets? That amount could cover a year's worth of supplies for the Northern Army. And besides, you know the relationships of the Northern King's residence, right? You and the prince have almost offended everyone in the capital, except for His Majesty and the Empress. Who else would still associate with us?" Qin Jinji showed no awareness and raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry. The Northern King's residence will be full. You go and prepare well." Xue Huai swallowed his words hard. "I will go and handle it." Qin Yi looked puzzled. Why do you look so upset?" Qin Jinji thought for a moment. Captain Xue probably has a stomach ache from rushing around. Hearing the conversation behind him, Xue Huai quickened his steps. He was afraid he might lose his temper and curse these two shameless people who clearly had no idea what was going on. Qin Jinji added, "Send out some news, saying that Huangfu Nanfeng is being held at the Northern King's residence."
Vinye Fronet. What?
Isn't that enough trouble with the assassins today? Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. Huangfu Nanfeng's people already know where he is. The Crown Prince of Chu still doesn't know. Qin Yi thought for a moment and said, "You want the Prince of Chu to have someone kill Huan Nanfeng?" Jinji looked at him with disdain and said, "Can your brain really lead troops into battle? I'm starting to doubt that." Qin Yi immediately became angry and said, "I sweep across the battlefield with ease." I can move mountains and rivers. I defeat enemies easily.
Who?
Wouldn't call me a true hero if they knew. Jinji scratched her head and said, Your words are exactly like those of the grandfather emperor. Jinji snorted and said, That's because he learned it from me. Jinji chuckled and turned around. Go ahead and move mountains yourself. Don't forget to spread the word. Yunjin, walking quietly beside Jinji, asked softly, Princess, how do you know the 9th Prince of Chu's people have arrived in the capital? He didn't send signals to his people to come save him. Why did he run out of the secret chamber? He's injured and has taken jade fragrance powder. Could he escape from the palace on his own? Yunjin's eyes widened. He said he came out because he wanted to see you. Jinji couldn't believe what she heard. I really want to open your head and see if your brain is bigger than Cui Cui's. Cui Cui is the white goose Yunjin raised. Yunjin, feeling annoyed, turned his face away, then soon leaned in and said, Princess, do you really want to kill him? Why don't we just do it directly? If he dies at our house, then the king of Northern Town won't be considered a criminal. Jinji blinked and smiled. I don't know whether to call you wise or just simple-minded. Why is your brain flickering like that, sometimes there, sometimes not? Yunjin pouted and said, I understand. Princess, you think I'm slow? Jinji burst out laughing and walked toward the courtyard. Yunjin pouted behind her. Then why? In the courtyard, Yunsong overheard their conversation and also chuckled, then pulled the annoyed Yunjin aside. Those who want to save him and those who want to kill him both know where he is. As long as he doesn't leave this place, his life is safe. So, what would the people who want to save him do? It's obvious. They would stay here and block anyone trying to kill him. Yunsong smiled and said, Princess is trying to give them something to do, so they won't cause trouble inside the house. Yunjin's eyes lit up. Princess is so clever. Jinji smiled as she entered the room but suddenly felt her vision go dark. She quickly supported herself on the table to avoid falling. Jinji shook her head and took a moment before she could see clearly. She sighed, straightened up, and casually leaned against the soft couch. At this moment, Yungu entered and said, Princess, something happened at Tianxiang Tower. Jinji kept her eyes closed. Where is Luo Xiangshu? Luo Mama was taken away by the Ministry of Justice. Jinji frowned and opened her eyes. What happened? The youngest son of the Minister of Justice died at Tianxiang Tower. Luo Xiangshu was tied to the execution frame. Her hair was messy, and her body was already covered in blood and wounds. Minister Li Chao, the head of the Ministry of Justice, sat grim-faced nearby. The prison guard in charge of the execution angrily shouted, Tell me, who ordered you to kill young Master Li? Luo Xiangshu's voice was very weak, but she still looked at Li Chao and said, Minister Li, are you trying to force a confession through torture? Tianxiang Tower is a business place. We do not do such harmful things that endanger lives. Moreover, young Master Li was a big customer of Tianxiang Tower. I would never ruin my own business. Li Chao stepped in front of Luo Xiangshu and grabbed her neck. Then tell me, why did my son die so tragically at Tianxiang Tower? Luo Xiangshu looked pained, feeling like she was about to suffocate, but she still said clearly, I don't know. She truly didn't know. Young Master Li didn't come to Tianxiang Tower yesterday at all. Today, the official suddenly came and said there was a murder at Tianxiang Tower. His body was found in his usual private room. His eyes were gouged out, and his limbs were cut off. His death was extremely brutal. Li Chao gradually increased his grip. Who is behind this? Luo Xiangshu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Li Chao's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Find out for me. When Jinji arrived at the prison, Luo Xiangshu was already in the water cell. The surrounding dirty water was blood-red. She was about to faint from exhaustion. Li Chao looked coldly at Jinji, who suddenly entered and said, Princess, this is the Ministry of Justice. It's not a place for you to play around. Leave quickly. Jinji nodded. I will take her and leave. Princess, what is your relationship with this woman? Li Chao's gaze toward Jinji was full of danger. Jinji seemed to ignore her and said, I said I want to take her away. Didn't you hear me? Li Chao spoke in a cold tone. Is the princess treating this prison like your North King mansion? Everyone in the capital knew Qin Jinji's reputation. But to him, she was just a child playing house. The children of powerful families in the capital were all spoiled brats. She only had a special status, but she wasn't qualified to boss him around. Qin Jinji looked a bit annoyed and said, I really dislike repeating myself. Suddenly, a sparrow-like figure appeared beside Li Chao. But Li Chao was no fool. He had become the Minister of Justice. He quickly struck back with a palm. The sparrow figure retreated, then quickly stood up again, full of excitement. Li Chao's martial arts were from the orthodox Nanshan school. She had long wanted to learn a few moves from him. The prison guards around drew their swords and rushed forward, stabbing at the sparrow. The sparrow leapt into the air, touching her toes to the backs of their swords. She looked confidently at Li Chao, who was flying toward her again. Li Chao's eyes darkened. Rumor had it that the North King worried about his granddaughter's safety and had hired 4 skilled female guards to protect her closely.
And it was true.
These guards fought him effortlessly, even with a look of amusement. Li Chao was protected behind the crowd and shouted sharply, Is the princess trying to kill me? Qin Jinji tilted her head and asked, Can't you kill me? Li Chao's eyes widened. Do you even know what you're saying? Qin Jinji impatiently clicked her tongue. The sparrow whistled loudly. Just as Li Chao was about to speak, he was suddenly kicked in the groin. Before he could react, he fell to his knees, a knife pressed against his neck. Let the man go quickly. The prison guards nearby reacted, but Li Chao had already been subdued by Yun Jin and Yun Ge. Yun Shan stepped forward and said, Princess, Miss Liu has arrived. Qin Jinji knocked on the water prison door. Is he dead? The unconscious Luo Xiangfu suddenly smiled. My mother is very tough. The king of won't take me. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. What does the king of look like? Luo Xiangfu's face twisted in pain. Stop wasting time and help me up quickly. Qin Jinji waved her hand, and Yunk struck the water prison with a sword. The lock remained unmoved, but the sword had already broken in half. Qin Jinji suddenly glared at Yunk. Have you been with Yunjin for too long? Don't the guards have keys? Why are you attacking the lock? This is the prison of the Ministry of Justice, where the locks are made of strong iron. Any ordinary sword can break them, so the prisoners would have escaped long ago. Yunjin angrily shouted. Princess. Yunk scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and walked over to the crowd. He reached out his hand. Yunjin huffed. Hurry up and give her the key, or I'll cut him to death. If the lock can't be cut, how can a person be cut? Li Chao shouted loudly. How dare you? Yunjin raised his hand and slashed at his shoulder. Ah! Li Chao felt a sharp pain on his shoulder. This maidservant is really bold. How dare you hurt a court official? I tell you, even the king of Jinbei can't protect you. Yunjin irritably stuffed a pill into his mouth. This is a soul-breaking pill. As soon as you speak 3 words, you'll die from internal bleeding. Li Chao choked and coughed continuously, his eyes seeming to want to eat people, but he dared not speak. Qin Jinji is crazy. Her maids are all crazy too. He didn't dare joke about his own life. Seeing that these guards truly didn't care about their lives, one of them had to give the key to the water prison to Yunk. Yunk walked over and opened the water prison. He and Yunshan pulled Luo Xiang out. Qin Jinji said to Li Chao, I don't care what you're investigating. I only want this person. Li Chao glared at Qin Jinji. What does she mean? Breaking into the prison, kidnapping someone, and then saying she doesn't care about his investigation. He would definitely report this to the emperor. Severely punish Qin Jinji. Yunk carried the person on his back.
Yunjin treu Li Chao a Shida.
He and Yunshan went to Qin Jinji's side. The guards immediately gathered around Li Chao. Qin Jinji looked at Li Chao's murderous gaze and smiled. If you try to stop me, they will all die. Yunjin saw the guards still not dispersing and raised his sword to step forward. These 4 maids are incredibly skilled. He couldn't handle even one of them. If Qin Jinji really ordered it, none of his subordinates will survive. Li Chao took a deep breath and signaled the guards to step aside. Qin Jinji nodded happily and led a few people away. Before leaving the prison, she looked at Yunjin and asked, I didn't know there was a potion called soul-breaking pill, or that Louis had just made a new medicine. Yunjin shrugged and said, soul-breaking pill? It's just a regular appetite pill. There's no poison that can kill someone with just a few words. Who knew he actually believed it? Qin Jinji burst out laughing after hearing this. Li Chao's face turned red with anger. Qin Jinji, I will definitely report you to the emperor. Luo Xiangxiu heard Li Chao's heartbreaking cry from inside the cell and chuckled. Did you hear that? She's going to report you. Seeing her miserable state, Qin Jinji also smiled and said, you should worry about yourself. With those scars on your body, your beloved sweetheart might start to dislike you. Luo Xiangxiu laughed even more happily. As soon as the trouble at Tianxiang Tower started, he sent someone to distance himself from me. With these scars, he probably won't see me again. But luckily, he's cold-hearted, or I wouldn't have the courage to let him be the scapegoat. After saying this, both women burst into loud laughter. Inside the carriage, Louis heard the noise and lifted the curtain. She shook her head and sighed. Sure enough, crazy people are always surrounded by other crazy people. Qin Jinji heard her and asked with a smile, are you also crazy? Louis shrugged her shoulders, flicked her bangs with her finger, and tilted her head like a little swan, saying, I am a divine healer. Qin Jinji smiled and said, then, Dr. Liu, please treat this crazy person first. Louis quickly helped the person into the carriage and efficiently took off Luo Xiangxiu's wet clothes. Seeing her wounds, Louis gasped in surprise. She sniffed the medicine bottle. Luo Xiangxiu fell asleep. Being awake was too exhausting. After applying the medicine to Luo Xiangxiu, Louis was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Qin Jinji casually say, my eyes are starting to temporarily go blind. Fragrant mistress, you are awake. Lu Xiangxiu looked up and saw a handsome, elegant face. Even in middle age, he still looked very fresh and gentle. Lu Xiangxiu closed her eyes and didn't look at him, her voice hoarse as she said, what are you here for? Didn't you say you wanted to stay away from me? The man looked pained and said, that letter was sent by my wife.
I didn't know about it.
I would never try to cut ties with you. Lu Xiangxiu struggled to sit up, tears in her eyes, and asked, really? The man quickly pulled her into his arms. Of course it's true. Don't you see how I feel about you? If I were really unfaithful, why would I come to see you? Lu Xiangxiu suddenly burst into tears. Xianling, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Yang Wenxuan hurriedly comforted her for a while. My feelings for you are clear. No matter what happens, you must believe in me. Lu Xiangxiu nodded softly, looking fragile. Seeing her calmer, Yang Wenxuan asked cautiously, Xiangxiu, why have you never told me? I didn't know you knew Princess Jinji. I heard she saved you from prison. Do you know her? Lu Xiangxiu took out a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. 3 years ago, I helped the princess with a favor. She promised to help me with anything I asked. Everyone in the capital knows this. Qin Jinji once stormed the prison and took away an old madam. People in the city talked about it, but no one found it strange. Although Lu Xiangxiu was an old madam, she still had some influence in the city full of powerful people. It wasn't for nothing. The information she held was worth a lot of money and many people couldn't buy it even with gold. 3 years ago, Qin Jinji wanted to find a piece of thousand-year cold iron to cast a sword for the northern king. But this cold iron was only a legend. People said Qin Jinji was dreaming too big. So Qin Jinji declared that anyone who could find the cold iron would get to ask her for a favor, any favor. 3 months later, Lu Xiangxiu delivered the cold iron to the northern king's residence. In front of almost everyone in the capital, Qin Jinji said herself that any favor could be granted if someone brought her the iron. Because of this, Lu Xiangxiu became very famous. Yang Wenxuan had heard about this matter, but he was still a bit surprised. You actually have such a connection with the princess? I thought. It seems that the behind-the-scenes supporter of Tianxiang Tower is not Qin Jinji. In that case, Luo Xiangfu probably doesn't have any powerful backing. The reason she can stand firm in the capital is because of the information she holds. Otherwise, Luo Xiangfu wouldn't have suffered such harsh punishment, and if something went wrong, She would only have to seek help from Qin Jinji, who once showed her kindness. Then everything would be easier to handle. Luo Xiangfu looked confused and asked, "Why?" Yang Wenxuan held her shoulders and said earnestly, "The princess is indeed noble, but she is not a kind person. In the future, you should avoid getting involved with her." Luo Xiangfu looked troubled and said, "But I offended Minister Li from the Ministry of Punishments. His son died in Tianxiang Tower for some unknown reason. If I cut ties with the princess, I'm afraid my life will be in danger." Yang Wenxuan's eyes showed some excitement as he said, "I am here. I won't let anything happen to you." Luo Xiangfu pushed him away and leaned weakly against the bedpost. "You're just a court scribe. How can you oppose a high official? If your wife sends a farewell letter, I'll have nowhere to cry." Yang Wenxuan hurriedly said, "Xiangfu, I promise, such things will never happen again. Trust me." Luo Xiangfu smiled and playfully slapped his face with a silk handkerchief. "All right, I was just joking. Now I can't even protect myself. How can I drag you into this? The princess, out of old friendship, will surely help me. I will go thank her tomorrow. The high official, considering the princess's face, won't make things difficult for me." Yang Wenxuan said, "There's more than just the princess who can protect you." Luo Xiangfu looked very distressed and said, "Then who else can I ask?" Yang Wenxuan, feeling proud, said, "In this world, who is bigger than the royal family? We can ask the sixth prince." Luo Xiangfu looked surprised. "The sixth prince? How can someone like us, from such a low background, ask the sixth prince for help?" Yang Wenxuan held her hand and said, "Others might not be able, but I come from the Hongnom Yang family. The sixth prince's mother, Consort Yang, is from our family." Luo Xiangfu was even more surprised. "But even if you and the sixth prince's mother are related, can the sixth prince help us for no reason?" Yang Wenxuan immediately said, "We still have Tianxiang Tower. If you give Tianxiang Tower to the sixth prince, he will surely keep you safe. Then you will still be the owner of Tianxiang Tower, with the sixth prince as your backing. Who in the capital would dare to harm you?" Luo Xiangxiu's eyes lit up. "Really? If I give Tianxiang Tower to the sixth prince, he can really protect me." "Of course. Tomorrow, prepare the deed, and I will take you to see the sixth prince." Luo Xiangxiu excitedly threw herself into Yang Wenxuan's arms. "Xianling, you're still the best to me." Yang Wenxuan hugged Luo Xiangxiu, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Tianxiang Tower earns millions of taels every year. If he can offer such a big asset to the sixth prince, he will definitely establish himself firmly with him. When the sixth prince rises to great power in the future, he won't have to worry about his future." Yang Wenxuan was daydreaming about his bright career prospects, not noticing Luo Xiangxiu's strange expression. After Yang Wenxuan left, Qin Jinji came out of the inner room. Luo Xiangxiu saw her and burst into loud laughter. "This fool just sold the sixth prince. If I were the sixth prince, I would punish him severely." Qin Jinji sat at the table. "It's also because of your excellent acting. If I opened a theater and let you perform, you'd probably make a lot of money." Luo Xiangxiu straightforwardly said, "Pour me a glass of water. I've been acting all this time, and my throat is so sore I could hit someone." Since she woke up, Yang Wenxuan hadn't even asked about her health. He was pretending to be a loving partner. Qin Jinji poured her a glass of water. Luo Xiangxiu drank the water, and her throat felt much better. She said smugly, "So, it turns out the sixth prince wants Tianxiang Tower. Well, that's the end of it. Once Minister Li finds out what's on Yang Wenxuan, the sixth prince will be in trouble." Qin Jinji chuckled. "People think you're swearing eternal love with him every day, but secretly, you're letting others take the blame." Luo Mama's heart is so dark. Luo Xiangxiu waved her silk handkerchief. No, I dare not. With the princess in front, my heart is as white as snow." A year ago, Yang Wenxuan suddenly appeared beside Luo Xiangxiu. She immediately saw that Yang Wenxuan was after her. Although she was quite beautiful, she was getting older. Most importantly, Yang Wenxuan was truly foolish. Thinking he was foolproof, he didn't realize Luo Xiangxiu was almost fully aware of his family's secrets. Knowing his true intentions were not pure, Luo Xiangxiu secretly linked some shady matters and assets of Tianxiang Tower to Yang Wenshuan's name. If nothing big happened, these things wouldn't matter. But if something went wrong, Yang Wenshuan would naturally be the scapegoat. Although Yang Wenshuan is foolish, he is also very handsome. Luo Xiangxiu thought of him as a gift that came right to his door, not to be wasted. However, he didn't expect that Yang Wenshuan was connected to the sixth prince. Luo Xiangxiu looked confused and asked, "So, the sixth prince killed someone to frame Tianxiang Tower. The sixth prince only wants Tianxiang Tower to strengthen his position for future power struggles." Li Chao, as the Minister of Justice and a high official, if he finds out his son is involved with the sixth prince, it will become a big obstacle for him in the future. Luo Xiangxiu's eyes widened as she listened to Qin Jinji. "You mean the sixth prince wants to take the throne? He wants to be emperor?" Qin Jinji replied calmly, "Which prince doesn't want to be emperor? Especially since the crown prince is useless. Over the years, if it weren't for the emperor and the prince of Zhenbei protecting him, he would have died many times." Luo Xiangxiu asked, "Then do I still need to meet the sixth prince tomorrow?" Qin Jinji suddenly smiled mischievously. "Yes, of course you should meet him." Luo Xiangxiu looked at her expression and suddenly laughed. Yes, how could she not meet him? If she didn't, how could this pair of master and servant take the blame? Qin Jinji stood up and left. Luo Xiangxiu hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Lui saw Zhao Wuji dressed in night clothes on the carriage and looked at him with disbelief. "Lord Zhao, do you really not have any evidence on the princess?" Zhao Wuji looked honest and said, "A man of integrity, honest and upright." Just as Lui found it boring, she heard Zhao Wuji say, "The princess only granted me a small courtyard with 3 entrances and exits." Lui stared in shock and said, "Lord Zhao, how can you accept bribes with such a noble appearance?" Zhao Wuji replied calmly, "Accepting bribes is a secret deal. I accept them openly, so it doesn't count." Lui was speechless for a moment. She suddenly turned to Qin Jinji. "Why don't I have a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits?" Qin Jinji rolled her eyes and said, "What do you want a house for? If you live in the palace, you stay in the Zhao Pavilion. If you leave the palace, you stay in the Prince Zhenbei's residence. No one is more noble than you." Lui thought for a moment and realized she was right. She either lived in the palace or in the Prince Zhenbei's residence. Having a house really wasn't necessary. Lui widened her eyes and said, "Don't think you can control me. If I want a house, it's not useless. In the future, if I become the top healer in the world, I will definitely need my own house. When that time comes, I will hang a sign that says Lu Residence." "Just thinking about it sounds impressive." Qin Jinji chuckled and said, "What if you don't become the top healer?" Lui immediately picked up Qin Jinji's hand and knocked it on the table.
Bah! Knock on wood.
Lui will definitely become the top healer in the world. I will definitely find a way to cure your mysterious poison." Qin Jinji surrendered and said, all right, you're the top healer. Then, this healer will hold Lord Zhao tightly in a moment." Lui immediately hugged herself, blushing, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Jinji, feeling speechless, pushed open the car door and got out. Yun Kei and the others followed closely behind Zhao Wuji. Lui looked at the wall of the Li residence and turned to the coachman, asking, "How long will it take us to get back to the prince's residence at the fastest speed? Next time, if I come out with Qin Jinji without asking anything, I'll be a dog." Zhao Wuji looked at Lui, who was turning to climb into the carriage, and said, "Sorry to bother you, Miss Lu." He stepped forward, lifting Lui with one hand and holding her horizontally under his arm. Then, he covered her mouth with his other hand, tiptoed, and leapt over the wall. Lui was almost sick from being squeezed. Zhao Wuji gently set Lui down. Qin Jinji and Yun Kei and the others looked at Zhao Wuji's quick and clean movements and all gave a thumbs up. Lui, angry, pointed at the 5 of them but hesitated to speak. Finally, she whispered, "I will remember you all." Zhao Wuji had already investigated the route of the Li residence. He found that the body of Li Chao's son was not in the prison. He guessed that Li Chao had taken the body back home. Sure enough, in a quiet little courtyard, there was a spirit hall, and in front of it was Li Chao's son's coffin. They arrived at the courtyard, where only 2 young servants were guarding. Yun Kei threw 2 stones, hitting the servants. 2 young men immediately fell asleep. A few people quietly entered the small courtyard. Seeing nothing unusual, Yun Kei pushed open the coffin. Lu Yi finally managed to speak. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. The top doctor has never seen a corpse before. Lu Yi forced herself to resist nausea. I'm not a pervert. Who could see such a broken body? Qin Jinji was also a bit shocked when she saw the body. Did Li Chao's son offend someone? All 4 limbs were cut off, and now there were only 2 dark holes where his eyes used to be. Suddenly, Qin Jinji took out a handkerchief, pinched open the corpse's mouth through it. Lu Yi backed away in disgust. What are you doing? Qin Jinji looked as if she expected this. His tongue was also cut out. Zhao Wuji immediately stepped forward. Princess, don't dirty your hands. Let me do it. Qin Jinji retreated. Check carefully and see if anything is missing from his body. Zhao Wuji approached to examine the corpse. Lu Yi clung tightly behind her. What exactly are you going to do? Qin Jinji looked at the body and said, don't you think he looks like he was killed out of anger, and that the mutilation, eyes gouged, tongue cut, limbs broken, was done to express that anger? If it was just a normal murder, why go through all this trouble? If the 6th prince really wanted to frame Tianxiang Tower, he could just have someone die there. Why go through such elaborate steps? Is it all just for Li Chao's anger? Zhao Wuji turned around. Princess, his descendants have also been cut off. Lu Yi felt like she was listening to a scary story. Did he offend someone? Qin Jinji looked at her speechlessly. If I knew that, I wouldn't be sneaking out at midnight to examine a corpse. Lu Yi reluctantly said, I'm scared. Think about your house with 3 entrances and exits. I don't have any tools. Yun Kei responded by handing her a box strapped to her back. Inside were complete tools, everything you could need. Lu Yi's heart sank. She closed her eyes and took a calming pill. She steadied herself and walked to the coffin. Lu Yi waved her hand. Everyone stepped back. She resolutely opened the toolbox, took out several small knives, and wrapped her hand with a cloth. As a series of loud sounds continued, Lu Yi's face turned pale, and she said, he was killed by being hit. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. What was he hit with? Lu Yi shook her head. I don't know. It was probably a heavy object hitting him several times. He was already dead when his limbs were cut off. From the wounds, it looks like his limbs were cut after he died, and the blood had already dried. It seems 2 people did the cutting. Zhao Wuji immediately stepped forward to examine the body. Lu Yi continued, the first person probably didn't have much strength. His left arm was cut off after many strikes, but the wounds on his right hand and legs are very clean. Zhao Wuji looked serious. This is a special sword technique used by the Huainan sword masters. On the carriage returning to the palace, Qin Jinji closed her eyes and pretended to rest. Zhao Wuji had already left to check Li Chao's usual contacts. Huainan sword master, let's go to Li's house. Lu Yi immediately grabbed Qin Jinji's hand. I can't go on. If I examine him again, I might from the smell at Li's house. Qin Jinji smiled. No need for an autopsy, just go visit the sick. The carriage stopped at the main gate of Li's house. Yunjin got out and knocked on the door. After a short while, a servant opened the door, looking unhappy. Who are you? Yunjin took out the token of Lord Jinbei. Lady Jinji wants to see Minister Li. The servant looked impatient. What princess? I haven't heard of her. My master is ill and not receiving visitors today. He was about to close the door. Yunjin stepped forward and kicked the servant to the ground. Why does no one understand what I say? The person my lady wants to see, whether he's sick or dead, is none of your business. The servant clutched his stomach, in disbelief. You dare hit someone in Minister Li's house?
Come.
Someone, come. Qin Jinji got off the carriage and said to Yunjin, why did you hit someone? Yunjin looked innocent. I didn't hit him. I just kicked him. The guards of the minister's house responded immediately. Qin Jinji was amused by Yunjin's words. Tell your master to come to the main hall to see me. She was about to go inside. The guards, seeing someone trying to force their way in, rushed forward. But before they could reach Qin Jinji, she kicked them away. Lu Yi, inside the carriage, clicked her tongue. Too violent. Too savage. Such a way of appearing is not suitable for a gentle lady like me. After speaking, she lowered the car curtain. Today, she would not step further into the Li residence. Li Chao's face darkened as he walked into the main hall and saw Qin Jinji sitting comfortably at the main seat, drinking tea. Seeing Li Chao, she smiled slightly. Minister Li, your tea at home is too bitter. Li Chao's face filled with anger. Princess, you are being too unreasonable. She had injured him in the prison and now came to provoke him. Qin Jinji, however, appeared carefree and said, Minister Li, please sit down. Feel free to act as if you're at home. Li Chao was furious. This was his house. Before he could speak, Qin Jinji asked, Minister Li, how is your relationship with Deputy Minister Wei? Li Chao frowned. What do you mean, Princess? Qin Jinji continued casually. If your position as Minister of Justice becomes vacant, do you think Deputy Minister Wei will take over? Li Chao looked more confused. What are you trying to say, Princess? Qin Jinji asked as if she was genuinely curious. I'm just wondering, do you think the Wei family is interested in the position of Minister of Justice? Li Chao's anger was completely extinguished by her words. Of course they were interested. The Wei family was now at the peak of their power. Wei Liangchen, in his early 20s, had already been promoted to Deputy Minister of Justice. If the minister position became vacant, it wouldn't be filled by someone below. It would be reappointed by the emperor. But if he ever lost this position, given the Wei family's current status, the Minister of Justice would surely be in Wei Liangchen's hands. But why was Qin Jinji coming to his house to ask about these things? Seeing Li Chao's face turn increasingly grim, she knew he was deep in thought. She casually said, the wound on your son was caused by the Huainan swordsman's blade. Li Chao's pupils suddenly contracted. Huainan's military governor, Wei Ziming. He looked sharply at Qin Jinji. What do you mean, Princess? Are you saying my son was harmed by Wei Ziming? Do you have any proof? Qin Jinji shook her head. Just a guess. Li Chao's anger flared. Just a guess? You barged into my house, injured my guard, and now you say that about my son's wound? She replied without any apology. I was bored at night, so I came to see your house. Li Chao had never seen such a shameless person before. Qin Jinji looked at Li Chao's changing expressions and smiled. I know you're investigating the people behind Tianxiang Tower. I originally wanted you to find out about the sixth prince, but now I've changed my mind. Tianxiang Tower belongs to me. However, I can tell you that your son's death wasn't caused at Tianxiang Tower. He was thrown there after he died. Li Chao was surprised that Qin Jinji was actually the owner behind Tianxiang Tower, a noble princess running a brothel. If others found out, she would surely face severe punishment from the court. He had indeed found clues suggesting the sixth prince might be the owner of Tianxiang Tower, but Qin Jinji admitted it herself. Why should I believe you? Qin Jinji shrugged. Whether you believe me or not, what does it matter? That's your son, not mine. Li Chao's face darkened like coal. Qin Jinji chuckled. Just joking, Minister Li, don't be angry. She stood up and walked in front of Li Chao, who unconsciously took a step back. Qin Jinji smiled. The sixth prince wants my Tianxiang Tower. The Wei family wants her position as minister. If I kill you, or if you kill me, wouldn't they be happy? Li Chao's mind exploded, and his eyes showed disbelief that seemed to overflow. The sixth prince wanted to profit, and the Wei family wanted more power. His son had tragically died at Qin Jinji's Tianxiang Tower. If he really fought Qin Jinji, as she said, one of them would surely die. No matter who died, the person behind them would get what they wanted. But was what Qin Jinji said true? Did the sixth prince or the Wei family really kill his son? Or was it a joint effort between the two families? Qin Jinji stretched lazily. You don't need me to tell Minister Li how to investigate. That's all I have to say. No need to send me off. Li Chao looked at Qin Jinji's carefree departure, feeling a heavy stone pressing down on his heart. He was determined to find out the truth. If it really involved the Wei family and the sixth prince, he would not let them go. Qin Jinji looked up at the bright moon. Whether his son was harmed by the Wei family or not, from today on, the Wei family would be Li's sworn enemies. Even if not, Qin Jinji will make it so. After all, when two sides fight, the third benefits. A clash between noble families. I'm really curious who will come out on top. Qin Jinji smiled with narrowed eyes as she got into the carriage. She turned to Yun Jin and said, "The sixth prince doesn't want my heavenly fragrance tower, right? Then let's give him a chance to become its owner. Spread the news widely, make it known to everyone. Let everyone know that the sixth prince is behind Heavenly Fragrance Tower, a prince who runs a brothel. Would people still support him for that position? The capital is about to become chaotic." Lu Yi watched Qin Jinji and thought to herself, only one idea. People who play tricks are just dirty. Yang Wenxuan was called to the sixth prince's residence. He was happy inside. Surely, successfully giving Heavenly Fragrance Tower to the sixth prince was a great achievement. When did the sixth prince start summoning him to his home? Finally, it was his turn to show himself in front of the prince. As he pushed open the door, a inkstone suddenly hit him right on the head. Blood immediately started to flow.
Waste.
How do you do your work? Yang Wenxuan, ignoring the pain, panicked and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, please calm down. I don't understand why you are so angry. The sixth prince strode forward, grabbing his collar. You fool. Who told you to spread the news about Heavenly Fragrance Tower? Yang Wenxuan was confused. What did the sixth prince mean? The sixth prince glared fiercely and said, right now, everyone in the city is saying that I am behind Heavenly Fragrance Tower. If this gets to the emperor's ears, how can I explain myself? Yang Wenxuan was at a loss. Wasn't Heavenly Fragrance Tower what the prince wanted? Why does it matter if others know it belongs to the prince? Why does he need to explain to the emperor? After thinking for a long time, Yang Wenxuan finally found his voice. Your Highness, Luo Xiangfu has already agreed to give Heavenly Fragrance Tower to you. The deed is ready. Do we still need to go? Go to. The sixth prince kicked Yang Wenxuan to the ground. Where did this fool come from? Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Yang Wenxuan didn't dare delay. He hurriedly ran away in disgrace. Where did things go wrong? Why does the prince not want it anymore? Qin Jinji slept peacefully and only got up around noon the next day. Yunge came in and handed her 2 tokens. Yesterday, there were 2 groups of assassins fighting outside the prince's residence. We found these on the bodies. Qin Jinji took the tokens and looked at them. They came quite quickly. She threw the tokens back to Yunge. Send these to Huangfu Nanfeng when you deliver the meal. Yunge took the tokens and left. Qin Jinji looked at the bright sun and decided it was time to go to the palace to pay respects to her great-grandmother. As soon as she entered the Peach Blossom Palace, she sensed something was wrong. Fian hurried over and whispered, Princess, you're here. The Crown Prince and the Empress have argued again. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Because of Shen Luiying. Fian's eyes widened. How do you know, Princess? The Crown Prince wants to bring Shen Luiying to the Eastern Palace. When the Empress found out, she got angry. They argued fiercely just now. Qin Jinji smiled slightly. If the Crown Prince only wanted to take Shen Luiying into his residence before, now he probably insisted on marrying her. It seems the Eastern Palace will soon have a new noble lady. Fian looked confused. Are you talking about Shen Luiying?
She's not really a noble lady.
The Crown Prince just wants to marry her, not give her a title. Qin Jinji pinched Fian's small face. As long as the great-grandmother opposes, Shen Luiying will definitely get a title. After all, her uncle, the Crown Prince, was raised by Pei Qing, who boasted about his noble blood, even looking down on his own mother during her pregnancy. The more the Empress opposed, the more he wanted to go against her. Maybe this way, he could completely cut ties with the Empress. If Pei Yunxiao hadn't died, Pei Qing might have succeeded. But in a way, he was already somewhat successful. The Crown Prince was truly spoiled by him. Fian's chubby face was full of confusion. Qin Jinji said to Fian, Go call Shen Luiying to the courtyard. Fian immediately went to do so. Shen Luiying didn't understand why Qin Jinji called her to the courtyard. It was crowded and noisy there, not a good place to talk. She respectfully said, "Princess, you called me." Qin Jinji suddenly slapped her. Shen Luiying was stunned by the slap. Just as she was about to kneel, Qin Jinji said, "Cry." Qin Jinji quickly ran to the prince's window and shouted, "Your Highness, something's wrong. Princess has hit Sister Luiying." After shouting, she immediately ran away without a trace. Just as the prince's door was suddenly opened, Qin Jinji drew her whip and struck, smashing the table next to Shen Luiying into pieces. Shen Luiying immediately understood Qin Jinji's meaning. She fell to the ground and tears started to flow. "Princess, it's all my fault. I upset Empress. If you want to vent your anger on me, I won't complain. But I truly love His Highness, and I don't regret it." Qin Jinji's face instantly turned furious. "You shameless girl, daring to the prince in the palace, making my grandmother upset. Today, I will beat you to death and then feed you to the dogs." Just as Qin Jinji was about to swing her whip, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Qin Jinji looked up. The prince had run out, not even dressed properly. "Qin Jinji, how dare you commit violence in the palace? Do you still respect the law? I haven't even accused you of trying to harm the crown prince, but you came to confront me yourself." Qin Jinji challenged, "Uncle, if you want to settle accounts with me, you better have the ability. As long as the emperor and empress are alive, no one in Jin country dares to touch me. Do you dare to bear the consequences if I lead the northern army to break into the eastern palace?" Such rebellious words, only Qin Jinji would dare to speak so openly in Jin country. Others wouldn't dare to be so direct. But this prince's uncle was a fool. Without clear explanation, he wouldn't understand. The prince and the empress had faces full of hostility. If anyone else said what Qin Jinji did, they would have been executed for treason. This was undoubtedly treasonous talk. But this person was Qin Jinji. Her boldness was because she was loved by her parents and backed by the northern army. He was the prince, yet he was kicked into the water by a young girl and couldn't even defend himself. It was truly embarrassing. "Uncle, even if you upset the grandmother, you will be punished. This shameless servant, with such audacity, can only atone with her life." Qin Jinji looked at the prince's expression, her eyes full of satisfaction. Yes, this was the feeling she wanted. Helplessness, powerlessness, anger, and unwillingness. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to take Shen Luiying away. Because only then could he prove that his status as crown prince was still strong and unshaken. The crown prince looked grim as he said, "Luiying is mine. I must take her today.
Not only that,
I will also make her the official consort. From now on, she will be part of my palace. No one can touch her, his mother, his jealous younger relatives. All are hurting the woman he loves." At this moment, he felt proud of himself, as if he had grown taller. Suddenly, loud shouting came from the room with the closed door. "Get your people out of here now." The crown prince's face was full of anger, but Qin Jinji saw the pride in his eyes, as if he had won a battle against the queen. He quickly picked up Shen Luiying and strode out of the palace. Shen Luiying tightly held onto the crown prince. As they left the palace gates, she gave Qin Jinji a knowing smile. Qin Jinji nodded slightly, thinking about Cheng Hui, who was a fifth-rank official. She was furious, but her fire was burning brightly. Qin Jinji pushed open the door to the queen's palace and saw the queen sharpening a sword. She smiled happily and said, "Grandmother, you don't really have to hurt anyone, do you?" The queen scolded her with a look. "How about giving this sword to your grandfather as a birthday gift?" Qin Jinji was a bit surprised. "But this is your favorite sword, isn't it?" The queen's eyes flashed with sadness, but it quickly disappeared. She held the sword up, and a cold light shone. Suddenly, she swung the sword lightly at a teapot on the table. The teapot split into two halves instantly, but the sword remained untouched. It was truly a good sword. Good swords deserve heroes. Putting it on a high shelf would be a waste. Let it do what it wants. Qin Jinji watched the queen's graceful pose with the sword, as if she saw a young, bold, free-spirited female general from her past. Leaning against the door, Qin Jinji suddenly wanted to ask something, but she didn't say it. The queen handed the sword to Qin Jinji. Take it to your grandfather for me. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Why not give it to him yourself? The queen thought for a moment. That's fine. After his birthday tomorrow, I'll ask your grandfather to call him into the palace. I'll prepare a feast to celebrate. But Qin Jinji smiled brightly and said, No, it will be tomorrow. Since Princess Qin Jinji returned to the capital, her legend has been spreading throughout the city. The storytellers in tea houses often say, Where will Princess Jinji cause trouble today? In short, the rumors never stop. Now, the biggest event at the North King's residence is happening again. The North King's birthday celebration is so grand that each seat is priced at 100,000 gold coins. For a moment, everyone in the city was talking about it, mostly watching the fun and laughing. No one can afford 100,000 gold coins, and the North King's household is known for having poor relationships in the city. Apart from the military generals, no one among the city's powerful people associates with the North King's residence. When the banquet ends, it will be empty, and everyone will see how the North King's household can still hold their heads high in the city. Early in the morning, Qin Jinji called Xue Huai over. Xue Huai looked worried and said, Princess, the post you sent out has gone out, but no one has replied yet. Qin Jinji was not worried at all and said, Don't worry. I guarantee the house will be full, maybe even more than enough to sit everyone. If Xue Huai hadn't already passed the stage of throwing tantrums, he would have shown Qin Jinji what a real troublemaker looks like. Thinking about how these people in the city might react after today, he felt headache about the North King's household. Does the princess have any instructions for me? Qin Jinji mischievously said, Go call the loudest people in the house. Xue Huai was confused, huh? But he still said, I'll go call them now. He really couldn't understand the princess's mind anymore. Soon, Xue Huai returned with 8 burly men. They all bowed. Greetings, princess. Qin Jinji looked at these 8 men, who stood very steadily, and was somewhat satisfied with their deep voices. In a while, you will stand at the door, the corridor, the men's section, the women's section, the main hall, and the chairman. Except for the guests with invitations, all other guests must be announced loudly, including the people from each household and the gift money. The men looked at each other. Yes. They would definitely follow the princess's orders. But do they really think anyone will come? That's 100,000 gold coins. Qin Jinji waved her hand. Go now. After they left, Long Yue appeared. Qin Jinji said to Long Yue, You must protect everyone on the chairman's side today. Long Yue understood. Qin Jinji looked at Xue Huai, who seemed to have aged a few years, and smiled. Don't look so worried. You'll be busy soon. Bring me a soft chair and place it at the gate. Then she turned to Yunk and the other 3, saying, Come on, let's go collect the gift money from the princess. Xue Huai took a deep breath and moved the chair. Qin Jinji relaxed on the soft chair, while Yunjin sat nearby, peeling grapes. The princess took one, Yunk took one, Yunsong took one, Yunj took one, and I took one. One for me, one for you. Qin Jinji and the other 3 looked at her with speechless faces. Finally, Yunk walked over, pushed her aside, and placed all the grapes in front of Qin Jinji. Yunjin smiled a little guiltily. At this moment, someone started to come to the door. 4th brother. We're here to wish father a happy birthday. Xue Huai immediately beamed with joy. Big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. You're here. Qin had 4 adopted sons. Besides the youngest, Xue Huai, who was in charge of the Wangfu. The other 3 followed Qin to fight in battles. The eldest, Li Muli, was a 4th-rank loyal and brave general. The second, Dian Fengyang, was a 4th-rank Yue general. The third, Fu Yuanzhong, was a 4th-rank Mingwei general. Li Muli was the first to notice Qin Jinji. Jinji, long time no see. Xue Huai quickly stepped forward and said, Big brother, you shouldn't call the princess by her name directly. Li Muli smiled and replied, 4th brother is so stiff. Xue Huai's eyes showed no joking. Big brother, manners are important. Li Muli looked at Qin Jinji, who didn't even give him a glance, then at the serious face Xue Huai, and also stopped smiling. Your humble servant Li Muley greets the princess. Your humble servant Dian Fengyang and Fu Yuanzhong also greet the princess. Qin Jinji only responded with a faint, and didn't bother with the three. Shui Huai hurriedly said, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, come into the house quickly." Li Muley snorted coldly and strode into the house. Dian Fengyang and Fu Yuanzhong quietly protested behind him, saying, "Fourth brother, Jinji is too rude to us uncles. Big brother is talking to her, but she doesn't even acknowledge him." Shui Huai glanced at Qin Jinji behind him and whispered as he pulled the two along, "Second brother, third brother, remember this. The master of the Jinbei prince's mansion, besides my adoptive father, is only the princess. We must keep our proper roles." Among the four, Shui Huai was the sharpest, so he was the one staying in the capital to deal with various people. Dian Fengyang and Fu Yuanzhong knew that his words were likely beneficial for the two brothers. However, Li Muley had been following their adoptive father the longest, and even the heir was called his sworn brother. Is it appropriate for the princess to show him such respect? Shui Huai understood what they were thinking and said, "Just remember to do your own duties well, brothers. That's all I have to say." For a moment, everyone was lost in thought. The gate of the Jinbei prince's mansion was quiet with few visitors, but many curious onlookers had come to watch the excitement. That Jinbei prince has really lost his mind. He's embarrassed himself this time. Let's see how arrogant he is after this. No one is coming to his mansion now. If it were me, I'd have gone back home in shame. This granddaughter is crazy, and her grandfather is crazy too. They're not even from the same family. No wonder they don't get along. Ha ha. While everyone was mocking and laughing, suddenly a sharp voice came from the distant street. "His Majesty is here." Everyone stepped back. His Majesty and the Empress went to the Jinbei prince's mansion to celebrate the prince's birthday. In an instant, news spread throughout the capital. His Majesty and the Empress actually left the palace. Many quick-witted officials immediately prepared gifts at home. 100,000 gold coins sounds like a lot, but in the homes of the capital's powerful families, it's nothing. But with 100,000 gold coins, they could attend the banquet with the Emperor and Empress. What does this mean? It means they could get close to His Majesty and the Empress. That's the Son of Heaven and the Empress Dowager. If they were favored, it could be a chance to leap like a carp over the Dragon Gate. Many noble families and officials in the capital rarely have the chance to meet the royal family. With the emperor present, the princes and high officials might also come. All the important ministers and celebrities, those usually out of reach, would appear at the Jinbei prince's birthday banquet. Spending 100,000 gold to get a chance to improve oneself is truly worth it. Moreover, the empress herself is present, so of course, there should be female companions. The selection process was cancelled by His Majesty, but many princes still haven't married. If a prince takes a liking to someone, 100,000 gold can buy a position as a princess consort. It's simply too valuable. The first to rush to the Prince of Jinbei's residence was Dr. Lan Tai, Lung Wendong. The young servant arranged at the door to sing the ceremonial gift was stunned. Someone really spent 100,000 gold to buy a seat for the prince's birthday celebration. Lung Wendong saw Qin Jinji immediately bringing her family over to him. Lung Wendong, with wife and daughter and young son, greetings to the princess. Then he happily handed a silver box to Yunk, who was beside Qin Jinji. "This is my gift, 40,000 gold. Please check, princess." Qin Jinji smiled warmly at Lung Wendong. "Dr. Lung, you came all this way to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. I am touched. Since your son is adorable and your wife and daughter are gentle, their gifts are waived. Yunk, take the guests to the front seats." Yunk opened the silver box, revealing the exchanged gold notes inside. Yunk only took out a gold note worth 10,000 gold and returned the rest to the box, handing it to Lung Wendong. Yunshan, standing nearby, said, "You should thank the princess." Lung Wendong was momentarily confused about what Qin Jinji meant. At this moment, the loud voice started to work. Dr. Lan Tai Lung Wendong, with his family of 3, wishes the prince a happy birthday. Gift of 40,000 gold. His voice was loud and resonant, echoing throughout the Junbei residence. Lung Wendong immediately understood. Qin Jinji was praising him. He was the first guest to enter the prince's residence. The front seat was the closest to the host. He usually only manages literary affairs, so he rarely has the chance to meet the emperor. Now, His Majesty and the Empress would surely remember his name. Just 10,000 gold was enough to earn the favor of the emperor and empress. So worth it. Who said Princess Jinji was arrogant and unruly? This princess is so wonderful. Lung Wendong absolutely supports Princess Jinji. Seeing Lung Wendong enter the residence, the Central Secretariat official Wu Wenguang was heartbroken. As a close minister of the emperor, such a loyal opportunity was snatched away by a minor official of 5th rank. Wu Wenguang also came with his wife and daughter, saying, Central Secretariat official Wu Wenguang, with wife and daughter, greetings to the princess. He also presented a silver box, saying, This is my gift. Please take a look. Qin Jinji saw this and smiled even more. Thank you for coming to celebrate my grandfather's birthday, Lord Wu. I wonder if your daughter might be interested in an engagement. Wu Wenguang quickly replied, My daughter has not discussed marriage. Those who bring their daughters to this banquet surely hope their daughters will find a good match. This mansion is full of important people. If she were chosen and an engagement was discussed, it might cause trouble. Qin Jinji smiled and said, I see that Lord Wu's daughter is very cheerful. The seats at the top are for young people. I believe they can talk easily. Yun Ge, take Lord Wu's family to sit there. Wu Wenguang thought, why is Princess Jinji so thoughtful? Since it's just young people, there are no separate seats for men and women. The top seats are for those who haven't discussed marriage yet. If they get along well, maybe my daughter's marriage will be settled. In Jin country, men and women can sit together. But usually, families separate men and women to avoid trouble. Yun Ke opened the silver box and nodded at the servant. Official Wu Wenguang, with his family of 2, is here to celebrate the prince's birthday. Gift of 30,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Wu Wenguang felt that 30,000 gold coins was worth it. With this start, the entrance of the North King's mansion suddenly became lively, like a busy market opening. Many people carried silver boxes to attend the feast. Even the usually calm Xue Huai was a little flustered by the crowd. Commander Xue, take my gift. I arrived first. Commander Xue, take mine. Everyone, step back. I was here first. At that moment, a sharp voice sounded. The 6th prince has arrived. The 6th prince stepped out of the carriage, and everyone at the door immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Highness, the 6th prince quickly said. No need for formalities. I'm just here for a family feast. Everyone heard this and thought, family feast? The 6th prince is so close to the North King's mansion? No wonder there are rumors that he might be the next heir. If the North King supports him, the 6th prince's path to power will be much easier. Everyone who stood up looked at Qin Jinji. And in that moment, they saw what the word arrogant really looked like. Qin Jinji was lying comfortably in a soft chair, swinging her legs casually. She showed no intention of standing up or bowing. The 6th prince's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he quickly hid it. He smiled as he approached Qin Jinji. Jinji, why haven't you visited Uncle Lu's house since you returned to the capital? Uncle Lu misses you very much. This way of calling her was too familiar. Qin Jinji still lay in the chair. The 6th prince is very noble, so it's not easy for someone like me to see you. The 6th prince really wanted to kick her chair over. Who is more noble here? He, a prince, was standing. She, a princess, was sitting or lying down, no manners at all. The emperor and empress can see you whenever they want. Who is the small figure here? You think you're a small figure? The 6th prince held back his anger and smiled. It's been years since you and Uncle Lu have become distant. Now you don't even call him Uncle Lu anymore. Qin Jinji suddenly smiled. How can we be distant? Judging by how hurried Uncle Lu looks, he must be rushing to celebrate our grandfather's birthday. Since he's in such a hurry, I bet the gift is very grand. I wonder if I can see it. Everyone in the room knew that just entering the house cost 10,000 gold. Since they were so close to the royal family, The gift must be at least that much. The sixth prince's face darkened almost like a storm was brewing. He was annoyed that Qin Jinji was so disrespectful, even openly challenging him about the birthday gift. He gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Liu was in a hurry to leave. The gift will be delivered after the celebration. Qin Jinji almost laughed out loud. He said later, I think he's just shameless. It was obvious he hadn't prepared a gift. Since she was trying to get close, she couldn't blame her for being suspicious. Qin Jinji clapped her hands. That's fine. I have a maid with great lightness skill. It only takes her 15 minutes to go from here to the sixth prince's residence. I'll send her now. Later, let the gatekeeper report to Uncle Liu that I want the grand gift he prepared for our grandfather. The crowd gasped in shock. That red coral screen was a rare treasure. It was sold for 200,000 gold at the sky-high pavilion. Qin Jinji smiled brightly. Lark, this red coral screen is a rare treasure. Send a group of palace guards to go with you. Lark immediately went to call people. Qin Jinji raised a hand. Uncle Sixth, please come in. The current emperor has 23 sons and 15 daughters. Except for the crown prince. None have titles. Besides the 5-year-old 23rd prince, almost all the other 21 princes are present. Such a grand gathering has only been seen during the heaven worship ceremony. Xue Huai was worried about any accidents among the princes at the residence and was also troubled about arranging their seats. Qin Jinji looked at the continuous flow of guests and asked Xue Huai, Commander Xue, have you heard any sounds? Xue Huai was confused. What sounds? The noise of people rushing into the house? It was so loud, he almost wanted to cover his ears. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue and closed her eyes. Listen carefully. Xue Huai also closed his eyes and then heard Qin Jinji happily say, It's the sound of gold pouring into my pocket. Xue Huai felt like hitting someone. Lady, showing off wealth at this time might not be very friendly. Qin Jinji looked at Xue Huai's difficult-to-express expression and smiled. These people spent real silver and gold to come in. Our king of Jinbei's residence must be worth it, right? Send my uncles out. Xue Huai felt his face almost collapse. These are princes. Do you think they are vegetables in a market? Qin Jinji cunningly said, Make sure each table has a good uncle of mine. This is the most luxurious and special dish at the birthday banquet. Xue Huai felt his neck was a little unstable. The threshold of the Jinbei king's residence was almost trampled down. The young servant delivering the gift money could hardly speak. Qin Jinji happily said, Well done. Each person go to the treasury and take out 10 taels of silver. Then she stepped forward and headed into the residence. The emperor and empress sat at the main seat. Qin looked at the happy emperor with disdain and said, Those who don't know might think you're celebrating your birthday. The emperor whispered, Old man. If it weren't for me, how could you earn so much silver? I don't care. You have to give me half. Qin Yang proudly said, Who told me I have a good granddaughter? Who is praising me? Qin Jinji strode overconfidently. Just a few days ago, Qin Jinji's voice was harsh and unpleasant. Now, almost every guest at the tables nodded to her with great respect. What a little tyrant from the capital city. She's a charming flower of the human world. But just a little bossy. Qin Jinji sat beside Qin Yi, looking at the seat prepared for the crown prince, which was still empty. She thought, This person is hopelessly stupid. All the princes are showing their loyalty, trying to build connections during Qin Ye's birthday banquet. Qin Jinji glanced at the emperor and whispered to Qin Yi, Do you think the emperor's grandmother replaced the crown prince when he was born? Qin Yi looked at the empty seat and snorted coldly. If that really happened, I'd be the first to teach him a lesson. Qin Jinji looked at the lively crowd with a smile in her eyes. Since everything was already chaotic, she decided to make it even more messy. She squinted and spotted the sixth prince with a serious face among the guests. She stood up and went to him. Sixth uncle, I've been looking for you for a while. Why are you sitting here? The sixth prince saw Qin Jinji approaching and felt something was wrong. He still remembered how she tricked him with a red coral screen earlier. The sixth prince clenched his teeth and said bitterly, It's arranged by the household. Since I'm here, I'll just go along with it. Qin Jinji smiled kindly and said, "That won't do. Come with me quickly. Grandfather is waiting for you." As soon as she said that, many ears were quietly listening. Did the relationship between the sixth prince and the king of Jinbei become so close? Everyone in the capital knew that only one seat was left empty at the main table. Everyone understood that seat was reserved for the crown prince. "Your Highness, is this to let the sixth prince sit on the throne?" Even the sixth prince looked at Qin Jinji with some disbelief. Qin Jinji urged him, "Sixth uncle, what are you waiting for? Grandfather will be anxious soon." The sixth prince immediately responded, "Let's go. We don't want to keep uncle waiting." His happiness was obvious. Could it be that the king of Jinbei also favors him? Just now, Qin Jinji was not trying to embarrass him at the door, but was showing everyone her close relationship with the king of Jinbei. The sixth prince cheerfully said to Qin Jinji, "That red coral screen is valuable, but it's just a burden for uncle. Jinji, you should move that screen to your own room. Uncle will prepare something even better for your grandfather." Qin Jinji looked at the sixth prince with a meaningful expression, imagining what he might have already thought up. Some clever people, when tricked, still end up thanking you. The sixth prince quietly said to Qin Jinji, "Thanks for helping uncle just now. In a few days, come to uncle's house. There are many good things in his private store." Qin Jinji chuckled softly, acting cute and innocent. "Really, uncle? Then Jinji is grateful.
See?
He still has to thank you." The sixth prince looked at Qin Jinji, who was no longer rude at the door, and felt more certain that the king of North was behind this, encouraging Qin Jinji to get closer to him. He happily walked over to the main seat and bowed. "Your son greets Father Emperor and Mother Empress. Uncle, I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as the Southern Mountains." Qin Jinji secretly winked at the three people sitting on the main seat behind the sixth prince. Although Qin Yi didn't understand what his granddaughter was up to, he knew he shouldn't spoil her plans. "Uncle, I wish you good luck. Please sit down." The sixth prince didn't sit immediately. Instead, he looked at the emperor and empress. Before the emperor could speak, the empress said, "Come over and sit. Later, we'll toast your uncle a few more drinks." The sixth prince's face lit up with joy. If His Majesty spoke, it would be a slap in the face for the empress, since the crown prince's position was very important, being the child of the emperor and empress. But he didn't expect the empress to be willing to support him today. The sixth prince respectfully said, "Thank you, mother." He was always polite. As soon as he sat in that seat, almost everyone's expression changed. The princes at the banquet looked the most interesting. Qin Jinji looked around and thought the effect was good. Since the sixth prince wanted that position, a little trouble, or rather quite a bit, should be manageable. A prince with military power supported him, and everyone present knew what that meant. Everyone started calculating secretly. The emperor's face was full of smiles. He drank a little wine with Qin Yi, feeling very happy. Wasn't Jinji secretly taken away from this old man? The crown prince is helpless. He cannot withstand the coming storm in the capital. Just a few words from Qin Jinji gave the crown prince a strong shield. The emperor is ruthless, weighing benefits and losses. Among his younger relatives, only Qin Jinji possesses the art of ruling. If she were a man, Jin's state would have no worries about its lasting power. Qin Jinji did not see the admiration in the emperor's eyes. She was thinking about a question. If the prince is pulled down, will the alliance of noble families still last long? She is waiting to see. After Pei Qing sat down, he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I am old and weak, so it's normal for my health to be less than perfect. Today is the birthday of Lord Jinbei. I prepared a battle formation diagram as a gift. I hope the prince won't mind." Qin Yi was about to show a displeased face, but was kicked under the table. When he looked up, Qin Jinji was smiling and said, "Grandfather, Tutor Pei is talking to you." After Pei Qing sat down, only the seat next to Qin Jinji was empty. Pei Jinyan had no choice but to sit down. He watched helplessly as Qin Jinji kicked Lord Jinbei under the table. Qin Yi cleared his throat and said, "Thank you." The emperor laughed loudly and said, "That's more like it." When Jinji and Jin Yen get married, you'll be in-laws. No need to be so formal. Hearing the emperor's words, Pei Jin Yen couldn't help but wonder, does Qin Jinji really want to marry him? Today, his grandfather said he would attend Lord Jinbei's birthday banquet, which confused him even more. He watched helplessly as Qin Jinji made his grandfather faint. The force was so strong that even at that moment, Pei Jin Yen didn't dare to look into her eyes. Pei Qing, as if nothing was wrong, said to the emperor, "Speaking of marriage, since His Majesty's Empress and the prince are both here today, why not discuss the marriage of the princess and Jin Yen? The 8th day of the 3rd month is an auspicious day. What do your Majesty's Empress, and the prince think?" The 6th prince looked like he had seen a ghost. Was Tutor Pei so angry that he was confused? Just a few days ago, he was so angry he fainted, and today he's here to discuss marriage. When Qin Yi heard about marriage, he wanted to flip the table. Qin Jinji kicked him again under the table. He chose to stay silent. The emperor, however, was very interested. The date is good, but 3 months is too soon. Even a year's preparation is short. After returning to the palace, I will discuss with the empress, and then consult Tutor Pei. Pei Qing's expression remained calm. Everything is up to your majesty and the empress. The birthday banquet was very lively. It didn't end until the evening. After the emperor, empress, and princes left, others also gradually departed. But someone kept waiting for Qin Jinji. Pei Jin Yen stepped forward, looking a bit nervous. Grandfather has something to say to the princess. I wonder if she has time. Qin Jinji smiled softly. Of course. Please, Tutor Pei moved to the study. Pei Jin Yen looked at Qin Jinji, who seemed so at ease, as if he had known from the start that his grandfather would come looking for her. He is feeling very mixed up right now, and doesn't know how to face Qin Jinji. Grand Tutor Pei went to the study and said to Pei Jin Yen, "Jin Yen, you go out first." Just as Pei Jin Yen was about to leave the study, he heard Qin Jinji say, "He is already past the age of maturity. Grand Tutor Pei has been protecting him in his tower. After you pass away, who will take care of him?"
Me?
"I don't keep weak or cowardly people around me." Qin Jinji's words were quite harsh. In the past, Yuan would have turned and left. But recent events made him realize that Qin Jinji is a young person not to be underestimated. No, not just underestimated, completely not to be ignored. Pei Yunxiao's death is a pain in his heart that will never go away. Because of this guilt, he no longer dares to stay in the Eastern Palace. Thinking of the crown prince he personally failed to teach, he can only remember Pei Yunxiao's proud and spirited face. The aristocratic family is corrupt, with their minions feeding off Jin's land and draining it. I must root out these minions. Let the common people no longer suffer and wander. Let Jin truly live in peace and prosperity. Pei Yunxiao's bold words still echo in his mind. Father, the power of the aristocratic families will eventually become a disaster. Father, does our family's honor have to be built on the corpses and blood of the people? This is not the world I want to see. That day, just after the Lunar New Year, light snow fell from the sky. Along with the firecracker sounds, there were the wails of the Pei family. That corpse, soaked and frozen stiff, Pei Qing could never bring himself to see his face matching that of his most proud son. Qin Jinji's words forced him to awaken old, buried memories. Pei Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "Jin Yen, stay. Some things are now the time for you to face." Because of Pei Yunxiao's death, Pei Qing became overly protective of Pei Jin Yen. That's why Pei Jin Yen was so innocent, like a blank sheet of paper. Pei Qing looked at Qin Jinji and asked, "Duchess, I have a question. Is the marriage with the Pei family your idea, or His Majesty's?" Qin Jinji looked into Pei Qing's eyes, a smile spreading in her gaze. "This marriage is naturally my idea." Pei Qing's face grew serious. "I want to ask the Duchess, are you aiming to support the Pei family or to root it out?" At this moment, he could no longer see Qin Jinji as just an ordinary junior. Her eyes showed the mercy of someone in power. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Qing for a moment, then laughed out loud and casually clapped her hands. Grand Tutor Pei is truly extraordinary. Pei Yunxiao, with his remarkable talent, clearly can't do without your guidance. In just one conversation, Pei Qing understood Qin Jinji's true purpose. No wonder she is a master teacher of the era. Pei Jinyan could hardly believe what he was hearing. Support and purify. Such serious words were directed at Qin Jinji. She wanted to marry him, but it wasn't because she liked him. Pei Jinyan even felt a bit unsteady. Is this really her true face? When she realized what Qin Jinji was doing, he immediately climbed onto the golden branch. But Qin Jinji seemed to have a deep understanding of people's hearts, like a fierce warrior. She cruelly tore apart the false peace that had been carefully maintained, using Pei Yunxiao's death to deeply hurt his feelings. After a long while, Pei Qing spoke. This honor belongs to the Pei family. Please, princess, keep your promise. Qin Jinji smiled happily. I knew talking to smart people is easier. The Pei family must not disappoint me. This means the Pei family has fully aligned with the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Pei Qing looked at the confident Qin Jinji and couldn't help asking, Princess, aren't you afraid I might change my mind? Qin Jinji burst into laughter upon hearing this. She slowly walked over to Pei Jinya. She raised her finger and lifted his chin. Grand Tutor Pei, don't think that just holding a chopstick can make the Pei family eat at the table in this capital. Pei Jinya looked at her face so close, feeling a rare sense of fear for the first time. Qin Jinji withdrew her finger and looked at Pei Qing. If the Pei family wants to eat the meat, they have to bite for it. A dog that can't hunt is the most useless. Pei Qing once again saw this young girl in a new light. She wasn't afraid that the Pei family wouldn't agree. If the Pei family changed their mind, they would be the first to be eaten in this capital. The previous poisoning scheme was just a warning to the Pei family. Pei Qing's face darkened. How much had she hidden all these years? No, perhaps she hadn't hidden at all. No one could see through her. The disgraced Wei Shui and the fallen duke's mansion, they were all her doing. She had been preparing long before, without knowing how long ago. The first time, he used the word terrible to describe someone. If his grandson really married her, he might as well be left with only bones. Qin Jinji looked at the two elderly people with pale faces and chuckled softly. But don't worry, I am generous. Since Grand Tutor Pei has made his decision, I have prepared a gift for your Pei family. The position of prefect of the capital has become vacant. I will have Pei Jinya take it. Pei Jinya looked at Qin Jinji in disbelief. That is an important official position in the capital. Is Qin Jinji joking? Moreover, he had a marriage agreement with Qin Jinji. Since Qin Jinji dismissed Wei Shui, he would step in. This is to inform everyone in the capital that the Pei family has betrayed the Prince of Northtown for power. Their reputation will be ruined forever. No, I won't agree. I can't let the Pei family's 100-year reputation be destroyed by me. Qin Jinji looked into Pei Jinyan's clear, naive eyes and couldn't hold back her laughter. She walked up to Pei Qing and mocked him boldly. Grand Tutor Pei, look at this. This is the pure and noble person you have raised. He wants to eat meat, but is afraid of the dirt in the hunting ground. Grand Tutor Pei, do you think he can survive long as the governor of the capital? Pei Qing knew Qin Jinji was telling the truth. Pei Jinyan had been protected too well. He had never seen any dark or dirty things. When he is 100 years old, can Pei Jinyan really uphold the Pei family's honor? Qin Jinji laughed loudly for a while before saying, but today, his foolishness made me happy. I can give him a favor. After he becomes the governor of the capital, I will save him 3 times. Whether he lives or dies depends on himself. Pei Jinyan's face turned red. For the first time, he felt humiliated to the point of being unable to move. He suddenly understood what Qin Jinji's previous gaze meant. It was mockery, contempt, and a feeling that the Pei family would no longer have another Pei Yunxiao worth mentioning. Pei Qing looked at Pei Jinyan. Such things would happen again and again. It was good for him to see this in advance. See, this is what a noble family is like. No matter how much love they have for their grandchildren, it cannot outweigh the family's honor. protected like white paper for 20 years, but once turned over, thrown into the mud without regret. Power and influence are truly the best tools for controlling people's hearts. Pei Qing seemed to make a decision. Princess, I have a matter that I think is not right. Since the Pei family had already sided with the Prince of North Town, he needed to warn Qin Jinji about some hidden dangers. Qin Jinji raised her hand and said, Grand Tutor Pei, please speak. Pei Qing looked serious and said, if the princess wants to clean up the noble families, she should hide her strength and find the right moment to strike a fatal. She shouldn't act rashly. If things are exposed, it will be very difficult to deal with them later. Qin Jinji smiled. Grand Tutor Pei, your words are reasonable, but what if I don't want to hide at all? Pei Qing's pupils widened. What did Qin Jinji mean? A towering tree has roots stretching 100 miles. If I go and find each root one by one, how much time will that take? But if I set fire to the trunk, even if the roots stretch 100 miles, it will take years for new trunks to grow again. Pei Qing widened his eyes, feeling his thoughts were once again overturned. He originally thought Qin Jinji wanted to eliminate all the noble families. Strategic planning was the true way. But Qin Jinji thought even more deeply. Royal power opposes the noble families, but if they work together, the common people would have no worries. However, whichever side's power dominates the other, disaster follows. Noble families may be corrupt, but not all emperors are wise rulers. If power is concentrated in the royal family, great trouble will come. Surprisingly, Qin Jinji seeks balance. A system of checks and balances. Right now, she is just removing the overstepping claws of the noble families. If this woman truly has royal blood, the world will look very different. Pei Qing's eyes suddenly grew hot. If he followed such a ruler, the Pei family could truly regain its glory. Qin Jinji looked at Pei Qing's expression and raised an eyebrow. Grand Tutor Pei, don't let me down. The four young looked at a warehouse full of banknotes, jade, and various precious treasures, all stunned. Yunjin stared wide-eyed and said, there's enough money here to buy many mountain bows. Yunj came back to himself and said, hurry up and count. These things will last us a while. The four started working separately. 2 hours later, when Qin Jinji entered, she saw Yunjin looking at the bill and shaking his head constantly. What's that look for? Yunjin saw Qin Jinji and immediately ran over. Princess, let's hold a celebration for your birthday. This is much faster than robbing a bank. Qin Jinji smiled and took the ledger. Do you think people in the capital are fools? Yunj came over and said, Princess, the total banknotes are 90 million taels, and the antique jade and relics are 80 pieces, worth 8 million gold. Qin Jinji nodded. Exchange all these banknotes for silver. The useless ornaments and antiques are all pawned. 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. Qin Jinji frowned. Not enough. Yunjin immediately said, Princess, converting these into silver would give us about 100 million taels of silver. Still not enough. Qin Jinji took the ledger and turned to leave. Prepare the carriage. I need to go to the palace. When she arrived at the empress's residence, the emperor was just about to rest. When Qin Jinji saw the emperor, he immediately scowled and glared. You scoundrel! If you dare to send me to the side hall again today, I will break your legs. The empress immediately said, then you can leave with me right now. Qin Jinji placed the account book on the table. This is the gift money collected at grandfather's birthday banquet. The emperor took the account book and wanted to see how much money this old man had really earned. When he opened the book, his eyes nearly popped out. The birthday banquet had collected nearly 10 million gold coins. All this money was earned by him, and sharing a little with him is not too much, right? The emperor suddenly smiled happily. Before he could speak, Qin Jinji said, give me some more money. The emperor was a bit confused. What did you say? Qin Jinji sat on a chair, crossing his legs. I said, give me some silver. Why do you still want silver? You already collected so much money. Qin Jinji replied calmly. Autumn is coming soon, and we need to prepare winter clothes and cotton shoes for the soldiers. After the war with Chu, the soldiers' weapons and armor need to be repaired or replaced. There are also condolence payments for the fallen soldiers, and we need to buy a large number of horses. The winter rations for the soldiers and the fodder for the horses will cost about 10 million gold coins. Before the emperor could speak, Qin Jinji continued. Recently, there has been an increase in refugees outside the capital, caused by the floods in the south. After a big flood, plagues are sure to follow. Repairing water channels and helping disaster victims are urgent. We also need to prevent plagues early, and both food and medicinal herbs are essential. Do you think these funds are enough, grandfather? The emperor's face turned serious. The floods in the south? Why hasn't the court reported this? Qin Jinji was not surprised. Although there are many rainy days in the south, the water volume isn't enough to cause a flood. The flood control projects were poorly built, which is both a natural disaster and a man-made one. The officials below didn't report it, probably to keep their jobs. The emperor's eyes turned cold. These people truly never cared about the lives of the common people. As Qin Jinji said, just repairing water channels and clearing rivers requires a lot of manpower and resources, not to mention the money needed for disaster relief. Qin Jinji looked at the emperor's expression and raised an eyebrow. Grandfather? You can't be that poor, right? The emperor snorted. He is really so poor. The treasury is empty, so empty it can't get any emptier. After so many years of war, the people have suffered, and everywhere needs rebuilding. The emperor even waived most taxes. If it weren't for Qin Jinji's Tianqiang Tower supporting the Northern Army, he would almost run out of military funds. Qin Jinji looked understanding. You have no money, but those noble families do, right? Did you see today? They easily spent hundreds of thousands of gold just to gain some power. The emperor stroked his beard and raised an eyebrow. Should we confiscate their property? Qin Jinji smiled. Confiscating property needs a reason, or else it's just robbery. The emperor was speechless. You think it's not robbery, but you dare to sell seats for 10,000 gold each. He's already reaching into others' pockets to take their money. Qin Jinji chuckled. Didn't you want to hold a polo match? We can do it in the next few days. The empress looked puzzled. Pei Jinyan already has a marriage agreement with you. Why hold a polo match? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and smiled. I don't mind. There are others, after all. The emperor looked at her with a cunning smile and was even more confused. Qin Jinji put the account book back into her. You've always wanted the old officials and new nobles in the court to marry, right? This is a good chance. Let's arrange a few more marriages. If I marry into your family, you marry into mine. It's a perfect match. Are you afraid it won't work? The emperor listened and thought she had a point. But there's no precedent for that. What if they refuse to marry and become enemies? Qin Jinji said confidently. Then we have a reason to confiscate their property. Besides, who says there's no precedent? Pei Jinyan and I are already married by your decree. The emperor clapped his hands. Brilliant. Ah-ing. Start preparing for the polo match tomorrow. Let's make it a grand event. Qin Jinji looked at the closed door in front of her and touched her nose. She didn't say she wanted to stay here. Before she finished speaking, they had already driven her out. Qin Jinji didn't stay in the palace, but went straight back to the Prince of Jinbei's residence. On the way, she told Yunk, drive all the refugees outside the capital to the polo field. Make a gap in the fence so they can break in on the day of the match. Also, tell Pei Jinyan he must attend. Qin Jinji leaned against the carriage side, not intending to hide the disaster. If she let this calamity happen openly, it would be a public spectacle. Pei Jinyan was very confused after receiving a message from Qin Jinji. He was just a scholar. Although he knew about the 6 arts of a gentleman, he was not good at polo. Moreover, such clubs were usually for young unmarried men and women to socialize. Since he was already engaged to Qin Jinji, why would he join in such activities? He couldn't understand and decided to ask his grandfather. Pei Qing listened and said, Since the princess insists you must attend, there must be a reason. The princess wants you to succeed as the governor of the capital. Going to these clubs to make friends is helpful. But remember, do not get involved in any disputes with other women. Pei Jinyan replied, My grandson understands. Since returning from the Duke of Jinbei's residence, Pei Jinyan kept thinking about Qin Jinji's words. Qin Jinji had never looked up to him before. Compared to her, he felt like a young child. But Qin Jinji was so confident and graceful. It was truly intimidating. However, from today on, he would carry on the Pei family's responsibilities. He would no longer be looked down upon by Qin Jinji. On that day, almost all the young masters and misses from noble families in the capital attended. The game was played in teams of 4, with 2 against 2. The winning team would receive gifts personally awarded by the Empress and the Emperor. Most importantly, if they won the top prize at this polo club, they would gain fame in the capital. Qin Jinji sat obediently beside the Empress. Today, she was dressed beautifully, wearing a colorful cloud-patterned silk dress and jade-green feather hair accessories, making her look like a flower fairy. Some said she was scheming, others said she was arrogant, but no one ever said she was unattractive. The Empress looked at her beautiful granddaughter with pride and asked softly, "Why aren't you playing?" Qin Jinji proudly replied, "Of course I will play. But I am unbeatable at polo, so I don't want to go too early and pressure the others." The Empress chuckled. "You little rascal, you're not modest at all." At that moment, Fian waved from nearby. Qin Jinji stood up to find her. Fian whispered, "Princess, the betting has started, and almost everyone is betting on the 6th prince's team to win." Qin Jinji sneered silently. The competition in the capital was changing very quickly. Since the emperor's birthday banquet, the residence of the 6th prince has been very busy, and I heard the Eastern Palace caused quite a mess. Fian looked around nervously and said, "Princess, didn't you promise your majesty not to gamble? Is it okay for us to start betting now?" Qin Jinji tapped her head gently. "Only those who are unsure gamble. Confident people don't need to cheat." Fian touched her head. "Then, Princess, who do you think will win?" Qin Jinji smiled mischievously. "No one, because Princess, will win everyone. In Beijing, Qin Jinji probably has the worst reputation. She can't even gather a team of 4. And they've never seen her play polo before. The 6th prince is very popular right now. Even though he already has a formal wife, many powerful people still prefer him. Who would dare offend the new ruler of the Eastern Palace?" Qin Jinji turned and saw Chuang looking at her from a distance. When she noticed Qin Jinji looking back, she quickly turned her head and pretended to be busy. Qin Jinji crossed her arms and just watched her. After a while, Chuang couldn't hold back and shyly walked over. "How did you know I wanted to find you?" Qin Jinji smiled. "Why are you looking for me? Are you no longer afraid of me?" Chuang puffed out her chest. "Who's afraid? I've just been busy with my studies lately, so I came to see you whenever I had free time." Honestly, after going home, Chuang kept sweating whenever she remembered what Qin Jinji said. For several days, she even hid in the yard, afraid to go outside. But recently, she realized one thing. Qin Jinji doesn't mean to harm her. She just wants to understand why she's been reaching out. Chuang gathered her courage and asked, "Why do you want to help me? Why did you tell me those things?" The emperor needs to keep the different powers balanced, so he will take action to control emerging forces. If she thought it was just a fantasy after going home, then the fallen Shin state could be a real example. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Want to know? Play polo with me. If we win, I'll tell you." Cui Ying's face fell even more. "We can't even form a team." "Just tell me if you don't want to say. Who said we can't form a team?" Cui Ying and Pei Jinyan looked at each other, both feeling a bit busy, though they didn't know what they were busy with. Qin Jinji. Even if she doesn't like Pei Jinyan is still her former fiancé. Now the 3 of them are standing together, and it feels like everyone's eyes are on them. At this moment, Chuang doesn't realize that this is just the beginning. When she sees the 17th Prince Xiao Chuan walking over with Qin Jinji, she almost wishes she could disappear. What kind of crazy scene is this? Xiao Chuan showing kindness to her is a big deal in the capital. What kind of group are these 4 people? And besides, weren't Xiao Chuan and Qin Jinji always not on good terms? Is she crazy? Or is Xiao Chuan crazy? Qin Jinji walks over and seems to explain to her, saying, "I told him we're on the same team for polo, and you just go to his birthday banquet." Xiao Chuan's face is slightly red. "Aying, Is what Qin Jinji said true? Qin Jinji smiles slightly and whispers so only they can hear. Nod your head, Peach Blossom Hero. Chuang forces a fake smile. Haha, really? Qin Jinji. You scoundrel. How could she betray her like this? Xiao Chuan immediately says, I'll make sure to get you the best spot. I'll wait for you. He turns around and sees Pei Jinyan snort. Chuang used to avoid him because of their marriage agreement, but now that it's gone, he can openly pursue Aang. Pei Jinyan looks a bit embarrassed as he leans close to Qin Jinji. Princess, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I used to have a marriage agreement with Miss Cui. Won't people gossip? Qin Jinji looks into his eyes and says, if you play polo with me now, you might hear gossip, but if you don't, you'll hear my swear words. Do you want to hear them? Pei Jinyan looks around awkwardly. He has a feeling it will be very dirty. He can't even listen to gossip. If he really enters the capital's high society, he might be eaten alive in just one day. Everyone at the polo club is watching these four, so this is going to be quite a show. Chuang and Qin Jinji are sworn enemies. 3 years ago, Chuang almost lost her life because of Qin Jinji. Now, her fiancé has been stolen, and she's forced to play polo with these two. In an instant, everyone's feelings of love and hate are swirling in their minds. When Qin Jinji and the others arrive at the registration area, everyone thinks they must be seeing things. The sixth prince also looks surprised when he sees Qin Jinji. He snapped out of his thoughts and walked over, smiling as he said, Jinji, are you planning to join the game now? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and replied, Sixth uncle, please show mercy. The sixth prince laughed loudly. If Jinji can meet sixth uncle, I will definitely go easy on her. Among the teams that could participate, only a few had women, mostly from martial families. Qin Jinji, a spoiled girl, and Chuang, a young lady, were both from noble families. Pei Jinyan was so fragile she couldn't carry anything, and her 17-year-old brother was no threat. With so many teams, they would probably be eliminated after 1 or 2 rounds and wouldn't even face him. But how did these people end up together?
Kuing sighed.
Since she was already involved, she needed to find out the truth. She was dressed in simple, brave-looking clothing, but Qin Jinji was as beautiful as a flower. Could her outfit be suitable for polo? Do you want to change your clothes? Can this outfit be used for polo? Chuang was skilled in martial arts, but Qin Jinji was not. If it weren't for her 4 strong maidservants, she wouldn't be caught by Qin Jinji. Unexpectedly, Qin Jinji arrogantly said, Only weak people make excuses. This princess can win no matter what she wears. Looking around at Qin Jinji's team, Xiao Chuan looked at her arrogant attitude and snorted, talking big, but afraid you'll hurt your tongue. He didn't know why Aang was teaming up with Qin Jinji, but if she hadn't promised to attend his birthday banquet, he wouldn't have played polo with Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji didn't care about his words. If we don't win, your Aang won't be able to attend your birthday banquet. Xiao Chuan was so angry he stared at her fiercely. He would settle the score after the polo match. He hadn't forgotten about the 2 teeth she knocked out. Qin Jinji and Chuang went onto the field, with Qin Jinji and Chuang as forwards. Pei Jinyan and Xiao Chuan were defenders. Many people secretly mocked them. These girls had no fighting chance. Any team facing them would easily defeat them. The team facing Qin Jinji was Dong Yuan, the young son of Marquis Xianping. When Dong Yuan saw Qin Jinji's expression, his face twisted with anger. Qin Jinji laughed wildly and said, Is your hand okay now? A long time ago, Dong Yuan spilled tea on Yun Kei in a tea house and was immediately struck by Qin Jinji, losing one hand. Dong Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Qin Jinji, just wait. I will make you regret it. Qin Jinji looked at him with a questioning expression and asked, Are you mocking Xiao Chuan? Everyone knew that Qin Jinji had knocked out 2 of Xiao Chuan's teeth as soon as she entered the capital. Dong Yuan quickly turned to Xiao Chuan and said, 17th Prince. Don't listen to Qin Jinji's nonsense. I meant no disrespect. No one understood why the 17th Prince was involved with Qin Jinji. Even if the Duke's estate fell, the Shun family was still there. Even if Consort Shin was demoted to a noble lady, No one could be sure of her status in the palace. The 17th prince absolutely must not offend her. Everyone knew that Lady Shun held grudges. Xiao Chuan's face darkened. Let's start quickly. Qin Jinji, just you wait. Qin Jinji tilted her chin at Chuaying. Are you ready? Chuaying clenched her polo mallet, and a whistle sounded. The horse charged forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Everyone was surprised that Qin Jinji played polo so well. Meanwhile, Pei Jinyan and Xiao Chuan could only follow closely behind. While Dong Yuan was momentarily distracted, Qin Jinji had already scored a goal. She rested her polo mallet on her shoulder, looking proud as she stared at Dong Yuan. Dong Yuan felt this was the biggest mockery of all. He shouted at the people beside him, "Are you all useless? Can't even beat a woman?" A fierce look flashed in Dong Yuan's eyes. Sure enough, in the second round, Dong Yuan's team tightly guarded Qin Jinji. But Qin Jinji whistled casually, and while everyone was focused on defending her, she passed the ball to Chuaying with a single shot. Chuaying didn't hesitate and sank the ball in one go. She smugly raised an eyebrow at Qin Jinji. How about that? I'm not bad either. Qin Jinji gave a thumbs up. Pei Jinyan was exhausted and hadn't even seen the ball. Xiao Chuan was even more shocked. He never expected Aang to play polo so well. Dong Yuan's face was dark with anger. The match was best of 5. If Qin Jinji won one more game, they would be eliminated. If even 2 women couldn't be beaten, people in the capital would mock him to death. Qin Jinji, if you refuse to accept the toast, you'll have to accept the punishment. At the start of the third game, Dong Yuan closely followed Qin Jinji. Just as Qin Jinji was about to swing, Dong Yuan raised his club and swung it toward Qin Jinji's horse's leg. His eyes were full of excitement. If the horse had fallen, Qin Jinji might have been seriously hurt or worse. This was also his way of getting revenge for his broken hand. Just as the club was about to hit the horse's leg, suddenly, a stick blocked it. Dong Yuan looked up and saw Qin Jinji smirking at him. She slowly said 2 words, "Loser." Qin Jinji kicked the horse's belly. When the horse was startled, she swung her stick and hit the horse's leg. Dong Yuan was immediately thrown off the horse. Moreover, the frightened horse stepped on his legs. Qin Jinji didn't even bother to look back. She just sank the ball into the hole. Chuaying cheered loudly. "We won." Dong Yuan lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Qin Jinji walked over slowly, with a mocking look, and said, "Young Master Dong, remember to take a detour next time you see me. Otherwise, next time, you might get seriously hurt, and who knows what will happen." Many people saw Dong Yuan swinging his club to hit Qin Jinji's horse's leg. Some felt sorry for him, while others thought he deserved it. "Qin Jinji, you won't have a good life." Qin Jinji rested her club on her shoulder and leisurely walked away. Good luck with that. Pei Jinyan and Xiao Chuan felt that it seemed like their team could do fine without them. No, it mattered. They needed to stay to make up the numbers. In the next matches, Qin Jinji and Chuaying fought fiercely and won easily. When the 6th prince saw Qin Jinji, he was stunned. They had actually faced each other. Everyone else hesitated to get in the way. But Qin Jinji was unpredictable. Still, she wanted to show off in front of the emperor. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "6th uncle, remember to go easy." As the whistle blew, Qin Jinji rushed toward the 6th prince. The people around the 6th prince were afraid Qin Jinji might get angry, like she did with Dong Yuan. They all gathered around him quickly. At that moment, Chuaying grabbed the ball and ran. Before everyone could react, she scored a point. The 6th prince's face darkened. "What are you all surrounding me for?" The other 3 didn't dare admit in front of Qin Jinji that they were afraid she might cause trouble for him. Qin Jinji's face showed a small, triumphant smile. The 6th prince clenched his teeth. Qin Jinji was clearly doing this on purpose. She was trying to attract everyone's attention so Chuaying could score. Sure enough, at the start of the second shot, Qin Jinji repeated her old tricks, closely following the 6th prince. The 6th prince looked as expected and signaled to the others. They were to watch out for Chuaying. Just as the others moved closer to Chuaying, Qin Jinji suddenly sped up. She hit the ball into the hole. The sixth prince was so angry, he almost broke his cue. That little rascal was full of sneaky tricks. If she won one more round, he would be defeated. The sixth prince gave a secret signal to everyone. This time, each person was to watch one. Just when everyone thought Qin Jinji was about to play another trick, she suddenly sped ahead, leaving everyone behind. Her riding skills were trained on real war horses. The sixth prince watched helplessly as Qin Jinji scored the third shot. He was so angry, he threw his cue onto the ground. Qin Jinji rode her horse over to him and said in a confident tone, "In the face of true strength, all schemes are useless." The sixth prince was so furious, he wanted to strangle her. "What schemes?" Qin Jinji raised her cue and smirked at the emperor and empress. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the racetrack. A large crowd of ragged, tattered people suddenly appeared from nowhere. Seeing the people on the track, they headed straight for Qin Jinji. Xiao Chuan saw the rushing crowd and panicked, trying to leave. Suddenly, he felt as if someone had pulled him from behind. Before falling off his horse, he saw Qin Jinji smiling at him. "Help us! Save us!" Hundreds of refugees suddenly flooded into the racetrack. They shouted, "Noble person, save us!" Before the guards could react, they had already surrounded Qin Jinji and the others on the track. "An assassin! Protect His Majesty and the Empress." The Empress immediately stood up when she saw Qin Jinji surrounded by a group of wandering people who suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Quick, save my Jinji! Hurry!" If someone hadn't stopped her, the Empress would have rushed in herself. The Emperor also stood up anxiously. "What's going on? Capture those people quickly." He glared fiercely at the scene below and said loudly, "Du Chong." "What's happening?" Du Chong, still wrapped in bandages, hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty." "I don't know what is going on." The Emperor looked at him kneeling and scolded, "Then go and save her. If anything happens to the princess, I will hold you responsible." The frightened women, young men, and noble families present heard the Emperor's words and realized more clearly the importance of Princess Jinji. Even the Emperor's two sons were trapped, yet the Emperor's first concern was for the young princess. Du Chong quickly led people to rush over. Some guards stayed behind to protect the Emperor, Empress, and noble families. The rest all rushed to rescue her. Cui Ying couldn't believe what she was seeing. Qin Jinji had actually pulled the 17th prince off his horse. "Someone come quickly. The 17th prince is in danger." For some reason, these people were rushing straight toward them. The wandering crowd was large, tightly surrounding Qin Jinji and the others. Xiao Chuan felt as if countless people were trampling on his face, body, and legs. It seemed like he had broken several ribs. People around him were swaying his body. But most of the crowd was crowded around Qin Jinji. The guards drew their swords in a panic, and many wandering people were killed on the spot. Suddenly, there were wails, screams, and shouts. The wandering crowd started to run in all directions, but those around Qin Jinji still refused to leave. A few men at the front even tried to reach out and pull Qin Jinji off her horse. The guards responded with even fiercer attacks. Everyone at the arena was a top figure in the capital. If anything went wrong with any of them, their lives would be in danger. Especially the young princess. Both the Empress and the Emperor were so anxious they almost jumped down from the viewing platform. Cui Ying's horse was startled and reared up, trying to throw Cui Ying off. She barely managed to hold on and didn't fall to the ground. Although she has some martial skills, riding a horse is not her strong suit. Just as she thought she would be thrown heavily to the ground, suddenly a hand pulled her over. "You." Cui Ying's stomach hit the saddle, and she fell onto Qin Jinji's horse. Qin Jinji quickly drew a whip from her waist. The whip wrapped around the horse's body once, then snapped toward the people crowding the horse. For a moment, a clear space appeared around them. Pei Jinyan was also swaying on his horse. Qin Jinji came to his side, grabbed his reins, turned his horse's head, and gave a quick kick to his horse's rear. Pei Jinyan was immediately carried away by his horse toward the guards, who soon stopped him. The guards rushed in front of Qin Jinji, asking, Princess, are you okay? Taking advantage of the chaos, the guards quickly reached Qin Jinji and protected her behind them. Qin Jinji looked down from above and said, "Hurry up and catch them. If anything happens to the two princes, you'll all lose your heads." The guards then hurried toward the trapped 6th prince and the covered 17th prince. Qin Jinji, riding her horse, threw Chueying to the people of Chui's residence, then went to the viewing stand and spoke to the emperor. Great-grandfather, the Qian Kuan Bao. The Qian Kuan Bao was originally the highlight of this polo match, hanging in front of the emperor and empress's viewing stand. The emperor immediately ordered, "Quickly bring her the bow." The guards quickly went to fetch the bow, smartly bringing the quiver of arrows as well. Qin Jinji took 3 arrows from the quiver, knocked one on her bow, and drew it tight. She frowned and pulled back the bowstring fully, then shot 3 arrows with a whooshing sound into the crowd, hitting the 3 people at the front who were trying to pull Qin Jinji and Chueying off their horses. These 3 were the ones trying to tear Qin Jinji and Chueying down. "Surrender now, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will shoot you all immediately." Qin Jinji's voice was cold, but her words were firm and clear. Fear, panic, accusations, and crying filled the scene. They were originally just civilians, suffering from the floods in Jiangnan, displaced and desperate. When they heard about the noble banquet today, they hoped to find a way to survive. In an instant, the fleeing refugees were all subdued. At this moment, Du Chong suddenly received a signal from Du Zhong. Du Chong's eyes widened. His uncle had actually ordered him to kill all these refugees. The Du family's Du Zhong was firm and decisive. Du Chong immediately signaled to his men. The closest guard suddenly drew his sword and stabbed the nearby refugee. Qin Jinji pulled out an arrow, aiming straight at a guard who was about to attack again. The guard was an old man. Just as he closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly felt a warm liquid on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw an arrow piercing through the guard's neck. That warm liquid was blood spraying out. Du Chong shouted angrily and rushed toward Qin Jinji. "Qin Jinji, what are you doing?" Qin Jinji's face showed a hint of anger. She slung her bow on her back and quickly wrapped her whip around Du Chong's neck. She stepped on Du Chong's shoulder with one foot and tightened the whip. "I told you, spare them and let them go. Don't you understand?" Du Chong's men were terrified. They saw their comrade just shot dead and Du Chong about to be strangled. They didn't know what to do with their knives. Suddenly, a hellish voice rang out. "Who else wants to try my arrow?" Du Chong looked at Qin Jinji's calm, emotionless face, clutching his whip tightly, afraid that if he loosened it, he would suffocate. Qin Jinji really wanted to strangle him. Du Chong's men dared not move anymore. Du Zhong hurried forward and said, "Princess Jinji, what are you doing? Let go of Du Chong." Qin Jinji didn't even glance at him. Instead, she told the other guards, "Anyone who dares to make a move again, kill without mercy. Take these refugees to see the emperor's grandparents." Then she released the whip and kicked Du Chong to the ground. She rode her horse back to the emperor and empress. Many people at the training ground changed their expressions. In the chaos, many had guessed the identity of these refugees. But how did these refugees break into the training ground? Their repeated attempts to stop them had somehow led to this confrontation before the emperor. Du Zhong looked at Du Chong, gasping heavily on the ground, and cursed him harshly in his heart. Grandpa Hong immediately said, "Why did you rush straight to the princess and surround her, instead of trying to assassinate her? The 6th and 17th princes are both unconscious from your serious injuries. How dare you say you didn't try to kill her?" The targets of these refugees were very obvious. Almost as soon as they saw Qin Jinji, they rushed toward her. But they didn't head toward the viewing platform. The old man saved by Qin Jinji quickly said, "We didn't mean to attack the princess. We thought the most beautifully dressed person should be the most noble, so we shouted for justice for the princess." Most of the young people present were dressed in simple, lightweight clothing. The nobles not participating in the game also wore dark, light, comfortable robes. The emperor and empress sat far away on the highest viewing platform, while Qin Jinji was dressed in luxurious clothes, as if attending a grand palace banquet. But the people at the polo match didn't find her outfit strange. Qin Jinji was always extravagant, always wearing the finest fabrics. She also wore the most precious jewelry. So, according to these refugees' words, judging people by their clothes wasn't wrong. The emperor listened quietly, raising an eyebrow. That little rascal still had some conscience. He didn't let the refugees rush directly in front of him and the empress. Yes, Qin Jinji deliberately dressed so conspicuously today. As for why they thought that, it was naturally because the person who led them here had given them hints beforehand. If only the emperor were present, Qin Jinji wouldn't care and would just push the refugees over. But there was also the emperor's grandmother present. However, Qin Jinji was worried that with so many people, things might get out of control and truly hurt the elderly couple. Another middle-aged man kneeling on the ground gathered his courage and said, "Your Grace, we, the common people, are victims of the flood in Jiangnan. There was a flood in Jiangnan and the people lost their homes. The officials there didn't help us. We really had no way out. We heard that a high-ranking noble was holding a banquet at the polo club today, so we thought we could sneak in and find a way to survive." The emperor was furious after hearing this. Jiangnan had a flood. Why didn't anyone report it? If the refugees hadn't already entered the capital, I wouldn't have known until when. Your Majesty, please stay calm. All the officials accompanying him knelt down. Hiding the disaster was a serious crime. Why is everyone silent? Not a single local official from the 16 states of Jiangnan reported the disaster. This is truly outrageous. Qin Jinji casually walked over to Pei Jinyan and whispered, "Now go over there and kneel down." Pei Jinyan was still stunned from the shock and hesitated when he heard Qin Jinji's words, but he instinctively obeyed. Only after kneeling did he remember to ask Qin Jinji what he was supposed to do. The emperor saw Pei Jinyan suddenly kneel before him and was surprised. "Young man from the Pei family, what are you doing?" Pei Jinyan's mind was racing, and he didn't know what he was supposed to do. He looked at Qin Jinji, but she didn't seem to be helping him. Instead, she nodded toward the refugees and pointed to her head with her finger. Pei Jinyan slowly raised his hand to bow. "Your Majesty, the disaster in Jiangnan is so serious, yet no officials have reported it. Someone must be blocking the information. Some local officials might be colluding with high officials in the capital. I am willing to go south to find out the truth about the disaster." He glanced at Qin Jinji, wondering if that was what she meant. Qin Jinji had told him to attend the polo match today. Could the refugee chaos be something she arranged on purpose? She said she would help him get the position of governor of the capital, and going south to investigate the disaster would be a great achievement. When the time comes, he would be more justified in becoming the governor. Qin Jinji was actually paving the way for him. For a moment, Pei Jinyan felt a mix of emotions. Qin Jinji didn't know what Pei Jinyan was thinking, but from his reaction, she was somewhat satisfied. After all, for so long, Pei Jinyan had acted like a fool. He knew nothing, understood nothing. She even suspected that the title of Pei family's genius was something Pei Jinyan had secretly spread himself. The fool remained silent, moved but silent. Next to him, Du Zhong squinted and immediately said, "Your Majesty, this isn't right. Pei Jinyan has no official position, so going south isn't reasonable. It would be better for an elder to go instead, to thoroughly investigate this matter." Qin Jinji suddenly stepped closer to Du Zhong, looked him up and down, and asked, "Minister Du, can you ride a horse?" Du Zhong's prepared words were suddenly thrown off by Qin Jinji. "I am too old to ride now," he replied. Qin Jinji suddenly smiled. "Pei Jinyan can. Didn't you see just now? Although he's not very good at polo, he can ride horses." Du Zhong frowned and said, "Princess, why are you saying that? Now we are discussing the disaster situation. Please, Princess June, do not cause trouble." Qin Jinji snorted. Since Minister Du is old, he must travel by carriage. From the capital to Jiangnan, it takes at least a month by carriage. If you investigate the disaster and return, that's another month. How many people might die in this time? Please, Minister Do not cause trouble. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, many officials secretly lowered their heads. Being called reckless at his age, Minister Du thought, is Princess Jinji calling me disrespectful because I am old? Du Zhong didn't expect Qin Jinji to be so rude. Before he could speak, Pei Jinyan said, Your Majesty, Jinyan is strong and healthy. I can travel day and night and can reach Jiangnan in 7 days by fast horse. The round trip can be done in half a month. I kindly ask Your Majesty to allow me to go south on your behalf. No wonder Qin Jinji insisted he go. Qin Jinji had planned every step carefully. Your Majesty. No, but the emperor replied, I believe Jinyan's plan is good. Because he has no official position, I trust him. The flooding in Jiangnan is very serious. Local officials and high officials in the court are all involved. The officials in the court are complicated and intertwined. Sending anyone might lead to collusion. But Pei Jinyan is different. He has no official rank, but he is engaged to Princess Jinji. At the banquet for the Northern King, the Grand Tutor Pei personally visited, showing that the Pei family approved of the marriage alliance with the Northern King's family. Princess Jinji was raised by the Emperor and Empress since childhood. After marrying Pei Jinyan, he could even call the Emperor's grandfather. Strictly speaking, Pei Jinyan is almost considered part of the royal family. Moreover, Pei Jinyan was being groomed as the next head of the Pei family, so entering the court was inevitable. The emperor's love for Princess Jinji might be a way to help Pei Jinyan gain a foothold in the court. Pei Jinyan received the imperial decree. I appoint you as the Jiangnan peacekeeper to investigate the disaster. You may command all officials in Jiangnan. If the disaster is real, issue orders to the 16 states to cooperate in relief efforts. You have the authority to act first and report later.